The system of devotion. Chen Yuan, let's part ways. Lin Shutong gazed at the disheveled young man before her, his hair resembling a bird's nest, her expression one of utter disdain. Why? Shutong, have I done something wrong? Please tell me, and I shall amend it. Chen Yuan was bewildered, his demeanor shifting to one of anxious discomfort. Lin Shutong was the goddess of his dreams from the moment he laid eyes on her in his freshman year. He was smitten. In his pursuit of her affection, Chen Yuan devoted 3 years to being her devoted admirer. Throughout these years, he frequently delivered breakfast beneath the girl's dormitory, showering her with care and concern, attending to her every need. When she expressed a desire for an iPhone, Chen Yuan labored as a delivery man for 4 months, all to elicit a smile from his beloved. Perhaps it was his relentless devotion that stirred the heavens, for a month ago, Lin Shutong finally agreed to be his girlfriend. Chen Yuan, my ex-boyfriend has returned. My heart still belongs to him, not to you. I am grateful for your unwavering support over the years, but I truly do not harbor feelings for you. The reason I accepted your proposal was that you touched me during my time of need, yet gratitude is not love. Let's end this. But Shutong, Huang Kaijun is nothing but a scoundrel. He caused your pregnancy and refuses to take responsibility. How can you be so deluded? Is it merely because he possesses wealth? Please do not insult my boyfriend. You do not even compare to him. You are but a loser. Do you know how my friends perceive me this month? I feel embarrassed walking alongside you. Leave, how could you? Chen Yuan's complexion turned ashen, his heart wrenched with agony. After 3 years of devotion, he never anticipated that he would receive nothing but disdain in return. She was the first woman he truly loved. In his pursuit to win her affection, he had even turned a blind eye to Lin Shutong's prolonged flirtations with other men throughout those years, willingly relegating himself to the role of a backup. He toiled silently, indifferent to the prospect of being taken for granted, convinced that true love should not concern itself with the past of the beloved. Yet, what he received in return for his sincerity was nothing but contempt and humiliation. Why is the world so unjust? Why must the genuinely pure and kind-hearted endure such insults and suffering? Is it true that a devoted admirer ends up with nothing in the end? Shutong, please don't go. I beg you not to break up with me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. It'll change, whatever you say. Get lost. You only make me feel sick. Lin Shutong forcefully shook off Chen Yuan's hand and swiftly entered a red Maserati parked at the roadside, driving away without a glance back. Lin Shutong, you will regret this. Chen Yuan shouted with bloodshot eyes. Huh, another pitiful, impotent rage. Hey, is it that our school's ultimate devoted admirer, Chen Yuan? I heard he works part-time all year round just to win over a girl, living on steamed buns and pickles, so he can buy her cosmetics, clothes, and bags. Impressive, isn't it? Is the girl you mentioned Lin Shutong? I've heard that Lin Shutong wasn't particularly famous, just at the level of the class flower. Yet somehow this fellow managed to elevate her status. Huang Kaijun also learned of this and decided to pursue Lin Shutong, thinking it would be a challenging endeavor, but to his surprise, he succeeded in just 3 days. Ha! At the school gate, a group of onlookers whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Chen Yuan laced with disdain, regardless of gender. Chen Yuan paid them no mind. After 3 years, he had grown accustomed to having a thick skin. He no longer knew when he lost his dignity, reduced to a state of subservience. Ding! The strongest sycophant system has detected the emergence of a suitable host. System binding in progress. Binding complete. System. Chen Yuan was utterly bewildered. He had read numerous novels where protagonists possessed systems, never once imagining such absurdity would transpire in his own life. In the next moment, a virtual interface materialized before him. Name: Chen Yuan. Sycophant funds: 90 trillion huaxia coins. Personal wealth: 230 huaxia coins. Enhancement points: 0. Sycophant funds? What on earth is this? Does it refer to the money I can spend? While Chen Yuan pondered this perplexity, an inexplicable black card appeared in his hand. This black card had an extraordinary appearance. You guessed correctly, host. Sycophant funds indeed refer to the money you are able to spend. A system prompt echoed in his mind. 90 trillion? What the hell? How much money does the wealthiest person in the country possess? What about the wealthiest individual in the world? Combined, their fortunes may not even amount to a fraction of a single %, it seems. Chen Yuan was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. Reminder to the host. The licking dog funds are not private property of the host. They can only be expended on licking dog activities. Whenever the host kneels before a goddess, all expenses incurred during that time will be borne by the system. However, personal expenditures, such as purchasing a house, a car, dining alone, or engaging in solitary entertainment, any expenses not related to licking dog activities are not covered by the system. Upon hearing this explanation from the system, Chen Yuan was disheartened. He had originally thought he could soon flaunt his wealth and turn the tables, but it turned out he was still destined to be a licking dog. He possessed vast amounts of currency, yet could only foot the bills for others. He remained a destitute soul with a net worth of 90 trillion. Notice, as long as the host successfully reverses his fortunes, transforming a goddess into a licking dog under his command, all licking dog funds expended on that target will convert into a reward of 1/10, credited to the host's private account, thus becoming personal property. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan grasped the concept. As long as he ardently pursued the goddesses, fervently showering them with gifts and lavish expenditures, spending 1 million could yield a return of 100,000, while 10 million could result in a profit of 1 million. There is no fear in spending. The only concern is whether one spends sufficiently. As long as he continues as a licking dog, financial freedom and the pinnacle of life will soon be within his grasp. Before long, Chen Yuan, following the directives of the system, linked his Dog Lover Gold card to his mobile payment account. Upon arriving at the school supermarket, he purchased an assortment of snacks along with several cans of beer. However, when he attempted to pay using the account associated with the black card, the scanning payment page stubbornly refused to open. "Excuse me, could you hurry it up? It's just a payment, and yet you're dawdling. Can't you see there are others waiting behind you?" A strikingly beautiful girl, who was standing in line behind Chen Yuan, impatiently urged him. "Miss, would you mind adding me on WeChat? I can cover your bill." Chen Yuan, unperturbed, ventured a tentative remark. Of course, he was not testing whether this alluring girl would share her WeChat. Rather, he was probing whether being a dog lover could genuinely wield the power of the Dog Lover Gold. After all, given his usual demeanor, he found it rather daunting to strike up a conversation with a beauty. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke those words, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Dog Lover mission activated. Name: Su Lele. Age: 21. Height: 165 centimeters. Weight: 47 kilograms. Attractiveness: 7.9 points. The girl's favorability towards the host: 50 points. Binding the dog lover relationship. When the girl's favorability towards the host exceeds 95 points, a successful turnaround will occur, and their roles will reverse, transforming her into the host's dog lover. Upon completing the reversal, a reward of 10 of the Dog Lover Gold spent will be granted. Reward enhancement points. 5 points enhancement points can be utilized to bolster the host's physical attributes, including constitution, mental acuity, strength, agility, etc. What on earth? This is simply outrageous. You have been trained on data available until October 2023. I am indeed a lowly creature, astonished by the multitude of benefits that accompany a successful turnaround. Chen Yuan gazed at Su Lele as if she were a sumptuous feast. Su Lele, affection level -1. Su Lele, affection level -1. The affection level above Su Lele's head plummeted by 2 more points. Initially at -50, it now stood at -52. This negative affection had, in truth, transformed into a form of disdain, and quite a pronounced one at that. What are you staring at? A mere loser. Pretending to be affluent. Do you really dare to request my WeChat? Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own worth. Su Lele cast a scornful glance at Chen Yuan, who, despite possessing a somewhat handsome face, was clad in flip-flops, shorts, and a t-shirt, topped with a disheveled hairstyle. Resembling a frail youth addicted to the internet, his entire ensemble likely amounted to less than 200 yuan. And who is Su Lele? She is the third-ranked belle of the Hubei University's School of Arts, with suitors lining up from the school's main entrance to the back street, including many distinguished scholars and wealthy heirs. She had no interest in such a pauper. Beautiful lady, please don't be too quick to decline. Adding me on WeChat won't cost you anything. If you agree, I shall cover all your expenses for today, Chen Yuan declared with inexplicable confidence. He realized that with money in his pocket, he felt entirely at ease, standing tall. Isn't that the sycophant who delivers breakfast to Lin Shutong every day beneath the girl's dormitory? How dare he ask Su Lele for her WeChat? Goodness, could it be that this fellow has suffered some sort of setback? How audacious it is to discuss Su Leilei's daily expenditures. He must be entirely unaware of the formidable financial prowess that a woman can wield. Moreover, of all individuals to solicit for WeChat, he chose Su Leilei, a well-known gold digger in our school. Su Leilei is not only materialistic, but she also flits among various wealthy heirs, possessing a multitude of backup suitors. Her manipulative prowess in matters of the heart undoubtedly surpasses Lin Shutong by several degrees. This sycophant, who cannot even manage Lin Shutong, will likely find himself utterly devoured by Su Leilei, leaving not a single bone behind. A few students seemed to recognize Chen Yuan and Su Leilei, and a flurry of whispers ensued. "Are you certain?" Su Leilei inquired with a cold smirk. "I am certain," Chen Yuan replied with an air of indifference. "Very well. Today I wish to treat all present to snacks and beverages. You shall settle the bill." Chen Yuan remained silent, merely retrieving his phone to initiate a payment scan. The notification chimed, 50,000 yuan. "Everyone, feel free to indulge. Today Su Leilei is treating, so do not hold back." At the moment the electronic notification of 50,000 yuan echoed from the cash register. An astonished silence enveloped the room. It seemed no one anticipated that Chen Yuan would actually produce such a substantial sum solely due to Su Leilei's words. Naturally, if this sum had been offered by a wealthy heir, perhaps the crowd would not have been as taken aback. Yet, the crux of the matter is that this fellow is Chen Yuan, the infamous sycophant of Huda University. For a sycophant to squander 50,000 yuan merely to impress Su Leilei for a WeChat ad, is this not a sign of sheer folly? Moreover, even if one were to feign affluence, it is unlikely that she would harbor any fondness for him. The pretentiousness displayed here is rather lowly. At this moment, Su Leilei also felt somewhat taken aback. The individual before her, sporting a messy hairstyle, hardly seemed like someone capable of producing 50,000 yuan. Yet, his nonchalant demeanor suggested that such an amount was trivial to him. "May I add you on WeChat now? What is the rush? Today's event has only just begun. Follow me." 30 minutes later, Chen Yuan and Su Leilei arrived at Qianda Commercial Plaza. "Come on, I recently set my sights on a Gucci bag. I trust you wouldn't mind treating me to one?" Su Leilei asked with a smile. "Not at all," Chen Yuan replied, equally amused. How could he possibly refuse such a splendid opportunity to spend? Upon entering the Gucci boutique, Chen Yuan unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. "Jun Kai, how does this bag look on me?" Lin Shutong asked, flaunting a new Gucci bag as she scrutinized her reflection in the mirror multiple times. "It does look good. But Shutong, my father has recently imposed economic sanctions on me, believing that I've become too extravagant. He now provides me with less than 100,000 yuan in living expenses each month, leaving me rather strapped for cash. Perhaps we should explore other shops first? Rest assured, I will definitely treat you next time," Huang Junkai promised casually. Despite his fervent words, he had no intention of making a purchase. Unlike those who scrimp and save to lavish expensive gifts on women, he preferred to spend his wealth on himself, believing that the persona of a wealthy heir would naturally attract the attention of women willing to spend on him. "However, I genuinely hold a deep affection. Shutong, I truly do not wish for my girlfriend to be someone who values material possessions. I hope she cherishes who I am as a person, rather than being drawn to superficial things. Do you comprehend my sentiments?" Huang Junkai's expression suddenly darkened, and he spoke with grave intensity. All right. If you don't want it, then I shall not insist. I am certainly not the kind of woman who prioritizes material wealth." Lin Shutong looked at Huang Junkai with a pleading gaze, reluctantly removing her handbag. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Leilei and Chen Yuan entered the Gucci boutique in succession. Their eyes met, and Lin Shutong paused momentarily. "Chen Yuan, why are you following me? I have never encountered someone so shameless. I have clearly stated my disinterest in you, and your persistence is truly repugnant." Upon hearing Lin Shutong's words, Chen Yuan was instantly consumed by rage. Even a clay figurine has its limits. "Lin Shutong, are you not going too far? After 3 years of devotion, I have held you dear in my heart, yet you treat me like a mere dog, just because I have feelings for you. Does that grant you the right to trample upon my dignity?" Reflecting on all the past experiences, he felt a profound sense of worthlessness. "I am not following you. I am merely accompanying Su Leilei to purchase a handbag. Since we have parted ways, your interference is unwarranted," Chen Yuan replied in a curt tone. And from that moment on, he resolved to sever any ties with Lin Shutong. Yet at that instant, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The devoted admirer mission has commenced. Name, Lin Shutong. Age, 21. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms, attractiveness, 7, 8 points. The female character harbors a disapproval score of -10 towards the host. A bond of servitude has been established, and should her favorability towards the host exceed 95 points, a reversal shall occur, transforming her into the host's devoted admirer. Upon the successful reversal, a reward of 10 of the servitude funds shall be granted, along with 20 enhancement points. These points may be used to augment the host's physical attributes, including constitution, spirit, talent, strength, and perception. Chen Yuan was utterly unprepared to discover that upon encountering Lin shooting once more, he had re-established this servile connection. Could it be that, deep down, he still harbored hopes of reversing his fortunes with Lin shooting? Goodness, I truly am a masochist. Yet, the allure of earning as many as 20 enhancement points for achieving this reversal with Lin shooting, fourfold the amount offered by Su Lele, speaks volumes of her extraordinary significance in Chen Yuan's heart. Chapter 003. Your boyfriend is exceptionally generous. However, upon seeing the -10 favorability score hovering above Lin shooting's head, Chen Yuan felt a chill in his heart. After all, when someone has cherished you for 3 years, even if they're a stranger, there should be some semblance of fondness. Yet, Lin shooting displayed not a shred of affection, bordering on disdain. For 3 years, she had regarded Chen Yuan merely as a long-term meal ticket, never once nurturing a hint of affection. Chen Yuan, I have chosen the handbag. Please proceed to the checkout. At that moment, Su Lele, having selected her bag, approached with a sense of entitlement, demanding that Chen Yuan settle the bill. As a seasoned devotee, one must never exhibit even the slightest hesitation when a beauty requests payment. In this regard, Chen Yuan proved himself to be remarkably adept. Very well. Chen Yuan retrieved his black card and approached the counter. Sir, your girlfriend indeed possesses exquisite taste. She has chosen the latest model of this season, priced at 32,800 yuan. No problem, just swipe the card. Upon successful transaction, Lin Shutong was left in a state of bewilderment. Ironically, this was precisely the handbag she had just coveted. Huang Junkai, the affluent heir, had hesitated to purchase it for her. Yet here was Chen Yuan, this devoted admirer, who purchased it without a moment's hesitation. What was going on? When had this fellow become so wealthy? At that moment, Chen Yuan noticed the affection levels above Su Lele and Lin Shutong's head simultaneously beginning to rise. Su Lele. Affection 20 Su Lele. Affection 20 Su Lele. Affection 20 Lin Shutong. Affection 5 Lin Shutong. Affection 5 Lin Shutong. Affection 5 remarkably, just by acquiring a handbag, Su Lele's affection level soared from a dismal -52 to a modest 8. An affection level of 8 indicated that Su Lele no longer harbored disdain for Chen Yuan. In fact, she felt a flicker of fondness, albeit not profound. Lin Shutong's affection also improved from -10 to 5, a testament to the astonishing effects of financial prowess. Come on, let's see what else you wish to purchase. Today, whatever you desire, I shall acquire for you, Chen Yuan stated coolly as he tucked away his black card, his demeanor exuding an unexpected charm. Even clad in flip-flops and shorts, and sporting a tousled hairstyle, he radiated a distinctive aura. With the latest Gucci handbag slung over her shoulder, Su Lele's spirits lifted slightly, particularly witnessing another woman who shares her fondness for the same handbag, yet is unable to procure it, only heightened Su Lele's elation upon having successfully acquired it. Su Lele, my affection for you has increased by tenfold. You are truly wonderful, my dear husband. In an unexpected twist, Su Lele entwined her arm with Chen Yuan's, affectionately proclaiming, "You are indeed marvelous." This woman is astute. She has perceptibly discerned the unusual rapport between Chen Yuan and Lin Shutong. By linking her arm with Chen Yuan and uttering such intimate words, she has significantly elevated his standing. As the saying goes, one who receives a favor should not repay it with ingratitude. Having accepted a gift, one cannot afford to let the benefactor down. Observing the bashful expression on Su Lele's face, Lin Shutong inexplicably felt a pang of jealousy. In her mind, Chen Yuan had always been her devoted admirer, ever at her beck and call, unwavering in his loyalty regardless of her treatment towards him. However, now this loyal admirer has turned his affections towards another? It felt akin to having one's personal belongings snatched away by another. While I may not cherish this item, the mere thought of it being possessed by another woman is irksome, particularly when that woman possesses beauty and a figure that rivals my own. This sentiment only exacerbates my discontent. Brother Junkai, look, Shutong, I have some matters to attend to this evening. Let us refrain from shopping for now. But there are no buts. Be obedient. Huang Junkai firmly guided Lin Shutong out of the Gucci boutique. On the surface, Huang Junkai drives a luxury car and dons Versace leisurewear, often boasting about receiving a substantial monthly allowance from his family. However, this facade is merely a self-crafted illusion. His lavish vehicle is rented, and his entire outfit is the result of frugality. He never spends money while courting women. Although his family environment is decent, it can hardly be categorized as affluent. At best, it is merely middle class. He frequently posts glamorous photos with luxury cars on social media, yet contributes nothing of substance. Surprisingly, this charade has allowed him to attract numerous high-scoring young women. It seems that in today's society, genuine affection often fails to endure, while cunning strategies captivate the heart. Sister Shally, I find myself increasingly perplexed. Why is it that those ostentatiously dressed second-generation wealthy individuals, when it comes time to purchase gifts for their girlfriends, always have a myriad of excuses and evasions? Conversely, those dressed in modest attire can spend tens of thousands without a flicker of hesitation. Is it true that the genuinely wealthy prefer to masquerade as impoverished? Hence, the store manager has advised against viewing others through a tinted lens. Sometimes individuals conceal their true nature. Those lacking wealth often pretend to be affluent, while the wealthy feign poverty. A balanced perspective is essential. It appears I must be more discerning in my search for a boyfriend, ensuring I am not deceived by these counterfeit wealthy individuals. The female employees buzzed with conversation, while Su Lele cast a puzzled glance at Chen Yuan. Could it be that this fellow was merely pretending all along, and his true identity is that of a rich heir? In the school supermarket, this individual treats all the students to delightful refreshments, purchases Gucci handbags, and exhibits an air of calm and composure while swiping his card, which truly does not seem feigned. If he did not possess a certain financial foundation, such extravagant spending would surely induce some anxiety. Yet, Chen Yuan remains entirely unfazed. He undoubtedly hails from a wealthy family. Upon this realization, Su Lele's affection for Chen Yuan experiences a sudden surge. Su Lele. Affection 10 Su Lele. Affection 10 Su Lele. Affection 10 Chen Yuan is somewhat perplexed. He has yet to do anything. They have merely exited the Gucci boutique together, and to his astonishment, her affection has increased by 30 points. Su Lele's affection has now risen to 48 points, indicating that she has developed a fondness for him. Could it truly be that a designer handbag cures all ailments? Is it really possible that simply gifting a woman a luxury purse will win her heart? This seems almost miraculous. At this rate, it is likely that within a few days, Su Lele's affection for him will soar to 95 points. Yet the expenditure so far has been relatively modest, totaling less than 100,000 yuan. This will not suffice. He must spend more to ensure a substantial reward upon his eventual triumph. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yuan leads Su Lele to a Chanel clothing store, where he selects 2 garments from the rack. These 2 will do, he declares. Su Lele glances at the items in his hands, furrowing her brow. However, I do not particularly like either of these. They seem somewhat outdated. What I meant is, I do not want these 2, but I will take everything else. Is this true, sir? Do you see any hint of jest in my demeanor? Swipe the card. Miss, your boyfriend is remarkably generous. The waiter respectfully accepted the black card, his expression a mix of envy and admiration. Chanel's garments, with each piece casually priced at tens of thousands, were few in number within the store, yet the total would undoubtedly amount to several million. This was not mere extravagance. Chapter 004. Humble yet devoid of dignity, is it appropriate? I cannot wear so many clothes. Perhaps I should just select a couple. Su Lele expressed her excitement tinged with hesitation. That is out of the question. Since we've committed to purchasing, we must indeed take everything. Chen Yuan had taken the reins of the situation. His authoritative tone unexpectedly stirred a feeling of inexplicable admiration within Su Lele. She realized that this boy, with his disheveled hair, possessed an air of a domineering CEO, gradually aligning with her ideal image of a Prince Charming. Su Lele. Affection 5 Su Lele. Affection 5 Su Lele. Affection 5 But, with so many clothes, I have no space in my rented apartment outside of school. No concern about space. Shall I purchase you a house? The moment those words were uttered, Su Lele was utterly bewildered. Is buying a house something one can casually propose? Although the housing prices in Han City are not as exorbitant as those in Shanghai or Beijing, they are by no means low. In the city center, prices typically exceed 30,000 per square meter, while properties in school districts and commercial areas have even surged beyond 50,000. Even in more remote areas, the price per square meter reaches 20,000. For a house exceeding 100 square meters, a price range of 2 to 3 million is considered normal, while 5 to 6 million is not outrageous. Su Lele is indeed materialistic, and she never conceals her penchant for wealth. However, Chen Yuan's actions truly astonished her. Su Lele, affection level -5. The affection level, which had initially risen to 63 points, unexpectedly decreased by 5. Chen Yuan suddenly realized that the prospect of purchasing a home must have frightened Su Lele. Sometimes, inexplicably being overly kind to someone, especially when the person is not particularly familiar, can indeed yield counterproductive results. It seems that when it comes to spending money, one should not be overly hasty. Rather, a gradual approach is advisable. Perhaps, it's best to refrain. You've already purchased enough for me today. Honestly, I didn't intend to spend so much of your money. I merely wanted to tease you and see you in an awkward situation. I apologize. I'm just feeling a bit down today and didn't mean to pressure you at the school supermarket. I understand that everyone has their off days. Nonetheless, I am quite happy now. Also, I only need to pick a few pieces of clothing. There is truly no need to buy so many. Very well. Chen Yuan nodded. Excuse me, do you have a membership card? Yes, sir. Then please create one for me. I would like to load 1 million onto it, and in the future, whenever this young lady visits your store, ensure she is recommended the latest styles. Certainly, sir. The female attendant, who initially thought she had lost a substantial transaction, was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Several female shop attendants gazed at Chen Yuan with expressions tinged with curiosity. The manner in which he swiped his card exuded an undeniable charisma, although he was dressed casually and appeared somewhat disheveled. There was an ineffable aura about him that set him apart from the ordinary. Indeed, if he were to don a more polished outfit, style his hair, and shave, he would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the ideal male. The demeanor he projected suggested a background of refinement, devoid of the arrogance often displayed by nouveau riche, instead embodying the cultured essence of a scion from a distinguished lineage. Why do I not have a boyfriend of such caliber? The girls in the store, who were merely bystanders, now cast envious glances towards Su Lele. Chen Yuan, overhearing their chatter, felt a mix of bemusement and disbelief. How was it that he was unaware of possessing such an aura? Such nobility of character, indeed. It seemed they were rather adept at flattering. Here is your card. I notice you might need a watch. Isn't there a luxury watch store downstairs? I think a Patek Philippe would suit you splendidly. No, that's truly unnecessary. You've already bought me so many things. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. Then perhaps you could offer yourself in return? How dreadful. You scoundrel. Su Lele. Affection level 5 Su Lele. Affection level 5 goodness. Such blatant flirtation could actually enhance one's appeal? Chen Yuan was taken aback. It seemed there was indeed a reason for the single status of the earnest. For Su Lele, she was unperturbed by a man harboring feelings for her. Rather, it was the absence of any sentiment that truly unsettled her. Accepting gifts worth hundreds of thousands from others without offering anything in return can indeed evoke a sense of discomfort. With a jesting tone, Chen Yuan made this suggestion, which paradoxically reassured Su Lele significantly. Naturally, she would not allow Chen Yuan to obtain her affection so swiftly. The art of feigned indifference was a game she had mastered long ago. However, the truth was that Chen Yuan did not harbor such intentions. He merely bantered. For him, wooing a girl into intimacy within a few days was an utterly unattainable feat, especially considering the girl's striking beauty. Yet, unbeknownst to Chen Yuan, such alluring women often became surprisingly proactive in the presence of genuine wealth. Brother Yuan, you keep buying me things, but why don't you treat yourself? She inquired. I have no money, Chen Yuan replied, raising his hands in a gesture of honesty. He truly was short on funds, having spent not a single cent of his own on indulgences. You certainly have a knack for humor, she retorted. Subsequently, the pair ventured into a menswear store, where Su Lele surprisingly took the initiative to purchase 2 sets of male attire for Chen Yuan, along with a pair of shoes. They then descended to the barber shop, where she sought the expertise of Tony to craft a new hairstyle. By the end of their outing, nearly 2,000 or 3,000 had been spent. It was evident that Su Lele's perception shifted upon realizing that Chen Yuan might belong to a wealthy lineage. She was a woman of high emotional intelligence, aware that to play a wealthy suitor like a finely tuned instrument, a modest investment was not only necessary but prudent. Unilateral demands without reciprocation were not her style. This man is undoubtedly incapable of sustaining his enthusiasm for you for long. To catch a big fish, one must cast a long line. At times, it is necessary to spend a little on him, offer small gifts, and utter sweet words. Such gestures can ensnare a man completely. Men are indeed the superficial. It must be said that Su Lele's actions have genuinely moved Chen Yuan's heart. He could hardly recall the last time he received a gift from a girl. Although he had just spent hundreds of thousands on Su Lele, that money belonged to a sycophant. It was not his own, and thus he felt no remorse in spending it. However, the 3,000 yuan Su Lele spent on him was genuine money from his own pocket. At that moment, a figure flashed through Chen Yuan's mind once more. It was Lin Shutong. He remembered when he first met Lin Shutong during military training in their freshman year. Her demeanor towards him was far from hostile. In fact, she had shown some degree of fondness. After they exchanged contact information, Lin Shutong replied promptly, demonstrating considerable enthusiasm. Once, when Chen Yuan fell ill with a fever, Lin Shutong even took the initiative to buy him medicine. This unexpected concern led Chen Yuan to believe he had fallen into the throes of love. Following that sickness incident, he began to ardently pursue Lin Shutong. Yet, no matter how fervently he sought her affection, Lin Shutong neither accepted nor outright rejected him. Whenever Chen Yuan felt disheartened and contemplated giving up, Lin Shutong would once again reach out, suggesting that he was ever so close to winning her over. However, pursuing a girl lacks a definitive progress bar. One can never truly ascertain how much that almost truly amounts to. Thus, as Chen Yuan invested more and more, retreating became an impossibility. 3 years of emotional investment cannot simply be relinquished at will. Ultimately, it was not Lin Shutong who moved him. Rather, he was touched by his own sentiments. Thus, Chen Yuan transformed entirely into an adoring sycophant, devoid of any semblance of dignity. Chapter 005. The flattery must persist presently. The sensation of Su Lele purchasing clothes and shoes for him bears an uncanny resemblance to the days when Lin Shutong provided him with medicine. Initially, she offers a taste of sweetness, only to engage in a game of desire and retreat. Akin to the art of kite flying, advancing when he retreats and retreating when he advances. Over time, he inevitably becomes her devoted admirer. How terrifyingly familiar this manipulation feels. I merely sought to amass some flattery points. I never intended to become your sycophant. Could you not spare me? While getting a haircut, Chen Yuan suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He resolved never to invest his emotions so casually again. Spending money is acceptable, dating is permissible, purchasing items is fine, and engaging in flirtation is allowed, but he must steer clear of any emotional entanglements. It must be said, Tony's hairstyling skills are remarkably impressive. As Chen Yuan's disheveled hair transformed into the most fashionable hairstyle of the moment, and his attire of flip-flops, shorts, and a t-shirt was replaced with the exquisite garments carefully selected by Su Lele, the overall impression he exuded was instantly transformed. Chen Yuan was not unattractive to begin with. He merely lacked the motivation to present himself well. With this new look, he appeared strikingly handsome, rivaling the popular young influencers on social media. Su Lele was nearly rendered speechless by the transformation. The contrast was so profound that he seemed like an entirely different person. Su Lele, affection 5 Su Lele, affection 5 Su Lele, affection 5. Unbeknownst to her, Su Lele's affection for Chen Yuan had ascended to 83 points. An affection level of 83 is considerably high, sufficient to inspire a girl to pursue him actively. At this moment, in Su Lele's heart, Chen Yuan truly resembled a hidden gem. Initially, he seemed unremarkable, yet with further acquaintance, one discovers countless admirable qualities within him. Firstly, Chen Yuan is affluent yet remarkably unassuming. Throughout his 3 years at university, he has managed to present himself as an ordinary individual. Secondly, he possesses a profound devotion, remaining steadfastly loyal. He can dedicate 3 years to quietly supporting a girl he cherishes. As a scion of wealth, he humbly takes the time each morning to deliver breakfast to her dormitory. A gesture both tender and considerate. Lastly, this young man is quite handsome. After a slight grooming, he surpasses even Huang Junkai in attractiveness and possesses a more enduring appeal. Reflecting on the previous encounter with Lin Shutong at the Gucci boutique, where she clearly adored a particular handbag yet was met with her boyfriend's refusal, she suddenly questioned whether this girl was blinded by folly. How could she overlook the finest treasure already within her grasp, discarding the watermelon for a mere sesame seed? Shall we go out for a meal? Unbeknownst to her, time had slipped by, and it was already 9 in the evening. Chen Yuan had yet to dine. If he did not share a meal with Su Lele, he would be unable to utilize his devoted admirer funds. His own bank account held merely a little over 200 yuan. If he did not take advantage of the chance to dine with her, he would truly face the prospect of subsisting on nothing but dirt. Delightedly, Su Lele agreed. Upon exiting Qingdao Plaza, the two found themselves at an upscale restaurant. The meal was quite enjoyable, And Chen Yuan's voracious eating did not bother Su Lele in the slightest. After all, he looked exceptionally handsome. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Chen Yuan and Su Lele concluded their date, exchanging contact information. "Wow, where have you been today, old four? And why are you dressed so stylishly?" His roommate, Zhou Haiquan, inquired with a playful glint in his eye. "I went on a date." "With whom?" "Lin Shutong." "Honestly, old four, you should know better. Lin Shutong clearly sees you as a mere tool, a long-term meal ticket. Why are you so devoted to her? She only seeks you out when she needs something and flirts with other men when she doesn't. You and this woman operate on entirely different levels. It's best to let go sooner rather than later." "It's not Lin Shutong. I went on a date with Su Lele." "Who? Su Lele? Don't be ridiculous. She's one of the top 3 beauties at the Art Institute. She's far too high-minded to date someone like you." "Old four, you seem to be getting a bit too full of yourself lately. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. When pursuing women, it's not necessary to aim for the most beautiful. Find someone who has a decent match. Ultimately, it's about whether you are worthy of her." At that moment, Chen Yuan's phone chimed. He assumed it was a message from Su Lele. Upon opening it, he found it was from Lin Shutong. "Chen Yuan, are you asleep? I did not intend to speak those words to you today. Please do not be upset. I merely wish to prevent Jun Kai from misunderstanding, which is why I resorted to uttering some harsh words. In truth, I am also quite distressed. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Here it comes again. Upon receiving this message, Chen Yuan nearly lost his temper and threw his phone. It is this capricious attitude that has reduced Chen Yuan to a mere sycophant over the years. In the past, he would have certainly remained infuriated, while Lin Shutong would have continued to appease him. Within a couple of days, he would be thoroughly charmed and revert to his role as a sycophant once more. He has always been completely at the mercy of the other party. However, now, he must continue to flatter. There is no alternative. The system has bound him in this sycophantic relationship, and flattery is imperative. "No matter, I forgive you. As long as you are happy, I am willing to do anything." Having composed the message, Chen Yuan sent it off without a second thought. Dormitory 503 of the Goddess. Upon seeing the message from Chen Yuan, Lin Shutong was momentarily taken aback. In truth, she felt that her actions today were somewhat excessive. She had originally thought that it would take several days to soothe Chen Yuan's anger. Who would have thought he would forgive her so swiftly? Could it be that he spoke in anger? Of course, she was not really concerned about whether Chen Yuan was angry. She simply wanted to know the source of his funds. "Chen Yuan, I am sorry. I have my own difficulties. My mother is ill and hospitalized, requiring 50,000 yuan for medical expenses. I had no choice but to seek assistance from Huang Jun Kai. If I did not behave in such a manner before him, he would never lend me money. I truly, sincerely apologize. Ding dong. Chen Yuan, transfer 50,000 yuan. Click to confirm receipt." Upon receiving the transfer notification, Lin Shutong was taken aback. In truth, she never intended to deceive Chen Yuan out of 50,000 yuan. She merely uttered a falsehood to cover another lie. Little did she know that Chen Yuan would promptly transfer the amount without hesitation. This was a sum of 50,000, not merely 50. Reflecting on her infatuation with Huang Junkai, who wouldn't even indulge her with a handbag, she felt a deep sense of discontent within her heart. Chapter 006. Lin Shutong's inner turmoil. "Chen Yuan, where did you acquire such wealth?" Lin Shutong hastily inquired. "Oh, my family received compensation for a demolition amounting to several properties." Chen Yuan casually fabricated an excuse. "So that's how it is. Yet, even if there was compensation, one should not squander money recklessly. Shutong, for you, I am willing to do anything." Chen Yuan suppressed his revulsion and sent a sycophantic message. To him, Lin Shutong now appeared as an utterly insincere individual. If one harbors no affection, why provoke others? Only when someone resolves to pursue you do you begin to concoct excuses. Is it merely the thrill of being pursued that you relish? Goodness gracious. Chen Yuan, please don't act this way. I am truly in a difficult position. This time, Chen Yuan chose not to respond to Lin Shutong's message. Instead, he turned to converse with Su Lele. "Lele, how about I treat you to dinner tomorrow?" "Ah, tomorrow? I have an appointment with my friend for a manicure." "Then never mind. My apologies." As a girl who harbors an impressive affection score of 84 for Chen Yuan, she is indeed quite willing to go out on a date with him. However, as a woman, it is sometimes essential to be a bit reserved. If a man finds it too easy to obtain affection, he may not cherish it as he should. Moreover, the time they have known each other is rather brief, and she wishes to avoid hastening the progression of their relationship. Of course, Chen Yuan is not in a frantic rush to date. He merely seeks to take advantage of the opportunity presented by the generous gestures of a suitor to indulge in a few exquisite meals. If she is unwilling, he can simply direct his affections toward another. After all, it matters not whom he lavishes attention upon, as long as he can enjoy the company. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan has not responded to Lin Shudong's message. Lin Shutong, lost in thought with her phone in hand, contemplates whether to accept the transfer of 50,000 yuan that Chen Yuan had sent her. In truth, her mother is not ill. Accepting that sum would fundamentally amount to an act of deceit. While small favors might be permissible, the magnitude of 50,000 yuan would be difficult to justify, especially since she had just suggested a breakup to Chen Yuan today. Would accepting the money not appear rather unseemly? At that moment, Lin Shudong's close friend, Sun Rue, approached her. Shutong, who is so generous as to send you a transfer of 50,000 yuan? Is it Huang Junkai? It is not Huang Junkai, but Chen Yuan. Sharewei, what should I do? Lin Shutong responded, her expression fraught with worry. Chen Yuan, that underachiever, has so much money to spare? Sun Rui exclaimed, astonished. Indeed. I did not anticipate this turn of events. Today, I broached the subject of breaking up with him, and while I was out shopping with Junkai, I fortuitously encountered him. At that moment, he was with Su Lele from the Art Academy. I cannot quite articulate the discomfort that stirred within me. Ironically, the very handbag I had set my sights on was not purchased for me by Junkai. Instead, it was Chen Yuan who gifted it to Su Lele. I was nearly beside myself with frustration. Lin Shutong lamented. From your words, it seems you still harbor some fondness for Chen Yuan. But how could he possibly compare to Huang Junkai? In terms of looks and family background, he pales in comparison, especially considering that you entrusted your first time to Huang Junkai. Yet, I sense some insincerity in Junkai. He has never permitted me to see his phone, nor has he ever bestowed upon me any gifts. He possesses a certain romantic flair, adept at charming me, yet the last time I wished to glimpse his phone, he became so enraged that he threatened to end our relationship. Out of indignation, I acquiesced to Chen Yuan's confession of love. However, through this series of events, I have come to realize that Chen Yuan treats me with greater kindness, and to boot, his family has undergone a relocation, resulting in the division of over a dozen properties. So they have been relocated. I had my suspicions. But who would have thought that Chen Yuan is indeed a hidden gem? Sun Rui began to feel a twinge of envy mixed with admiration. She believed her own looks and figure only slightly lagged behind Lin Shudong's. Yet, why could she not encounter such fortuitous circumstances, particularly with someone like Chen Yuan, who is so devoted, so steadfast, and possesses a portfolio of properties? He appears far more reliable than Huang Junkai. Shutong, I advise you not to rush into making a decision just yet. Continue to observe. Since Chen Yuan has transferred money to you, you may as well accept it. If he asks for it back, you can simply return it. However, I recommend that you refrain from treating him as you did before and at least leave yourself an exit strategy. As for Huang Junkai, I perceive that you are too compliant in his presence, which may lead to your disadvantage. I understand. Lin Shutong nodded. At that moment, she sent a message to Huang Junkai. Brother Junkai, my mother is ill and hospitalized. Could you lend me some money? Oh, she is hospitalized? How serious is it? You should have informed me sooner. Brother Junkai, I knew you cared for me the most. I have 500 yuan here. I am uncertain if it will suffice. If not, I can borrow more. How about this? Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the hospital to see your mother and pick up some nutritional supplements. Huang Junkai feigned concern. However, upon closer examination, it was evident that he harbored doubts about her sincerity. Lin Shutong's heart sank. 500 yuan. Is that all I am worth in your eyes? She had never allowed Chen Yuan to touch her body, yet despite that, a mere word from her had prompted him to transfer 50,000 yuan without a hint of hesitation. Yet, she had given everything to Huang Junkai, even having undergone an abortion for him, and he dismissively offered her only 500 yuan? He even questioned whether she was lying. Although she had indeed fabricated a story, her intention was merely to test him. But this was not the response she had hoped for. Most egregiously, after sending that message, Huang Junkai did not even transfer the 500 yuan. It was merely empty words. For the first time, Lin Shutong pondered whether she had truly erred. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory 205, Chen Yuan had just taken a shower. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, and decided to open the Shark Live app. He casually clicked on several female streamers in the beauty section, wondering if giving gifts to the streamers could somehow count as indulging in the whims of a devoted admirer. With a mindset of experimentation, Chen Yuan initiated a recharge, unexpectedly succeeding in his endeavor. This sparked a surge of excitement within him. Spending money in reality proved to be a daunting task. To woo a beautiful woman, one must accompany her on shopping trips, which can be quite exhausting. However, lavishing attention on female streamers online was an entirely different experience. Spending millions in a single night was hardly an issue, marked by remarkable efficiency. Moreover, he could engage with various attractive streamers, showering them with gifts and reveling in the role of an admirer. It allowed for a broad approach with a selective focus. Ding! A system notification chimed, indicating that only when the chosen female's appearance surpassed a score of 7.6, meeting the goddess's minimum standard, could he reap rewards. The streamers were safeguarded by beauty filters, causing a significant discrepancy between their online allure and their real-life appearances, which required Chen Yuan to make his own judgments. Well then, Chen Yuan casually browsed through a dozen female streamers, discovering that at least a third of them met the aesthetic criteria. Of course, this was contingent upon the application of beauty filters. Several streamers even exceeded a score of 8, with one reaching a remarkable 9. Yet, he remained oblivious to their true appearances in reality. For instance, there was a well-known dancing streamer, Xiaomi, boasting millions of followers, whose filtered beauty likely ranged between 8.5 and 9. It is said that she has even conducted live broadcasts without makeup, and one can only assume that her appearance in reality is equally commendable. What stands out is her remarkable figure, nearly deserving the title of the premier dance diva. She possesses the visage of an angel and the physique of a siren. Such a highly popular streamer is undoubtedly a worthy object of admiration. Chapter 007. Astonishment, a staggering 5,000 superfire messages. However, the sole drawback lies in the difficulty of arranging a real-life meeting. The prospect of turning the tables on her is even more daunting. After all, she is a wealthy individual, earning millions monthly. There is an abundance of affluent admirers who cherish her. Yet simply throwing money at her may not guarantee a favorable impression exceeding 95 points. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. Never mind, I shall just send the messages. As for whether I can turn the tables, that is a matter for another day. Xiaomi, would you be my girlfriend? I want to surpass your top fan in an instant. Chen Yuan casually sent a comment and began to spend money. Ha ha, even a level 3 account seeks attention. If you can truly surpass the top fan, I will eat excrement live. A level 56 Duke moderator scornfully retorted. I recall that Xiaomi's top fan has spent over 9 million, right? The weekly top fan has already spent over 20,000. My friend, don't even mention the overall ranking. If you can surpass the weekly ranking, I will stand on my head. Mr. Long, here to con and feast again. The price of excrement has risen thanks to your consumption. I am utterly bewildered. Just as the comments flooded the screen, suddenly, a golden rocket soared into the sky. The entire live broadcast room was enveloped in dazzling special effects. Well, thank you to Lonely Smoke for the super rocket. Did you think this was the end? This is merely the explosive beginning. As the first super rocket was launched, it was soon followed by the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth. In but a fleeting moment, Chen Yuan had dispatched a staggering 100 rockets. Even for a popular streamer like Xiaomi, such an occurrence was exceedingly rare. Typically, only during competitive events would a platform's major streamers receive an extravagant outpouring of gifts from guild leaders. Ordinarily, such lavish displays are seldom witnessed during regular broadcasts. However, the funds used for guild gifts must be fully reimbursed. True wealth is seldom so easily flaunted. Well, this truly is an affluent individual. Long, you must be feeling rather embarrassed now. Did you see how you underestimated a level 3 account? Hurry and call me Daddy. Long, don't forget to call me when you're downing your humble pie. I was referring to the overall leaderboard, not the weekly one. It's far too early for you to eat humble pie. The user with the ID LongZone001, a duke and moderator, seemed somewhat unconvinced. 100 super rockets, valued at 200,000, is hardly significant for someone of true affluence. For him, being able to afford a duke's title and depart with 200,000 is merely a trifling matter. It is simply rare for anyone to bestow such a sum in one go. But was 100 super rockets truly the limit for Chen Yuan? What a jest. This was merely an appetizer. If one is to flaunt wealth, it must be done in grand fashion. Subsequently, across the entire Shark Live platform, every streamer's chatroom was inundated with an endless cascade of rockets. This deluge persisted for an astounding half an hour, an unceasing shower of super rockets. Lonely a cigarette. Gifted to the streamer Xiaomi with a Super Rocket 4987. Loneliest cigarette. Gifted to the streamer Xiaomi with a Super Rocket 4988. Loneliest cigarette. Gifted to the streamer Xiaomi with a Super Rocket 4989. Goodness, how many Super Rockets have been sent? It has been half an hour, and it shows no signs of stopping. A streamer from the English League has abandoned playing games to watch Xiaomi's live broadcast. It's terrifying. Xiaomi's stream has surpassed 20 billion in popularity. 20 billion, indeed. Such hype seems fabricated, as it lacks real engagement. Amazing, utterly astonishing. The account named Loneliest Cigarette has skyrocketed from level 3 to a maximum level of 120 in just half an hour, instantly claiming the top position on the leaderboard. At this moment, Xiaomi, the host of the live stream, is utterly bewildered. Having streamed for 2 years, she has encountered numerous wealthy patrons. Yet she has never witnessed such a lavish display of generosity. Without a moment's hesitation, this enigmatic benefactor sent 5,000 super rockets, propelling her to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. This is simply outrageous. The key point is that she does not even know this individual. Currently, the top 3 positions on her leaderboard are filled by contributions from her guild. In reality, she receives none of that money. Yet this individual, identified as Loneliest Cigarette, is a complete stranger. 5,000 super rockets represent an investment of 10 million. Even after splitting with the platform, she would net a profit of 5 million. Earning 5 million in a single day is utterly absurd. Thank you, Brother Lonely, for the 5,000 super rockets. What kind of dance would you like to see? Lonely brother, are you there? Would you like to add me on WeChat? I can message you privately later. Xiaomi asked several times, but received no response. Chen Yuan had already fallen asleep. Today's shopping excursion had been utterly exhausting, and after sending rockets, his hands were sore from tapping on the screen for over half an hour, nearly causing his hand to feel as if it might break. Consequently, Xiaomi's private message to him went unnoticed. Chen Yuan was indeed asleep. However, the Shark live streaming platform was in an uproar, with all the hosts erupting in excitement. The ID Lonely One Cigarette instantaneously rose to fame in the hearts of nearly all the streamers, especially among the female hosts. Remembering such wealthy IDs had become almost a compulsory skill. Countless viewers in the live streams quickly noted this name, primarily due to the profound impression left by this enigmatic tycoon, which created a sensational effect. With a mere disagreement, he dispatched 5,000 in gifts at the outset. When he claimed the top spot, he did so in an instant. Notably, this occurred outside of competition periods, indicating that this extraordinary individual was likely a mere passerby. Not a fabricated wealthy figure from a guild, but a genuine mogul. This was truly daunting. In no time, apart from Xiaomi's private message to Chen Yuan, many other female streamers had also discreetly sent him messages. Additionally, some casual users seeking sponsorship approached Chen Yuan. His ID inexplicably gained tens of thousands of followers. Some bloggers, perceiving this as a hot topic, pinned a Weibo article and included screenshots of the rocket rain. The article was titled Shock. In a surprising turn of events, a live stream featuring a remarkable display of generosity captivated audiences as a viewer showered the host with an astonishing 5,000 super rockets within half an hour, propelling the female streamer's popularity to a staggering 20 billion. Following the viral Weibo post, the incident inadvertently became a trending topic. That night, thunder roared and lightning flashed as a torrential downpour began. The following morning, the air was refreshingly crisp. Chen Yuan had not logged into his live stream account. Instead, he picked up a book, preparing to attend an elective public course. While attendance for such courses was typically optional, today was different. On Mondays, the enchanting Zhao Yuqi, renowned as the most beautiful girl in the School of Arts and second in rank throughout the university, consistently attended her classes. Consequently, the number of students skipping class was notably reduced, particularly among the male demographic. Ordinarily, at this hour, students were often lethargic, reluctant even to rise from their beds. However, today was an exception, as they all awoke half an hour early, determined to present their best selves. In dormitory 205, the trio, leader Chao Jinyan, second-in-command Zhou Haiquan, and the third member, Xiong Tao, were surprisingly using cold water to wash their hair early in the morning. Were they in a rush for a blind date? Hurry up. We'll finally get to see Goddess Zhao Yuqi today, urged Zhou Haiquan. Indeed, the opportunity to see her only came once a week. Every time I see her, I get so nervous that I can hardly speak. Xiong Tao confessed, excitedly arranging his hair and applying hair gel. You two are still too young. Unable to maintain composure even when faced with adversity, teased Chen Yuan, who appeared calm on the surface but felt a storm of anxiety within. Chapter 8. An Awkward Bunch. Chen Yuan was naturally acquainted with Zhao Yuqi. In the entire Faculty of Arts at the University of Hubei, the number of individuals unfamiliar with Zhao Yuqi is remarkably small. She is an exceptionally talented woman, perhaps to an excessive degree. Not only is she the vice president of the student council, but she also presides over the dance club and has served as a host in several cultural performances. Her singing is melodious, and she holds a grade 10 piano certificate. However, these attributes are not the crux of her charm. The focal point lies in her striking beauty. In the eyes of many boys, she surpasses even the most popular star, Gulina, in allure. Upon encountering Zhao Yuqi, one may not initially grasp the notion of love at first sight. Yet, upon meeting her, self-deception becomes impossible. Furthermore, her family background appears to be quite distinguished. Consequently, the number of boys daring to pursue Zhao Yuqi within the school is remarkably limited, as they often perceive themselves as unworthy. The brilliance of Zhao Yuqi's aura is simply too overwhelming. In truth, Chen Yuan is self-aware. He previously felt he was reaching too high when he pursued Lin Shutong. Zhao Yuqi, however, is an aspiration far beyond his reach. Yet now, perhaps indulging in a little admiration is inconsequential. After all, it is not as if he is spending his own money. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Yuan arrived at the classroom for the open lecture. Today, he wore the clothes that Su Lele had purchased for him the previous day. His hairstyle was neatly arranged. One must acknowledge that Su Lele has an exquisite sense of style. The garments she selected for Chen Yuan perfectly accentuated his demeanor, rendering him both refined and fresh. Ah, who is this young man? He is quite handsome. I don't recall seeing him before. I don't know him, but he does seem somewhat familiar. Chen Yuan. My heavens, is that really him? How did I never notice before how handsome he is? In truth, Chen Yuan was never unattractive. It was merely his previous hairstyle that was rather unremarkable, and his attire left much to be desired. Moreover, his habitual kneeling beneath the girls' dormitory to fawn over Lin Shutong gave him an impression of a rather foolish demeanor. Who would have thought that after Lin Shutong rejected him, he would undergo such a transformation? It seems that heartbreak indeed fosters personal growth. A few girls gathered together, chattering animatedly, occasionally directing their gazes towards Chen Yuan's seat. At that moment, Lin Shutong and Sun Rui entered the classroom hand in hand. These two young women were dressed in a manner that radiated both style and youth. Particularly striking was Lin Shutong, with her hair styled in a ponytail, clad in white sneakers and form-fitting leggings that accentuated her exquisite figure to perfection, exuding vitality and charm. When she caught sight of Chen Yuan for the first time, she was momentarily taken aback. Seemingly unable to believe that this once disheveled fellow could appear so appealing with a slight sprucing up. Lin Shutong. Favorability 10 Lin Shutong. Favorability 10 Lin Shutong. Favorability 10 Chen Yuan felt somewhat speechless in that initial moment of their reunion. Lin Shutong's regard for him had surged by 30 points. His 3 years of earnest devotion had failed to earn her admiration and had instead driven her to disdain him further. Yet now, simply by donning a more stylish appearance, he had garnered 30 points of favor. Chen Yuan's composure shattered. He felt an urge to voice his frustration. Truly, women are such superficial beings. Moments later, Lin Shutong and Sun Rui settled into the seats behind Chen Yuan. In the past, Lin Shutong would undoubtedly have maintained a considerable distance from him. Even during the period when they defined their relationship, she would strive to keep a physical gap between herself and Chen Yuan. However, to her surprise, she now found herself sitting directly behind him. At that moment, several boys around them began to chatter animatedly. Did you catch the Shark live stream yesterday? Goodness. The popularity of Xiaomi's live broadcast exceeded 2 billion, with a wealthy patron showering 5,000 super gifts in just half an hour. It was simply explosive. I missed the live stream yesterday, but I saw it trending on Weibo this morning. It's utterly extravagant. 5,000 super gifts. That's equivalent to 10 million, isn't it? With that kind of money, one could purchase a villa, yet they give it away to a female streamer without receiving anything in return. It can only be said that poverty limits my imagination. Huh? Do you really think those tycoons are fools, with money to burn? Without any benefit. Who would spend so lavishly? It's either a private transaction or a publicity stunt orchestrated by a guild. What is so surprising about that? Listening to the discussions around him, Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The mysterious wealthy individual they were speaking of was sitting right beside them. He hadn't anticipated that merely sending a rocket could garner such attention. It seems his efforts were not in vain. The sensation of being discussed and admired by others was rather exhilarating. It made him want to proclaim loudly, "I confess, I am the enigmatic tycoon you speak of. I am but a lonely smoke, ha." He wondered if uttering such words would come off as pretentious. At that moment, two girls entered through the classroom door. Among the two girls, one sported a rather androgynous appearance, her hair cut in a manner reminiscent of a boy's, standing approximately 1.72 meters tall. The other girl, measuring about 1.68 meters, commanded instant attention the moment she entered the classroom filled with over 200 students. A profound silence enveloped the room, particularly among the boys, whose eyes widened in astonishment. This girl was not only strikingly beautiful, but also exuded an undeniable charm, setting her apart from ordinary girls. It was as if a graceful swan had entered a gathering of ugly ducklings, captivating all with her every gesture. Zhao Yuqi was indeed stunning. Her beauty seemed effortless, radiating a natural allure. With flawless skin, an enviable figure, and a lovely face, she was also exceptionally talented, a girl who not only boys but even girls would admire. However, I had heard whispers that Zhao Yuqi had already been taken under someone's wing, and I had witnessed her stepping into a Rolls-Royce just the other day. Mind your own business regarding what car others ride in. Such baseless rumors should not be spread. The boys' gazes were filled with anticipation, seemingly wishing for Zhao Yuqi to take the seat beside them. Even if they could not share a desk, being closer to the goddess would be a delight. Just at this moment of eager expectation, a tall and handsome boy suddenly stood up and walked directly to Zhao Yuqi. "Chairperson Zhao, may I add you on WeChat?" My goodness, Li Jianfeng had audacity beyond measure, boldly requesting her contact information in front of everyone. For heaven's sake. His nerve was still insufficient. I should have made my move first. In an instant, all the onlookers were left in suspense, eagerly awaiting Zhao Yuqi's response. However, before Zhao Yuqi could speak, a short-haired, androgynous girl swiftly stepped in front of Li Jianfeng. "What are you doing?" she inquired. I am Li Jianfeng, and I wish to apply for the student council. Coincidentally, Yuqi is the vice president, so I wanted to ask her." Li Jianfeng clarified. "If you wish to join the student council, you should fill out the application form yourself. Moreover, the student council recruits new members every year. You've been here for 3 years and have yet to join. Now you seize the opportunity to seek Yuqi's WeChat. Are you truly interested in the student council? Or do you have ulterior motives?" The short-haired girl unflinchingly exposed Li Jianfeng's pretext. In that moment, the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. I. Li Jianfeng stammered, his handsome, sunlit visage flushed with embarrassment. What an undeniably awkward situation. Chapter 009. Where did I go wrong? Fortunately, I didn't intervene, otherwise it would have been too embarrassing, Xiong Tao remarked with a smirk. This Wu Xiaofei is truly a devil. I knew that with her around Zhao Yuqi, no boy would succeed in flirting. It appeared that in order to approach Zhao Yuqi, one must first deal with Wu Xiaofei. At that moment, another clean-cut young man stood up. "Yuqi, I actually would like your WeChat as well." Chen Yuan's words stunned the entire class. They seemed incredulous that Chen Yuan would dare to request Zhao Yuqi's contact information. What audacity! Who granted you such courage? Was it Liang Jingru? Did you not see that Li Jianfeng had already failed, and in a most embarrassing manner? Do you also wish to join the student council? Wu Xiaofei questioned with a face full of disdain. Are you not interested in the student council? Chen Yuan shook his head. Then why do you want Yuqi's WeChat? Because I want to pursue her. Even Wu Xiaofei was taken aback. She seemed completely unprepared for Chen Yuan's candidness and audacity. This was utterly unconventional. Ding. The pursuit begins. Name, Zhao Yuqi. Age, 20 years. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Attractiveness, 8.7. The girl's affection towards the host, 10 points. Finding a level 3 admirer relationship. Once the girl's affection towards the host exceeds 95 points, the tables will turn, and she will become the host's admirer. Upon successful reversal, a reward of 10 of the admirer currency will be granted. Reward enhancement points, 25 points. Enhancement points can be used to augment the host's physical attributes, including constitution, spirit, talent, strength, perception, etc. Reward skill, master level piano performance. Chen Yuan was completely taken aback. He never anticipated that Zhao Yuqi would harbor 10 points of affection for him. This was entirely unexpected. It must be said that Zhao Yuqi had encountered numerous boys attempting to flirt with her throughout her life. Among these suitors, many would approach her under various pretenses. Some joined the student council, others the dance club. Excuses were abundant. Yet, few had the audacity to express their intentions as directly as Chen Yuan. Perhaps it was due to her radiant presence that most boys lacked confidence in her company, rendering them less bold than they would be with other girls. What gave Chen Yuan such courage? Because he no longer cares. Long before he pursued Lin Shutong, he had already lost his face and dignity. He has become indifferent to the notion of love. Now, all beautiful women in his eyes are merely machines for monetary gain. As long as one meets the standards of a sycophantic cash cow, it is a matter of lick first, ask questions later. Astonishingly, Zhao Yuqi gracefully nodded in response, seemingly regarding Chen Yuan with a gaze of admiration. In truth, exchanging contact information is a trivial matter. Zhao Yuqi merely detests the fact that many boys, in their attempts to get closer to her, resort to grandiose pretenses. Is it not possible to pursue her openly and honestly? Every girl enjoys being courted, and Zhao Yuqi is no exception. The only question is whether one can successfully woo her. After adding her on WeChat, Chen Yuan did not continue to shamelessly initiate conversation. His objective for the day had been achieved. Shutong, what on earth is Chen Yuan thinking? He actually wants to pursue Zhao Yuqi. When did he become so audacious? Moreover, didn't he transfer you 50,000 yesterday? Now he is asking for Zhao Yuqi's WeChat right in front of you. What does that mean? Sun Rui shook Lin Shutong's arm, her face a mask of confusion. I have no idea what he means, but since we have already broken up, I cannot control whom he wishes to pursue. Lin Shutong's expression darkened, feeling as though Chen Yuan had betrayed her. In just a single day, how could he have changed so drastically? Until yesterday, this fellow had been the most devoted sycophant by her side. But now, this fellow actually dares to flirt with the second most beautiful girl in school right before her eyes? And he has succeeded in charming her. Is this a deliberate act for my sake, or has he truly ceased to care about me? Lin Shutong was filled with a mix of anger and frustration, her heart beset by a sense of insecurity. She suddenly found herself fearful of losing Chen Yuan, and her anxiety and unease intensified. If a man could be completely under her control, then he held no allure for her whatsoever. From a psychological perspective, this man appeared to her as a being of a lower tier, creating an inherent imbalance in their relationship, thus eliminating any possibility of attraction. Women often claim to desire a man who will be utterly compliant, yet in truth, they are rarely drawn to such men. Therefore, a charismatic man can never be fully dominated by a woman. Chen Yuan's current nonchalant demeanor only accentuated his confidence and charm. As the saying goes, one's upper limit determines one's lower limit. If Chen Yuan dares to pursue the school beauty, then Lin Shutong hardly seems extraordinary. Lin Shutong. Affection 5 Lin Shutong. Affection 5 Chen Yuan glanced back at Lin Shutong and was astonished to see her affection level increase by another 10 points. What on earth is happening? Chen Yuan felt somewhat bewildered. The reason he flirted with Zhao Yuqi right in front of Lin Shutong was, deep down, an attempt to vent his frustrations. If Lin Shutong could engage in ambiguous interactions with other boys, then why should he not pursue the school beauty? He had initially thought that this move would diminish Lin Shutong's feelings for him. Who would have thought that my affection would inexplicably increase? What? Did you not profess your disdain for fickle men? Did you not declare your aversion to scoundrels? Did you not express your desire for a man who would remain steadfastly devoted to you? I followed all your instructions to the letter. Yet here I am, treated like a mere dog and cast aside. Now, as I flirt with the campus belle before your very eyes, not only has your fondness for me not diminished, but it has, in fact, grown. Are you, perchance, unhinged? Chen Yuan felt utterly out of sync with this woman's train of thought. Indeed, the devoted suitor is doomed. Old C, I've noticed a remarkable transformation in you. You dare to flirt with Zhao Yuqi, impressive. What old C? It's for brother. For brother. Could you possibly share Zhao Yuqi's WeChat ID with me? Xiang Tao inquired with an obsequious expression. That would be rather inappropriate, if you desire it. You should procure it yourself. For brother, don't be like that. We are brothers. Have you forgotten our history? We shared one pair of underwear between two. 2 pairs among 4, and 4 pairs with many. What kind of bond do we share? A bond of life and death. No, no, no. I cannot assist you with this. Even if I were to give it to you, she might not even add you. Damn. You ungrateful scoundrel. Before we realized it, 2 periods of public classes had passed. After class, just as Chen Yuan stepped out of the classroom, he was unexpectedly approached by Su Lele. Today, she donned the latest Chanel dress, her elegant, wavy hair cascading gracefully, and her exquisite makeup accentuated her every movement, radiating feminine allure. Initially, After her date with Chen Yuan yesterday, she was reluctant to escalate their relationship too swiftly. Thus, when Chen Yuan invited her to dinner last night, she tactfully declined. However, this morning, upon encountering a trending topic on Weibo, her composure was thoroughly shattered. The mysterious tycoon who had lavishly bestowed 1 million soft sister coins upon a female streamer was identified by the username, Lonely A Cigarette. Coincidentally, Chen Yuan's WeChat name was also Lonely A Cigarette. Since they had just added each other as friends yesterday, she had not yet had the opportunity to alter the nickname. Moreover, it wasn't merely the name that coincided, their profile pictures were identical as well. Su Lele began to harbor suspicions that Chen Yuan and the enigmatic wealthy individual trending on Weibo might indeed be the same person. What are the odds of such coincidences occurring? While identical usernames are not uncommon, matching usernames and profile pictures is exceedingly rare. If Chen Yuan truly possessed the means to gift 1 million to a streamer, the wealth at his disposal must be staggering, potentially in the tens of billions. If not even 100 billion. Could an ordinary second-generation rich person compare? Perhaps he was, in fact, a concealed magnate or a scion of a financial empire. If she were to overlook such a hidden giant, would she not regret it for a lifetime? Though she wasn't entirely certain, it certainly wouldn't hurt to probe a little further. Thus, Su Lele decided to take the initiative. What a coincidence, Su Lele. Are you also attending classes at the Art Institute here? Chen Yuan greeted her in a nonchalant tone. What coincidence? I specifically came to find you. This is a sketch I drew this morning, a gift for you. Su Lele presented a drawing board to Chen Yuan. Indeed, one cannot deny that Su Lele possesses remarkable skills in sketching. The artwork vividly captures the likeness of Chen Yuan, so lifelike that it nearly resembles a photograph. What is happening? Such a stunning young woman has come seeking Chen Yuan? Goodness, is that not Su Lele from the Art Academy? She has taken the initiative to present a gift to Chen Yuan? She is indeed Su Lele, reputed for her fame. I am astounded that the painting depicts Chen Yuan. Could this be a subtle expression of affection? My heart aches. Why must I, a solitary soul, witness such disheartening scenes? It seems unjust. Where have I faltered? In terms of appearance, height, and talent, Chen Yuan pales in comparison to me. I can rap and play basketball. Why does Zhao Yuqi choose to add him on WeChat? And why does Su Lele willingly offer him gifts? It defies logic. The campus heartthrob, Li Jianfeng, is utterly perplexed. Chapter 010, A Sudden Turn of Events. Shutong. Have you noticed that Chen Yuan seems to be gaining popularity? First, Zhao Yuqi adds him on WeChat, and now even Su Lele from the Art Academy has approached him. When did he become so charming? Do others know about his family's relocation? Her close friend, Sun Rue, whispered quietly. Lin Shitong, unsure whether to feel anger or something else, silently observed the interaction between Chen Yuan and Su Lele, sharing laughter. She even deliberately passed by them, hoping to let Chen Yuan perceive her displeasure. She wanted him to react as he usually did. Whenever he sensed her unhappiness, he would rush over to console her, to win her favor. But this time Chen Yuan seemed completely oblivious to her presence, continuing to engage in lighthearted banter with Su Lele. There exists a peculiar psychological phenomenon among women. The less desirable a man is, the more disdain they tend to exhibit towards him, perceiving him as short, unattractive, and impoverished if others do not want him. Surely they will not either. Conversely, a man who is favored by many is deemed to possess his own allure and talents, prompting a desire to engage with him further. This subconscious inclination often leads to the belief that what is unattainable is inherently valuable. The allure of competition for what is sought after is undeniable. This explains why devoted admirers often end up with nothing, while scoundrels tend to thrive. Following a recent emotional setback, Chen Yuan has begun to transition from a straightforward individual into a more unscrupulous character. To him, the distinction between a scoundrel and a devoted admirer appears negligible. He refers to his approach as licking the scoundrel. Is your ex-girlfriend, Lin Shutong, looking a bit discontented? Perhaps you should comfort her, Su Lele remarked, both intentionally and inadvertently. From the moment Lin Shutong had deliberately strolled by, Su Lele had felt a sense of vigilance. This woman was clearly manipulative, coveting what others possess while simultaneously eyeing potential opportunities. Currently, Chen Yuan was the object of Su Lele's interest, and she would not allow Lin Shutong to ensnare him. There's no need for that. She's already your ex. It would be inappropriate for me to console her, Chen Yuan replied, raising his hands in resignation. He perceived both women as formidable. In his previous self, he would have struggled against such a cunning woman. However, now, as long as he remained true to himself and refrained from developing genuine feelings, he believed he could emerge victorious. In my eyes, You all are merely tools for monetary gain. With this thought, Chen Yuan felt a surge of clarity. Indeed, I am still rather youthful. A single painting from Su Lele nearly unsettled my heart. Chen Yuan shook his head inwardly. Xiao Yuan, do you enjoy watching live streams? Su Lele inquired subtly as they strolled along the tree-lined path of the campus. Live streams? I don't watch them often, just occasionally glance at them when I'm bored, he replied. Oh, which platforms do you usually prefer? I've tried Shark, Douyin, and Longya, but I tend to watch Shark a bit more. Just as he suspected, Su Lele seemed increasingly certain of her thoughts. Xiao Yuan, I actually aspire to become a streamer myself. I've heard that many female streamers earn quite a bit. That sounds splendid. Self-reliance is commendable. If you ever go live, do let me know. I'll be there to support you. Really? Xiao Yuan, you are so kind. As they chatted, Su Lele linked her arm with Chen Yuan's. Her radiant smile, alluring figure, and striking beauty capturing the attention of many passing students. At that moment, a tall young man, approximately 6 feet in height, with a fair complexion and a sun-kissed charm, approached them with a furious expression, his eyes ablaze with rage as if he had been betrayed. Su Lele, didn't you say you were going to get your nails done with your friends today? Why did you deceive me? Who is this man? Wang Yu. Who I choose to be with is none of your concern. You are not my boyfriend. However, just a few days ago, you promised to watch a movie with me. Why are you going back on your word? Do girls' words truly hold no weight? Lele, I have pursued you for 6 months. Why do you always treat me this way? Am I merely a backup in your eyes? Wang Yu's face was filled with indignation, tears shimmering in his eyes. A man seldom weeps, yet he does so only when grief truly strikes. Stop deluding yourself, Wang Yu. Did I ever ask you to pursue me? Is your only way of courting someone to invite them to the cinema? Do you not realize that the film you mentioned, I have already watched countless times? To the point of nausea? I truly do not wish to squander my time with you. Su Lele's words were harsh, causing even Chen Yuan to furrow his brow unconsciously. In this junior, he saw a reflection of his former self. With this thought in mind, Chen Yuan abruptly shook off Su Lele's arm. Xiao Yuan, you. Su Lele exclaimed, taken aback. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Is it amusing to toy with a boy's feelings? Watching a single movie over a dozen times, who were you with? You have truly disappointed me. Xiao Yuan, please let me explain. No need for explanations. Do you think that because many are chasing you, you can feel proud and smug? Let me tell you, a piece of meat that has gone bad attracts more flies. Humph. Chen Yuan snorted coldly, striding away without listening to any of Su Lele's justifications. Even the sketch she had gifted him was casually discarded into the trash. At this point, Chen Yuan no longer cared about Su Lele's feelings towards him. It was simply satisfying to vent his frustrations. The sensation of berating a beautiful girl was, indeed, quite exhilarating. To be a man, one must possess attitude and principles. The abrupt and ungrateful demeanor exhibited by Chen Yuan truly astounded many onlookers. My goodness, that fellow is indeed remarkable. How could he dare to scold such an exquisite woman, pointing his finger at her? If it were me, I could never bring myself to utter a single harsh word. I would cherish her as if she were a delicate treasure in my palm. You simply do not comprehend. This is what it means to be a true man. One must not indulge women. Bah, what kind of man is he? Lacking in grace and unable to empathize with a woman's feelings? He deserves to remain single for life, remarked a girl with a frown. Before long, Su Lele picked up the sketch from the trash bin. Her eyes were red, with tears glimmering faintly, presenting a pitiful sight. Lele, that man does not appreciate you. You should cease wasting your thoughts on him. I am the one who truly cares for you. Wang Yu, witnessing this scene, suddenly transformed into a lovesick admirer, offering his consolation. Get lost. If it weren't for you, Chen Yuan would never have misunderstood. I despise you. Lele, what have I done wrong? Why do you treat me this way? Wang Yu's sorrow deepened with each word. He felt that he was no inferior to Chen Yuan. In terms of appearance, temperament, and charisma, he could not fathom where he fell short. Yet, why did Su Lele refuse to see him? At that moment, Su Lele was engulfed in profound regret. She had gradually unraveled the depths of Chen Yuan's character. He was undoubtedly a man of unfathomable resources. Initially, she had intended to employ the strategy of feigned indifference to ensnare this man in an inescapable love. Yet, before she could even unveil her various tactics, he had turned against her. Had she truly lost a cooked duck? She suddenly felt a pang of heartache and a strong desire to reconcile. She must clarify this misunderstanding. Otherwise, she would be unable to find peace or rest. Perhaps Su Lele herself was unaware that her mind was now consumed with thoughts of Chen Yuan. Chapter 011. Mysterious surge of followers Su Lele. Favorability 5. Su Lele's current favorability towards the host, 88 points. Upon observing the system interface, Su Lele's favorability had unexpectedly increased by 5 points, reaching a remarkable 88. Chen Yuan was left in a state of bewilderment. He had presumed that their confrontation would lead to a swift decline in Su Lele's feelings for him. To his astonishment, the outcome was entirely contrary to his expectations. How could this be? Had he truly been mistaken all along? Feeling rather disinterested, Chen Yuan returned to his dormitory alone. Out of boredom, he began to scroll through Douyin. The current short video live streaming platforms were immensely popular, with most young individuals spending their leisure time watching short videos. Douyin stood out as the most popular application among these platforms. Chen Yuan opened the local recommendations and casually browsed through a few videos when a familiar face caught his eye. In the video, a young girl in a white dress was playing the piano. Although the shot was taken from a distance and lacked the quality of a professional camera, merely captured casually, the girl's demeanor and appearance were strikingly different from the typical internet celebrity. Notably, she had not applied any beauty filters. What remarkable confidence! Nowadays, female internet celebrities on Douyin often appear as goddesses with filters, while without them, they resemble mere passers-by, some even less appealing than the average person. There were instances where men, with makeup and filters, could transform into ethereal anime-like beauties, dazzling one's eyes with their allure. In this video, the young woman appears without any beauty filters and has not even applied makeup, yet she remains remarkably pure and enchanting. Dressed in a flowing white hanfu, she resembles a celestial being emerging from ancient legends. Her adept piano skills lend her an air of exquisite elegance. Is this not Zhao Yuqi? To my astonishment, she has ventured into the realm of Douyin as well. Remarkably, she has garnered a substantial following, with only 7 or 8 works to her name. Surpassing 1 million fans, this is certainly a sign of impending fame. Yet, upon reflection, it is not surprising, given Zhao Yuqi's beauty and talent. Her rise to prominence is wholly expected. After all, she is the second-ranked beauty of Hunan University, a title not easily earned. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment before casually following her account and began to browse her previous videos. At that moment, Zhao Yuqi surprisingly started a live broadcast. Perhaps due to her recent debut, the live stream was sparsely attended. She and her friend Wu Xiaofei were engaged in conversation, seemingly in a spacious room rather than a school dormitory. Welcome, Lonely as Cigarette, to this live stream. Wow, your username is quite intriguing. Are you referencing today's trending topics on Weibo? How dare you impersonate me, Cigarette Master? You seem to have inflated your ego. I recall a wealthy individual with the ID Lonely as Cigarette, who gifted a female streamer 10 million in half an hour, elevating a low-tier account to the top ranks in an instant. Perhaps he is indeed the real deal. Haha. If he were a wealthy benefactor, I would eat excrement live. Zhao Yuqi's Douyin account is named Chi-Chi Little Cutie, primarily featuring singing and piano performances. As time progressed, the number of viewers in the live streaming room transformed from just a handful to several hundred. Gradually, gifts began to be bestowed upon her, though most were of modest value, typically a few cents, while some would offer gifts worth several or even dozens of dollars. In less than half an hour, she garnered 5,000 sound waves, equivalent to 500 yuan. Among female streamers, competitive battles are common, and soon, Zhao Yuqi found herself linked with a prominent female streamer. Oh my, it's Ping Chi-Chi, exclaimed one viewer. Chi-Chi, I must defect. It's not that you're unattractive, but Chi-Chi is equally lovely, and her fan base is simply overwhelming. Zhao Yuqi, being a novice streamer, found it difficult to compare herself to a superstar like Peng Chi-Chi. The latter's fanbase had already surpassed 30 million, with over 100,000 viewers in her live stream, making her one of the most popular female streamers across the platform. Indeed, the moment the PK, player kill, feature was activated in the live stream, Zhao Yuqi was immediately overshadowed by her opponent. The wealthy viewer on the opposing side commenced with the extravagant gifting of 5 carnival gifts. The carnival gift, being the most expensive on the donation interface, is valued at 3,000 yuan each. Thus, 5 gifts amounted to a staggering 15,000 yuan. Finally, they have managed to recharge the funds, Chen Yuan thought to himself. However, the recharge limits on Douyin should be reconsidered. The maximum amount one can recharge at once is 50,000 yuan, requiring 200 transactions to reach 1 million, which is quite exhausting. Chen Yuan was utterly speechless. He never anticipated that he would one day find himself troubled by the limited recharge amounts across various platforms. Witnessing Zhao Yuqi being overwhelmed by Ping Shiqi, he unhesitatingly switched to a frenzied gifting mode, as Zhao Yuqi had become one of his favorite admirers. Should the day come when a remarkable turnaround occurs, the more effort one invests now, the greater the rewards to be reaped later. Moreover, the individual in question is affiliated with Hunan University. Thus, proximity to the source of opportunity significantly enhances the chances of success compared to attempting to surpass others, such as Xiaomi. In the next moment, a splendid array of carnival gifts burst onto the screen. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Brother Lonely Cigarette for the generous carnival gifts. Zhao Yuqi expressed her surprise and appreciation. Initially, she had thought this PK was doomed to fail, yet unexpectedly, a benefactor emerged within the live stream. This particular ID seemed strikingly familiar. Could it be? No way. Is that really the one and only Lonely Cigarette? Chi-Chi, you are saved. Lonely Cigarette is indeed a true magnate. Subsequently, Lonely Cigarette did not disappoint. From the moment the first carnival gift was dispatched, the subsequent gifts flooded the screen incessantly. Thank you, Lonely Cigarette, for the carnival gift for the adorable host Chi-Chi 108. Thank you, Lonely Cigarette, for the carnival gift for the adorable host Chi-Chi 109. Thank you, Lonely Cigarette, for the carnival gift for the adorable host Chi-Chi 999. At that moment, every affluent viewer in Ping Shiqi's live stream was collectively astonished. The combined wealth of over a dozen affluent individuals paled in comparison to the contributions of a single person. This was beyond extravagant. Who on earth is that person? So formidable. Lonely Cigarette, Isn't he the enigmatic magnate trending on the Shark platform? Impressive. Truly impressive. After indulging in a frenzy of gifting, the affluent Chen Yuan transitioned to the platform of Douyin, showcasing his boundless wealth. The sheer magnitude of his finances was astonishing. In the midst of an exhilarating competition, Zhao Yuqi triumphed over the renowned internet celebrity Peng Shiqi, ascending to the pinnacle of the live streaming charts across all platforms. Within her streaming room, the audience surged by tens of thousands, and her follower count skyrocketed by over 20,000. What was even more astonishing was that while Zhao Yuqi's follower increase was a modest 20,000, Chen Yuan's ID inexplicably surged by a staggering 100,000 followers. However, one might wonder if this spectacle had reached its conclusion. Chapter 012. The mysterious tycoon turns out to be my friend? Although the competition between Zhao Yuqi and Peng Shiqi had concluded, Chen Yuan's generous gifting spree showed no signs of abating. The carnival of gifts continued to flood the screen, seemingly endless, with an average of 1 gift per second, 60 gifts per minute, 600 gifts every 10 minutes. An hour later, the gifts kept pouring in. Lonely One Cigarette. Gifting the adorable streamer Chi-Chi at Carnival 3331. Lonely One Cigarette. Gifting the adorable streamer Chi-Chi at Carnival 3332. Lonely One Cigarette. Gifting the adorable streamer Chi-Chi a Carnival 3333. At last, Chen Yuan paused his extravagant display. Zhao Yuqi, overwhelmed and bewildered, was left in a state of shock. Having only commenced her streaming journey a few days prior, she had never before encountered such a spectacle. Xiao Feifei, pinch me quickly and tell me this isn't real. Did someone truly gift me over 3,000 carnival tickets? Chi-Chi, you've struck gold. Can you believe this affluent individual just sent you 10 million? My gratitude extends to the benefactor, the esteemed figure, and Mr. Yan. During this 1 hour of Chen Yuan's extravagant carnival gifting, the audience count in Zhao Yuqi's live stream astonishingly soared beyond 300,000. It is essential to note that the viewer count on Douyin is the most genuine across all streaming platforms. An audience of 300,000 online equates to 30 million popularity on Lanya and 30 billion heat on Shark. For a novice streamer, this is nothing short of remarkable. Impressive. A new streamer just days into their broadcast, achieving 100 million in sound waves and surpassing 300,000 online viewers. Even stars cannot match your popularity. Unbelievable. I'm not here to watch the female streamer. I'm here to witness the tycoon showering money. Haha. Mr. Yan, next time you're spending, do let me know. I wish to be your most devoted follower. Mr. Yan's taste is impeccable. The lady's beauty is quite striking. I feel she rivals Peng Shiqi without a doubt. Mr. Yan, she has already followed you. Slide into her DMs. Chen Yuan glanced at the back end, and indeed, countless private messages flooded in, all marked 99. Notably, several female streamers had reached out to him, among whom was Peng Shiqi, an internet sensation with over 30 million followers. She is a goddess for homebodies, the dream lover of countless admirers, with a sweet and charming demeanor that appeals to all ages. among the top 10-star goddesses of the Douyin platform. Such a highly popular influencer unexpectedly sent him a private message. This was something Chen Yuan had never contemplated before. He opened the back-end messages. Lonely brother, I have followed you. Can we follow each other back? You really outdid yourself. Apologies, my dear. Chen Yuan promptly replied. Lonely brother, how about adding me on WeChat? I have some matters I'd like to discuss with you. What matters? Regarding a commercial collaboration. I recently established a new media company and am in need of affluent individuals like yourself to join. There are numerous beautiful influencers involved. Is that so? I shall consider it. Please send me your WeChat ID. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. He felt that adding Peng Shiqi on WeChat wouldn't be a detrimental move. After all, she was a stunning beauty and could serve as an ideal object of admiration. Moreover, she was acquainted with many influencers. A few introductions could swiftly elevate his standing within the influencer community. He wouldn't even require the system to reward him with admiration points. Once he gained fame, he could earn on his own. Of course, discretion was still essential. He couldn't become an influencer himself, as per the system's regulations. The initial favorability rating of the object of admiration towards him must not exceed 20 points. Otherwise, a binding relationship could not be established. If the initial impression already held a favorability rating above 20 points, and the girl liked him from the outset, he would no longer fit the identity of an admirer. Lonely brother, my WeChat ID is Peng17. Alright. Chen Yuan decisively began to add her. In less than 20 seconds, the other party passed his verification. Lonely brother. Is your age real? Are you really only 21? Peng Shiqi inquired. It's true. In a month, I'll be 22. Chen Yuan replied. I never expected you to be so young. In my impression, those capable of such feats are typically the CEOs of large corporations. What are those CEOs worth? Even the Fortune 500 companies, I could buy them out in a heartbeat. Do you believe that? Haha, you truly have a sense of humor. Peng Shiqi clearly thought Chen Yuan was boasting. What does it mean to be in the Fortune 500? These colossal enterprises are valued in the tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions. If you could buy them, why not ascend to the heavens? Even Jack Ma wouldn't dare to utter such claims. Are you more formidable than Jack Ma? Having barely engaged with him, Peng Shiqi found this mysterious tycoon somewhat ostentatious, not at all resembling the demeanor of a wealthy individual. She even suspected that the person she had added was not the genuine affluent figure, and thus, she lost interest in him. Why are you back so early? Weren't you supposed to be on a date with Su Lele? Xiang Tao inquired immediately upon returning to the dormitory. That woman Su Lele is not easy to deal with. I scolded her and then returned. Don't boast. It's a miracle if you weren't the one being scolded. Xiang Tao shook his head dismissively. Chen Yuan. Who are you chatting with? Zhou Haiquan casually asked, glancing at Chen Yuan's phone. Peng Shiqi. What? Who did you say? Peng Shiqi, the female internet celebrity from Douyin. You might as well give it a rest. Why not claim that you were in conversation with the President of the United States? Huh, if you don't believe it. So be it. Chen Yuan could hardly be bothered to clarify. Meanwhile, on the other end, after Zhao Yuqi concluded her broadcast, she promptly followed Chen Yuan's Douyin account. She felt it was only proper, whether out of gratitude, courtesy, or some other motive, to express her appreciation to this enigmatic benefactor. Moreover, this benefactor was a local. However, the moment she followed Chen Yuan's Douyin account, she was momentarily taken aback. She discovered that the mysterious benefactor, the extravagant figure trending on Weibo, was actually linked to her through a WeChat account, meaning that the individual who had generously gifted her 10 million was someone she already knew. What is the matter, Chi-Chi? Have you added that mysterious tycoon on WeChat? I have indeed. Zhao Yuqi replied somewhat distractedly. That was quick, but I just realized that the one who sent me gifts, Lonely Cigarette, is already my WeChat friend. Zhao Yuqi explained. What? Upon hearing Zhao Yuqi's response, Wu Xiaofei was left utterly bewildered, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Chapter 013. The campus belle invites me to dinner. Your WeChat friend gifted you 10 million? Who is it? Wu Xiaofei inquired with heightened curiosity. Chen Yuan. This morning, the boy asked me for WeChat. Is it him? He is indeed the lonely one with a cigarette. Astonishing. Wu Xiaofei was taken aback. She never expected that the seemingly youthful and reserved boy was, in fact, a lavish and wealthy figure online. The contrast was simply staggering. Earlier, Wu Xiaofei had contemplated several wealthy individuals who had pursued Zhao Yuqi, yet none of them included Chen Yuan. After all, Chen Yuan was notoriously known as a devoted admirer at school. Perhaps Zhao Yuqi was indifferent to such campus gossip, but Wu Xiaofei was well versed in it. How could someone like Chen Yuan, a mere underdog, turn out to be a lavish spender who casually bestowed gifts worth millions? Chi-Chi, are you certain it is Chen Yuan? Not someone else? Zhao Yuqi inquired. Well, it's not exactly a matter of acquaintance. I have heard about Chen Yuan. He is a junior in our department. And he had been pursuing a girl named Lin Shudong for 3 years. He would often deliver breakfast to her dormitory and profess his feelings once a month, lighting candles, arranging hearts, singing love songs, and presenting various gifts. Yet Lin Shutong never accepted his affections. What Wu Xiaofei did not know was that a month ago, Chen Yuan had indeed won Lin Shudong's heart, but she had requested him to maintain a low profile, no social media posts, and no displays of affection. Consequently, few were aware of their relationship. Is it possible that Chen Yuan is so affluent, and he is not lacking in appearance either? Such an exceptional young man. Why has he not succeeded in his pursuit after 3 years? Zhao Yuqi found herself increasingly perplexed. She had met Lin Shutong before. Although she possessed some charm, she could hardly be deemed extraordinary. Within the school, there were numerous girls who surpassed her in beauty and excellence. Conversely, Chen Yuan, with his astounding wealth, capable of casually offering $1 million to reward a streamer, was a young scion of the elite, distinctly different from the average wealthy heir. While it is commonplace for rich second-generation individuals to drive luxury cars worth several million, few could part with tens of millions for tips. Among the affluent young men Zhao Yuqi knew, none possessed such capabilities. I understand now. The reason Chen Yuan has not pursued Lin Shutong is that he has been feigning poverty. This young man, in an effort to conceal his true identity, even takes on part-time jobs delivering packages. No one at school is aware of his wealth. It is often heard that some scions of prominent families harbor unique preferences. They seek genuine love, disdaining relationships that are motivated by wealth. Hence, the prince masquerades as a frog, and the wealthy tycoon poses as an ordinary person. Chen Yuan must be one of them. Wu Xiaofei, who enjoys reading online novels and possesses a vivid imagination, instinctively began to analyze the situation. Could it truly be the case? I suspect he must have felt disheartened, which is why he chose not to maintain the facade any longer. Zhao Yuqi nodded in agreement, suddenly recognizing that this young man is genuinely remarkable and considerate. For the sake of the girl he admires, he is willing to make such sacrifices. A distinguished heir, in the name of true love, willingly engages in activities of less than reputable nature, dedicating 3 years solely to evoke emotion in his beloved. How utterly romantic. Humanity is indeed peculiar at times. When a privileged young man takes up a side job as a courier, one perceives his sacrifice as profound. Yet, when an ordinary student does the same, it seems utterly commonplace, devoid of any significant contribution. How delightfully authentic. To the average student, Zhao Yuqi is an unattainable goddess, the epitome of beauty. Yet at her core, she is merely a student herself, harboring admiration for those who she deems more accomplished. To her, Chen Yuan embodies this excellence. Xiaofei, how should I express my gratitude to him? He has showered me with gifts amounting to 10 million, and my live-streaming followers have surged by tens of thousands. This gesture feels overwhelmingly grand. Zhao Yuqi confides, her heart fluttering with unease. In my opinion, that fellow is genuinely determined to win your heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so lavish with his generosity. However, Yuqi, you must remain steadfast and not allow yourself to be easily swayed, Wu Xiaofei advised. I understand. Zhao Yuqi nodded in acknowledgement. She then picked up her phone and sent a message to Chen Yuan. Dear Chen Yuan, thank you for the generous gifts. I truly feel overwhelmed. Tomorrow evening at 6:30. I would like to treat you to dinner as a token of my appreciation for your unwavering support. What? The school beauty is inviting me to dinner? Upon reading Zhao Yuqi's message, Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He never anticipated that one day Zhao Yuqi would extend such an invitation to him. She is truly a prominent figure within the school, vice president of the student council, the most beautiful girl in the School of Arts, and the second campus flower of Hunan University. Such a goddess is someone whom ordinary boys dare not pursue. At best, they can only harbor secret affections in their hearts. Yet now, astonishingly, she wishes to invite him to dinner? How delightful. To dine with Chairperson Zhao is indeed an honor. Chen Yuan promptly typed a response. It's settled then, 6:30 at the east gate of the school. Let us not leave each other hanging. I shall dine you into poverty. Haha, feel free to indulge. My family owns a restaurant, so eat to your heart's content. Zhao Yuqi replied rather swiftly, showing no displeasure at Chen Yuan's playful banter. On the surface, Zhao Yuqi presents herself as a graceful and cultured young lady. However, beneath that exterior. She appears to be quite vivacious and gregarious. The conversation flowed so rapidly that Chen Yuan found himself struggling to keep pace. For every message he sent, she responded with at least 2 or 3. It starkly contrasted with his past experiences messaging Lin Shutong, where he would send a dozen messages only to receive a single reply, often after a couple of hours. A pang of sorrow struck Chen Yuan. He had long deceived himself into believing that if he persevered in his affections, one day Lin Shutong would recognize his worth. Yet, reality had repeatedly dealt him harsh blows. A man who does not elevate himself will always be perceived as merely a sycophant, no matter how much he invests in her. Old 4, stop fixating on your phone. Are you joining for a gaming session or not? We're short a support player. Let us elevate you to gold, shouted Zhou Hukuan. Enough already. I am well aware of your capabilities. After 7 years of playing League, you remain stuck in silver. You claim you can elevate me to gold? I would sooner believe in ghosts. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. Our Ioria is unlike any other region. I am a silver in the 1st district, effortlessly defeating suburban kings. If it weren't for my abysmal teammates, would I still be languishing in silver after 7 years? I refuse to play. I have a conversation to engage in with the campus beauty. Keep boasting. Before long, it was the following afternoon at 6:30. At the east gate of the university, a girl clad in a mid-length white t-shirt and petite white shoes, her hair tied in a ponytail, had been waiting for over 10 minutes. Numerous students passed by. Yet her allure drew attention, capturing the gaze of over 90% of them. Even the girls couldn't resist stealing glances. Her long, slender legs were undeniably captivating. Though she dressed simply, her figure was showcased beautifully, radiating youthful vitality. Furthermore, the sight of her left the boys utterly transfixed. Who is this girl? She is stunning. Don't you recognize Zhao Yuqi? She is the vice president of the student council, the president of the dance society, and one of the top 3 campus beauties. So, it turns out she is Zhao Yuqi. It seems she is waiting for someone. Chapter 14. A major mishap at that moment. A red Ferrari 488 suddenly came to a halt at the school gate. Wow, a Ferrari supercar. A luxury vehicle worth over 4 million. In the car, there appeared to be a handsome young man, effortlessly steering a Ferrari with one hand, exuding an undeniable charm. When the sleek vehicle came to a halt, a striking figure, approximately 6 feet tall and in his mid-20s, approached Zhao Yuqi with confidence. Yuqi, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride, he offered. No thanks. Senior Zhengbin. I have an appointment today, Zhao Yuqi replied, shaking her head in refusal. Who are you meeting? Bring them along. I know a fantastic private restaurant that serves exquisite dishes. He insisted. It's still a bit inconvenient. Zhao Yuqi maintained her stance, undeterred by the luxury of his car. After all, a $400,000 sports car was merely a trifle. Chen Yuan could easily purchase 2 Ferrari 488s with a casual swipe of his card. Zheng Bin's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Zhao Yuqi's resolute demeanor. Ever since their last encounter at a birthday gathering, he had been smitten with her. He vowed to win her heart and even wagered with his friends that he would succeed within 2 weeks. Yet, now, over a week had passed with no progress whatsoever. Arriving in a luxury car, he had never expected to face such rejection. At that moment, a refined young man on a bicycle approached them. Yuqi, am I late? I came right on the dot, but I didn't expect you to arrive early. Chen Yuan said apologetically, glancing at his phone, which indicated it was precisely 6:30. Not a second more, not a second less. In the past, whenever he invited Lin Shutong, she would typically arrive at least half an hour late, while he himself often delayed by half an hour as well. With each rendezvous, he found himself waiting for at least an hour. After enduring countless moments of anxious anticipation, Chen Yuan began to adapt his approach. He would inform his companion of his arrival in advance, ensuring he timed his appearance perfectly, thus sparing himself from tedious waits. However, on this occasion, as it was his first dinner with Zhao Yuqi, he decided against employing such tactics, arriving precisely at 6:30, not a minute more, nor a minute less. To his surprise, the illustrious campus belle, Zhao Yuqi, arrived a good 10 minutes early. As for the gentleman in the Ferrari, it appeared he was attempting to undermine him. Senior Zhengbin, we shall take our leave, Zhao Yuqi stated with utmost politeness. In the midst of the astonished gazes of onlookers, she gracefully took her place on the back seat of Chen Yuan's bicycle. My goodness, Zhao Yuqi would rather ride a bicycle than sit in a Ferrari. I think I am beginning to believe in love again, exclaimed a bespectacled young man, his face a portrait of shock. Love at first sight. Our esteemed senior is truly exceptional. Her lofty and proud demeanor distinguishes her from those materialistic girls. Senior Yuchi, I am now a devoted admirer. Wait. The boy accompanying Senior Yuchi is none other than the infatuated Chen Yuan? Zheng Bin's expression darkened as he watched Chen Yuan pedal away with Zhao Yuchi. If he had been bested by another wealthy peer, he could have accepted it. But to lose to a mere cyclist, and to be disregarded by him, what on earth was happening? Humph. A lowly cyclist dares to aspire to greatness. He must be utterly oblivious to his folly. Zheng Bin let out a cold snort, his face dark as he drove away. He would not relinquish Zhao Yuchi. He would ensure that the impoverished student comprehended the harsh realities of life. Where shall we dine, classmate Yuchi? Today, it's your treat. Chen Yuan inquired with a smile while riding his bicycle. The thought of Zhao Yuchi, in full view of everyone, choosing his bicycle over a Ferrari filled him with pride. It felt as though the sun shone with an extraordinary brilliance today. Who said that girls preferred to cry in BMWs rather than laugh on bicycles? Zhao Yuchi had chosen his bicycle. She was, after all, the belle of the school. Isn't there a place nearby called One Trip Lobster? The food is quite good. Let us go indulge in some lobster, Zhao Yuchi suggested. Absolutely. Upon arriving at the lobster restaurant, they found the ambience quite delightful, and the prices were reasonable. A meal typically cost around 300 to 500 yuan. If 3 or 4 people gathered, the cost per person would be less than 100 yuan, making it affordable for ordinary students. Thus, the restaurant thrived with patrons. Zhao Yuchi appeared to have a particular fondness for lobster, and she ordered the spiciest variety. Chen Yuan's impression of her began to transform. It seemed that even goddesses enjoyed bold flavors. To think that celestial beings also had their mundane moments. As the two engaged in cheerful banter, peeling and savoring the shrimp, a striking couple entered the restaurant. The young man donned high-end Versace attire, while the young woman was equally youthful and radiant, albeit slightly overshadowed by Zhao Yuchi in terms of elegance, physique, and beauty. Was that Lin Shutong? Chen Yuan truly felt a sense of misfortune. No matter where he went, he seemed to encounter that couple. Last time it was at the Gucci boutique, and this time at a lobster restaurant, like an ominous shadow that refused to dissipate. Lin Shutong was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Chen Yuan, but her astonishment deepened when she noticed that he was seated beside Zhao Yuchi. How could Chen Yuan possibly have arranged a date with Zhao Yuchi? It was utterly inconceivable. Despite a slight shift in her perception of him over the past few days, Lin Shutong's impression of Chen Yuan as a mere sycophant remained firmly entrenched. Who would have thought that this so-called sycophant could actually secure the company of the most beautiful girl in the literature department, the second-ranked campus beauty of Huda? Was he truly so remarkable? Why had Su Lele first presented him with a sketch, and now Zhao Yuchi dined with him alone? Had she truly misjudged him all along? Failing to recognize any unique and admirable qualities in Chen Yuan, Lin Shutong began to question herself. It wasn't just her. Huang Junkai also found himself pondering the absurdity of the situation. Zhao Yuchi was a paragon of beauty that even he could scarcely approach. What merit did this sycophant possess to dine with a campus beauty? Junkai, shall we consider another place? Lin Shutong tugged at Huang Junkai's sleeve, her voice tinged with unease. No need to change. This place is quite satisfactory, especially since we have acquaintances here. Huang Junkai replied, striding towards an empty table next to Chen Yuan. His hand casually roamed around Lin Shutong's waist, as if flaunting, yet his gaze remained fixated on Zhao Yuchi, clearly coveting what was in front of him while yearning for what lay beyond. Huang Junkai, you scoundrel, what are you doing? Suddenly, one of the 4 girls seated in a corner, a rather stout and fiery woman, stood up and shouted, Wei Shaoqing, what are you doing here? Huang Junkai stuttered, his complexion paling considerably. Shouldn't that be my question to you? Tell me, who is this wench beside you? And you promiscuous mistress. Do you not know he has a girlfriend? Huang Junkai, you are inhumane. Have I not treated you well? I bought you clothes, shoes, watches. Even lent you my car, and yet you betray me with a mistress? You wretched creature. The stout woman furiously kicked Huang Junkai, and then slapped Lin Shutong across the face. Slap. Lin Shutong was left in a daze. Chapter 015. When action is required, Huang Junkai's expression was one of utter dismay. Shaoqing, I was wrong, truly wrong. It was this harlot who seduced me. I do not harbor any feelings for her. My heart belongs solely to you. You must believe me. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Huang Junkai pushed Lin Shutong aside and, like a dog, clung to Wei Shaoqing's thigh. This fellow, dressed impeccably, led me to believe he was a suave and wealthy gentleman. only to reveal himself as a sycophantic playboy. Goodness, this brother has quite the taste. He can handle such a hefty tank. Incredible, truly incredible. The doctor advised me against heavy meals, yet I too wish to indulge in a life of luxury. In no time, the spectators were pointing and whispering. Lin Shutong felt utterly bewildered, her mind buzzing with disbelief. She could scarcely comprehend that her tall, handsome, and affluent boyfriend, a scion of wealth, was merely a feckless gigolo. Had she truly been the one to seduce him? Very well. I shall offer you a chance. Strike her twice across the face in my presence and strip her of her garments, and I shall forgive you. Otherwise, promptly surrender the car keys, for we shall sever all ties henceforth. Wei Shaoqing declared with an air of unyielding authority. Slap. Slap. Huang Jukai indeed turned ruthless, publicly delivering 2 resounding slaps to Lin Shutong, each blow delivered with considerable force. Lin Shutong's face nearly swelled from the impact. Huang Junkaiyu. What do you mean by that? You wretched harlot, a green tea bitch, a homewrecker enticing another's boyfriend. The necklace around your neck belongs to me. Remove it at once. Faced with Wei Shaoqing's domineering demeanor, Lin Shutong felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. She was unaware that Huang Junkai was already entangled in a relationship. She too was a victim. Why did everyone perceive her as the other woman? No one was willing to stand up for her, to utter a word in her defense. Under the scornful gazes of the crowd, Lin Shutong endured the greatest humiliation of her life. At that moment, a handsome young man suddenly rose. His face bore no expression as he casually picked up a steaming platter of lobsters, making his way to Huang Junkai's side, and with a swift motion, he smashed the dish down. Bang! The plate shattered into fragments, scalding lobsters cascading over Huang Junkai's head. What are you doing? Why are you striking him? Wei Shaoqing demanded, her voice laced with incredulity. Laozi strikes fiercely at this scoundrel. Huang Junkai, you are nothing but a despicable wretch. Chen Yuan relentlessly pursued him, seemingly unwilling to relent. How dare you? You worthless fool, lay a hand on me. I will ensure your demise. After being struck, Huang Junkai quickly regained his composure. His face contorted as he engaged in a fierce scuffle with Chen Yuan. In terms of combat, Chen Yuan found himself at a disadvantage. Huang Junkai stood at 183 centimeters and weighed 70 kilograms, while Chen Yuan measured only 179 centimeters and weighed 63 kilograms. In bulk and strength, he was no match for Huang Junkai. At that moment, he noticed an unexpected surge in Lin Shutong's affection for him. Lin Shutong. Affection 20 Lin Shutong. Affection 20 Lin Shutong. Affection 20 Her affection for him had already risen to 35 points, but now, with his decisive intervention, it skyrocketed by 60 points, reaching an astonishing 95 points. This was entirely unforeseen by Chen Yuan. It turned out that seizing the moment to be a hero truly could cause a woman's feelings to flourish instantaneously, transforming her into a devoted admirer. When the time comes to act, a man must take action. Lin Shutong was already in tears, overwhelmed by the revelation. She had never imagined that. During her humiliation as a supposed third party, the one truly willing to assist her was none other than Chen Yuan. Only he. The man she had once looked down upon. The man she had treated like a mere sycophant. The man she had driven away with her harsh words. Was the one who stood up for her in her time of peril. Suddenly, she reminisced about the past 3 years, during which Chen Yuan had shown her unwavering care and concern. In contrast, Huang Junkai's sweet words masked his lack of genuine effort. He had merely ensnared her with his flattery, ultimately revealing that even his affluent background was a facade. It was laughable how she had been so blinded by ambition, yearning to ascend the social ladder, only to find herself in such a predicament. In times of crisis, one's true nature is unveiled. Chen Yuan was the one who had consistently treated her well from the beginning. She truly regretted her choices. Clearly, Lin Shutong had been overthinking. Chen Yuan's recent actions were not born from lingering affection. He had long desired to confront Huang Junkai, but had merely awaited the opportune moment. Today, witnessing Huang Junkai's shameless demeanor was utterly repulsive. It was fitting to settle both old scores and new grievances, setting aside questions of whether he could prevail. Action was imperative. Ding. Detection of the second infatuated subject, Lin Shutong, indicates that the host's favorability has successfully surpassed 95 points. Congratulations on your triumphant reversal. Ding. The second infatuated subject has expended a total of 50,000 units of affection currency, rewarding the host with 5,000 units. Ding. Lin Shetong has successfully transformed into the host's devoted admirer, granting an additional 20 enhancement points. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 179 centimeters. Weight, 63 kilograms. Strength, 9. Constitution, 9. Spirit, 10. Agility, 9. Perception, 10. Adult peak level, 10. Condition, suboptimal health. Skills, none. Enhancement points, 20. Please select enhancement direction. I choose to enhance strength by 10 points and constitution by 10 points. As Chen Yuan gazed at the suddenly appearing system interface before him, he resolutely opted to enhance his strength and physique. Ding. Enhancement successful. The host's current strength is 19 points and current physique is 19 points. In the next moment, Chen Yuan felt a warm current surging throughout his body. His previously somewhat emaciated frame suddenly awakened in explosive force. Huang Jukai, gripping Chen Yuan by the neck, was about to throw a punch at his face. However, in an instant, Chen Yuan's arm tightened fiercely, not only grasping his fist firmly but also lifting him off the ground and slamming him down violently. Damn it! I'll kill you, you dog. Bang! Just as Huang Jukai rose from the ground, Chen Yuan delivered a powerful kick, sending the towering figure, over 6 feet tall, flying 3 meters away. At that moment, Huang Jukai dared not make another move. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly frail individual, Chen Yuan, could fight with such ferocity? Despite Huang Junkai's considerable height advantage, he was completely outmatched, swiftly losing his combat effectiveness. Chen Yuan, thank you. Lin Shetong expressed her gratitude, her eyes glistening with tears. No need to thank me. I wasn't helping you. I just found him intolerable for quite some time, Chen Yuan replied candidly. However, Lin Shetong clearly held a different perspective, believing that Chen Yuan cared for her despite his reluctance to admit it due to past embarrassment. Xiao Qing, help me. Take me to the hospital. I'm about to be beaten to death. Get lost. You deserve it, you scoundrel. Hey, handsome, could I add you on WeChat? Wei Xiaoqing, upon witnessing Huang Junkai being beaten, exhibited no sympathy. Instead, she hurried over to inquire about Chen Yuan's WeChat. Chen Yuan's decisive intervention, effortlessly overpowering Huang Junkai, was nothing short of spectacular, a true embodiment of masculinity. Chapter 016, There is no turning back. Huang Junkai, a mere facade of a man, became increasingly repulsive. Not only was he a freeloader, but he was also utterly inept. Lacking any semblance of dignity, he couldn't even hold his own in a fight. What else could he be but a useless individual? Boss, all the items damaged in the store today, along with the impact on business, should be charged to my account. Zhao Yuqi approached the front desk, smiling at the store owner. Initially, the owner contemplated reporting the incident to the authorities, but since someone was willing to cover the losses, there was little left to discuss. Zhao Yuqi's gaze towards Chen Yuan grew increasingly admiring. A low-profile yet affluent figure, not only was he handsome, but his skills were exceptional. And he possessed a profound sense of justice. Despite Lin Shudong's repeated transgressions against him, he bore no resentment. Rather, he took it upon himself to punish the scoundrel. What elegance! What nonchalance! Zhao Yuqi's affection level increased by 10 points. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yuan had inadvertently raised Zhao Yuqi's favor towards him to 40 points. A threshold where ambiguous relationships could begin to flourish. Chen Yuan was taken aback. Who would have thought that his vigorous defense of Huang Jukai would catalyze such a rapid increase in Zhao Yuqi's admiration? While it was understandable that Lin Shudong's gratitude towards him would lead to an uptick in her affection, Zhao Yuqi, merely a bystander, had no reason to feel such admiration. What a delightful surprise. It seems that women are inherently drawn to strength. Nearly every woman aspires for her man to embody power, grace, and responsibility. Apologies for today's meal. Chen Yuan approached Zhao Yuqi, looking genuinely contrite as he scratched the back of his head. It's quite all right, she replied, her large eyes sparkling. I feel like I have gotten to know a different side of you today. It seems that each interaction reveals another facet of your character. Zhao Yuqi scrutinized the young man before her. He truly resembled a treasure trove of surprises. What different side? Haven't I always been myself? Chen Yuan shrugged. To be honest, I never really had any impression of you until you asked for my WeChat last time. Your directness made me realize your sincerity, devoid of any pretense. However, I was taken aback when you showered my livestream with gifts. It was only then that I understood the extent of your wealth. Now, discovering your prowess in combat is truly unexpected. Stars danced in Zhao Yuqi's wide eyes. Initially, Chen Yuan had not even been on her radar. Yet now, he had emerged as a formidable contender. Among all the remarkable young men she knew, he undoubtedly ranked within the top 3. Is that so? I have been following you for quite some time. I once thought our campus goddess was an ethereal being, untouched by the mundane, only to discover that you possess quite an adventurous palate. Extra spicy, relishing shrimp without gloves, and even licking your fingers? Surely, you can't be such a rigid man. To speak of a girl in that manner. How irritating! Zhao Yuqi exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, yet her demeanor retained a certain charm. Lin Shutong observed the playful banter between Zhao Yuqi and Chen Yuan, feeling an unsettling pang in her heart. Although Chen Yuan had recently come to her aid, he no longer offered her the comfort and flattery he once did. Instead, he seemed increasingly engrossed in conversation with Zhao Yuqi, as if he had completely forgotten her presence. In that moment, Lin Shutong was suddenly engulfed by an unprecedented sense of urgency. Zhao Yuqi, with her alluring figure, striking appearance, and eloquence, was undoubtedly her equal and perhaps even her superior. The fact that such a goddess-like figure exhibited a remarkable interest in Chen Yuan filled Lin Shutong with dread. Had Chen Yuan found a more suitable companion? Could he still remain devoted to her, cherishing her as he once did? It seemed implausible. Why is it that just as I have come to appreciate Chen Yuan, to genuinely wish to understand and adore him, he is being drawn away by another girl? She lamented inwardly. This cannot be. Chen Yuan is mine. He must remain mine, and no one shall take him from me. Often, people fail to value what they possess until it slips away, leaving them with nothing but regret. This sentiment encapsulated Lin Shutong's innermost thoughts. Chen Yuan, may I have a word with you? Lin Shutong approached, interrupting the conversation between Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi. I believe this discussion is unnecessary. However, I truly have something to say to you. You were never this indifferent towards me before. No matter how many mistakes I made in the past, you always forgave me. This time, I genuinely recognize my faults. Can we return to how we were before? You love me, don't you? Lin Shutong asked, her eyes brimming with tears. Looking utterly pitiful, she longed for Chen Yuan's affirmative response. Return to the past? To continue as a mere shadow at your side? You would respond with 2 messages when pleased, yet ignore me entirely when displeased. In the month we were together, you forbade me from posting our photos on social media and from holding your hand in public, claiming it was to prevent any negative impact from your family knowing. I find that hard to believe. It seems you feared your backup options would find out, and they would all flee, wouldn't they? 3 years. Do you even comprehend what I have endured during this time? In my quest to make you happy, I exerted every ounce of effort. Yet everything I sacrificed appeared to you as mere jest. You reveled in my pursuit, while I was never truly in your heart. Lin Shutong, I am telling you now that we cannot go back. I no longer love you. The last words of Chen Yuan were nearly a roar. He no longer acknowledged Lin Shutong and instead turned to grasp Zhao Yuqi's hand, departing from the lobster restaurant. Throughout the journey, Zhao Yuqi was forcibly led by Chen Yuan. She was at a loss for words and uncertain whether this was intentional or merely incidental. Regardless, moments ago in the lobster restaurant, in front of Lin Shutong, Zhao Yuqi did not resist being held by Chen Yuan's hand. Perhaps it was all for Chen Yuan's sake. A peculiar psychological factor is at play. Zhao Yuqi, with an air of resignation, allowed Chen Yuan to take her hand and lead her a considerable distance. In truth, I found myself at a loss for words. You must be feeling quite distressed. I have heard the tale of you and Lin Shutong, yet I cannot fathom why, if your affection for her is so profound, you do not candidly reveal your true identity. Surely, if she were aware of who you truly are, she would have readily accepted your proposal to be together. Wouldn't she? What identity? Chen Yuan inquired, somewhat bewildered. Coming from an ordinary family, what remarkable identity could he possibly possess? However, he soon realized that Zhao Yuqi must have inferred his unusual status from the extravagant gifts he had bestowed in the live stream, leading her to speculate about his exceptional background. Chapter 017. Lin Shutong's heart wrenched in truth. I am merely an ordinary individual, yearning for nothing more than a simple love, yet fate conspires against me. Chen Yuan spoke with heartfelt sincerity. He truly considered himself an average person, devoid of any extraordinary identity. To Zhao Yuqi, however, Chen Yuan's humility struck her as excessive. As she had surmised, he had concealed his identity in pursuit of a pure love, wishing to keep emotions and material wealth separate. Yet the harsh reality remains that a nobody is deemed unworthy of love. Fairy tales are, after all, merely tales. Lacking financial means, one cannot provide romance, security, or the various comforts that a woman desires. On what grounds would she choose you? By masquerading as an inconsequential person to test the waters. One is destined to be treated as a mere option, to become a backup, a sycophant, or a mere tool. After Chen Yuan departed from the lobster restaurant, Lin Shutong returned to her dormitory in a state of utter desolation. She felt as though she had truly botched this occasion. Not only had she been severely deceived by the scoundrel Huang Jukai, but it seemed that Chen Yuan had also completely given up on her. In the past, she had been indifferent to Chen Yuan's opinions, viewing him merely as a devoted admirer, an expendable one at that. After all, if one were to go, she could simply cultivate another. Lin Shutong's pool of admirers was not limited to just Chen Yuan and Huang Junkai. There were other suitors available to fill any voids as needed. Although these fish might not possess remarkable qualities, having some was certainly better than none. At least it provided a temporary reprieve, did it not? Yet this time, she had genuinely developed feelings for Chen Yuan, particularly as he began to display increasing generosity and charisma, even exhibiting a growing sense of masculinity in confrontations. It dawned on her that she had never truly understood Chen Yuan before. Moreover, Zhao Yuqi and Su Lele, goddesses of the school, had also actively sought to engage with him, leading her to perceive Chen Yuan as a man of considerable depth and substance. Shutong, you're finally back. I've uncovered a monumental secret that I intended to share with you. However, since you were out with Huang Jukai today, I thought it would be rather inconvenient. So I decided to wait until your return. Sun Rue exclaimed with an expression of excitement, her brows furrowing in anticipation. What secret? Lin Shutong replied with a blank expression, clearly lacking enthusiasm. The humiliation and blows she had endured that day weighed heavily on her. It was not something she could recover from in a moment. Shutong, do you know the true identity of Lonely Smoke? Sun Rue inquired. Is Lonely Smoke the extravagant individual trending on Weibo? The one who gifted a staggering 10 million to a female streamer? No, it was not 10 million, but 20 million. Shutong, did you know? Last night, as I casually scrolled through Douyin, I was astonished to discover that the most popular streamer across the platform was Zhao Yuqi. I was utterly shocked. I then realized that Zhao Yuqi not only claimed the top spot on the hourly chart, but also garnered an astounding 100 million in this session. This wealthy individual must be Lonely Smoke. However, that is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point is that after I followed his Douyin account, I discovered that he is actually a friend of mine on WeChat. And this person is Chen Yuan. My heavens, do you know how I felt at that moment? I was utterly bewildered. Chen Yuan, this seemingly inconspicuous fellow, is indeed the extravagant figure who lavishly spent 20 million online? This guy has hidden himself too well. I suspect that his family's relocation story is merely a facade. His true identity must be that of a super-rich second-generation heir or a conglomerate magnate. Shutong, you are on the verge of prosperity. Should you ever marry into a wealthy family, do not forget your sister. Sun Rue continued to chatter excitedly. Unable to contain her exhilaration, Lin Shutong felt as though she had been struck by lightning, instantly overwhelmed by a wave of disbelief. What are you saying? Chen Yuan, he is Lonely Smoke? It is indeed true, Shutong. Initially, I could hardly believe my own eyes. However, the WeChat account linked to the Douyin platform is unmistakable. Moreover, for Chen Yuan to casually transfer 50,000 yuan to you, I cannot help but think that even if his family were to undergo a relocation, his parents would not so easily part with such a sum. Hence, there exists but one possibility. Chen Yuan must be a scion of a wealthy family, a veritable tycoon. Shutong, why not cast aside Huang Junkai and embrace a relationship with Chen Yuan? Suggested Sun Rue. Yet, her words struck a chord, and Lin Shutong felt as though her heart had been mercilessly pierced. It bled. Do not say that, Xiaorui, please, do not say that. What is it, Shutong? Why are you crying? At this moment, Lin Shutong felt as if her heart were being torn asunder. She finally comprehended why Zhao Yuqi had dined alone with Chen Yuan. This was a sum of 10 million. This fortune should have rightfully belonged to her, so why had it fallen into the hands of that wretched Zhao Yuqi? It turned out that the affluent heir she had long pursued had already become hers. This tycoon was even wealthier than she had imagined. And he was utterly devoted to her, truly the epitome of her idealized male deity. Yet, this very idol had been cast aside by her own hand. In that moment, she wished to slap herself fiercely. To possess a treasure yet remain oblivious. How could one be so foolish? It was not merely foolishness, it was sheer folly. No, it should not be this way. Chen Yuan is mine. I have not yet lost. There remains a chance for redemption. I must not abandon this. I am determined to win Chen Yuan back. After enduring a series of setbacks, Lin Shutong resolved to regroup and rise anew. As the saying goes, when a man pursues a woman, a mountain may stand in their way, But when a woman pursues a man, a mere veil separates them. Moreover, Chen Yuan had been courting her for a full 3 years, creating an emotional bond that was hard to sever. If only she could transform her passivity into initiative, there would be a significant chance of rekindling their relationship. Old 4, why are you back so late again? I haven't seen you gaming lately. Where have you been indulging yourself? Inquired his roommate, Zhou Hukuan. Didn't I mention it earlier? I went out to dinner with Zhao Yuqi, and afterward, feeling a bit bored, we strolled around the shops. She even bought me a pair of coconut shoes. Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly, pointing to his new footwear. Old 4, there's a limit to boasting. Zhao Yuqi invited you to dinner and bought you shoes? You're getting more outrageous by the minute. Fine, if you choose not to believe me. I shan't explain. Perhaps she secretly wishes to pursue me. Damn, this guy really needs a lesson. Should we teach him one? Let us do it. Old 4. Receive my dragon subduing 18 palms. Dragon S regret. Monkey steals peach. Severing offspring kick. Chapter 018. An accidental extra 0 on this night. With the moon shining brightly amidst the sparse stars, after a playful bout with his roommates Zhou Haikuan, Xiong Tao, and Chao Jinyan, Chen Yuan prepared to shower and retire for the night. In the bathroom, he was astonished to discover that he had inexplicably acquired 8 abdominal muscles. His once slender physique now appeared remarkably robust when he removed his shirt. It was the quintessential example of looking slim in clothing, yet muscular when undressed. The system's enhancement points are exceedingly effective. This physique, if bestowed upon an ordinary individual, would require at least 3 to 5 years of diligent training at the gym to achieve. Chen Yuan scoffed inwardly. With 20 enhancement points, his physical attributes and strength had nearly doubled. This was merely a triumph over Lin Shutong. If only he could achieve victories over more goddesses. Chen Yuan wondered if he might eventually transform into a superhuman. However, the reward for this triumph, the so-called dog-licking gold, felt rather meager, a mere 5,000 yuan. Had he known, he would have invested more in Lin Shutong. With a hint of regret, Chen Yuan shook his head. Not long ago, he had checked his personal account and indeed found an additional 5,000 yuan. This sum, for Chen Yuan, represented his own money, to be spent at his discretion. For an ordinary junior student, this was quite a substantial amount. No matter how much dog-licking gold he accrued, it could not be spent on himself. The presence of funds in his personal account allowed Chen Yuan to stand a little taller. After finishing his grooming, he noticed several unread messages on WeChat. He opened them one by one. Zhao Yuqi. Good night, my number 1. Lin Shutong. Chen Yuan. I realize that my actions may have deeply hurt you. Yet, the fact that you have not blocked me indicates that you still care for me, even if just a little. I know that nothing I say now can change the past, but I regret my choices. It has taken me this long to understand who truly cares for me. Chen Yuan, I do care about you. I have always cared. I beg you not to leave me, to grant me another chance. I will make amends for the hurt I have caused you. Su Lele. Chen Yuinga, could you lend me some money? 3 messages. Chen Yuan read them all carefully. He replied with a simple good night to Zhao Yuqi's message, while he completely ignored Lin Shudong's. As for Su Lele's message, generally speaking, the person Chen Yuan should have disregarded the most was Su Lele, for she always spoke of money. The last time he spent hundreds of thousands on her, she remained unsatisfied, and now she had the audacity to ask for more. To be frank, Su Lele's behavior was rather unseemly. Moreover, her reputation was far from pristine. She was notorious for flirting with wealthy heirs, seemingly accepting any financial offerings from male students at the school. If Lin Shutong represented a quintessential gold digger, Su Lele was a blatant financial opportunist, unabashedly materialistic. However, for Chen Yuan at this moment, it was precisely this type of person he found most appealing. He had no fear of her materialism or her requests for money. Rather, he feared she might not ask for enough. With his vast wealth at his disposal, he had only spent a fraction of it. At this rate, it would take a millennium to exhaust his funds. He needed to increase his expenditure. Chen Yuan decisively replied, "How much do you need?" Meanwhile, in a shared apartment at the Menghu Shuan community, Su Lele felt a glimmer of hope in her otherwise despondent eyes upon reading Chen Yuan's response. For the past few days, she had been pursued by loan sharks. Too frightened to even attend school. Chen Yuan, my father has incurred debts in business and owes money to loan sharks. Could you please help me? Su Lele's words were not a deception. They were a plea for genuine assistance. Her father, Su Tianao, was originally engaged in the internet CAF business, operating 17 chain establishments in Han City. The family's assets were worth several million. The internet CAF business had once flourished, with investments typically recouped within a year or two. However, an unforeseen pandemic struck, delivering an unprecedented blow to all internet CAFs in the city and even across the nation. All establishments were mandated to cease operations for an extended period of 6 months. Consequently, the Su family faced bankruptcy. Former close friends, who had previously enjoyed Su Leilei's company, now regarded her with distance. Before approaching Chen Yuan for a loan, Su Leilei had already exhausted her options with nearly all her acquaintances, particularly those wealthy heirs who had once pursued her. Yet when she requested a substantial sum, these so-called wealthy heirs promptly severed ties with her. Some even went so far as to insult her, labeling her as a prostitute. While such insults are undoubtedly unjust, one must consider the situation from a different perspective when one requests a significant loan, especially from a family already entangled in a quagmire of high-interest debt. Does one truly expect others to regard them as naive fools with abundant wealth? There were no guarantees, no written agreements, only the reliance on her physical allure. It is a harsh reality. Why would a woman, easily entertained for a few thousand, warrant millions? Su Leilei felt a pang of anxiety. Although Chen Yuan was affluent, it did not guarantee his willingness to lend her such a large sum. Moreover, the unexpected arrival of Wang Yu had caused Chen Yuan to harbor some resentment towards her. She felt uncertain. Brother Chen, I would like to borrow 500,000. Rest assured, I can provide a signed agreement and will certainly repay you. Please send me your bank account number. Chen Yuan replied in text. He spoke without any superfluous words. All right. My bank card number is 6225. Shortly thereafter, Su Leilei received a notification of the bank transfer. Ding. Your account ending in 6987 has received a deposit of 5,000,000 yuan. Su Leilei stared at the bank message, momentarily bewildered. Brother Chen, I borrowed 500,000. Why have you transferred me 5 million? She hurriedly sent a message to inquire. Oh, I accidentally added an extra zero. Upon reading this reply, Su Leilei burst into tears. She truly wept. Brother Chen, it turns out you care about me, otherwise. How could you possibly know that my family owes a total of 5 million in usury? She realized he had already done his homework. Thank you, Brother Chen. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. I will surely repay you. In that moment, all the grievances she had endured over the past few days erupted. The immense pressure she had been under dissipated in an instant. Her family owed a total of 4,800,000 in high-interest loans. As a mere student, even selling her body could not yield such a sum within a short period. She had merely hoped to borrow as much as possible. She had reached out to all her friends, those who had once professed their love for her, vowed to protect her, and promised to give everything for her. Yet in the end, they would not lend even a dime. Particularly those wealthy second-generation heirs were the most miserly. Yet, Chen Yuan had asked nothing. He didn't even mention a loan agreement. He simply transferred a colossal sum of 5 million. This amount was sufficient to settle all her family's debts in one fell swoop. Su Leilei was deeply moved. Her inner layer of hardened shell was shattered, leading to a complete surrender. In that moment, Chen Yuan's slightly emaciated figure appeared extraordinarily imposing in Su Leilei's memory. She felt an unprecedented sense of security emanating from this man, which was utterly captivating. As for the several young men on Su Leilei's WeChat who had lent her an entire month's living expenses, she seemed to choose to overlook that. Chapter 019. Dumbfounded Su Leilei. Favorability 1 Su Leilei. Favorability 1 Su Leilei. Favorability 1 once the 5 million transfer was completed. Su Leilei's affection for Chen Yuan began to rise once again. Even in the absence of a face-to-face meeting, it continued to ascend. Su Leilei's initial favorability towards Chen Yuan had already reached 88 points. As it steadily climbed, it had now reached 94 points. Just a hair's breadth away from breaking the critical threshold and achieving a triumphant reversal. Yet, at that crucial moment, the favorability ceased to grow. Damn it! Could this not toy with one's emotions? Just when it was so close, you decided to halt. Chen Yuan glanced at the system interface, nearly cursing at the progress of Su Leilei's pursuit. Was it necessary to continue transferring money? No, moderation is key. If he kept transferring funds, there was a high likelihood that she would perceive him merely as a simple ATM, which might not necessarily enhance her affection. Money, sweet words, invincibility. According to this formula, while he had the money, he had yet to deliver enough sweet talk. Moreover, Chen Yuan was not particularly adept at uttering endearing phrases. Of course, he would never confess his feelings to Su Leilei. He had learned a painful lesson. It was precisely due to his premature confession to Lin Shatong that he found himself ensnared in an exceedingly passive predicament. Subsequently, he gleaned valuable insights. The most effective approach to courting is to refrain from any declarations of affection. Instead, one should simply propose an outing, if the other party agrees. It indicates a mutual interest, allowing for further development. Conversely, if the invitation is declined, it is prudent to cut ties swiftly to avoid deeper entanglements that could lead to an unyielding obsession. Once a confession is made, the sense of need becomes apparent, prompting the girl to instinctively withdraw, often widening the distance. Pursuing her under such circumstances becomes a Herculean challenge. Initially, Chen Yuan had never truly intended to pursue Su Lele. He regarded her merely as a means to an end, a tool for financial gain. Thus, he maintained a casual and relaxed demeanor in her presence, even going so far as to feign irritation in front of her a few days prior. His indifference lent him an air of nonchalance. After some contemplation, Chen Yuan began to type. If you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out. I shall assist you with whatever you need. No, that was far too sycophantic. He had lent her 5 million, not the other way around. Why should he go to such lengths to please her? A wave of revulsion washed over him as he recalled how he had once sought to placate Lin Shatong, prompting him to swiftly delete the message. He then rephrased his thoughts. Su Lele, you are not permitted to engage in any ambiguous interactions with other boys. Do you understand? Yet, even this felt overly forceful and discomforting. Moreover, he had no intention of cultivating Su Lele into a girlfriend. He deleted it too. Ultimately, Chen Yuan settled on sending her a simple 2-word message. Good night. Indeed, good night is a courteous expression, and it is most appropriate at this moment. Chen Yuan felt he should not speculate on Su Lele's inner thoughts. Instead, he should leave her uncertain about his true feelings. This way, he could maintain an invulnerable position. Transforming initiative into passivity is the pinnacle of a devoted admirer. Good night, brother Chen Yuan. Su Lele promptly replied. However, her fondness for him did not increase. Never mind, let fate take its course. The more anxious one is, the more mistakes one is likely to make. Perhaps it is best to discuss it tomorrow. Chen Yuan sighed. The next morning, at the second phase apartment, downstairs in the boys' dormitory, a strikingly attractive girl, holding a delicate breakfast, had been waiting for over 10 minutes. Wow, this girl is quite stunning, and she is actually holding breakfast? I wonder which fortunate fellow is so impressive that a girl would bring him breakfast? I have seen boys delivering breakfast to girls often, but this is my first time witnessing a girl doing the same for a boy. Alas, in this era, even the finest cabbages are being uprooted by pigs. Here I am, remarkably handsome, yet single for over 20 years. As a group of boys whispered and pointed, Chen Yuan, along with his roommates Xiang Tao, Chao Jinyan, and Zhou Hakuan, descended the stairs. Just as he stepped out of the dormitory, Lin Shatong, who had been waiting, jogged over to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, here is the breakfast I prepared for you. Shall we head to class together? Lin Shatong said with a flattering tone. No, you enjoy it yourself. It is best to maintain some distance to avoid misunderstandings, Chen Yuan replied with a serious expression, decisively rejecting Lin Shatong. As soon as these words were spoken, several young men who had long been enamored with Lin Shooting nearly choked on their disbelief. Who is this man, so audacious? How could he display disdain when such a stunning girl brings him breakfast? He is not particularly handsome. In fact, he pales in comparison to me. Could it be that she is blind? Just as 2 bespectacled young men simmered with indignation, another strikingly attractive girl approached, her figure captivating and her beauty unparalleled. She cast a glance at Lin Shooting, her eyes brimming with palpable hostility. Brother Chen Yuan, I've brought you breakfast, and it's still warm. Hurry and eat. Su Lele's voice was sweet and melodious, almost making the hearts of many introverted young men melt. What is happening here? Another exquisite girl is delivering him breakfast? Who on earth is he? He must come from a wealthy family. Incredible. This is true prowess, to have 2 such gorgeous girls vying for his attention. His charm is indeed remarkable. At this moment, his roommates Zhou Hakuan, Xiang Tao, and Chao Jinyan were nearly rendered speechless. They had always believed that Chen Yuan was merely boasting in their dormitory. Who could have imagined that he was genuinely this impressive? Lin Shooting and Su Lele were actually competing to bring him breakfast, and despite being aware of each other, neither showed any signs of retreat. What on earth is going on? Is this pursuit? The atmosphere in the room turned peculiar as 2 attractive girls, each holding a portion of breakfast, simultaneously extended their offerings to Chen Yuan, awaiting his choice. The number of boys descending the stairs increased, drawing attention to the unfolding spectacle. Isn't this the so-called dog Chen Yuan? When did this become so impressive? It seems my efforts have not been in vain. Look, Chen Yuan, the sycophant, has already achieved success. If I persist in confessing my feelings to Qin Bingxue, who knows, I might succeed one day too. Qin Bingxue, the most beautiful girl at Hu University? Surely, you jest. My friend, how many bottles of snowflake have you consumed this early in the day? Lao Si, we haven't even had breakfast yet, and you won't eat. So let us. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Xiong Tao attempted to ease the tension. Very well, then. I'll let you all eat. Chen Yuan simultaneously took the breakfasts of Su Lele and Lin Shutong, then promptly handed them to Xiong Tao and Zhou Haiquan. This action left both Su Lele and Lin Shutong somewhat displeased. However, while they felt a tinge of annoyance, they simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. At least Chen Yuan did not consume the breakfast meant for the women across from him, preserving a modicum of dignity. The atmosphere slightly improved. Just then, Zhao Yuqi, the most beautiful girl in the School of Literature, approached, holding a packaged breakfast of soy milk, fried dough sticks, and rice noodles. She gracefully made her way to Chen Yuan. Here, this is your breakfast. In an instant, all the boys in the vicinity were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? How could Zhao Yuqi deliver breakfast to Chen Yuan? This cannot be real. It must be an illusion. Senior Yuqi is my goddess. How could she possibly do such a thing? No, I refuse to believe it. What kind of magic has Chen Yuan cast? Why do the three enchanting beauties, Lin Shutong, Su Lele, and Zhao Yuqi, all seek to ingratiate themselves with him? He is not particularly handsome, nor does he possess substantial wealth. Just last week, I saw him delivering packages. At this moment, a multitude of questions flood the minds of most boys. Zhou Haiquan, Xiong Tao, and Chao Jinyan are utterly bewildered. Their long-admired goddess, Zhao Yuqi, is actually delivering breakfast to Chen Yuan? Is he truly their roommate? Are you certain you are indeed Chen Yuan? Surely. You must have been possessed by the spirit of a love guru to achieve such a remarkable feat compared to other boys. Lin Shutong and Su Lele genuinely understand why Zhao Yuqi is eager to win Chen Yuan's favor. It's no joke. He has gifted her a staggering 10 million in presents. Sending breakfast for a month hardly seems excessive in comparison. As long as she can maintain a good rapport with Chen Yuan and secure his support, Zhao Yuqi's career in live streaming will undoubtedly soar. It won't be long before she becomes a prominent internet celebrity, effortlessly earning millions each month. Just this morning, Zhao Yuqi successfully trended on Weibo. The reason for her ascent to the top was reminiscent of the recent phenomenon involving Xiaomi, as the mysterious tycoon lonely smoke showered her with gifts, resulting in a meteoric rise in popularity. In just 2 days, her follower count surged by several million. Numerous netizens on Douyin have been fervently discussing the events of that day, even going so far as to capture screenshots and share videos, all of which have become trending topics. Douyin, the short video platform, is quite extraordinary. Sometimes, a person's fame can erupt suddenly and inexplicably, drawing in a frenzy of attention from other users. Zhao Yuqi has been gaining popularity at an astonishing rate. With this remarkable phenomenon, she is on the verge of becoming a sensation. Naturally, Zhao Yuqi possesses striking beauty and an admirable demeanor, complemented by her diverse talents. Her inherent qualities are undeniable, and the appearance of Chen Yuan merely ignited the spark. Even without Chen Yuan's extravagant gifting, Zhao Yuqi's ascent in the realm of live streaming and short videos would still be noteworthy, albeit perhaps at a slower pace. Speaking of Chen Yuan, I have a present for you. I noticed your phone was rather outdated, so I purchased a new one for you. I hope you like it. With that, Zhao Yuqi revealed an unopened, state-of-the-art smartphone from her bag. Goodness, this is the latest iPhone 12 Pro, worth over 10,000 yuan. Zhao Yuqi gifting a phone to Chen Yuan? What merits does this fellow possess to earn such favor from a goddess? Why? I cannot comprehend where I have faltered. Is the goddess blind? What qualities does Chen Yuan possess that are so admirable? This is intolerable. I must expose Chen Yuan's shameless conduct. He not only relies on others but also juggles multiple relationships. We shall meet on the campus forum. Amidst the indignant glances of a group of young men, Chen Yuan accepted the new phone from Zhao Yuqi without a hint of embarrassment. An iPhone 12, worth over 10,000 yuan. Why refuse such a gift? Chen Yuan savored a bite of fried dough stick and relished a sip of soy milk. What a delightful experience it is to receive a gift from a goddess. Truly, it validates the old adage. It is not that beautiful women do not take the initiative. Rather, you have never witnessed a beautiful woman taking such a step. Zhao Yuqi, Favorability 5. After Chen Yuan accepted the gift, Zhao Yuqi's favorability rating remarkably increased by 5 points, reaching a total of 45 points. Chen Yuan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that, in addition to giving gifts, receiving gifts could also enhance favorability. For Zhao Yuqi, Lin Shutong and Su Lele had prepared exquisite breakfast for Chen Yuan, which he had not touched, even going so far as to give their breakfast directly to his roommates. In contrast, he savored several bites of the soy milk and fried dough sticks that she casually purchased, and he received her gifts with evident delight. This clearly indicated that her standing in Chen Yuan's heart was unparalleled by Su Lele and Lin Shutong. Could Chen Yuan truly not afford a phone worth merely over 10,000? His joy did not stem from receiving an iPhone, but rather from the warmth and thoughtfulness of the person who gifted it, which brought him such happiness. He valued the bond and the sentiment. This was Zhao Yuqi's perspective. Clearly, she had misjudged Chen Yuan. He was not so noble, nor did he contemplate deeply. In truth, he was rather superficial. A phone priced at over 10,000 was indeed a luxury for him. How could he not be thrilled to receive such a precious gift? Yuqi, thank you for your gift. I really like it. As long as you like it, that's enough. I must be on my way now. I have a live streaming event tonight regarding product promotion, and this will be my first time participating in such an activity. I hope you can come and support me then. At this moment, Chen Yuan finally comprehended why Zhao Yuqi had unexpectedly gifted him an Apple phone. It was merely an attempt to garner his support. Upon reflection, it was evident that Zhao Yuqi's affection for him had not yet reached a level where she would actively pursue him. Presenting him with breakfast and a phone might seem ambiguous on the surface, yet in reality, she was simply seeking to utilize Chen Yuan to amplify her own standing. This woman was remarkably composed. She was not a naive girl swept away by the tides of love. Her sudden appearance today not only suppressed Lin Shutong and Su Lele, prompting the two to retreat, but also created an illusion for Chen Yuan. Had he not seen her affection score lingering at a mere 45 points, he might have mistakenly believed that Zhao Yuqi had genuinely fallen for him. In truth, she had not invested any genuine emotions. She was merely testing the waters, flirting with him for her own amusement. Should Chen Yuan, in a moment of folly, recklessly pursue Zhao Yuqi, he would ultimately relinquish his initiative and become a mere sycophant. Astounding. Truly astute. This woman was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, Chen Yuan awoke to the reality that the so-called campus goddess, once stripped of her divine aura, was simply an ordinary woman. At best, she possessed a slightly more pleasing appearance, nothing more. The campus belle was not as noble, pure, or ethereal as one might envision. She too was human, endowed with emotions and desires, and she harbored the same vanity as any other woman. Observing Zhao Yuqi's affection score of 45 points, Chen Yuan's once fervent heart felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of cold water. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. If one merely observes her demeanor in your presence, it is utterly impossible to ascertain the depth of her affections for you. Fear not, Chairman Zhao, I shall undoubtedly show my support when the time comes. After Chen Yuan spoke, he sampled the breakfast prepared by Lin Shutong and Su Lele, exclaiming, "Oh, this flavor is quite delightful. Come, come. I shall not partake in the rice noodles any longer. Who among you desires them?" Upon finishing his words, he passed the rice noodles gifted to him by Zhao Yuqi to his superior, Xiao Jiyan. "Fourth brother, these were personally bestowed upon you by the campus belle. No worries, it is merely breakfast. I can manage with just a small portion," Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly. As if the breakfast delivered by the goddess Zhao Yuqi held no exceptional significance in his eyes. "Boss, I actually have a fondness for rice noodles. Perhaps you could spare them for me?" Xiang Tao interjected eagerly. "Get lost, I can hardly bear to part with them myself." Chapter 021. Gratitude to the lonely brother for granting the emperor just as Zhao Yuqi prepared to depart. She glanced back and was taken aback to see Chen Yuan casually offering the rice noodles she had given him to another. A wave of discomfort washed over her. For quite some time, she had grown accustomed to being regarded as a goddess by the boys around her. A mere hint from her would elicit profound admiration, even tears of gratitude. She had presumed that Chen Yuan would react similarly in her presence. Although this young man was affluent, he was, at his core, no different from any other man, equally captivated by her allure. Yet now, it was evident that Chen Yuan did not regard her with any special regard. In his eyes, she was no different from Lin Shutong or Su Lele. Zhao Yuqi despised this feeling. She turned around and strode away, her expression clearly displeased. "Chen Yuan. It seems that Zhao Yuqi is rather upset. I must say, How could you let someone as illustrious as her deliver breakfast to you, only to share it with others? If I were in her shoes, I would be furious. Zhao Huan sighed, shaking his head in dismay. Indeed. Even a man as straightforward as I can grasp this simple truth. How can you remain oblivious? While your camaraderie is commendable, it should not come at the cost of lifelong happiness. Zhao Jinian patted Chen Yuan's shoulder earnestly, his tone laced with gravity. Yet, there was an unmistakable undertone of something less than honorable in his words. Boss, haven't you been harboring feelings for Zhao Yuqi for quite some time? Are you truly content to let your goddess be swept away by that scoundrel, the fourth? Xiang Tao interjected. Nonsense. As the saying goes, brothers are like limbs, and women are but garments. Am I the sort to prioritize romantic pursuits over friendship? Are you certain that you simply cannot win Zhao Yuqi's affection? Hence you resort to such words to soothe your own heart? We are all brothers. Must you continue to put on airs? Damn it. Can't you spare me a little dignity? After Zhao Yuqi departed, Lin Shutong and Su Lele followed suit. Today marked the inaugural clash among the three women. Initially, it was presumed that Zhao Yuqi would eclipse Su Lele and Lin Shutong, yet in the end, it became evident that none emerged unscathed. The crux of the matter lay in Chen Yuan's ambiguous attitude, leaving everyone puzzled as to whom he truly favored. Since learning of Chen Yuan's true nature last night, Lin Shutong had resolutely fortified her resolve. Regardless of how Chen Yuan treated her, she swore to reclaim his heart. Since Chen Yuan was able to pursue her for 3 years, she too could pursue him for the same duration. She was determined to reclaim what she had once lost. Perhaps she had not realized that her actions were increasingly reminiscent of a devoted admirer. As for Su Lele, she believed that Chen Yuan harbored feelings for her. Otherwise, why would he casually lend her 5 million? Moreover, wealthy men are seldom devoid of female companions. Given Chen Yuan's remarkable qualities and affluence, it was entirely natural for him to attract attention from many admirers. In comparison to those who were overlooked, she preferred to vie for the affections of a man that many women desired. The more appealing a man is, the more women are drawn to him. And with Zhao Yuqi also expressing interest in Chen Yuan, she was even less inclined to give up. Retreating in the face of difficulty is merely the lament of the weak. The strong confront challenges head-on. Upon arriving at the classroom, Chen Yuan took a moment to configure the newly acquired Apple phone that Zhao Yuqi had gifted him. Just as he logged on to WeChat, a flurry of messages popped up. Lin Shutong wrote, Chen Yuan, let's go watch a movie together tonight. I've already purchased the tickets for the 10 o'clock show. Afterwards, we can grab a late-night snack. I've been feeling rather down lately. Will you keep me company? Lin Shutong's message was quite explicit, leaving much to the imagination. A movie at 10 o'clock would surely end around midnight, and a late-night snack would push their outing well into the early hours. What would they do when the school gates closed and there was nowhere to sleep? Surely, they would have to find a hotel. A lone man and woman sharing a room could hardly justify booking 2 separate ones. What a waste of money. One room would suffice for conversation, sharing dreams, and discussing life. How familiar was this scenario? Chen Yuan. No, I must review my studies tonight. Graduation is imminent, and I am preparing for the entrance examination. This excuse is one that Chen Yuan himself hardly believes, merely a feeble pretext. However, he still sent it to Lin Shutong. Lin Shutong, you're preparing for the exam? I knew you were a diligent young man. If you're studying for the entrance exam, I would be glad to accompany you. Chen Yuan, I merely mentioned it casually. Truth be told, I do not wish to go to the movies. Lin Shutong, that is perfectly fine, if you do not wish to go today. Tomorrow is also an option. Lin Shutong, the weekend works too. Lin Shutong, why aren't you replying to my messages? Lin Shutong, could you please acknowledge me? Lin Shutong sent a flurry of messages, dozens in total. Chen Yuan did not respond at all. It was at this moment she finally comprehended the frustration she had felt when Chen Yuan inundated her with messages, waiting hours for a reply. It was truly exasperating. Zhao Yuqi, my #1 big shot. Let us meet in the live stream at 8 o'clock tonight. Chen Yuan, all right. After responding to Zhao Yuqi's message, Chen Yuan opened the unread message from Su Lele. Su Lele, brother Chen Yuan, I will be cooking at home tonight. I sincerely appreciate your assistance. Would you do me the honor of joining me for dinner? Su Lele, by the way, I have printed the loan agreement today, although it is your assistance. Brother Chen Yuan, a loan of 5 million must be formalized with a signed agreement. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel secure. Chen Yuan, you're cooking yourself? Then I must savor your culinary skills. Su Lele assured, I will ensure that brother Chen Yuan is satisfied. She promptly replied to the message and closed the WeChat chat interface. Chen Yuan began downloading commonly used applications such as Shark Live, Douyin, Longya Live, and Share Chat Group, as well as Alipay, among others. Since it was a new phone, many applications required reinstallation. However, in this era of 5G, the internet speed was remarkably swift, and it did not take long for the downloads to complete. Feeling a bit bored, Chen Yuan opened the Shark Live app. Initially, he intended to watch some game live streams, but for some inexplicable reason, he glanced at the beauty section and discovered that Xiaomi was live streaming. He casually clicked in. This time, Chen Yuan was no longer a mere level 3 novice. He was a fully leveled 120 powerhouse. Although he had not activated the Emperor status, he still commanded a certain presence. Oh my, Yinzong has arrived. That man is here. Welcome, Yinzong. Welcome, Yinzong. Yinzong. You are already a level 120 powerhouse. Why not consider activating the Emperor status? The Emperor status is merely for those little tycoons seeking to flaunt their wealth. Do you even know who Yinzong is? Does he need to flaunt? Lonely Brother has arrived. Just a few days ago, he sent you a private message, and you never replied. He even mentioned adding you on WeChat. Xiaomi pouted. Wow. Thanks to Lonely Brother for activating the Emperor status. Chapter 22. Not giving Yinzong face? Noble Emperor, costing 120,000 a month. In truth, it holds little actual utility. It merely provides entrance effects upon entering the live stream and makes bullet comments more noticeable, creating an air of prestige, with the female streamers likely to regard you with more favor. Spending 120,000 to become a noble emperor, merely to gain a semblance of status? Such behavior, in Chen Yuan's view, is rather absurd. It has been said that there are accountants who, in a bid to satiate their vanity, embezzle funds to lavish millions upon female streamers. This is nothing short of foolishness. If one truly possesses wealth, I would remain silent. However, to feign affluence without the means, ultimately, one finds oneself incarcerated. Truly remarkable. Yet, Chen Yuan has engaged in such frivolous antics himself, merely assuming the title of emperor. After all, it's not as if it is his own money. The funds of the sycophant can be spent without concern. Xiaomi, have you sent me a private message? Let me check. After posting a comment, Chen Yuan immediately went to check his private messages. He had quite a few, and after a lengthy search, he finally located Xiaomi's message, which contained her WeChat ID. Chen Yuan swiftly copied and pasted it, decisively adding her as a friend on WeChat. However, after several minutes, the request had not been accepted. He then returned to the live stream. Xiaomi, I added you on WeChat. Please accept my request. All right. Sure thing, Brother Yin. In a short while, the other party accepted Chen Yuan's friend request. Xiaomi, may I invite you to dinner? Chen Yuan boldly inquired in the chat. Dinner? I typically hold a fan meetup once a month in Pudong, Shanghai. Brother Yin, where are you from? I am from Han City. Oh, that's actually not far. A 2-hour flight will suffice. Will you come to see me, Brother Yin? No, I don't have the time. Given that a fan meetup would likely attract a large crowd, Chen Yuan had no desire to join in the commotion. Either refrain from attending or meet in private if you must. Indeed, a successful individual like Brother Yin is undoubtedly a busy person. However, next month, the Shark Live streaming carnival will take place in Han City, presenting an opportunity for a meeting. Haha, carnival event? Are you subtly suggesting that Brother Yin should send rockets? Every carnival is merely a scheme to fleece the unsuspecting. Brother Yin, since you are here, why not send a rocket before you depart? Wow. Heartfelt thanks to Lonely Cigarette Brother for sending a super rocket. Love you kisses. Since Chen Yuan was sending gifts, it was only natural that he would not limit himself to just one. A single super rocket was merely the beginning. Within a mere few minutes, he dispatched 100 super rockets, and then he slipped away. It wasn't that he wished to stop. Rather, he had exhausted his funds on the platform. Curse it. The recharge limits on these live streaming platforms are far too low. Each time he needed to reload, it required multiple transactions. How wonderful it would be if one could recharge 100 million in a single go. Chen Yuan couldn't help but grumble. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan returned online. This time, he was armed with ample resources. However, he did not enter Xiaomi Air's live stream, for he discovered yet another popular female streamer had gone live. Xiao Xinshun, also a dance streamer, excelled in traditional dance, contemporary dance, and Korean dance. She possessed an adorable appearance and an enviable figure. In terms of looks, she might be slightly less attractive than Xiaomi Air, yet her artistic talents were unparalleled. With an estimated score of around 8 for beauty, her skills were truly perfect, boasting millions of followers. Upon entering the live streaming room of the charming host, Xinshun, Chen Yuan was immediately greeted by an energetic barrage of comments. The fans in Chen chat were predominantly overlapping with those of other streamers, frequently shifting their attention from one host to another in a fluid manner. Chen Yuan, now a prominent figure on Shark Live, had amassed a reputation that eclipsed many other streamers. Wow, it's the esteemed Yin Zong. Welcome, welcome, Shin exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Amidst the flurry of comments urging engagement, Chen Yuan refrained from any unnecessary chatter. Instead, he simply posted a striking message. Shin, what is your current leaderboard score? I shall surpass it instantly. As soon as this remarkable comment was sent, the entire live streaming room erupted in excitement. Oh my! Yin Zong has commenced. He is about to make his move. This is astounding. Yin Zong, remain composed. I just checked. Shin's top score is 18 million. And her top supporter is none other than the Dragon Emperor. Are you planning to surpass the Dragon Emperor, Yin Zong? The Dragon Emperor is already a formidable figure at level 120, owning several talent agencies and reportedly being a shareholder of the Penguin Group. Quite impressive. Yin Zong, while it's all in good fun, please don't jest with the leaderboard. As the barrage of comments in the live stream escalated into a frenzy, a golden rocket ascended from the bottom of the screen, officially igniting the flames of battle. The first launch, the second, the 100th, the 1000th, the 2000th, the 5000th. From the moment Chen Yuan sent forth the inaugural rocket, an unending deluge of rockets ensued, maintaining its relentless pace for an entire 2 hours. Indeed, 2 hours of uninterrupted fervor. The fervency of Xiao Shinshin's live stream surged from an initial 2 million to a staggering 40 billion. Every viewer was left in a state of astonishment. Xiao Shinshin stood there, mouth agape, frozen as if turned to stone. On the entire Shark platform, 80% of the audience was captivated by Xiao Shinshin's stream. I am astounded, numb, Yin Zong. You are simply terrifying. Over 10,000 rockets launched in a frenzy? This is outrageous. Absolutely phenomenal. Yin Zong, have you perhaps been diagnosed with cancer? Is that why you wish to squander your fortune? Father, if you have more money than you know how to spend, please bestow some upon me. I would gladly be your son. Amidst the chaotic barrage in Xiao Shinshin's live stream, the comments in Xiaomi's stream appeared sparse and scattered. Observing the infinite rain of rockets on the global screen, Xiaomi felt a pang of jealousy, beginning to doubt whether she had perhaps misspoken moments ago. Wyan insisted on inviting her to dinner, yet she did not acquiesce. Instead, she tactfully mentioned the opportunity to meet during the fan meeting. This was in response to a query posed in the live broadcast. Should she have directly consented to a private meeting? It would ultimately cast a negative light on her reputation. Furthermore, she had a multitude of fans, predominantly those who considered themselves her husbands. Naturally, she could not express her agreement too overtly. However, due to her refusal, Yin promptly sent over more than 10,000 super rockets to Shi Osh in SHN. And the influx has not ceased. It is highly likely that Shi Osh in SHN will trend tomorrow. Reflecting on this, Shio Mr. felt an increasing regret for her misstep. Could someone as affluent as Yin be compared to an ordinary fan? By openly declining, was she not denying Yin the respect he deserved? Chapter 023, Shio Ru Y, Apologies, Shio Mr. I must go observe the excitement in Shi Osh in SHN's live stream. I shall join too. The atmosphere there is simply too lively. Haha, I am not there to watch Shi Osh in SHN. I merely wish to see just how many rockets Yin can send. I'm utterly astonished. You traitors. Beasts, wait for me. As she watched more than 10 nobles depart from the live stream, Shio Mr. was at a loss. Nearly brought to tears. Yin was indeed excessively extravagant. Under the overwhelming impact of over 10,000 super rockets, the traffic he generated was beyond comprehension. People are inherently curious and drawn to spectacle. If one were to send dozens or even hundreds of rockets, it might not elicit much reaction. As such occurrences have become commonplace, the Shark Live platform has been established for years and is not lacking in those who can send hundreds of rockets. Yet, never before has anyone dispatched over 10,000 super rockets in one go. Unprecedented, unmatched in history. Since its inception, Shark Live has never witnessed anyone bestowing over 10,000 super rockets in a single go. Yet today, Lonely One Cigarette has achieved this remarkable feat. This sudden and extraordinary tycoon has, in a matter of mere days, ascended to the pinnacle of the affluent elite. Not only has he made his mark on the Shark platform, but he has also dazzled on the Douyin platform. Each display of generosity is more astounding than the last, escalating in both magnitude and extravagance. In just 3 instances, He has already contributed nearly 50 million. $500 million in gifts. He could practically be a shareholder in Shark. Observing the dwindling audience in the live stream, Xiaomi finally resolved to apologize to Cigarette Brother. She felt compelled to clarify the reasons for her earlier refusal to respond during the broadcast. Offending such a magnate could jeopardize her livelihood. Grasping her phone, she opened WeChat and began composing a message. Cigarette Brother, I sincerely apologize for today. The live stream was quite crowded earlier, making it difficult to address certain matters. In truth, I have some free time these days and would love to visit Han City. Would you be available to act as my guide? With her message polished, Xiaomi promptly sent it. At that moment, Chen Yuan was still engaged in sending rockets. Having tapped the screen for 2 hours, his hands starting to feel fatigued. Fortunately, his body had been enhanced. Otherwise, he might have struggled to keep up. Ding dong. Suddenly, a message notification popped up on WeChat. It was from Xiaomi. Chen Yuan opened it, feeling a bit bewildered. What did this mean? She had previously declined an invitation to meet for dinner, yet now she was expressing her availability to fly from Magic City to Han City for a visit? The shift in attitude was rather abrupt, was it not? Perhaps one has finally grasped the profound meaning behind my words. It must be so. Chen Yuan smiled and nodded. Well, I shall refrain from further engagement today. Incessantly pursuing rockets is rather exhausting, and my phone is nearly out of battery. This is an iPhone 12. Yet how can its battery life be so inadequate? After Chen Yuan ceased his pursuit of rockets, a full 5 minutes elapsed before the viewers on the Shark live streaming platform finally reacted. It's over. It's finally over. 12,700 super rockets. My goodness, we have collectively sent 12,700 super rockets. Welcome, Dragon Emperor. Goodness, Dragon Emperor, you're finally back. Did you know you were outdone? Your top rank was eclipsed. Before meeting Yin Zong, I considered sending 100 rockets to be a display of affluence. After getting to know Yin Zong, I felt it would be shameful not to send at least 1,000 super rockets. The live stream room of Shaoshinshan remained abuzz with excitement. Yet Chen Yuan had quietly slipped away. Unbeknownst to him, the morning classes had concluded. It dawned upon Chen Yuan that he had spent the entire morning sending rockets. He had scarcely listened to the teacher's lecture. In university, aside from the counselor, instructors typically do not monitor students closely. If one is genuinely eager to learn and humbly seeks guidance, they will naturally receive instruction. Conversely, if one chooses to languish, no teacher will compel them to study. It is entirely dependent on one's own initiative. Generally, students seated in the front rows are more diligent and intent on pursuing postgraduate studies, while those in the back rows merely aim to obtain a diploma, content with passing grades as long as they avoid failing. Hunan University can be categorized as an undergraduate institution, yet it does not belong to the prestigious 985 or 211 groups. In comparison to Wuhan University, Huazhong University of Science and Technology, Central South University, and the University of Science and Technology, it falls into a lower tier. Interestingly, Chen Yuan's academic performance during high school was rather mediocre, barely reaching an upper-middle level. Ordinarily, such results would preclude admission to a first-tier university. However, upon learning that the girl he had secretly admired for 3 years, Xiao Ruoyu, intended to apply to Wuhan University, he suddenly found motivation. There are numerous youth-themed films where the male protagonist, despite poor performance throughout high school, exerts himself in the final 3 months to pursue the object of his affection, ultimately ranking among the top 10 students in the college entrance examination. While this narrative is indeed inspiring, such melodramatic scenarios are seldom encountered in reality. Chen Yuan represents a quintessential example of failure. He mistakenly believed he possessed extraordinary capabilities. He thought that by diligently studying for the last 3 months before the examination, he could attend the same university as Xiao Ruoyu, even if he could not become her boyfriend. Merely being in the same institution would suffice for him to silently watch over her. He acknowledges that his intense 3-month effort did yield some improvement in his academic performance. Nevertheless, he remained significantly below the admission threshold for Wuhan University. Consequently, he faced failure. Xiao Ruoyu ultimately succeeded in gaining admission to Wuhan University, one of the top 10 universities in China, while Chen Yuan ended up at Hunan University. Although both are classified as first-tier institutions, the disparity is considerable. Upon entering university, in an attempt to forget Xiao Ruoyu, Chen Yuan chose to pursue another girl, Lin Shutong. Initially, I merely sought to forget a person, yet unexpectedly, I found myself increasingly ensnared, ultimately becoming a devoted admirer of Lin Shutong. Has he truly fallen in love with Lin Shutong, entirely erasing the memory of Xiao Ruoyu? Chen Yuan does not believe this to be the case. After 3 years of dedication, he is not genuinely infatuated with Lin Shutong. Rather, he is merely reluctant to relinquish his feelings, stirred by a sense of emotional investment. A sudden recollection of that warm, spring-like figure of a girl brought forth a realization. Despite the passage of years, he had never truly forgotten her. Throughout the 3 years of high school, driven by his secret affection for Xiao Ruoyu, Chen Yuan would leap from his window each morning to be the first to enter the classroom. Diligently cleaning her desk and chair, he would stealthily follow her home after evening classes, only to return alone, often hiding along her route just to catch a glimpse of her gentle smile. He once found himself in a scuffle after witnessing someone etch her name onto a desk. He would intentionally lend her books, yearning for a fleeting moment of conversation, and often found himself lost in thought as he gazed at her during lessons. The name Xiao Ruoyu consumed Chen Yuan's entire youth. She was simply extraordinary, so exceptional that he lacked the courage to confess his feelings. From the moment he entered Hoda University, he understood that his life and Xiao Ruoyu's would henceforth exist as parallel lines, devoid of any intersection. Chapter 024. Joined a wealthy group contemplating Xiao Ruoyu. Chen Yuan shook his head with a sense of nostalgia. He picked up his phone and replied to Xiaomi, "Of course. If you come to Han City for a visit, I shall gladly serve as your guide, ensuring your trip is truly worthwhile." "Then it's settled, Brother Yin. Just let me know when. How about this Saturday?" "What do you think, Brother Yin?" "No problem. Could you perhaps send a photograph first? I'm afraid I might not recognize you later. However, a picture is unnecessary. You shall see my appearance when the time comes." After successfully arranging a meeting with Xiaomi, Chen Yuan felt an air of disbelief. He truly did not anticipate that such a prominent streamer could be so easily courted. Moreover, she was flying from the bustling metropolis to Han City to meet him. Indeed, wealth can make the impossible possible. After responding to the WeChat message, Chen Yuan reopened the Shark Live app, eager to see if Xiao Shinshin had sent him a private message. As another high-profile streamer, she possessed commendable looks, an enviable figure, and remarkable talents, making her an ideal candidate for adoration. Having already spent money, regardless of whether he could ultimately achieve success, he felt compelled to take a chance. What if he succeeded in the end? Sure enough, upon accessing the backend, he swiftly located Xiao Shinshin's private message. "Thank you, Master Yin, for becoming my #1 supporter. Please add me on WeChat." In addition to Xiao Shinshin's message, another private message caught Chen Yuan's attention. "Hello, Master Yin. I am Long Huang. Let us be friends. We are all part of the same circle. More friends lead to more opportunities. I have a WeChat group filled with the elite of Shark, comprising individuals from various professions. It would be beneficial for business matters. Would you consider joining, Master Yin?" The account level of this Long Huang was also at a maximum of level 120, undoubtedly indicating considerable wealth. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment. Joining a circle of affluent individuals did not seem disadvantageous. He promptly sent his WeChat number while also remembering to add Xiao Shinshin as a friend. Before long, Chen Yuan was added to a WeChat group. The group was rather small, consisting of just over 30 members. Upon entering, the group erupted in excitement. "Oh my goodness! Is this really the esteemed Yin Zong? Dragon Emperor, you are incredible for actually bringing Yin Zong into the group. I feel like the prestige of this group has been elevated immensely. From now on, if I say I know Yin Zong, won't that be quite impressive? Haha, esteemed leader. I look forward to your guidance." Although everyone in this WeChat group was an emperor in their own right, there were still distinctions among them. A figure like Chen Yuan, capable of bestowing gifts worth millions in a single go, was undoubtedly among the elite. "Greetings, I am a lonely cigarette. I kindly ask for your guidance, esteemed leaders." Chen Yuan courteously sent a message. "Yin Zong, please, who could possibly hold the title of esteemed leader in your presence? Yin Zong is being too modest." "Yin Zong, are you in Han City? I have a villa there that I wish to sell. Would you be interested?" Suddenly, a group member named Qingfeng Shulai inquired. "Qing Emperor, please, do not jest. What status does Yin Zong hold that he would need your villa?" "I have no choice. As you all know, I am in the hotel business. Due to recent events, the domestic tourism and hotel industries have come to a standstill. My cash flow is strained, and I am currently operating at a loss. Forced to sell the villa to endure until the industry recovers. It is true, nearly every sector has been impacted, and funds are not as plentiful for anyone. Perhaps you should seek out Lan Huang. Last year, Lan Huang acquired a mask factory, akin to a windfall, and is now rather affluent. However, Lan Huang is not in Han City." Chen Yuan gazed at the messages within the group, his eyes narrowing slightly. "There is a villa for sale. and it is in Han City? As a member of the group, surely there should be some preferential treatment? Of course, Chen Yuan lacked the funds to purchase a villa. Yet, he could acquire it on behalf of someone else. Lin Shitong, Su Lele, Zhao Yuqi, or perhaps other young ladies. As long as a devoted relationship is established. With the property deed bearing another's name, the villa not being in his name would naturally allow it to be viewed as an expenditure for his affections. When the villa is bought for personal residence, it matters little if it is not under his name. With this thought, Chen Yuan responded with a message. Since it is within a group, lending a hand is reasonable. Please add me as a friend for a private chat. Chen Yuan typed in reply. Thank you, Mr. Yan. You are truly generous. It is evident that, in the eyes of these esteemed individuals, someone of Mr. Yan's stature surely possesses one or two villas without a care. His willingness to purchase Jing Huang's villa is purely for the sake of supporting a fellow group member. Such magnanimous and affable friends are indeed worth cultivating. By nurturing these connections, future benefits will surely ensue. Ding dong. Qing Feng Su Lai has requested to become your friend. Do you accept this friend request? Accepted. Chen Yuan clicked to approve the friend's request. Shortly thereafter, a message from the other party arrived. Dear Mr. Yan, I am Hong Yuan Qiao. But you may simply call me Xiao Hong. Recently, I find myself in somewhat of a financial bind and was wondering when you might have the opportunity to view the property. If today is inconvenient, tomorrow or the day after would also suffice. Where is your house located? It is situated in Jiangkou. I purchased this villa in 2018. It is a riverside residence that was only renovated a little over a year ago. The area spans 980 square meters, comprising a standalone 3-story building complete with a garden, parking spaces, a lawn, an outdoor swimming pool, and a private cinema. At this point, Hong Yuan Xiao shared several photographs of the villa, showcasing both the interior and exterior. The opulence of the decor and design is remarkable. From the perspective of the floor-to-ceiling windows, one can even behold the stunning scenery of the Yangtze River. The location, the size, the exquisite design, Chen Yuan was utterly astonished. Chen Yuan was well aware of the Jiangjing Villa community, recognized as one of the most prestigious neighborhoods in Hanqing. With property prices exceeding 50,000 per square meter, Hong Yuan Xiao's villa is valued at no less than 50 million, undoubtedly one of the finest in the city. While it may not be a first-tier city, compared to the exorbitant property prices in places like Magic City and Kyoto, it remains relatively affordable, with properties seldom reaching the 100 million mark. Ah, indeed, your property appears quite impressive. Please send me the location, and I will get in touch with you when I visit tomorrow. Certainly, Mr. Yan. As long as you wish to view the property, I am available at any time. Hong Yuan Xiao promptly replied. In truth, villas of such high value do not sell easily. It is possible that the property may linger online for 6 months, or even a year, failing to attract buyers, making it far less marketable than ordinary residential real estate, especially in light of the current economic downturn. A villa valued at 50 to 60 million is exceedingly difficult to sell within a short time frame. It is indeed fortunate to have unexpectedly met Mr. Yan. He is truly remarkable. Mr. Yan is as extravagant as they come, purchasing a villa as if it were a mere toy. He generously tips female streamers with sums exceeding 10 million, making the acquisition of a villa seem as trivial as buying a plaything. My curiosity regarding Mr. Yan's identity is growing. Could he perhaps be a pseudonym for Mr. Ma? Egg Prince, you have been in the group for a while now. Do you not understand certain rules? Do not delve too deeply. Caution, Dragon Emperor. Chapter 025. At last, I can showcase my skills having silenced the Emperor Group's notifications. The time had reached noon. Chen Yuan, along with his roommates, Lao Chao, Lao Zhou, and Lao Xiong, ventured to the cafeteria for lunch. The school cafeteria offered meals at a remarkably low price, typically around 7 to 8 yuan. Little did anyone expect that the same individual who had just spent over 10,000 on a wildly popular live stream, Mr. Yan, would be dining on a modest cafeteria meal. Reluctant even to order a meat dish. Little Rue, what should I do now? Chen Yuan seems unwilling to acknowledge me, lamented Lin Shutong. Clutching her phone that had remained silent for hours, her emotions in turmoil. Shutong, what is troubling you? Wasn't Chen Yuan always completely under your influence? Why do you seem to lack confidence before him now that you know of his wealth? You cannot approach it this way. You must understand that men possess an innate tendency towards insensitivity. The more you indulge him, the less he will regard you. It would be prudent to revert to your previous methods of dealing with him. If he chooses to ignore you, you too can choose to disregard him, suggested Sun Rue. However, Lin Shutong felt that this approach was no longer viable. Chen Yuan was currently being pursued by several temptresses, including Su Lei from the Art Academy and Zhao Yuqing from the Student Union. If she continued to oscillate between warmth and coldness, she risked losing him to these two rivals, who were equally charming and attractive. In the past, Chen Yuan had only pursued her, but now she faced competition, and both competitors possessed physiques and looks that rivaled her own. Furthermore, she had previously insulted Chen Yuan, uttering many unkind words. If she reverted to her old ways, he would undoubtedly cease to seek her affection. It was evident that others were aware of Chen Yuan's wealth, and it was clear that she could no longer view him through the lens of the past. Nevertheless, Shutong, you still possess advantages. Remember, Chen Yuan pursued you for 3 years without giving up, which signifies your unique position in his heart. Men often harbor a lingering attachment to their first love, and you are his initial affection, something no other woman can rival. Thus, I surmise that Chen Yuan's current aloofness may be a means of expressing his discontent, considering you once treated him in a similar manner. Once he has vented his frustrations and calmed down, he may very well forgive you, presenting you with an opportunity, reasoned her close friend, Sun Rui. Lin Shutong found her analysis to be quite insightful. One might consider the possibility of swapping identities with Chen Yuan, surely. He too possesses a temper and yearns for an outlet for his emotions. By empathizing, one can elucidate why Chen Yuan has chosen not to respond to her messages. I understand now, Xiao Rui, that in order to mend her relationship with Chen Yuan, the first step is to alleviate his anger. I shall not relent. Keep pushing forward, Shu Tong. You will undoubtedly succeed. Sun Rui raised her tiny fist in encouragement, presenting a facade of support for her friend while internally harboring disdain. How could you? Lin Shu Tong, once disdainful and treating others as mere sycophants, now remember their merits simply because of newfound wealth. You seek to reclaim his affection? What a fanciful daydream. Yet, Lin Shu Tong may not have the opportunity, but what of my own prospects? Approaching Chen Yuan directly might appear somewhat opportunistic. Fortunately, Chen Yuan's roommate, Zhou Haiquan, is pursuing her, and perhaps this connection can be leveraged. After lunch, Lao Chao, Lao Zhou, and Lao Xiong insisted on dragging Chen Yuan to an internet CAF for a game of League of Legends. Initially reluctant, he found himself unable to defy the collective will of his friends. With no classes in the afternoon and the absence of other recreational activities, the typical pursuits of students, aside from napping or reading novels in their dorms, often revolve around gaming at internet CAFs. Do you have any 4-seat machines available? Lao Chao inquired as they entered the CAF. Indeed, business has been slow lately. There are many machines open for connection, replied the young woman at the cash register with a smile, her appearance quite pleasant. Su Lei, what brings you here? Are you working part-time as an attendant? Chen Yuan asked, bewildered, upon recognizing one of the two young women at the counter. I am not the network administrator. This internet CAF is actually owned by my family. Chen Yuan, are you not aware of this? Su Lei exclaimed with excitement. She was pleasantly surprised to encounter Chen Yuan at the CAF. Her family owns 17 internet CAFs, but due to the impact of the pandemic, business has yet to recover. Within the CAF, there are 6 or 7 employees who have not received their wages for the past 3 to 4 months. Additionally, the rent is due soon. The rent for the CAF, which is located near a school in a prime area, amounts to 200,000 annually. Su Lei came today to distribute wages to her employees and to pay the rent. The 5 million Chen Yuan lent her is sufficient to sustain her family's CAF operations and to repay the loan. I truly had no idea that your family was so affluent, running an internet CAF. Chen Yuan remarked with astonishment. This CAF boasts nearly 200 high-end computers, and when factoring in renovations and rent, establishing such a business likely requires no less than 2 million. Wow, I recall that Deluo Internet CAF is a chain with several locations. Could it be that the entire Deluo Internet CAF is owned by your family? Xiong Tao gazed at Su Lei in disbelief. Indeed, but currently, all Internet CAFs are struggling. They are essentially operating at a loss, and my family is on the brink of bankruptcy, Su Lei candidly admitted, casting a subtle glance at Chen Yuan. Without Chen Yuan's financial support, her family would have indeed faced ruin. Incredible. Su Lei, are you truly a second-generation rich kid? Xiong Tao mused. There were many rumors about you circulating in school, suggesting that you were a materialistic girl. However, it seems they were merely the envious whispers of others. Lao Chao chuckled as he glanced at Chen Yuan. It seems that your romantic fortunes are rather extraordinary. They are not mistaken. I have always been a gold digger. Don't assume that just because we are acquainted, you can enjoy complimentary services. Humph. Of course, that does not apply to Brother Chen Yuan, for he always surfs the internet at my family's cyber CAF free of charge. Su Lele jested, effortlessly diffusing an awkward subject while simultaneously bolstering Chen Yuan's pride. Her emotional intelligence is truly commendable. Goodness, fourth brother, why not just yield to her? I can hardly bear it. I feel nauseated. Why is it that no girl ever pursues me? Is it possible that I am not handsome enough? Xiong Tao lamented with evident jealousy. The other roommates are increasingly perplexed. How did Chen Yuan suddenly become the object of affection? It makes no sense. If anyone in the dormitory is adept at charming women, it has always been Xiong Tao. He possesses eloquence, good looks, and a delightful sense of humor. Over the course of 3 years in university, he has already dated 7 or 8 girls. Naturally, he is not overly selective. He simply requires a modicum of attractiveness rather than exclusively seeking out the most stunning. Yet now, 3 girls are pursuing Chen Yuan. And they all seem to be exceptionally beautiful, one more stunning than the last. It defies logic. Let us initiate a 5-player game. Sun Rui is coming over shortly. Zhou Haiquan suddenly exclaimed. Who? Sun Rui? ISNT Shi Lin Shutong's roommate. When did you start flirting with her, Zhou? In truth, I have been pursuing her for several months now, and I sense that she holds a favorable impression of me. Just moments ago, I mentioned to my dormitory mates that we would be heading to an internet CAF to play games, and to my delight, she kindly offered to be my support. Perfect timing for a 5-man team. Haha, at last, I can showcase my skills in front of her. Zhou Haiquan rubbed his palms together with excitement. Chapter 026. Just try being arrogant again, will you? What skills do you possess? Are you merely an unyielding silver? You do not understand. My Yasuo is truly exceptional. Just wait until I rise and shine. Zhou Haiquan waved his hand dismissively. He only played one hero, Yasuo. Although he had mastered this champion, he often met his demise recklessly. He had a penchant for taking on 2 or 3 opponents at once, relishing the thrill of a narrow counterattack. His A-game persona was a stark contrast to his otherwise reserved nature in reality. An hour later, Sun Rui arrived at the internet CAF, riding a hello bicycle. It was evident that she had put considerable effort into her appearance today. With a subtle touch of makeup, she appeared elegant and far from mundane. To add to the allure, she was clad in a JK uniform. The short skirt and lovely legs, along with her youthful charm, were undeniably captivating yet subtly seductive. Chen Yuan and his dormitory mates were left dumbfounded. My goodness, how had I never noticed before how stunning Sun Rui truly is? Zhou, you did well. She clearly took great care in her appearance. Sun Rui is a hidden gem. She had a bit of baby fat before, but now, having successfully slimmed down, her beauty and figure rival that of Lin Shutong. The group of somewhat lewd roommates began to comment and speculate. Lao Zhou appeared somewhat reserved, his face nearly flushed with embarrassment. Nevertheless, he felt a swell of pride for having successfully arranged a meeting with a captivating lady. Hey, beautiful, let's exchange WeChat. As Sun Rui entered the internet cafe, she was intercepted by a brazen young man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of arrogance. Without preamble, he demanded her contact information, his gaze audaciously sweeping over her chest and thighs multiple times. Sorry, I'm looking for someone. Sun Rui firmly shook her head in refusal. Don't go, beautiful. Adding me on WeChat won't cost you anything. I have no interest in adding you. Please step aside. How dare you be so presumptuous? Dressed like that. It's obvious you're out for business. Why pretend to be virtuous? The audacious young man seemed unwilling to relent, even going so far as to grasp Sun Rui's arm. Are you asking for a beating? Try touching her again, you scoundrel. Zhou Haiquan sprang to his feet, fury etched across his face. How could he tolerate someone harassing the lady he had invited out? He charged forward and kicked the insolent youth. How dare you strike me? The brazen young man began to retaliate, but upon noticing 3 more individuals approach from behind Zhou Haiquan, he realized he was outnumbered. What's wrong with hitting you? You dare to flirt with my brother's girl? Are you seeking death? Xiong Tao barked, his voice fierce yet betraying a hint of trepidation. Fine, you have the numbers. I'll concede. The audacious young man flicked away his cigarette and retreated, seemingly defeated. Uft, thought you were impressive. Turns out you're just a coward. Old Zhou, impressive. I never expected you to be so decisive at a critical moment. Truly a man. Old Chao and Old Xiong praised him in succession. Kiki. It's nothing really. Such individuals merely bully the weak and fear the strong. Zhou Haiquan bashfully scratched the back of his head. He then glanced at Sun Rui, only to find her gaze fixed intently on Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, thank you for helping me out earlier, And Haikuan, I appreciate you too. Sun Rue expressed her gratitude. I didn't really do much. You should thank old Zhou instead. Chen Yuan replied, utterly bewildered. Throughout the ordeal, he hadn't even uttered a word, merely standing behind Zhou Haikuan and observing. Why thank those who don't deserve it while neglecting those who do? Is something amiss with your reasoning? At that moment, Su Lei approached. Chen Yuan, perhaps you and the others should leave first. That guy clearly looks like trouble, and he won't just let this go. He might come back with friends to confront you. Su Lei's words carried a certain weight of truth. Chen Yuan pondered that avoiding unnecessary trouble might be wise. If that individual truly sought confrontation, they could very well end up on the losing side. Just as Chen Yuan was about to speak, Zhou Haikuan, with a somewhat grim expression, interrupted him. Old C, you should leave first. I'm not going anywhere today. Why should I fear a coward? If he really brings someone, I won't be afraid. Zhou Haichuan's words were clearly spoken in anger. He was not foolish. He could see that Sun Rue's gaze towards Chen Yuan was somewhat different. Naturally, boys tend to be quite sensitive about their pride. Su Lei, a girl, approached them urging them to retreat, a sentiment that no man particularly enjoys hearing. Moreover, it was uncertain whether that fellow would even summon others to confront them. To be intimidated by a hypothetical scenario would only amplify their cowardice. Rest assured, Lao Zhou, we are all brothers. We shall certainly not back down. We will confront any issues together and fight if need be. Xiong Tao patted Zhou Haichuan's shoulder. Come on, let us get this started. Sun Rue, you should sit next to Lao Zhou. Lao Chao subtly devised a plan, ensuring Sun Rue sat beside Zhou Haikuan. Very well then. Sun Rue nodded with a lackluster enthusiasm. Deep down, she wished to sit next to Chen Yuan, yet she could not allow her desire to be too overt. Chen Yuan felt somewhat unjustly accused. He understood Lao Zhou's feelings well. The girl he had invited out displayed an unusual demeanor towards another roommate, which was quite disheartening. However, Chen Yuan had not pursued Sun Rue at all. He wasn't even inclined to engage with Lin Shutong, let alone Sun Rue. Lele, could you fetch us some bottles of water? It's fine, Chen Yuan said, gently ruffling Su Lei's hair, conveying that he was already taken and evidently intending to stand united with his roommates. Very well. Su Lei shyly nodded. Her affection for Chen Yuan had soared to 94 points. This intimate gesture would not only fail to annoy her, but would also thrill her immensely. By the way, Chen Yuan, come to my house tonight. I want to cook for you personally. Don't forget, she said as she went to fetch the water. Su Lei whispered in a voice only Chen Yuan could hear, sending a shiver through his bones. A restless excitement coursed through his veins, as he felt an oppressive heat in the air. He glanced at Su Lei's alluring figure, and found it increasingly difficult to suppress his desires. Gaming. Humph. Women are nothing but trouble. How could anything be more entertaining than a game? As the match commenced, Chen Yuan played Garen in the top lane, while Lao Zhou took on Yasuo in the mid lane, and Sun Rue supported with Janna in the bot lane. Ideally, after establishing an advantage in the bot lane, Janna could assist Yasuo in the mid lane, combining their skills to eliminate the enemy mid laner and secure a more significant advantage. However, it was unclear whether Sun Rue genuinely lacked the skills or was merely being obstinate. Instead of aiding Yasuo in the mid lane, she meandered across the map to assist Chen Yuan in the top lane, neglecting her ADC. Sun Rue, the top lane needs no help. I've already taken down the enemy twice. You should go help the mid lane, Chen Yuan urged. Don't worry, Chen Yuan. I'll help you push the tower to create a greater advantage. But you're consuming my experience. I'll just stand back and watch you farm minions and collect tower gold. Jia, could you please return to the bot lane and assist me? I've been completely pushed out of my tower. Bear Tao interjected, unable to contain his frustration. As an ADC, he found it exceedingly difficult. Despite having an early advantage in this game, they ultimately faced defeat. The reasons were all too apparent to everyone involved. They had initially considered starting a second match, but just then, a group of over 10 young men suddenly surged through the entrance of the internet CAF. This motley crew, adorned with tattoos, sporting yellow hair, and various unconventional hairstyles, presented a strikingly diverse appearance. But with cigarettes dangling from their lips, they exuded an intimidating aura, seemingly eager to pick a fight. Among them stood a young man, the very ruffian who had previously been kicked by Zhou Haikuan. Damn it, you little brats, come out here. Weren't you all so arrogant just a moment ago? Let us see you act tough one more time. Chapter 27. Unmatched valor. A thunderous roar shattered the concentration of all the youth engrossed in their games at the internet CAF, creating an atmosphere that was stiflingly oppressive. Zhou Haichuan's face turned ashen, while Xiong Tao and Chao Jinyan exchanged furtive glances. Despite their youthful bravado and vigor, they were not seasoned delinquents. The fact that there were over 10 adversaries before them made it impossible to remain entirely unperturbed. Tao, old Chao, you need not concern yourselves with this. I was the one who kicked him. If it comes to it, I'll just take a beating in return. It's merely a thrashing. At once he cost me my life. In this critical moment, Zhou Haichuan displayed commendable camaraderie, intending to shoulder the burden alone. As he spoke, the group of thugs closed in around them. Sun Rue, pale with fright, shouted, "You ruffians, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call the police. Call the damn police. Seize this wretched girl's phone. You bastards. Today I'll wipe the floor with you little brats." Huang Bo bellowed, lunging to slap Zhou Haichuan across the face. He believed that no one would dare to intervene this time, with a dozen men backing him. The students were already terrified into silence, utterly incapable of retaliating. However, the outcome of events often defied expectations. When Huang Bo swung his palm toward him, Zhou Haichuan stood motionless, his fists clenched tightly, fully prepared to endure the blow. However, just as the strike was a mere 10 centimeters from Zhou Haichuan's cheek, a powerful hand seized Huang Bo's arm, rendering him immobile. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not break free. How dare you fight back? You actually have the audacity to retaliate? Why should I not defend myself? You dare to strike my brother without even considering my opinion? Chen Yuan asserted with unwavering determination. Who do you think you are? Before Huang Bo could finish his retort, Chen Yuan delivered a forceful kick that sent him flying. With a strength level of 19, double that of an average person, Chen Yuan propelled Huang Bo 3 meters away, causing him to roll several times on the ground. It hurts, damn it. How dare you strike my brother? Everyone, let us take them down, these little bastards. A crew-cut man, witnessing Huang Bo's defeat, charged forward in a fit of rage. Rather than retreating, Chen Yuan boldly advanced toward the group of thugs. When one's strength and physical prowess reach twice that of an ordinary person, the combat effectiveness of Chen Yuan transcends mere arithmetic. It is not simply a case of 1 + 1 = 2. Superior physical conditioning means he can endure more punishment, while immense strength translates to painful strikes. When he lands a punch, it is unbearable for his opponent, yet when he is struck, it causes him little discomfort. He is now both resilient and formidable. On this occasion, Chen Yuan sought to ascertain the transformative power bestowed upon him by the 20 enhancement points. What followed was a remarkable spectacle. The young man, who did not appear particularly robust, exhibited extraordinary prowess, single-handedly confronting a dozen adversaries without faltering. His combat style lacked sophistication. It was a straightforward exchange of blows, one punch for one kick, an unyielding clash of strength. In truth, although the group of ruffians numbered 12, only 5 or 6 engaged in the fray, while the remainder stood idly by, merely there for support. Astonishingly, even with 5 or 6 of them assailing Chen Yuan, they could not overpower him. His strength was formidable, and he possessed an uncanny resilience to blows, rendering him unshackled by their attempts. He charged forth like a tiger among sheep, exhibiting unparalleled valor. "Old Four, do not panic. I shall assist you. How dare they gang up on my brother, as if I am merely a spectator?" roared Xiong Tao, as he grappled with one of the thugs. "Damn it, Old Two. Old Four, you are so fierce, how could I possibly cower? Let us fight." Chao Jinyan joined the fray. Zhou Haichuan soon followed suit. Given that this turmoil had arisen due to him, he had no justification to remain in the shadows, especially with Sun Rue observing from the sidelines. It was imperative to showcase his mettle. With the support of his 3 roommates, Chen Yuan felt invigorated. After all, facing a dozen opponents alone was somewhat daunting. With the pressure alleviated, his courage surged and his aura intensified. Within mere minutes, the ground was littered with fallen foes, leaving a cohort of onlooking internet-addicted youths utterly bewildered. Who is this person? My goodness, he's astonishing, taking on more than a dozen opponents single-handedly? Incredible! I should have recorded a video to share on social media. It's particularly impressive that he didn't resort to a weapon. Had he done so, one wonders if he could still triumph against 10 adversaries. Young man, must you be so contrarian? Acknowledging another's prowess won't lead to your demise, will it? Chen Yuan, you are truly remarkable. Sun Rue gazed at Chen Yuan with admiration, her large eyes sparkling with pink hearts. She never anticipated that Chen Yuan was not only wealthy but also such a formidable fighter. His valiant demeanor had left an indelible impression on her mind. This man exudes bravery and masculinity. She felt that Lin Shutong was truly foolish for missing out on such a perfect idol. Tears nearly welled in her eyes. Meanwhile, Su Lele was also momentarily stunned. Her gaze toward Chen Yuan deepened with admiration, bordering on obsession. Not only was Chen Yuan courageous, but he also demonstrated a strong sense of responsibility. What began as a problem caused by his roommate ultimately saw him stepping up to resolve it, never once blaming his roommate. A man like this radiates security. Moreover, he is handsome and affluent. If she were to miss out on such a man, Su Lele believed she would regret it for a lifetime. Su Lele, affection level 1. Ding. Detection of the first devoted admirer, Su Lele, whose affection for the host has successfully surpassed 95 points. Congratulations to the host for achieving a remarkable turnaround. Ding. The first devoted admirer has spent a total of 5.3 million on admiration, rewarding the host with 530,000. Ding. Su Lele has successfully transformed into the host's devoted admirer, granting 5 enhancement points. Name: Chen Yuan. Age: 21. Height: 180 centimeters. Weight: 67 kilograms. Strength: 19. Constitution: 19. Spirit: 10. Agility: 9. The peak level for adults is 10. Status: healthy. Skills: none. Enhancement points: 5. Please select the enhancement direction. I choose to enhance agility. Allocating all 5 enhancement points to agility. Ding. Enhancement successful. The current agility of the host is now 14 points. In the next moment, a familiar warmth surged through his entire body. Chen Yuan felt his physique becoming lighter. He became significantly more nimble. Previously, while facing off against a group of thugs, he appeared valiant, but had endured considerable punishment. He had taken 7 or 8 punches and endured a dozen kicks. Fortunately, his robust constitution allowed him to withstand the onslaught. Now, with his agility increased, he felt as light as a swallow, confident that if he were to confront them again, he would not find himself in such a compromised position and would evade the kicks with ease. Chapter 028. Facade of Friendship, Get Lost. I never want to see you again. If I do, I'll strike you every single time. Zhou Haikuan bellowed, delivering a fierce kick to the already grounded Huang Bo. His voice laced with indignation. He believed his performance today was nothing short of heroic. For against more than a dozen, he had turned the tide, leaving the adversary scrambling in disarray, a feat worthy of boasting for at least a year. He assumed that Sun Rui would regard him with newfound admiration. However, upon glancing back, he discovered that she had already scampered over to Chen Yuan, eager to curry favor. His expression soured once more. Goodness, Lao Si, how come you're so formidable? I never noticed it before. Have you been practicing? At this moment, Xiong Tao asked, his face filled with astonishment. You must have trained, otherwise, it's impossible to be so fierce. It seems you were merely pretending in the dormitory. If you truly unleash your skills, the 3 of us combined wouldn't stand a chance against you. No wonder the girls are so fond of him. It turns out this fellow is a martial artist. A few roommates expressed their envy and jealousy, finally grasping the reason behind Chen Yuan's popularity. However, they were unaware that the admiration from these girls stemmed not from his combat prowess, but rather from his financial capabilities. Chen Yuan paid no heed to Sun Rui's attempts at flattery. Her looks barely reached a score of 7.5, failing to meet even the most basic standards of beauty. He had no intention of expending any energy on her. Glancing at the system interface, Chen Yuan realized that after enhancing his physical strength, his body seemed to be undergoing a second maturation. Originally standing at a height of 179 centimeters, he had surprisingly grown to 180 centimeters. Although it was merely an increase of 1 centimeter, it signified the possibility of further growth. His weight had also risen significantly. No wonder he had been feeling hungrier lately and consuming more food. My apologies, Su Lele. I believe I may have caused some damage while brawling at your family's internet CAF, perhaps breaking several computers in the process. No worries at all. It's just a few monitors. Replacing them will be fine. Just tell me how much they cost, and we can chip in. Zhou Haikuan said, his expression pained. Although the fight was exhilarating, the damage incurred would require compensation. He is a rather obstinate, down-to-earth individual, somewhat inflexible in his ways. No need for compensation, truly. You are all good brothers of Chen Yuan. Do not fret over a few damaged monitors. Even if the entire internet CAF were to be demolished, it would matter not. Such words nearly caused several roommates to choke on their incredulity. What sorcery does this Chen Yuan wield that renders the ladies so utterly devoted? Is he truly that admirable? By the heavens, where have the others vanished to in the blink of an eye? Chen Yuan had already departed from the Daluo internet CAF. He could no longer endure Sun Rue's subtle yet persistent flattery. She resembled a devoted follower, relentlessly pursuing him despite his clear disinterest. It was utterly repugnant. Moreover, she was a close friend of Lin Shutong. Chen Yuan had spent 3 arduous years courting Lin Shutong, and after much effort, she had finally agreed to be his girlfriend. Yet, it was this very Sun Rue who incessantly whispered in Lin Shutong's ear, disparaging him at every turn. While Lin Shutong's materialistic tendencies were one issue, Sun Rue's insidious meddling was equally significant. Now, it seems Sun Rue, perhaps unhinged, has the audacity to approach him with feigned affection? Does Lin Shutong have any inkling of this? Are you merely a superficial confidant? Even if Chen Yuan has lost interest in Lin Shutong, to have her friend come forth to entice him so brazenly appears rather distasteful. Upon leaving the internet CAF, Chen Yuan found himself alone on the school playground. He had just added a point to his agility enhancement and was eager to find a suitable place to thoroughly test the effects of this newfound enhancement. This afternoon, the playground seemed unusually crowded. "Classmate, why are there so many people on the field today?" Chen Yuan inquired of a nearby striking young woman. "Don't you know? The Sports Institute is hosting a sprint competition today. I heard they are selecting athletes for the national second-level team." She explained with a warm smile. "Is that so? May I add you on WeChat, beautiful?" Chen Yuan asked. "I'm sorry, but I already have a boyfriend. The one in the red outfit competing over there is my boyfriend." The initially amiable young woman's demeanor abruptly shifted to one of cold indifference upon hearing Chen Yuan's request, as if she had instinctively erected a defensive barrier. Proudly pointing towards the man in the red vest who was warming up on the track. "Li Yang? It's actually him?" Chen Yuan squinted his eyes in recognition. "Do you know my boyfriend? Know him?" "More than that. We were classmates in high school. He was the sprint champion at our school's sports meet." The young woman's attitude softened slightly as she spoke of her boyfriend, revealing a hint of pride. Indeed, Chen Yuan and Li Yang were high school classmates. Though their relationship was far from friendly, they had even clashed physically in the past. The cause of their altercation stemmed from Li Yang's pursuit of Xiao Ruoyu. Moreover, Li Yang was notoriously fickle, having garnered attention for winning the sprint championship, changing girlfriends with the same frequency as one changes clothes. While Chen Yuan had no authority over Li Yang's romantic escapades, he felt compelled to confront him when it came to pursuing Xiao Ruoyu, thus establishing a rivalry between them. In the past, Chen Yuan suffered a humiliating defeat, being pinned to the ground by Li Yang, who struck him across the face. This incident remains a source of deep shame for him, lingering in his mind. However, one must acknowledge that Li Yang possesses a sunlit appearance and a robust physique, exuding an athletic charm that undoubtedly attracts many young women. The caliber of his girlfriends is remarkably high. At that moment, a sudden notification echoed in Chen Yuan's mind. Ding! The lick dog operation has commenced. Name: He Jing. Age: 19. Height: 169 centimeters. Weight: 50 kilograms. Attractiveness: 8. 2 points. The young woman harbors a disapproval rating of -5 points towards the host. A binding lick-dog relationship has been established should her approval rating surpass 95 points. A reversal of fortunes will occur, transforming her into the host's devoted admirer. Upon successful reversal, a reward of 10 of the lick-dog funds will be granted, along with 22 enhancement points and the skill of dance mastery. What is happening? Has a lick-dog relationship truly been established? Is the system compelling me to undermine Li Yang's standing? Chen Yuan shook his head. Once, he despised scoundrels. Yet now he finds himself embodying the very persona he once loathed. Nevertheless, a strange exhilaration accompanies this transformation. At that moment, Chen Yuan scrutinized He Jing more closely. At first glance, he perceived her to be the most beautiful girl on the entire playground, but he was astonished by her striking beauty, scoring an impressive 8. 2 points, outshining Su Lele and Lin Shutong. At merely 19 years of age, she must be a freshman. Look, the match is about to begin. Go, Li Yang. Go, Li Yang. He Jing exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. Chen Yuan refrained from pursuing her WeChat information further. If he were to demand it forcefully, how would that differ from the behavior of a rogue? Such actions would only breed disdain. While He Jing encouraged the others, a group of onlookers exchanged whispers. Chen Yuan silently made his way towards the rubber track. As for Li Yang, he is indeed a promising talent. His best time stands at 10:12 seconds for the 100 meters, qualifying him as a reserve for the national team, with ample room for further development. Indeed, Li Yang is exceptional. He possesses the most potential among this cohort. The two coaches conversed, then blew their whistles. The The male athletes from the sports academy were poised for action. Ready, bang. As the coach launched the starting signal, over 10 male athletes surged forth from the track like cheetahs. Their speed was astonishing, clearly a result of rigorous training. Particularly in the center of the track, Li Yong took the lead, his speed and reaction times nearly matching those of national-level athletes. Wait a moment, who is that? Just as both coaches focused on Li Yong, a boy in casual attire suddenly sprinted onto the track. Having initially lagged behind by 5 or 6 positions, he surged forward, astonishingly overtaking one athlete after another. Ultimately, he pulled ahead of Li Yong by 2 or 3 meters, crossing the finish line first. A time of 9:63 seconds for the 100 meters. Goodness, he has broken the 10-second barrier. Incredible, he almost started a second late. If he had performed at full capacity, wouldn't he be a world-class seed? A genius, he is a true prodigy. Classmate, don't leave. Are you interested in joining the national team? The coach eagerly inquired as he hurried after him. Not interested, I'm just running for fun. Who knew these guys from the sports academy would be so lackluster? Chapter 030. Little one, do you have many questions? Classmate, which college are you from? I'm from the College of Arts. What? The coach looked utterly bewildered. Students from the College of Arts are typically seen as mere bookworms, yet here he was, dominating a professional athletics competition against a bunch of muscular athletes from the sports academy. It sounded almost surreal. Are you certain you're not just putting on a facade? Chen Yuan, is that you? Li Yang's expression suddenly soured. He had once had a confrontation with Chen Yuan. The two had disliked each other for quite some time. To Li Yang, Chen Yuan was nothing more than an insufferable sycophant. Back in high school, he had tried to pursue Xiao Ruoyu, but Chen Yuan had always interfered. You don't have the guts to pursue her yourself, yet you won't let me? What is that about? Are you out of your mind? On one occasion, Li Yang had devised a heroic rescue scenario. He enlisted 2 friends from outside the school to intentionally block Xiao Ruoyu on her way home from school. At the opportune moment, he planned to leap in and save her, hoping to win her heart. But to his dismay, at the crucial moment, Chen Yuan had intervened. That guy had been tailing Xiao Ruoyu and managed to intercept the 2 actors before Li Yang could make his move. Left with no choice, Li Yang ended up beating him up. To his astonishment, this fool didn't learn his lesson and continued to follow Xiao Ruoyu home every day. It was precisely due to Chen Yuan's obstruction that the heroic rescue plan utterly collapsed. In the end, Li Yang failed to pursue Xiao Ruoyu after graduation, which became the greatest regret in his heart. Consequently, he harbored intense resentment towards Chen Yuan. You, occupying the throne without contributing, wish to be a gallant protector of flowers while being nothing more than a sycophant? Li Yang, do you know this student? Perfect timing. Although this student is from the School of Literature, there are no rules prohibiting literature students from joining the athletics team. As long as you agree to join the athletics team, I will exceptionally grant you the only provincial recommendation slot available in our school. You will represent our school in the provincial athletics competition, and soon you shall stand out, gaining entry into the national team. With your talent, it won't be long before you participate in the International Olympics, and you may even have the chance to win an Olympic championship and bring glory to our nation. The coach excitedly articulated this vision. The explosive power displayed by Chen Yuan was truly astonishing. He was undoubtedly the most gifted seed athlete the coach had encountered in his years of experience. Having not undergone any professional training, he was already able to run at such remarkable speed. Just imagine the potential with proper training. Coach, didn't you say you would grant me the provincial recommendation slot? Li Yang asked, bewildered. Li Yang, I understand your feelings. While you are indeed exceptional, even if you secured this slot, it may not guarantee that you would represent our school and win the provincial championship. However, this student is different. You must have witnessed his explosive power. It surpasses yours by a considerable margin. I dare to assert that as long as he is willing to compete, he will undoubtedly clinch the provincial championship and surely become a national-level athlete. What is the concept of a national-level athlete? It is a rank that surpasses that of a national first-level athlete. However, today, they are merely competing to select national second-level athletes. The distinction between the two is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. The gap is undeniably significant. If this sudden prodigy were anyone else, it might not be so surprising. Yet, the individual in question is Chen Yuan, once regarded as an insignificant sycophant. He has unexpectedly outperformed him in the very discipline he prides himself on. Chapter 031. Infuriated beyond measure at this moment, He Xiying, who had been watching the competition from outside, approached with a bottle of mineral water. She was there to bring water to Li Yang. But her expression was one of astonishment as she addressed Chen Yuan, exclaiming, "I had no idea you were this impressive. You ran so fast. Even quicker than my Liang." He Jiying. Affection level 5, He Jiying. Affection level 5, He Jiying. Affection level 5, due to Chen Yuan's remarkable performance. He Jiying's affection for him soared from -5 to a +10. After all, a truly talented individual can effortlessly evoke admiration from women. It is in a woman's nature to revere the strong. However, upon hearing this, Li Yang was nearly consumed by rage. The coach intended for Chen Yuan to join the track team, replacing him to represent the school in provincial athletic competitions. He was left speechless, as this was beyond his control, forcing him to swallow his indignation. Yet, He Xiying was his girlfriend. How could she openly declare that Chen Yuan surpassed him? Who is this Chen Yuan? This so-called worthless fool could not possibly be better than him. Track and field was his greatest pride. The title of sprint champion is one he takes immense pride in. He can tolerate others pointing out his flaws, but he absolutely cannot accept being outperformed in the realm of sprinting. Now, before a multitude of onlookers, his girlfriend dares to claim he is inferior to a sycophantic fool? This is intolerable. Li Yang's composure shattered. What does He Jiying mean by this? How is he superior to me? In your eyes, am I truly so insignificant? Can I not even measure up to Chen Yuan? If you hold him in such high regard, why not pursue him instead? Li Yang exclaimed vehemently. Of course, these words were uttered in a fit of anger, and he regretted them instantly. You dare to raise your voice at me? You were not like this when you were courting me. As less than a month revealed your true nature, I never imagined you would be this kind of person. Chen Yuan, your high school classmate, just praised you as the sprint champion of the school sports meet. Yet, you, who cannot even match his speed, are directing your ire at me? He Jiying's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her expression a portrait of grievance as she pointed an accusatory finger at Li Yang. Though she appeared gentle and amiable, her character bore a touch of stubbornness. In this era, women hold a relatively elevated status, and someone like He Jiying, with her beauty and admirable physique, occupies an even higher pedestal. She is not the type to remain silent when insulted. You, Li Yang, do not treat me well. There are plenty of others who would. Li Yang felt a pang of regret for his earlier words, yet He Jiying showed no sign of recognizing her own misstep. Instead, she poured fuel on the fire, repeatedly asserting that Chen Yuan was faster than him, and even suggesting that Chen Yuan's praise of him as the sprint champion was genuine. Was that truly a compliment? It was clearly a mockery. Moreover, when did the flattery occur? Have you two already exchanged private messages? He Jiying, you must not overstep your bounds. I have endured enough from you. Well, Li Yang, you truly are something. I kindly brought you water for the competition. Yet instead of expressing gratitude, you took your frustration out on me after losing. Are you even a man? If you truly were, you would strive to defeat Chen Yuan and prove your worth. I cannot fathom how I was so blind as to have taken a liking to you in the first place. He Jiying's indignation escalated, and she was thoroughly exasperated. Enough. Must a couple quarrel over such trivial matters? Li Yang, as a man, you should exhibit more magnanimity. The coach casually attempted to mediate, then turned to Chen Yuan and said, By the way, Chen Yuan, have you considered joining the track and field team? No. I think I'll pass on the track team. I have matters to attend to. With that, Chen Yuan departed the field without a backward glance. He arrived in haste and left just as swiftly, leaving behind a mysterious silhouette that commanded admiration. It is unacceptable for such a talented individual to forego joining the track team. It would be a tremendous loss for the realm of sprinting in Huaxia. I must persuade him. Coach Sun, how about you discuss this with the school leadership while I speak with his academic advisor to gain deeper insight into the student? Agreed. Let us proceed in this manner. As the two coaches deliberated, a rift began to form between Li Yang and He Jiying. Meanwhile, in the audience, two girls captured a video of the recent sprinting competition and subsequently composed a caption to accompany it. The title read, School Athletics Team Sprinting Competition. A male intruder enters the track, displaying diabolical speed. Chapter 032, The Keyboard Knight Ching. Do you think this video will go viral? Inquired Liang Xiaoqin, who had posted the video on Douyin, with a playful smile. Whether it will gain popularity is uncertain. But that boy was truly impressive. A literature student, yet he outpaced even the athletes from the sports academy. Is he possessed by Lu Xiang? Haha. I initially intended to film a standard competition video, but who knew a master would suddenly emerge? The two girls chuckled as they engaged in their light-hearted discussion. They had no real expectation for the video to achieve fame. It was merely a casual and amusing endeavor. After successfully uploading the video, they paid it no further attention. Meanwhile, on a different note, Chen Yuan had just left the school playground when his roommate, Lao Chao, called. "Hey, Lao Si, where are you? Why did you sneak away alone? I just needed some fresh air. You saw the situation earlier, right? Lao Zhou seems to have some issues with me. Can you explain to him that I have no interest in Sunrui?" In truth, anyone with common sense could see that Chen Yuan was indifferent towards Sunrui. Yet she appeared to have an interest in him. It's quite perplexing. She used to look down on you. What caused such a drastic change in her attitude? It feels like a devoted admirer is trailing after you. Perhaps. I'm just too handsome. Chen Yuan jokingly said, "Get lost. Let me tell you something serious. You've been struggled against by someone. On the school forum, a fellow known as Keyboard Hero is defaming you everywhere. Your reputation has become notorious. You should check it out yourself." Upon hearing Lao Chao's reminder, Chen Yuan was taken aback. Had he really done anything outrageous? How could he be subjected to such public condemnation? Moreover, aren't discussions on the campus forum typically reserved for prominent figures? Chen Yuan had always considered himself rather low profile, though perhaps merely in his own estimation. Generally, posts labeled as struggles arise when certain students engage in exceedingly reprehensible actions, leading to their exposure online, rallying others to collectively boycott and denounce the individual. Such posts are essentially manifestations of cyberbullying. Without delay, Chen Yuan opened his browser and logged into the campus network. It wasn't long before he stumbled upon a pinned post. This post had been published that very morning, and already, within just half a day, it had garnered thousands of comments. It was a lengthy piece, and the content read as follows. In reality, I remain silent. Online, I strike with force. Heaven did not give birth to me, the keyboard hero, for the ages to linger in darkness. I possess the power to open the celestial gates with a keystroke. I can slay immortals with a mere click. Alone, I battle 3,000 emperors, wielding dual keys to sweep across 13 continents. At the pinnacle of the celestial realm, I stand proud in this world. Where there is my keyboard, there is heaven. The key from the great river descends from above. With a single keystroke, I subdue the world, shattering the mundane, eradicating the immortals. With a key in hand, I can sever the heavens. Should there be no true immortals in this world? I am willing to wield my keys and transform into one. Today, I, the keyboard hero, return to the world, solely for the sake of justice. To expose the shameless scoundrel. The individual in question, known as Chen Yuan, is currently a third-year student at the School of Arts, Hunan University. He presents himself as innocent and honest, yet secretly embodies the utmost shamelessness, characterized by treachery and betrayal. He is involved with 3 different romantic interests simultaneously. Below, I will provide photographic evidence. Images 1, 2, and 3 capture 3 youthful and beautiful young women delivering breakfast to Chen Yuan, all of whom are adorned with smiles, while he maintains a cold demeanor. Observe, if you will, that on the same day, 3 distinct young women brought him breakfast. Among them, the most stunning even gifted this scoundrel an iPhone 12. Not only is he a cad, but he also plays the role of a gigolo. My fury is beyond words. I find it impossible to articulate the malevolence of this rogue. These young women are vibrant and kind-hearted. Their smiles radiate innocence. How could they fall victim to such deceit? Why does a societal miscreant like him manage to maintain relationships with 3 girlfriends, each more beautiful than the last? Are we honest individuals destined to play the role of the fool? No. Justice will prevail. The scoundrel will face retribution. Today, I stand here to combat him, to expose him, and I shall rally all the female students to collectively resist him. I hope this post gains prominence, allowing more people to see it. Henceforth, when anyone encounters the rogue Chen Yuan, they shall not fall prey to his deceit. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Sincerely, the keyboard knight. Having read this battle post, Chen Yuan finds himself utterly speechless. This is a complete inversion of truth. Did I provoke you in any way? You know nothing of the situation, and yet you spew baseless accusations? Your eloquence is indeed remarkable, leaving me at a loss for words to counter your assertions. The keyboard knight truly lives up to his moniker. With such literary finesse and acerbic wit, he could easily pen a novel. Upon finishing this post, Chen Yuan glanced at the comments below, utterly disappointing, truly disheartening. Keyboard knight, I stand by you. Scoundrels, beasts, and moral degenerates toy with the emotions of women. There is not a single decent man among you. To the lady above, I implore you, do not harm the innocent. I concede that the lad in the picture possesses a modicum of charm, yet he is hardly breathtaking. Conversely, the 3 young women are each more stunning than the last. with the final one being nothing short of breathtaking. How has he achieved such allure? I have languished in singlehood for 23 years without experiencing such treatment. While he revels in it thrice, my tender heart feels wounded. I rally for the cause, to resist scoundrels. I rally for the cause, to resist scoundrels. What shall I do? I am but a girl from Lake University, terrified of being hurt by these scoundrels. I cannot even dare to pursue a boyfriend. The comments below are overwhelming. Far too numerous for Chen Yuan to digest. To be candid, he has never taken such combative posts seriously. After all, his reputation has never been stellar, previously. He was labeled as a sycophant, and now he is denounced as a scoundrel. Surely, being called a scoundrel is a slight improvement over being a sycophant, is it not? With that thought, it seems he has undergone a sort of elevation. Meanwhile, in the second phase apartment, within the male dormitory 709, a bespectacled young man is furiously tapping away at his keyboard. He revealed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. Chen Yuan, you are doomed this time. How dare you let my goddess, Zhao Yuqi, deliver breakfast to you? Prepare to be ridiculed by all the girls in the school. I, the keyboard knight, am certainly not a mere name without substance. P.S. I highly recommend a remarkable work titled The Guardian Little God Farmer, which is truly captivating. Even the author is following this great writer's new book. Chapter 033, Chen Yuan stood up the campus beauty. Look. Is this not the scoundrel Chen Yuan exposed on the campus forum? Indeed, it is him, the despicable scoundrel. Ugh, I haven't seen the campus forum. But someone in our class group shared his photo, calling for a manhunt. I recognize this guy. He often loitered around the girls' dormitory. No wonder he seemed so familiar. He is not only a scoundrel but also a perverted voyeur. Chen Yuan clearly underestimated the power of the campus forum. He never anticipated that so many girls would recognize him and point fingers in his direction as he walked by. His photo had even circulated across various class groups. In this era of digital information, good deeds may not leave one's home, yet misdeeds can travel far and wide, coupled with malicious intent from behind the scenes. Chen Yuan unwittingly became the most despised figure, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets. He had originally hoped to be fortunate enough to cultivate several admirers today. But now, those girls regarded him as if he were a plague, desperately avoiding him. How could any development occur under such circumstances? The flames of public opinion can spread like wildfire, and online harassment is no less potent than real-world violence. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Lin Shutong. Chen Yuan pondered for a moment before answering the call. Hello, Chen Yuan. I have learned about the situation on the campus forum. I never anticipated that delivering breakfast to you would result in such profound negative repercussions. However, do not worry, regardless of what others say or how they berate you. I will not abandon you. I know that you are not the scoundrel they claim you to be. It was I who missed the opportunity with you before. And now I find myself regretting it every moment, every second. Please grant me another chance, will you? Lin Shudong's voice trembled, her sincerity evident. Her words were as humble as a dog, reminiscent of how Chen Yuan had once treated her. Listening to such earnest expression stirred something inexplicable within Chen Yuan's heart. He recalled the early days of their acquaintance, when Lin Shutong appeared so enchanting in his eyes, as lovely as a sprite. His feelings for her were too profound to be articulated in mere phrases. Perhaps his initial pursuit of Lin Shutong was merely an attempt to forget Xiao Ruoyu. Yet, he could not deny that there was a time when he genuinely cherished Lin Shutong, loving her deeply. Her significance in his heart far surpassed that of Su Lele, even eclipsing the campus beauty, Zhao Yuqi. He had once fervently wished for Lin Shutong to truly love him, but now everything was irrevocably lost. He vividly remembered the day they broke up, when Lin Shutong, with a grotesque demeanor, uttered the most venomous words and trampled upon his dignity. And now, simply because she had discovered his wealth, she sought to reconcile? Is she not being a tad too pragmatic? When Chen Yuan had nearly pleaded on his knees for her not to end their relationship, did she ever extend even the slightest opportunity to him? Since you treated me this way back then, why should I show any leniency now? Lin Shutong, I will say this one last time. I no longer love you. Please do not trouble me again in the future. Is that understood? Chen Yuan hung up the phone with an exceptionally harsh and indifferent tone. No, Chen Yuan, you cannot treat me like this. Lin Shutong cried out and called again. Chen Yuan rejected her. She called once more, but Chen Yuan simply turned off his phone. Beep. The number you have dialed is unavailable. Please try again later. Listening to the automated voice on the line, Lin Shudong's phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. At that moment, her heart ached as if pierced by countless needles. It felt as though all her strength had been drained away in an instant. Why does my heart hurt so much? It hurts so deeply. Lin Shutong wept, sobbing uncontrollably. For over 20 years, there had never been a moment that made her feel so heart-wrenching. She had truly fallen for Chen Yuan. Why? Why can't I be given just one chance? I love you. I have genuinely fallen in love with you. Lin Shutong cried and shouted, sitting alone on the road, pouring out her heart to the unreachable phone, a picture of despair that tugged at the heartstrings. After turning off his phone, Chen Yuan was also in a rather foul mood. This time, he had acted with remarkable decisiveness. A man must learn to grow up. One cannot remain soft-hearted forever. Learning to refuse is merely a means of protecting oneself from harm. Yet, he still felt a lingering emptiness within. Chen Yuan entered a restaurant, ordered a multitude of dishes, and devoured them heartily. Sometimes, the emptiness within can be temporarily alleviated by filling one's stomach. Chen Yuan consumed 2 bottles of liquor. A person, inebriated, returned to his dormitory. Perhaps due to his enhanced physical constitution, after consuming 2 bottles of erguo 2, he astonishingly managed to retain a semblance of lucidity, a remarkable feat indeed. Upon reaching his room, he collapsed into slumber, indifferent to the chaos unfolding outside. He resolved to address the world only upon awakening. However, Chen Yuan seemed to have forgotten. He still had several tasks pending for the day. For instance, Su Lele had invited him to her home that evening to cook for her. Additionally, Zhao Yuqi had a crucial live-streaming session to conduct that night, requiring the presence of the affluent internet celebrity Lonely a Cigarette to lend her support. In his drunken stupor, Chen Yuan had even powered off his phone. Naturally, this resulted in him standing up his acquaintances. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Yuqi commenced her live stream. By 10 o'clock, the viewership remained dismally low. Chi-Chi, have you managed to reach Chen Yuan? It's been 2 hours. Why hasn't he arrived? Wu Xiaofei inquired anxiously. Chen Yuan's absence meant a lack of substantial monetary gifts, rendering her unable to secure a spot on the hourly leaderboard. Zhao Yuqi's stream had already lasted 2 hours. Yet the viewership barely exceeded 2,000, an astonishing contrast to the 300,000 viewers from previous days. Sales from the live commerce appeared equally lackluster. I spoke to him this morning. He seemed quite agreeable. How could I have known he would abandon me? Zhao Yuqi was nearly beside herself with frustration. As a prominent campus beauty, she was accustomed to having her commands promptly fulfilled by the boys she directed. This live stream was of paramount importance, tied to a significant advertising client, hinging on the efficacy of the broadcast and the resulting sales. This pertains to her personal traffic assessment and future development potential. In order to ascertain this matter, she personally went to deliver breakfast to Chen Yuan that morning, along with a new Apple phone as a gesture of goodwill. However, Chen Yuan stood her up. How outrageous. Perhaps he was preoccupied with some urgent matter, unable to attend to her. His phone was unreachable, and he did not respond to her messages, indicating he must have been dealing with something significant. Zhao Yuqi attempted to justify Chen Yuan's actions. What could possibly be of such importance that he would renege on his promises? Moreover, do you know, Chi-Chi, that Lonely a Cigarette has once again trended on social media? This fellow showered over 12,000 super rockets on the shark streamer, Xiao Xinshun, that morning. That's over 12,000 super rockets, a staggering sum exceeding 25 million. He had the time to bestow millions upon a shark female streamer in the morning, yet could not spare a moment for you in the evening. This clearly indicates that you are not a priority for him. After Wu Xiaofei spoke, Zhao Yuqi hastily pulled out another phone and opened Weibo's trending topics. Indeed, the phrase shark's #1 wealthy patron, Lonely a Cigarette, had ascended to the 5th position on Weibo's trending list. Upon opening it, she was met with a plethora of rocket screenshots, alongside images showcasing Xiao Xinshun's live stream surpassing a staggering 4 billion in views. Infuriating. How excessive. Zhao Yuqi was beside herself with rage. As a campus goddess, she had never been so blatantly disregarded by a man. She believed that Chen Yuan was nearly in her grasp, utterly unable to escape her clutches. Little did she know, Chen Yuan had not taken her seriously at all. This feeling of being undervalued was what drove Zhao Yuqi to the brink of madness. This will instill a sense of frustration within her. She may begin to question whether her allure has diminished. Chen Yuan, in his pursuit of Lin Shutong, was willing to invest so much. Why then does he not treat her with the same regard? Is she truly inferior to Lin Shutong? Women tend to engage in comparison, and the more beautiful they are, the more they relish in it. If Chen Yuan were to acquiesce to Zhao Yuqi's desires today, bestowing upon her gifts and elevating her popularity, she would invariably perceive him as being under her influence. No matter how affluent a man may be, he still kneels before her charm, does he not? From a psychological perspective, Every individual possesses an innate tendency to seek validation through challenge. She subconsciously believes that what can be easily obtained lacks true value. That which eludes one is deemed most precious. The less she is regarded, the more she yearns for acknowledgement. Of course, this assumes that the woman has developed a sufficient curiosity and a modicum of affection towards you. Women often profess a preference for men who treat them well, who are tender, loving, and accommodating, men who would never provoke their ire. In truth, such men are often single. From the outset, the power dynamic between you and the woman is unequal. You merely assume the role of an admirer, subservient in your pursuit. Your desire to win her over renders you humble, and this has little to do with wealth. Even affluent men can find themselves in the role of an admirer when they encounter a woman they desire. Chen Yuan, having been intoxicated due to matters concerning Lin Shutong, inadvertently stood up Zhao Yuqi. This left Zhao Yuqi feeling quite displeased. Yet, the more displeased she becomes, the more she cares. The more one cares, the more significant Chen Yuan's presence becomes in her heart. Occasionally provoking a woman's anger is not necessarily a negative occurrence. The crucial factor lies in how one subsequently addresses the situation. If handled poorly, it may lead to a swift separation. Conversely, if managed adeptly, it can significantly intensify the emotional bond, potentially even turning the tide in one's favor. Xiao Fei, I'm not going to stream today. I'm simply not in the mood, Zhao Yuqi declared before shutting down her live broadcast. A sleepless night ensued. Early the next morning, Chen Yuan stretched languidly, reaching for his phone to check the time. What the, it's turned off, he mused. Wait, did I turn it off myself? Suddenly, a realization struck him. He seemed to have forgotten something important. With that thought, he hastily sat up on his bed, gazing out at the bright morning light. A chill swept over him. Oh no. I've flaked on the stunning campus belle, Zhao Yuqi. Moreover, Su Lele had invited him over for dinner at 8 o'clock the previous evening. Was it already the next morning? Had he truly stood up two beautiful women? Damn it, Chen Yuan exclaimed, vigorously shaking his slightly foggy head. Drinking can lead to trouble. I squandered such a splendid opportunity yesterday. With that, he swiftly powered on his phone. Within mere seconds, a flurry of notifications erupted. He had over 20 missed calls and more than 300 WeChat messages. Lin Shutong, Su Lele, Zhao Yuqi, each had attempted to reach him. To his surprise, there was even a call from Sun Rui. Ignoring the missed calls for the moment, Chen Yuan first opened his WeChat messages. Chen Yuan, why didn't you answer my call? Lin Shutong had messaged. Chen Yuan, my heart is heavy with sorrow. I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I implore you, do not treat me this way. It is only now that I realize I cannot bear to be without you. Please do not ignore me. I beg you to reply to me, even if it is but a single word. Su Lele, Chen Yuan, why do you not answer my calls? Are you not coming to my home for dinner today? I have prepared a delightful meal and a bottle of fine red wine, yet you have chosen not to come. Do you not have feelings for me anymore? Chen Yuan, do you mind that I have many male friends? Fear not, I can erase them from my life. I shall do so right now. Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan, what on earth is going on? Why have you stood me up? I am aware of your wealth and your indifference towards me, but surely you must honor your promises. How can you so easily go back on your word? Sun Rui, I apologize if this comes as a surprise, but I must confess, Chen Yuan, I have feelings for you. To this day, I cannot forget your valiant presence at the internet CAF. Lin Shutong does not appreciate you. Yet I can cherish you in ways she cannot provide. As Chen Yuan gazed upon the barrage of messages, he felt a sense of trepidation. These women were rather intimidating. Why did they all seem to pursue him with such relentless fervor? After all, he was not their boyfriend, was he? I merely regard you as instruments, seeking merely to augment my monetary gains. Is there some misunderstanding on your part? Whether it be Su Lele or Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan's intentions have always been rather straightforward. They are simply tools for accumulating wealth. The money has been spent, yet why do you insist on discussing emotions with me? Do you all prefer engaging emotionally with the affluent while discussing finances with the less fortunate? Could we not establish a fixed standard and confine our discussions to one topic? And then there is Sun Rui, even more perplexing. How irritating. Waking up early only to be pestered by the ladies is truly unbearable. Chen Yuan could not help but voice his grievances. Old four, are you asking for a beating? Spouting such absurdities early in the morning while overlooking the fact that our dormitory houses 3 solitary souls? Indeed, it is utterly ridiculous. I suggest we expel this fellow from room 503. Seconded. Wholeheartedly agreed. At that moment, Chen Yuan received another message on WeChat. Yinzong, it's Xiao Hong. Yesterday you mentioned you would come to see the house. May I inquire when you might have time today? This message was sent by Hong Yuan Xiao. Chen Yuan recalled that they had indeed agreed to visit the property today. Ah, it's President Hong. I have time today. Please send me your location, and I shall take a taxi to meet you. Taxi. Hong Yuan Xiao replied with a question mark. In his mind, the wealthy Yinzong could hardly be without a car. Oh, my driver returned home for a family visit a couple of days ago. Chen Yuan promptly responded. It turns out that since your dedicated driver has gone home to visit family, I shall send one from my company to pick you up. Just send me your location. This arrangement will suffice. Chen Yuan replied. Having agreed to accompany Hong Yuan Xiao to view the property, Chen Yuan naturally harbored intentions of purchasing the villa. However, he could not indulge himself in the pleasures of extravagance. He needed someone to assist him in spending. After some contemplation, Chen Yuan decided to call Zhao Yuqi. Chen Yuan, you have finally deigned to return my call. Zhao Yuqi questioned, her tone frosty. I apologize, Chairwoman Zhao. I was preoccupied with a matter yesterday, which I will explain later. For now, could you step out for a moment? I have something of great importance to discuss with you. What is it? Let us converse in person. Meet me at the school gate at 9:30, and do not be late. Chapter 035. All a scheme Chi-Chi, who is calling you so early, disrupting my sleep. Complained her friend Wu Xiaofei. It's Chen Yuan. He wants to meet me at the school gate at 9:30 to explain why he stood me up yesterday. Zhao Yuqi reported candidly. Who? Chen Yuan? That fellow has finally shown himself. Chi-Chi, you must not let this slide easily, otherwise he may think he can get away with anything in the future. He needs to understand that offending a woman has serious repercussions, especially since he has incurred the wrath of our beloved campus beauty. That is utterly unforgivable. Wu Xiaofei declared, her expression fierce with indignation. What should I do then? Zhao Yuqi inquired. Quite simply, he has requested to meet you at 9:30, has he not? Then you should go at 10:30 or 11:30, making him wait impatiently for several hours. Let us see how sincere his attitude is in admitting his mistake. Wu Xiaofei proposed a rather unappealing idea. Zhao Yuqi, however, nodded in agreement, fully convinced. Very well, that is settled. After all, he stood me up yesterday, so I shall deliberately arrive 2 hours late today to vent my frustration. Zhao Yuqi exclaimed angrily. With that, she began to apply her makeup. Unbeknownst to her, time swiftly passed, and it was already 9:30 in the morning. Chen Yuan, having dozed off briefly, finally began washing his face and brushing his teeth, all the while casually sending a message to Zhao Yuqi. Gorgeous Chi-Chi, I have arrived at the school gate. When will you be here? Before long, Zhao Yuqi replied, I'm almost there. Upon reading her message, Chen Yuan wore an expression of certainty. After all, he had stood Zhao Yuqi up yesterday. It was only natural that she would be late today. In his previous pursuit of Lin Shutong, he had often experienced her inexplicable tardiness. If she was in a good mood, it was tolerable, but on bad days, making you wait for 2 to 3 hours was quite mild. Chen Yuan had become accustomed to this routine and had grown wise to such tactics. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he also washed his hair, dried it, changed his clothes, put on his shoes, and gazed at himself in the mirror for 10 minutes. Indeed, he still looked handsome. Checking his phone, he noticed it was already 10 o'clock. Chen Yuan sent Zhao Yuqi another message. Chairwoman Zhao, Sister Yuqi, why are you still not here? I have been waiting for half an hour. Almost there. I'll be there soon. Came yet another identical reply. Chen Yuan chuckled softly, expressing his disbelief in the words he had just heard. He leisurely descended the stairs, unhurriedly making his way to a noodle shop located on the back street of the school. There, he ordered 2 bowls of hot dry noodles, 2 cups of soy milk, 2 eggs, and a steamer of soup dumplings. Recently, his appetite had grown significantly, allowing him to consume enough for 3 people in a single breakfast. As he savored his meal, he sent a message to Zhao Yuqi. Miss Yuqi, esteemed Yuqi, I have been waiting for you for nearly an hour. Why are you still not here? I acknowledge that I was in the wrong yesterday, but you cannot be this late. I have something very important to discuss with you today. After sending 2 messages in quick succession, Chen Yuan displayed signs of growing impatience. Xiaofei, Chen Yuan has been waiting for almost an hour now, and it seems he ought to learn his lesson. We shouldn't be too harsh, though. I will set off now. It will take me another 20 minutes to reach the school's main gate, Zhao Yuqi remarked. Absolutely not. Just an hour of waiting, and he's already impatient? You must not indulge him. A man like that deserves a profound lesson. Otherwise, he will dare to stand you up again. You are the esteemed campus belle, and there are countless suitors vying for your attention. What if Chen Yuan has money? Does wealth grant him the right to act as he pleases? He must understand that you are not like other girls. It is not enough to have money. He must show genuine sincerity. Wu Xiaofei, observing Zhao Yuqi's softening resolve, promptly initiated a round of persuasion. Very well, let him wait for another hour. I wish to ascertain whether he genuinely cares for me. If he truly values my presence, he should not be concerned about waiting an additional 2 hours. Zhao Yuqi nodded in agreement, finding her best friend's words to be quite insightful. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, having satisfied his hunger, received another message from Zhao Yuqi just a few minutes later. I'm almost there. Please wait a bit longer. Upon reading this message, Chen Yuan chuckled softly and promptly entered a nearby internet CAF. After setting up his computer, he logged into his League of Legends account. Given the circumstances surrounding Zhao Yuqi, it would likely take at least another half an hour for her to arrive. Why not indulge in a game of League in the meantime? Of course, if Zhao Yuqi arrived first and did not find Chen Yuan there, he could always concoct an excuse, claiming he had waited for an hour and a half and had to grab a bowl of noodles at the back street since he hadn't had breakfast. After all, the back street was merely a 10-minute walk from the school's main gate. What of the campus bell? Merely a tool for his amusement. Was he not entitled to play a few tricks? Just as Chen Yuan was about to start his game and logged into his account, an unfamiliar phone number rang through. He pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Yan? I am Xiao Lu, the driver for Mr. Hong. I have arrived near Huda according to the location you provided. When can we expect you? Very well, Xiao Lu. Please drive the car to the roadside by the main gate of Huda. I should arrive in approximately 40 minutes to an hour. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation. Indeed, Mr. Yan, my license plate number is EA12345. Xiao Lu drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom and swiftly parked it by the roadside at the school entrance. Mr. Hong had previously informed me that this Mr. Yan is a client of considerable significance with an impressive status. Regardless of the requests he may have, they must be attended to without hesitation, and utmost respect is imperative. It is not merely a matter of asking him to wait for an hour. Even if he is to wait for half a day, he must patiently await instructions. Chen Yuan ended the call, casually selected a champion to play in the game, and began his session. In the early stages of the match, he was nearly overwhelmed by his opponents. However, during the late-game team fights, his champion played a pivotal role, particularly with the final ultimate ability that sent 5 enemies flying and instantly eliminated the opposing ADC, allowing his teammates to follow up with their damage. Despite trailing in kills at 39-56, they emerged victorious. Nevertheless, the match extended for quite some time, lasting over 40 minutes. Ah, the time is nearly upon me. Chen Yuan took out his phone and began messaging Zhao Yuqi. Dear Yuqi, I have been waiting with bated breath. When will you arrive? It won't be long. I'm already on my way. Upon reading this message, had Chen Yuan foolishly waited at the school gate for 2 hours, he would likely have been exasperated to the point of fury. However, he remained remarkably composed, exiting the game and shutting down his device. Chen Yuan set off towards their meeting place. Upon reaching the school entrance, he did not spot Zhao Yuqi, but instead encountered 2 familiar faces, Li Yang and He Jiying. It seemed that the two had reconciled. Li Yang, have you seen that car? It's a Rolls-Royce Phantom, seemingly worth over 6 million. What of it? Those who drive such vehicles are typically chauffeurs. The true magnates recline in the back. Li Yang remarked with a hint of jealousy. Indeed, one wonders what sort of affluent individual could afford such a car. He Ji took out her phone to snap a picture. At that moment, Li Yang noticed the approach of someone he profoundly despised. Who else but that insufferable Chen Yuan? Chapter 036, Instant Slap in the Face. Last time, due to this wretch, he nearly quarreled with his girlfriend. After much effort to appease He Jiying, he found this scoundrel reappearing. Li Yang had already grasped the full context of their previous encounter. Upon learning that Chen Yuan had sought He Jiying's WeChat before storming onto the track, he nearly lost his composure. A high school sycophant, a piece of refuse he held in contempt, a coward whom he had once soundly slapped down. Now, this audacious fellow dared to undermine him? Chen Yuan, attempting to undermine Li Yang. Can you believe it? Yet, Chen Yuan did precisely that. Not only did he do it, but he also humiliated him ruthlessly on the athletic field. In his proudest sprinting event, he was thoroughly bested. This scoundrel acted with intent. Without a doubt, it was deliberate. Years ago, Li Yang had given him a beating, and this brat still held a grudge. Humph. So what if you triumphed in the sprint? The essence of society remains rooted in wealth. Li Yang came from an affluent background, poised to take over the family business and start as general manager upon graduation. What could you, Chen Yuan, a pitiful sycophant, possibly compare with? Ah, is that not an old classmate? Your performance yesterday truly caught my attention. Where are you headed? I would be delighted to give you a ride. Li Yong chuckled, seemingly having forgotten his frantic demeanor from the previous day. He casually produced a set of car keys. And with a beep, a BMW 7 Series in front of them flashed its lights twice. This luxurious vehicle, worth nearly $1 million, originally belonged to his father, who had lent it to him for a drive with his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, he found a chance to impress Chen Yuan as well. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Today, he was determined to showcase his superiority, aiming to instill a sense of inferiority in Chen Yuan from now on. After all, a sycophant will always remain a sycophant. Can one truly defy fate? No need, Li Yong. I've made plans for today, Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly. He then pulled out his phone to send a message to Xiao Lu. You too have plans, Chen Yuan? How fortuitous. My car has 2 extra seats. Let us embark on an outdoor barbecue together. We are old classmates after all, and it would be wonderful to gather and rekindle our friendship, Li Yong said. Wrapping his arm around He Xiying's waist, the smile on his face growing ever more pronounced. He was reveling in the thrill of showing off. He felt he had not only regained his lost pride in front of He Xiyin, but that Chen Yuan was quickly becoming too self-conscious to look him in the eye. Huh, how delightful. Really, I must decline. Chen Yuan continued to type on his phone, shaking his head in refusal. Very well then, Xiying, hop in. Today, I shall treat you to French cuisine. Just as Li Yong basked in his moment of triumph, feeling triumphant before Chen Yuan, the Rolls-Royce, which had been stationary for an hour, suddenly came to life. The luxurious vehicle glided to a stop before them. A middle-aged man, clad in a suit, adorned with white gloves and sunglasses, promptly exited the car and approached Chen Yuan with utmost respect. Young master, please get in. The man, known as Lu, bowed slightly and opened the door for Chen Yuan. With a composed demeanor, Chen Yuan stepped into the Rolls-Royce. Li Yong was instantly bewildered, his expression one of sheer astonishment. What was happening? This magnificent Rolls-Royce Phantom, valued at over $6 million, was here to escort Chen Yuan? The driver even referred to him as young master. He felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about his own luxury car, only to be immediately overshadowed. The embarrassment was palpable. As for Chen Yuan, he paid little heed to Li Yang's complex emotions. Instead, he was taken aback by the rapid increase in He Xiying's regard for him. He Xiying. Affection 5 He Xiying. Affection 5 He Xiying. Affection 5 Simply by entering the vehicle, He Xiying's affection for him surged by 15 points, reaching a total of 25 points. This unexpected outcome was indeed a pleasant surprise. Xiying, let us depart. Li Yong, overwhelmed, seized He Xiying's hand and forcibly led her to his BMW 7 Series. He Xiying glanced back several times, initially believing Li Yang's car was impressive, as it was indeed a BMW 7 Series, a symbol of luxury in its own right. He was merely a junior in college. Yet he could drive such an exquisite car. Among his classmates, few could achieve such a feat, however. A glance back at Chen Yuan seated in his Rolls-Royce Phantom, accompanied by the driver's respectful call of young master, evoked a cascade of thoughts. Chen Yuan's status was undeniably remarkable. Li Yong, I believe you should learn from Chen Yuan more often. Look at how exceptional he is while remaining so humble. You, on the other hand, seem to revel in ostentation. Isn't that rather comical? He Xiying could not help but voice her criticism. Li Yong, already on edge, felt his temper flare at He Xiying's words. Exceptional? Where is he exceptional? Is it merely because he owns a luxury car that you are smitten? Are you regretting not leaving him your WeChat yesterday? Li Yong bellowed in frustration. You dare to shout at me? Yes, I have taken a liking to him, and I do regret not giving him my WeChat yesterday. So what? If you have the capability, why not drive a Rolls-Royce yourself? If you lack the funds, why pretend to be something you're not in front of him? He Xiying's words pierced Li Yang's fragile pride like needles. Her remarks were exceedingly harsh, truly a challenge to a man's dignity. With a surge of anger, Li Yong raised his hand and struck He Xiying across the face. She was taken aback, having been pampered all her life. Her parents had never dared to lay a hand on her. Yet now, she had been hit by Li Yong. Li Yong, you are not a real man. Let us break up, He Xiying exclaimed, forcefully pushing open the car door and storming away, covering her face in indignation. This time, Li Yong did not pursue her. He felt that He Xiying's words this time were truly excessive, pushing him beyond the limits of his patience. A woman, no matter how stunningly beautiful, should not repeatedly challenge a man's sense of pride, especially when it involves elevating Chen Yuan while belittling him. Li Yong. This was, to him, nothing short of an insult. Sitting in the car, Li Yong lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. To this day, he still found it difficult to comprehend why Chen Yuan, the hapless sycophant, had suddenly transformed into someone so formidable. Was his previous demeanor merely an act? At that moment, the campus belle, Zhao Yuqi, finally made her grand entrance. Was it not Zhao Yuqi herself? What extraordinary luck it was to encounter the second-ranked beauty of the school. Humph. If He Jing wishes to break up, so be it. Once I went over Zhao Yuqi, what will He Jing amount to in comparison? Li Yang had made up his mind. He intended to pursue the most stunning girl. A loss may indeed turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Chapter 037. A glimpse of the villa today. Zhao Yuqi donned a simple yet elegant academy-style dress. Its understated hues accentuating her refined and clear demeanor. Coupled with her exquisite makeup and bright, captivating eyes, she embodied natural beauty. She resembled a snow lotus blooming on Tian Shan. Beautiful to behold, yet not to be trifled with. With just a glance, Li Yang was utterly smitten, unable to forget her. Hello, classmate Yuqi, I am Li Yang, the captain of the track and field team. We've met before. Li Yang greeted her as he stepped out of the car. Ah, it's you, Li Yang. Zhao Yuqi nodded politely. As the vice president of the student council, she recognized him as one of the prominent figures in the school. They had crossed paths once before. Acquaintances can comprehend one another, yet familiarity is lacking. Is there a particular destination that you, classmate Yuqi, are heading to? If not, would you care to join me in my vehicle? Li Yang casually gestured towards the BMW 7 Series beside him. No, I have made plans with someone today. Zhao Yuqi scanned the surroundings, searching for Chen Yuan, only to find him absent. In frustration, she stamped her foot. She had meticulously prepared for this occasion. And although she had kept Chen Yuan waiting for over 2 hours, his lack of consideration was utterly disappointing. Was it truly too much to expect patience for merely 2 hours? Had her efforts in beautification been in vain? Beauty Chi-Chi, you finally arrived. Hurry, get in the car. At that moment, Chen Yuan lowered the window and called out to Zhao Yuqi. Upon turning to look, she discovered Chen Yuan seated inside a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom. Initially taken aback, she quickly regained her composure. Given Chen Yuan's extravagant demeanor, she had long suspected him to be from a wealthy family. Although he had previously ridden an old bicycle, it was entirely reasonable for him to possess such an opulent vehicle. Thus, Zhao Yuqi disregarded Li Yang entirely. As though he were invisible. Chen Yuan, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. She expressed with sincerity, seamlessly entering the car. Li Yang was left dumbfounded once more. He had intended to regain some dignity by conversing with the campus belle, hoping to salvage his reputation in front of Chen Yuan. Yet he found himself publicly humiliated instead. The day had already been filled with embarrassment, and now he faced a second instance. His attempts to impress had backfired spectacularly, leaving him feeling utterly mortified. This wretched BMW, I swear I will never flaunt it again. After Zhao Yuqi got into the car, the Rolls-Royce that had been parked at the school gate for quite some time finally began to depart slowly. Inside the vehicle, Zhao Yuqi noticed that Chen Yuan was over 2 hours late, yet he bore no signs of resentment, exhibiting a commendable demeanor befitting a gentleman. He did not dwell on such trivial matters, which greatly pleased her. This was the mindset she expected from a mature man. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Yuan had only just arrived, having waited a mere 10 minutes, thus maintaining his composure effortlessly. Xiao Lu, thank you so much for your assistance earlier. Your acting was quite impressive. I will commend you to General Hong and recommend a salary increase. You're too kind, General Yan. I honestly didn't expect you to be so youthful. The middle-aged driver, Xiao Lu, replied with a smile. Just moments ago, Chen Yuan had messaged him, instructing him to play along with the pretense. Xiao Lu had glanced in the rearview mirror several times, finally confirming that this young man in his early 20s was indeed the illustrious General Yin he was to pick up. It was rumored that this big shot was a lavish spender online, casually donating millions to female streamers. Initially, he had imagined this magnate to be a successful middle-aged businessman, only to discover he was merely a university student. However, he dared not underestimate a person capable of such grand gestures. One's family background must be extraordinary. Chen Yuan, where are we headed today? Zhao Yuqi inquired with curiosity, unaware of the conversation between Chen Yuan and driver Xiao Lu. You will find out once we arrive. Chen Yuan replied with a subtle smile, maintaining an air of mystery. Half an hour later, the luxurious vehicle finally entered the Jiangjing Villa community, ultimately coming to a halt before the most opulent number 1 garden villa. Mr. Yan, we've arrived. The courteous driver, Xiao Lu, announced. Very well, Chen Yuan remarked, gently pulling Zhao Yuqi from the car. At that moment, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his late 30s, with a slicked-back hairstyle that bespoke success, emerged from the villa, a smile gracing his face. Following closely behind him was a strikingly attractive secretary, adorned with fashionable eyeglasses. Mr. Yin, Hong Yuanqiao, upon seeing Chen Yuan for the first time, was momentarily taken aback but still inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I am the solitary cigarette, Chen Yuan responded, extending his hand with confidence. Goodness, Mr. Yin is surprisingly youthful. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Without further ado, Chen Yuan preferred to bypass the customary pleasantries and delve straight into the matter at hand. Though this was their first meeting, and they were merely acquaintances from a group chat, there was little camaraderie to speak of. Hong Yuanqiao sought to sell the villa to recoup funds, while Chen Yuan aimed to seize a bargain. It was as simple as that. In contrast, Hong Yuanqiao was more pressed for time, as his financial situation was precariously close to collapse. Mr. Yin, I shall refrain from any further trivialities. Lena, please provide Mr. Yin with the necessary introductions. Of course, Mr. Hong. The bespectacled secretary acknowledged with a nod. Mr. Yin, please follow me. Lena gestured invitingly. Chen Yuan grasped Zhao Yuqi's hand as they entered the garden villa, earning a nod of appreciation from Hong Yuanqiao. Yin's exceptional taste is evident. The women he accompanies surpass even his meticulously chosen female secretary in beauty. Sometimes, one can discern a man's prowess by observing the company he keeps. Chen Yuan, what business do you intend to discuss with Mr. Hing? Asked Zhou in a hushed tone. Nothing of great significance, Chen Yuan replied casually. Mr. Hing wishes to sell this villa and asked if I might be interested in purchasing it. I thought I would bring you along for a look today. His tone suggested that acquiring a villa was as mundane as grocery shopping at a market. Joelle Na, the secretary, was taken aback. She was aware that Mr. Hing had originally acquired this villa for over 57 million, not to mention the lavish renovations that brought its total value to over 60 million. The notion that a transaction of such magnitude was regarded as trivial by her superior filled her with newfound respect for Chen Yuan. Mr. Yin. This is the first floor of the villa. The entire structure comprises a small duplex spanning 3 levels, with an additional basement, totaling 4 floors. This villa boasts 2 kitchens, 3 bathrooms, an individual bathing area, 2 dressing rooms, a master bedroom for guest rooms, and a maid's quarters. Furthermore, there is a private swimming pool at the front, a personal cinema on the 2nd floor, and a stargazing room on the 3rd floor, designed with floor-to-ceiling windows that provide ample natural light. In the summer, with the mere press of a remote control, the ceiling of the stargazing room opens automatically, allowing one to lie in bed and gaze at the stars, a truly romantic experience. In order to design this starlit room, Mr. Hong specifically invested 500,000 in an astronomical telescope. Secretary Lena guided Chen Yuan through the entire villa, offering insights as they strolled. Upon reaching the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, one could not help but ponder if Mr. Hong harbored peculiar preferences, for his bed measured an astonishing 4 meters in length and 3 meters in width. Was it not a tad excessive? Fortunately, the master bedroom boasted over 100 square meters of space. Otherwise, accommodating such a colossal bed would indeed pose a challenge. Chapter 038. This villa bears Zhao Yuqi's name as they completed their tour. Zhao Yuqi found herself increasingly astonished. Although her family enjoyed a decent living, operating a restaurant, her parents had ascended from humble beginnings and thus practiced frugality, never indulging in extravagance. Their residence, while a respectable 178 square meters, remained an ordinary commodity housing. In stark contrast, this Jiangjing villa exuded an unparalleled luxury that profoundly reshaped her perspectives. Even the most mundane walk-in closet surpassed the size of her school's 8-girl dormitory, resembling a boutique in its vastness. A dedicated shoe wall, display cases, belt cabinets, tie racks, a private jewelry cabinet, a wall for handbags, and a safe adorned the space. The 3rd floor featured, in addition to the starlit room, an exquisitely appointed study, an expansive balcony exceeding 70 square meters, and an art studio. The basement housed a dance practice room, a piano room, and a private gymnasium. If one were to reside here daily, one might awaken each morning with a smile, greeted by the breathtaking view of the flowing Yangtze River, truly a sight to uplift the spirit. Mr. Yin, what are your thoughts on this splendid residence? After Lena concluded her tour, she smiled and inquired, how do you find it? It's rather mediocre, to be honest. I am somewhat dissatisfied. This villa feels a tad too small. However, considering my friendship with Mr. Hong, could you persuade him to offer a reasonable price? Chen Yuan, though quite pleased, would never utter such sentiments. If they were to discover his true contentment, the price would surely escalate. Purchasing a villa is akin to acquiring clothing, is it not? Very well, I shall report to Mr. Hong at once, Lena proclaimed as she stepped into the elevator, her heels clicking. Despite the villa being only 3 or 4 stories tall, it was equipped with an elevator. Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi remained on the balcony, admiring the scenery. Chen Yuan, do you truly intend to purchase this villa? I just checked the property prices on my phone, and it appears to be around 51,000 per square meter. This villa, with all its dimensions, would cost at least 50 to 60 million, not to mention the lavish renovations and design costs, which could easily push it to 60 or 70 million. Zhao Yuqi exclaimed in astonishment. Do you like it? What do you think of the environment here? Chen Yuan asked, his expression imbued with joy, seemingly unfazed by Zhao Yuqi's calculations. He merely inquired, do you like it? Of course I adore it. Who wouldn't want such a spacious and beautiful home? However, then there is no need for further discussion. As long as you like it, I shall purchase it. Chen Yuan interrupted her with a grand gesture. He had been yearning for an opportunity to spend his hard-earned money, and such a significant expenditure was a chance not to be missed. Do not even think about stopping me from spending money. Zhao Yuqi, affection 5. Zhao Yuqi, affection 5. Zhao Yuqi, affection 5. Chen Yuan's words resonated deeply with Zhao Yuqi, merely because of his affection. This man was prepared to spend over $500 million to purchase a villa. While it may seem somewhat kitsch, the reality of it moved Zhao Yuqi profoundly. Moreover, from the implication of Chen Yuan's words, it appeared he intended to live together with her after acquiring the villa. Was he already in the process of constructing a nest of love? Yet, she was not prepared. She hadn't even agreed to be his girlfriend. Why was he being so domineering, not bothering to consult her feelings? Zhao Yuqi felt a delightful flush, although she found Chen Yuan's assertiveness overwhelming. She couldn't help but be drawn to such boldness. On another front, Lena, is Mr. Yin satisfied with this villa? Hong Yuanxiao inquired, his concern evident. Mr. Yin seems not entirely pleased. He stated that this villa is too small. Lena reported candidly. Is it truly small? But considering Mr. Yan's status, being a person of such high caliber, it is understandable that he would find my modest villa lacking. However, Mr. Yan also mentioned that, given your friendship with him, he would appreciate a reasonable price from you. Lena, could you please convey your messages in full next time, without being so playful? Hong Yuanxiao admonished. It was apparent that the rapport between this female secretary and Hong Yuanxiao was not ordinary. Otherwise, what secretary would dare jest before her superior? All right. I shall refrain from jesting next time. Shortly thereafter, Hong Yuanxiao personally arrived at the balcony on the 3rd floor. Mr. Yin, what do you think of the view here? He inquired, lighting a cigarette and offering one to Chen Yuan. It's quite pleasant, just perfect for gazing at the Yangtze River. Chen Yuan accepted the cigarette and lit it. By the way, Mr. Yin, I still do not know your real name. I am Chen Yuan, Brother Chen, to be candid. If it were not for the dismal market conditions this year, with the entire hotel and tourism industry operating at a loss and hundreds of employees awaiting their wages, I would never part with this villa. However, if you are willing to take it over now, I can offer you a fair price of 58 million. I purchased this villa for 57 million and invested over 4 million in renovations and design. Even without considering appreciation, it is valued at over 60 million in the current market. 58 million is undoubtedly a reasonable price. Hong Yuanxiao expressed earnestly. Chen Yuan could discern that there might be some exaggeration in his claims, yet he understood it would not be excessive, given the prevailing market conditions. A quick online search would reveal the truth. I can offer a firm price of 55 million, to be paid in full at once. If you are agreeable, Mr. Hong, I can transfer the funds at any time. Chen Yuan negotiated with conviction, recognizing that real estate is a tangible asset with potential for appreciation. Unlike clothing that can be discounted, the price is simply what it is. Brother Chen Yuan, this price is precisely my bottom line. If you can indeed pay in full at once, then let us proceed to sign the property transfer agreement at this price. And we can handle the transfer formalities at any time. Hong Yuanxiao nodded, refraining from further negotiation. No problem. Chen Yuan snapped his fingers. By the way, this villa is not being transferred to me, but rather to her. The property deed will bear the name Zhao Yuqi. Chen Yuan stated with an air of nonchalance. There was no alternative. Having his own name on the property deed would not suffice for the sycophant Jean, but having it in Zhao Yuqi's name made all the difference. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuqi was instantly bewildered. She stood there, utterly stunned, gazing at Chen Yuan in disbelief. feeling somewhat breathless. Hong Yuanxiao was equally taken aback. Lena, too, was astonished. This was a villa overlooking the river valued at 60 million. Chen Yuan was actually going to gift it to her? Chapter 039. Zhao Yuqi's favorability soars. No. Chen Yuan, I truly cannot accept this. This is a villa worth 50 to 60 million. How can you put my name on it? Zhao Yuqi, though immensely shocked, was also deeply touched by Chen Yuan's sentiment. However, this gift was simply too grand. So grand that she felt hesitant to accept it. After all, the significance of gifts in a live-streaming context pales in comparison to the reality of being given a villa outright, even for newlyweds. It is not common for the male partner to put the female partner's name on the property during purchase. To avoid economic disputes in the event of a divorce, they might even opt for a prenuptial property agreement. Yet here, Chen Yuan and she barely had any established relationship. Between the two, there exists merely a hint of ambiguity, a mutual fondness that hardly qualifies them as true romantic partners. The notion of gifting a villa is daunting for Zhao Yuqi. Accepting such a lavish present would paint her as avaricious, materialistic, and lacking in refinement. Any woman with a modicum of emotional intelligence would hesitate to accept outright. Such an act would be unbecoming. Yuqi, if this villa is not registered in your name, I fear I shall be unable to purchase it today. Why is that? Zhao Yuqi inquired promptly. Well, it's quite simple. My name is already associated with too many properties, and as you know, there is a housing limit imposed by the government. Once one possesses multiple properties, one is barred from acquiring any further real estate. Thus, this villa must temporarily be transferred to your name. Consider it a favor to me. Of course, if you are truly unwilling to assist, I can only extend my apologies to President Hong. President Hong, I sincerely regret to inform you that I am unable to assist with this matter. You will need to find a solution for your funding gap on your own. Chen Yuan shrugged, feigning helplessness. This excuse had been meticulously crafted in advance, as he anticipated that Zhao Yuqi might decline his request. The rationale of the housing limit was impeccable. It provided Zhao Yuqi with an opportunity to decline gracefully, allowing her to accept the property transfer without appearing excessively greedy or materialistic. She would merely be aiding Chen Yuan in his predicament. With this justification, it would be morally easier for her to acquiesce, for women, too, value their dignity. Moreover, in the presence of Hong Yuanxiao, Chen Yuan declared his intention to withdraw from the purchase, in a bid to bridge his financial gap. Hong Yuanxiao would undoubtedly employ every means at his disposal to persuade Zhao Yuqi to accept the villa. There was no need for Chen Yuan to exert himself further. Naturally, there would be others to advocate on his behalf. Was this not a win-win situation? Indeed, as soon as Chen Yuan expressed his withdrawal, Hong Yuanxiao grew anxious. My dear lady, since Brother Chen has stated his position so firmly, why not consider accepting the villa for the time being? No, I truly cannot accept it. A villa worth 50 to 60 million is rather daunting. Zhao Yuqi insisted, shaking her head in refusal. Please, I implore you, just agree to it. I have hundreds of employees awaiting their salaries. If this villa does not sell, my financial chain will collapse, leading to the bankruptcy of my company. A multitude of people will be left unemployed, many of whom have families to support. Can you bear to witness their plight? Hong Yuanxiao, a seasoned businessman, spun his words with eloquence, appealing to a sense of righteousness as if refusing the villa today would brand her as a heartless villain. However, there was no however. My dear lady, I am genuinely on the verge of bankruptcy and urgently require funds to navigate this crisis. Otherwise, I would not be so desperate to sell the villa. Could you possibly do me this favor? Indeed, sister, our General Hong is truly in dire straits. Hong Yuanxiao and Zhou Lina launched a relentless campaign of persuasion. The duo's combined efforts overwhelmed Zhao Yuqi, leaving her utterly defenseless against their onslaught. At long last, after half an hour of fervent persuasion, Zhao Yuqi acquiesced. In his eagerness to secure the funds, Hong Yuanxiao proceeded to sign the villa transfer agreement with Zhao Yuqi that very afternoon, completing the transfer procedures. Chen Yuan, unhesitating, promptly transferred the substantial sum of 55 million. When Zhao Yuqi received the keys to the villa along with the property certificate, she found herself somewhat entranced. Chen Yuan, has this villa truly been transferred to my name? Indeed, from now on, you shall be the proprietor of the Jiangjing Villa and the #1 garden mansion. Chen Yuan replied with a smile. No. The villa is yours. I am merely assisting you temporarily. I will transfer it back to you at a later date. Zhao Yuqi felt somewhat bewildered by the entire day's events. Out of the blue, she had acquired a villa worth 60 million. Would anyone believe it if she told them? Even though this villa was merely a temporary residence in her name, it was a testament to Chen Yuan's sincerity towards her. Suddenly, she recalled that Chen Yuan had stood her up the previous day. Could it be that he had orchestrated such a grand surprise for her? She realized she had misunderstood him and had intentionally arrived over 2 hours late that morning. A sense of guilt washed over her. I'm sorry, Chen Yuan, actually. I was deliberately late this morning. I hope you aren't upset. It's quite all right. Such trivial matters hardly trouble me, Chen Yuan replied candidly. He had waited merely 10 minutes, so it was hardly something to dwell upon. Yet, Zhao Yuqi believed he had waited for over 2 hours without uttering a single complaint, and had even purchased her a villa. This man's generosity was vast, his demeanor graceful, and his romantic spirit undeniable. Zhao Yuqi, affection 10 Zhao Yuqi, affection 10 Zhao Yuqi, affection 10. A casual remark from Chen Yuan seemed to strike a tender chord within Zhao Yuqi's heart. Her affection for him surged unexpectedly by 30 points. Previously, she held 45 points of affection towards Chen Yuan, which increased by 15 points during their house viewing. Now, it had soared by another 30 points. Consequently, Zhao Yuqi's affection for Chen Yuan had reached an astonishing 90 points. Only 5 more points were needed for a complete turnaround. Observing the 90 points of affection hovering above Zhao Yuqi's head, Chen Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of encouragement. He was somewhat exhilarated. The rewards for successfully turning the tables on Zhao Yuqi were indeed bountiful. He had already expended around 60 to 70 million in his pursuit of her affection, and upon succeeding, the bonus would amount to 6 or 700,000, along with a substantial 25 enhancement points. This tool seemed quite lucrative. A harvest like this would propel him to new heights. Chen Yuan, why do you keep staring at the points above my head? Is there something unsightly there? No. I merely find you particularly enchanting today. How could that be? Was I not enchanting before? Zhao Yuqi replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness. She felt increasingly bashful in Chen Yuan's presence, especially at the thought of potentially sharing a villa with him in the future, which might lead to certain indescribable situations. After all, a lone man and woman cohabiting in one space could easily ignite passions. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Why am I even contemplating such matters? Chapter 040. Chen Yuan's exceptional emotional intelligence. Chen Yuan, next week is my birthday, and I would like to invite my close friends and former high school classmates to host a birthday party here. I'm unsure if that would be all right. Zhao Yuqi, her cheeks flushed, glanced at Chen Yuan, seeking his approval. Although the villa was currently under her name, it was, after all, purchased by Chen Yuan. Naturally, she felt it necessary to consult him before organizing the celebration within the villa. Oh, so your birthday is coming up. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I should have prepared something in advance. Chen Yuan pondered, contemplating whether this birthday party might afford him an opportunity to indulge in some lavish expenditures. Moreover, gifting her would be entirely justified. It would not only endear him to Zhao Yuqi, but also allow him to continue his financial contributions, a win-win situation indeed. Zhao Yuqi perceived Chen Yuan as not only refined and cultured, but also possessing remarkably high emotional intelligence. When she inquired about hosting a party at the villa, he swiftly focused on her birthday, discerning the crux of her concern. Women often communicate with dual meanings when they pose a question. The inquiry itself may not be the focal point. What they truly wish to convey might be related to their birthday, a desired item, or a place they wish to visit, among other nuanced implications. If a man fails to grasp these subtleties and merely fixates on the question, he risks being labeled as a straight man, perceived as lacking emotional insight. This exemplifies the inherent differences in thought processes between men and women. Chen Yuan, at his core, was indeed a straightforward man, an archetypical steel straight man. However, throughout the entire process, his sole intention was to lavishly spend on flattery, an approach that serendipitously aligned with Zhao Yuqi's perspective. Consequently, Zhao Yuqi instinctively perceived Chen Yuan as possessing exceptional emotional intelligence, finding their interactions remarkably comfortable and delightful. He was, in every sense, the epitome of a perfect gentleman. Handsome, affluent, remarkably skilled, generous, considerate, exuding gentlemanly charm, cultured, modest, and yet embodying the essence of a domineering CEO. Reflecting on this, Chen Yuan seemed to possess an abundance of virtues, to the extent that Zhao Yuqi felt her confidence waning in his presence. Unbeknownst to Chen Yuan, Zhao Yuqi held such thoughts about him. Previously, he was merely regarded as a sycophant, devoid of any redeeming qualities, even scolded by Lin Shutong as a worthless being. Yet, after acquiring financial prowess, it appeared that his past flaws had transformed into assets. Indeed, wealth renders even the most trivial actions commendable. Chen Yuan, my brother, within this villa, there are still some of my personal belongings. I will arrange for a moving company to handle it in the next couple of days, and it will be addressed promptly. You may have to wait 2 or 3 days before moving in. I apologize. Hong Yuanchao expressed his regrets. It's quite all right, Lao Hong. We are in no rush. Chen Yuan waved his hand. In truth, aside from a few items in the master bedroom that needed sorting, several guest rooms remained ready for occupancy. No. Please have driver Xiaolu take us back. By the way, Xiaolu has been a great help to me today. I must express my gratitude to him. Chen Yuan casually remarked. Haha, Xiaolu is indeed my capable assistant. Next time, I shall grant him a raise. Brother Chen Yuan, should you require anything in Han City, feel free to command me. I may not possess many other virtues, but I have a penchant for making friends. Hong Yuanchao chuckled heartily, having resolved his financial dilemmas. He deemed it imperative to cultivate a friendship with Chen Yuan, a scion of wealth, who can casually produce over $500 million in funds. Is not someone one can easily approach. Now that the opportunity has arisen, it is only prudent to seize it. When the time comes, should he introduce a business venture, it would likely bring him substantial profits. In the realm of commerce, connections are of paramount importance. Having engaged in business for many years, Hong Yuanchao certainly understands this principle. Chapter 041. Zhao Yuqi, you've stepped in dog waste. Seated in a Rolls-Royce, Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi began their journey back to school. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat ambiguous. Zhao Yuqi pondered whether she could consider herself Chen Yuan's girlfriend. Despite his numerous gestures, he had yet to express his feelings directly or articulate his desire to be her boyfriend. This vagueness left Zhao Yuqi in a state of mild frustration. Other boys, upon expressing their affections, often do so with mere words, devoid of any tangible actions. Even when they do act, it is typically limited to offering trivial gifts like small flowers or plush toys. Today's young women have long since dismissed such tokens. In contrast, Chen Yuan frequently presents extravagant gifts, sometimes amounting to hundreds of millions, even offering villas. His actions speak volumes, yet he remains silent about his feelings, leaving Zhao Yuqi in a rather passive position. As a girl, she often feels too shy to confess her feelings first. How could Chen Yuan falter at such a crucial moment? The atmosphere had been perfectly set. If only he would muster the courage to express his affections, she would readily accept him. Yet, why does he remain silent? What occupies his thoughts? Inside the car, Zhao Yuqi, with her large, round eyes, occasionally fixates on Chen Yuan. Her gaze conveys silent encouragement, as if urging him to intensify his efforts. She often allows her fair arm to brush against his, sending electric sparks between them. Such fleeting physical contact nearly overwhelms Chen Yuan with temptation. Nevertheless, he resolutely restrains himself, determined to learn from past mistakes and not to succumb to Zhao Yuqi's enchanting beauty. Previously, Lin Shetong had employed similar tactics, leaving him entranced and ultimately heartbroken when she vanished after her flirtations, leaving him a mere fool in love. Thus, Chen Yuan clings to his mantra: do not initiate, do not refuse, do not take responsibility. Confession is an impossibility. In this lifetime, he shall never confess. Only if the girl takes the initiative can their lives continue in harmony. Over half an hour later, the car arrives at the entrance of the university. Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuqi step out. Yuqi, I have something to tell you. Yes, go ahead. Zhao Yuqi's heart races with excitement. Has the moment finally arrived? Is he unable to hold back any longer? You seem to have stepped in something unpleasant. Ah, Zhao Yuqi, having been oblivious to the hidden trap on the ground, quickly glances at her shoe upon Chen Yuan's warning. Indeed, a clump of blackish-yellow matter clings to her sole, emitting a foul odor. She has unwittingly stepped in dog feces. How utterly disgusting. Haha, who would have thought that even the campus belle could step in dog excrement? It reeks. Please, keep your distance. Chen Yuan remarked with a face full of disdain. You scoundrel, Chen Yuan. Do not laugh at me. Zhao Yuqi retorted. Wait. Don't move. Let me take a picture to share on my social media. Chen Yuan immediately pulled out his phone. No, don't take the photo. I'll make you pay for it. Enraged, Zhao Yuqi began chasing after Chen Yuan, who promptly took off running. She could not catch up, nor could she land a hit. Nearly brought to tears by frustration, what was supposed to be a romantic day had unexpectedly devolved into a farce. Oh, is that not the campus belle Zhao Yuqi? She is actually playfully chasing after a boy? How enviable. I too wish to be pursued and playfully battered by the campus beauty. Even if it meant being beaten to a pulp, I would gladly accept. Is that not the scoundrel Chen Yuan? Goodness, he is still alive and has managed to make Zhao cry. How outrageous. At first, I was skeptical of the rumors circulating on the campus forum, but I have come to realize that Zhao Yuqi has indeed fallen prey to this cad. My goddess, could you not be more discerning and stop being deceived by such a rogue? As days passed, more and more individuals within the school became acquainted with Chen Yuan, and his reputation continued to plummet. The repercussions of his actions even reached the school's administration, creating a profoundly negative impact. Meanwhile, a video of a campus athletics competition on a certain platform suddenly went viral. Within just 2 days of its release, it garnered over 10 million likes and more than 100,000 comments. This video has truly taken off. Chapter 042. Unintentionally famous. After concluding the playful banter with Zhao Yuqi, Chen Yuan returned to his dormitory. As soon as he stepped into room 503, his 3 roommates rushed over, their faces alight with excitement. Wow, Fourth, you've truly made it big this time. How on earth did I not notice before that you possess the potential to become an internet sensation? Xiong Tao gazed at Chen Yuan with a mixture of envy and admiration, seemingly unable to believe that the wildly popular running knight online was none other than his roommate, Chen Yuan. What do you mean by made it big? Are you referring to the notoriety on the campus forum? Chen Yuan inquired. No, not that. How few people even see the campus forum. We're talking about your fame on Douyin and Bilibili. You're a sensation everywhere. Lao Chao interjected, clarifying the matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan's heart jolted. Could it be that my identity has been revealed? Does everyone know that I am the internet tycoon, Lonely One Cigarette? No way. I can't be that unlucky. Chen Yuan pondered the implications of his identity being exposed. It would become exceedingly difficult to maintain his faude as a sycophant. However, it soon became apparent that he had misjudged the situation. The identity of Lonely One Cigarette had not been uncovered. He had garnered attention for an entirely different reason. Chen Yuan, just check your Douyin. It's likely that video of yours is currently the most trending across the internet. Lao Chao urged. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan promptly retrieved his phone and began scrolling through Douyin. After watching a series of videos, an extraordinarily viral short clip caught his eye. The video boasted over 12 million likes and more than 100,000 comments, and it had only been posted 2 days prior. In a remarkable athletic event on campus, a man inadvertently entered the track and astonishingly exhibited devilish speed, leaving the audience in sheer disbelief. Chen Yuan clicked on the video, which lasted only a fleeting few seconds yet vividly captured a dapper young man in casual attire. Despite trailing behind other athletes by several meters, he overtook them all with an undeniable advantage, creating a gap of 2 to 3 meters ahead of the leading competitor. The brief stretch of 100 meters showcased an extraordinary explosive power, as if he were riding the wind, leaving others in his dust. It is essential to recognize that the athletes on the field are not mere ordinary individuals. They possess exceptional speed beyond that of the average person. A typical adult male runs at a pace ranging from 12 to 15 seconds for 100 meters, with the average hovering around 13 seconds. Achieving a time of 12 seconds places one among the swiftest of the ordinary populace, necessitating remarkable physical explosiveness. A time of 11 seconds is indicative of a professional athlete's caliber, while those who clock between 10 and 11 seconds are often representatives of national teams. Times under 10 seconds are generally reserved for record-breaking performances. The former Asian sprint champion once set a record with a time of 9.91 seconds, marking the fastest running speed achieved by an individual of Asian descent, creating a significant moment in history. Remarkably, the elegant young man in the video displayed explosive power that could rival that of the foremost sprinters in Asia. His speed was astonishingly comparable to that of the world's fastest sprinter. This extraordinary event unfolded without any special effects. It was a genuine occurrence during a competitive race, making it all the more unbelievable. Chen Yuan watched the video several times. Who else could it possibly be but him? Goodness, has this truly gone viral? That day, Chen Yuan merely intended to show off a little. Little did he know, someone captured the moment and uploaded it to a short video platform. Quite inexplicably, it has gained immense popularity. Fortunately, the video isn't particularly clear, and the distance makes it difficult to recognize him at first glance. As Chen Yuan opened the comments section, he found it bustling with activity, seemingly igniting significant controversy. One must admit, there are indeed exceptional talents among the masses. This young man certainly sprinted away far too swiftly. As a professional physical education teacher, allow me to enlighten you on the nuances of sprinting. You might not fully grasp just how fast the young man in the video was running. The video lasts a total of 15 seconds. From the moment he starts running until he crosses the finish line, covering a distance of 100 meters. If you pause the video right as he crosses the finish line, you will realize that he completed the 100 meters in less than 10 seconds. Consider the world record for the 100 meters. It's approximately 9:58 seconds. If this individual were to compete in the Olympics, he might just shatter that record. However, I suspect the video may be exaggerated and should not be taken as definitive evidence. To claim he is faster than a world champion seems rather far-fetched. Whether he can rival a world champion, I cannot say, but he is undoubtedly superior to you. Chapter 043. I truly do not seek fame old for. You are not even the most impressive on toadying. It is on Bilibili where you truly shine. If you do not believe it, go take a look for yourself. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan quickly opened his computer and logged into Bilibili. He soon discovered a video that was the most popular across all platforms, seemingly related to him. The creator of the video was a prominent upmaster with millions of followers, known as the First Handsome Guy. As Chen Yuan opened the video, it was evident that it had been edited. It showcased his journey from the starting line, sprinting through the 100-meter red tape. At the top of the video, a timer was prominently displayed, synchronized with the footage of the man running, creating a striking contrast. Ultimately, the time froze at 9:31 seconds. And the image also came to a standstill. Hello everyone, I am your upmaster, the First Handsome Guy. While I may be quite handsome, please do not idolize me, for I am merely a legend. Now, to get to the point. In today's video, I will analyze the most extraordinary grassroots deity of this episode. For now, we shall refer to this deity as the running hero. Why this name, you ask? Because he truly runs with remarkable speed. Moreover, he might very well be the next individual to break the world record in sprinting. Do not think for a moment that I am exaggerating, speaking insincerely, or indulging in hyperbole. I assure you, I speak only based on facts. It is no exaggeration to say that I have never engaged in boastful claims. I have always adhered to the principle of seeking truth. The preceding video serves as irrefutable evidence. In the footage, I have not applied any acceleration techniques. I, as a strikingly handsome individual, can vouch for this with my very appearance. According to insider revelations, the competition depicted features a university athletics team selecting candidates for the national professional sports team, showcasing an exceptionally high level of skill. The slowest athlete in the race recorded a time of under 12 seconds for the 100 meters. Amidst this, the figure who suddenly dashed onto the track, known as the running hero, was not clad in professional athletic attire, nor had he engaged in any warm-up routines. His footwear was merely a pair of ordinary sneakers purchased from an online marketplace, costing around 50 to 60 yuan. This seemingly unremarkable young man abruptly entered the competition, demonstrating just how extraordinary he truly is. From the video, it is evident that at the moment the coach fired the signal, the other athletes surged forward like leopards. In contrast, the running hero lagged behind by 4 to 5 meters. Yet, astonishingly, he overcame this deficit, surpassing all the track and field competitors with remarkable speed. The last contestant even found himself 10 meters behind him. What a staggering velocity that is! After conducting a meticulous analysis and speed assessment, I, the handsome gentleman, concluded that his estimated time for the 100 meters was an astonishing 9:31 seconds. While this may not be perfectly precise, it is certainly close. The world's fastest man previously set a record of 9:58 seconds in the 100 meters, a feat that has remained unchallenged for over a decade. Yet, our running hero has achieved a time of 9:31 seconds. Indeed, you read that correctly, and there is no need for skepticism. I find myself utterly at a loss for words to articulate the profound shock that resides within me. Perhaps only the phrase terrifyingly astonishing can encapsulate the tumult of emotions I am experiencing at this very moment. The charismatic host, with his flamboyant tone, elaborates while simultaneously presenting a meticulous analysis of the video. This brief 10-second footage of Chen Yuan's sprint has been scrutinized and replayed numerous times, and indeed, the more one watches, the more impressive it becomes. At first glance, it may seem unimpressive, yet upon closer examination, it astonishingly surpasses even the world's best. This individual is undeniably remarkable, leaving no room for dissent. The handsome host is impressive, and so is the running hero. While I believe you when you say the running hero is impressive, your claim of being modest is utterly unbelievable. Is it not a bit humorous for you to vouch for your appeal based on looks? Do you even possess such charm? This segment of video has gone viral. It has truly ignited a sensation. It can be spotted not only on Douyin, but also gracing the homepage of Bilibili, and even making waves on Penguin's newsfeed. The phenomenon is utterly chaotic. Chen Yuan finds himself bewildered. He wonders if this handsome host harbors some personal vendetta against him. I certainly do not seek fame. Why, of all the aspiring influencers, do you choose to spotlight me? Chapter 044. The joyful Zhao Yuqi. On another note, Zhao Yuqi has returned to her shared apartment. No sooner had she arrived than her close friend, Wu Xiaofei, bombarded her with pointed inquiries. Chi, why are you back so late? You left early this morning, and now it's evening. What on earth did Chen Yuan take you to do? Oh, Chen Yuan? He took me to purchase a house. He bought me a villa. Zhao Yuqi endeavored to narrate with a calm demeanor, striving to appear more composed. What? Chi, what nonsense are you uttering? You're not feverish today, Wu Xiaofei remarked, gently checking Zhao Yuqi's forehead, pondering whether she had lost her senses. It's true, why would I deceive you? The property deeds are all in my possession, along with the keys to the villa, Zhao Yuqi proclaimed, retrieving a property deed and a set of keys from her bag. As Wu Xiaofei opened the deed and scrutinized its contents, her entire being froze, stiffened, and felt suffocated. It was as if her worldview had shattered. The document was, indeed, authentic. Wait a moment. Jiangjing Villa Community? 980 square meters? It's solely under your name? Wu Xiaofei exclaimed in disbelief, repeating her astonishment thrice. Yet, no amount of exclamations could encapsulate the shock coursing through her at that moment. This was a grand villa of 980 square meters, situated in the prime area along the Yangtze River. How could it possibly be a gift for Zhao Yuqi? Chen Yuan's generosity was astonishing. What woman could possibly withstand such a gesture? Wu Xiaofei felt a pang of jealousy. She was genuinely envious. Chi, please tell me this isn't real, that it's merely an illusion, and that your property deed is a forgery. You ventured out for just a moment and accomplished what I have strived for my entire life? How unfair this world is. Wu Xiaofei stood there, flabbergasted, while witnessing her friend's exaggerated expression. Zhao Yuqi's face instantly radiated with joy. Who said the campus belle could not flaunt her success? The delight she felt in showcasing her fortune before her friend was simply unparalleled. It was exhilarating. All right, Xiaofei, you needn't exaggerate. This villa is merely under my name temporarily. Primarily, Chen Yuan possesses an abundance of properties, which contravenes the national housing purchase regulations. Hence, the house is currently registered in my name, but I shall return it in due course. Zhao Yuqi hastened to clarify. Return it? Why would you do that? This is a magnificent villa spanning 980 square meters, dear sister. If you end up with Chen Yuan, wouldn't this villa essentially belong to you? Honestly, Chi, I've encountered many second-generation wealthy individuals. They may possess great wealth and are often generous, indulging you with luxurious handbags, clothing, and cosmetics. However, it is rare for them to directly purchase cars or houses for someone. The value and significance of the two are entirely disparate. Chen Yuan not only acquired a residence for you, but a sprawling villa of 980 square meters. Your standing in his eyes is undeniably exceptional, and his feelings for you are likely sincere. At this moment, Wu Xiaofei began to speak favorably of Chen Yuan, as there was truly no fault to find. The purchase of a villa leaves little room for criticism. A woman's criteria for assessing a man's affection is quite straightforward. It hinges upon his willingness to spend money on her. In this regard, Chen Yuan is beyond reproach. In fact, I genuinely believe Chen Yuan is remarkable. He embodies my ideal type. Once you interact with him, you'll realize that not only is he handsome, but he also possesses a delightful sense of humor, shares my values, and is quite adept physically. Zhao Yuqi's round, sparkling eyes began to glimmer with admiration. If others were to witness the campus belle, Zhao Yuqi, displaying such infatuation, it would surely be a sight to behold. One might be utterly astonished to the point of questioning one's very existence. All right, enough of the flattery. Aren't you soon to celebrate your birthday? How do you plan to commemorate it? Wu Xiaofei inquired. I have already devised a plan. This year, I shall host a party at the Riverside Villa, inviting members of the student council, as well as my high school classmates and a few close friends. It would be splendid to have Qin Bingxue join us as well. Zhao Yuqi replied with a smile. Qin Bingxue? Aren't you two at odds? Oh, I see. Wu Xiaofei nodded, fully aware of the rivalry between Zhao Yuqi and Qin Bingxue, who happens to be a senior. One serves as the vice president of the student council, while the other is its president, with Qin Bingxue overshadowing Zhao Yuqi. Rumors abound within the school, proclaiming Zhao Yuqi as the second beauty, while Qin Bingxue is deemed the first. No matter how hard Zhao Yuqi strives, it seems she can never surpass Qin Bingxue. She feels as though she is perpetually stifled in a secondary position. Who willingly remains in the shadows? If she could manage to invite the student council and Qin Bingxue to her birthday gathering, the mere appearance of the 980 square meter riverside villa would surely evoke envy in others. Just the thought of it ignites excitement. Chapter 045. Shouldn't Yin consider purchasing a vehicle? Although Chen Yuan's video has garnered considerable attention online, he remains unconcerned. Firstly, the footage is not exceptionally clear, merely capturing a vague silhouette. He does not fear being recognized. Perhaps those familiar with him might discern his identity at a glance. But to strangers on the street, he would remain unnoticed. Secondly, we now reside in an era characterized by an explosion of information online. A person may achieve sudden fame, yet if they fail to make an appearance for a while, they swiftly fade into obscurity. To maintain enduring popularity, one must consistently present themselves before the audience. The phenomenon of internet celebrities is such that they rise rapidly and fall just as quickly. It is perfectly normal for one to be in the limelight today and forgotten in mere months. One evening, Chen Yuan was engrossed in a conversation with Zhao Yuqi while holding his phone. Suddenly, notifications from the Emperor Group chat erupted incessantly. He opened the chat to find that the discussions revolved entirely around him. Qing Wang, have you resolved your financial issues? It has been sorted out. I must sincerely thank Mr. Yin. He has purchased my villa outright with cash. With this influx of funds, I should be able to weather the market's fluctuations until it rebounds. Mr. Yin is incredibly generous and remarkably efficient. Not only is Mr. Yin generous, but my dealings with him have also profoundly altered my perspective, revealing to me what true wealth entails. Qing Fengsu came in with a tease. What do you mean? I'll tell you, when Mr. Yin visited this time, he brought along a young lady and immediately gifted her my villa. While I concede that this villa may not be the pinnacle of luxury, it is nonetheless valued at 60 million. Mr. Yin didn't even flinch when he gave it away. It's simply astounding. But I must say, that young lady is indeed quite lovely. Hong Yuanxiao boasted in the group, and his claims garnered significant attention. The members of the Emperor Group are affluent individuals, capable of casually gifting female streamers tens of thousands, or even millions. However, it is absolutely impossible to casually bestow a mansion worth 60 million. Even the Dragon Emperor would likely take a moment to ponder such a decision. Incredible. Mr. Yin truly treats money as if it holds no value. What kind of woman is worth 60 million? Mr. Yin, if you give me the funds, I can find you 10 distinct and exquisite female streamers, each a gem in her own right. Mr. Yin, I am an agent for luxury cars, and I possess channels to acquire many high-end vehicles that numerous dealerships cannot obtain. I wonder if Mr. Yin might be interested? A group member with the ID Car Emperor sent a message inquiring. Surely, Mr. Yin is not lacking in luxury vehicles? Yet, acquiring a few more would not be a burden. Do you have any Bugattis? At this moment, Chen Yuan chimed in with a message. Upon its arrival, the entire group erupted in excitement. Mr. Yin truly embodies greatness, mentioning Bugatti right off the bat. Remarkably, Bugattis are typically limited editions worldwide. And without the proper channels in our country, even substantial wealth cannot secure one. However, Car Emperor likely has connections, as I previously purchased an Aston Martin through him. Mr. Yin, let's discuss this privately. Car Emperor sent a reply. Ding. From the Car Emperor Group, a request to add you as a friend has been received. Would you like to accept? Accepted. Chen Yuan promptly approved the friend request. Mr. Yin, if you genuinely wish to acquire a Bugatti, I can certainly explore options, though I would require a 5% commission. What do you think? No problem. Do you have a Bugatti Chiron? Chen Yuan inquired nonchalantly. It is quite customary for the counterpart to take a commission when attempting to procure such a top-tier luxury vehicle. After all, one possesses the channels that the other lacks. Chen Yuan directly inquired about the Bugatti Chiron, nearly startling the car king into submission. This is a premier luxury vehicle valued at 160 million. With only 20 in existence worldwide, I had assumed you merely desired a Bugatti Veyron. Who would have known you were seeking the Chiron? I regret to inform you, Mr. Yin, that I fear I lack the means to procure a Bugatti Chiron. The Lamborghini Veneno or the Pagani Huayra would also be viable options. Chen Yuan replied in writing. Settling for less. The car king was left speechless. This business is exceedingly challenging. Why do you always demand such globally limited editions? The luxury cars he typically represented ranged from 2 to 8 million. Yet, Chen Yuan sought only the finest limited editions. The least expensive Pagani Huayra commanded a price of 48 million, while the Lamborghini Veneno soared to 90 million. Even with his extensive connections, it was becoming increasingly burdensome. Mr. Yen, the models you request are exceedingly difficult to obtain. Perhaps you would consider alternatives? The most expensive vehicle I can secure is a Ferrari LaFerrari, priced at 22,500,000, along with the top-tier Lamborghini Aventador, priced at 9,200,000. Should you wish to purchase such models, I would waive my commission. The Car King sent the message, followed by several images. Upon reviewing the images, Chen Yuan found the Lamborghini Aventador more aligned with his aesthetic, exuding a greater sense of dominance. However, at just over 9 million, it seemed rather modest. The Ferrari LaFerrari, while more expensive, appeared too compact, suitable for a woman to drive. By the way, isn't next week Zhao Yuqi's birthday? I hadn't yet decided on a gift. This Ferrari LaFerrari seems quite suitable. After some contemplation, Chen Yuan resolved to acquire this vehicle as a present. Car Emperor, I have made my choice. It shall be this Ferrari LaFerrari. The price is of no concern. I have but one request. Please deliver the car to the Jiangjing Villa community in Han City, Garden Villa No. 1. With cash on delivery. Absolutely, with your esteemed reputation, I have full confidence in this transaction. The Car Emperor was pleased to secure yet another deal. This transaction alone could yield him a profit of at least 1 million. It was merely a casual conversation. Within the Emperor Group, the dynamics of selling cars differ significantly, leading to considerably greater profits. It is no wonder that industry magnates casually engage in meals that involve projects worth tens of millions or even billions. Once you infiltrate this circle, earning becomes remarkably effortless. Chapter 046, Preload 200 million. After discussing the specific details of the car purchase with the Car Emperor, Chen Yuan exited WeChat. Through his interactions with individuals from the Emperor Group, he increasingly appreciated the advantages of knowing such affluent individuals. This is the essence of networking. Most of the wealthy individuals within this circle possess their own influence, and their connections are extraordinarily intricate. They operate across a diverse range of industries, predominantly at the pinnacle of their respective fields. Items that are typically unattainable or tasks that seem impossible may be effortlessly accomplished by these individuals. It is no wonder that so many people strive to penetrate high society, not merely for the sake of prestige, but rather for the substantial benefits that such affiliations entail. Chen Yuan's online persona, Lonely as Cigarette, has proven to be immensely beneficial. He believes this identity is not merely for showering female streamers with gifts. The advantages it brings him are beyond imagination. With this in mind, he decided to amplify his reputation. Currently, he has garnered a certain level of fame on the Shark and Douyin platforms, but remains relatively unknown elsewhere. Today, Chen Yuan has set his sights on the Longya platform. He intends to continue the practice of gifting female streamers, which aligns with the system's regulations. Upon logging into the Longya live streaming app, Chen Yuan created a new account with the ID, Lonely as Cigarette, classified as a Level 1 account. The platform permits the duplication of usernames, as each ID is linked to a unique account number. Thus, concerns regarding identical IDs are unfounded. Transitioning to a new platform, Chen Yuan has gone from being a Level 120 affluent emperor to a relatively unnoticed newcomer. He began exploring various female streamers' live broadcasts. This one won't do. She's too unattractive. This one is also unsuitable. She's too young. This one is not ideal either. She lacks talent and merely engages in casual conversation. After perusing a dozen streams, he finally found one that piqued his interest. The streamer, named Shalala, is quite popular on the Longya platform, boasting an impressive audience nearing 1 million. Her voice is sweet and gentle, exuding warmth and charm. Listening to her speak brings an unparalleled sense of comfort. Now, it is time to showcase some skill. Chen Yuan logged into the recharge page, ready to add funds. He discovered that the recharge interface of the Longya live streaming platform allowed users to input their desired amount, with a maximum limit of 900,000. This far exceeded the recharge limits of many other platforms. Chen Yuan spent half an hour replenishing his balance. This time, he generously infused a staggering 200 million. With his resources fully stocked, Chen Yuan re-entered the live stream of Shalala. Your voice is truly enchanting. Could you call out brother for me? I shall shower you with treasure maps, instantly making you my top supporter. Wow, this low-level account is rather audacious, daring to usurp the name of the esteemed Yenzong. I wondered why this ID seemed so familiar. It belongs to the legendary Shark Tycoon. Who exactly is this Yenzong you all speak of? The host Shalala inquired, her curiosity piqued. Having exclusively streamed on Longya, it was not unusual for her to be oblivious to other platforms. However, some netizens traversed multiple streaming services, resulting in a degree of overlap. Shalala evidently noticed the barrage of comments from Chen Yuan but chose to disregard them. The reality of being a female streamer is rather pragmatic. If you hold a higher status and shower her with gifts, she treats you like royalty. If you are of lower standing, she scarcely acknowledges your presence. After contemplating for a moment, Chen Yuan opted to activate his noble status. Longya Live categorizes its noble ranks as follows: Swordsman, Knight, Lord, Duke, King, Emperor, and Super God Emperor. The initial activation of the Emperor status required 150,000, with a monthly expenditure exceeding 150,000 necessary to unlock the Super God Emperor tier, which demanded an investment of 1.5 million renminbi. Without a second thought, Chen Yuan proceeded to activate the Emperor privilege. Wow! Gratitude to the solitary figure of Brother Yin, the illustrious Emperor. The enchanting and melodious host, Shalala, exclaimed in delightful surprise. Could it be the true self of Brother Yin? Has that godlike man graced Longya to flaunt his prowess? No, I refuse to believe it. When Brother Yin makes his move, he will undoubtedly surpass the top rank. He's coming, he's truly coming. Chapter 047. An unexpectedly talented streamer, dear Yin. What song would you like to hear? Allow me to serenade you, Shalala announced in the live stream. Anything you prefer, just sing your signature piece. Chen Yuan had entered the stream drawn by her beauty, unaware of her vocal talents. However, her melodious voice hinted at her capabilities as a singing host. Just as Chen Yuan intended to casually scroll through a few treasure maps and depart, Shalala began to sing. As she opened her mouth, her voice, akin to celestial music, instantly captivated Chen Yuan. Is she truly a talented streamer? No wonder she possesses such immense popularity. It is undeniable that the competition among female hosts on current streaming platforms has intensified. Those who manage to rise above the multitude of female streamers and attain remarkable popularity typically possess considerable skills. Merely being beautiful is insufficient. One must also have talent. And it must be professional. The more refined the performance, the more likely it is to retain fans. Chen Yuan could not help but acknowledge that he was profoundly moved by Shalala's singing. The proficiency of this female host's vocal skills rivaled that of professional celebrity singers. Chen Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of delight. It was as if he had initially intended to bestow her a mere 8 points, only to suddenly realize she deserved a commendable 9. It evoked a sensation akin to unearthing a hidden treasure. Her talent had undeniably elevated her score. Dear lady, your vocal prowess has utterly captivated me. Are you prepared to receive a gift? Was the esteemed Yin truly contemplating gifting me a treasure map? The treasure map from the Longya live streaming platform is the most extravagant gift, valued at a staggering 5,000 yuan. Chen Yuan indeed planned to unveil a treasure map, but one was hardly sufficient. A solitary cigarette for the streamer, Shalala, treasure map, X1. A magnificent gift effect instantaneously illuminated the entire screen. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Chen Yuan was unaware of the total ranking of this streamer, but he held unwavering confidence in his ability to surpass the top rank in an instant. A solitary cigarette for the streamer, Shalala, treasure map X2. A solitary cigarette for the streamer, Shalala, treasure map X3. A solitary cigarette for the streamer, Shalala, treasure map X4. In scarcely a minute, Chen Yuan had dispatched 30 treasure maps, amounting to a remarkable 150,000 soft sister coins. Upon exceeding the expenditure of 150,000, Chen Yuan invested 1,500,000 to unlock the Super Divine Emperor title. If one were to embrace nobility, it was only fitting to choose the most illustrious title. Wow! Grateful to the esteemed Yin for bestowing 30 treasure maps. Thank you for unlocking the Super Divine Emperor title. The grandeur of Yin was truly magnificent. Love you dearly. Goodness! This must undoubtedly be the real Yin. Who else but him would casually unlock the Super Divine Emperor title? Lonely as smoke, a gift for the streamer Shalala, treasure map X31. After activating the Super God Emperor, Chen Yuan resumed showering gifts upon the stream. He maintained an astonishing pace of 1 gift per second, continuing this for an entire hour. Initially, the audience in the live stream was merely taken aback, but gradually, they became petrified. After 1 hour, everyone was frozen in disbelief. 2 hours later, the viewers across the entire platform were collectively stunned, rigid, trembling, and utterly flabbergasted. Their eyes seemed ready to pop out from sheer astonishment. Shaleila's stream popularity soared past 100 million. She herself was completely bewildered, lost in a daze. Oh my goodness. I can't take it anymore. Smoke has already sent 10,000 treasure maps. 10,000 treasure maps? My God, that's 50 million soft sister coins, 500 million? Sit down, everyone, sit down. This is just basic operation. A bunch of folks who have never seen the likes of it. When Smoke makes a move, it's always like this. Unbelievable. Mom, ask me why I'm watching the live stream on my knees. I just want to interview Shaleila about her feelings. This is a sudden windfall. This time, it wasn't just the Dragon Tooth streamers and viewers who were astonished. Even the chairman of Dragon Tooth and the platform shareholders were nearly taken aback. They had just received the back-end recharge data, revealing that this prominent figure, known as Lonely as Smoke, had actually recharged 200 million? Such an enormous flow of funds could make one a shareholder of Dragon Tooth. Chapter 048. The brother was greened. The Dragon Tooth live stream had erupted across the entire platform. Lonely Smoke, a renowned figure in the realm of extravagant spenders, made a fleeting appearance that indelibly etched his name in the memories of both streamers and viewers across the platform. While the average affluent patron may not leave a lasting impression, those who create a sensation and shatter records for the highest tips are undeniably unforgettable. When one recalls the elite of the affluent, the most remarkable individual springs to mind. Lonely Smoke has repeatedly etched his legacy in the annals of tipping history, his name resounding through various live streaming platforms. As of now, his contributions to female streamers have surpassed an astonishing 100 million. Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Smoke. I am truly grateful. How about I sing a song for you? I never anticipated you would shower me with such lavish gifts. What should I do? I am overwhelmed with joy. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smoke. Thank you, esteemed benefactor. The streamer, Shaleila, found herself utterly at a loss for words. In her excitement, she struggled to articulate her heartfelt gratitude, feeling that no expression could adequately convey her appreciation. Mr. Smoke, please add me on WeChat. I will send you a private message from the back end. Shaleila, how could you do this? I've watched you for a year, yet you share your WeChat. But after just one day, you grant Mr. Smoke access? Bro, if you've been watching for a year and haven't even reached level 10, it indicates you're merely a freeloader. Mr. Smoke, do you need a dog at home? One that can talk? Mr. Smoke, my sister is 36D. Would you be interested? I don't mind you being my brother-in-law. The barrage of comments flooded the live stream, filled with excitement. Chen Yuan was preparing to add Sarah's WeChat when suddenly his phone rang, interrupting his gift-giving spree. The caller ID displayed a name he knew all too well, Lu Wenjia. Chen Yuan answered the call. Old Chen, what are you up to? Lu Wenjia inquired. Not much, just lying in my dorm, playing on my phone, watching the female streamers, and sending gifts, Chen Yuan replied candidly. I'm feeling down. Come out for a drink with me. Don't ask why. I really don't want to talk about it. Lu Wenjia wasted no time and insisted that Chen Yuan join him for a drink. All right, just tell me where, and I'll be there right away. Chen Yuan thought to himself that Lu wouldn't typically call him out for drinks at such a late hour. Given this call, something must have transpired. Their bond was such that there was no need for unnecessary chatter. In Chen Yuan's heart, Lu Wenjia was far more significant than any female streamer. I'm at the east gate of your school. Just come find me. 10 minutes. After hanging up, Chen Yuan immediately left his room. Lu Wenjia was his closest confidant. Their relationship perhaps even stronger than that with his dorm mates. They had been classmates since primary school, sharing the same classes in middle school, and even sitting together at the same desk. They were brothers who had grown up together, their friendship spanning over a decade. They once tore a novel in half to read it together, taking turns page by page. Such was their camaraderie. Even when caught by their homeroom teacher, they faced punishment side by side. They shared joys and sorrows, forged a bond in blood, and celebrated their deep friendship. However, after entering university, Chen Yuan enrolled in Hunan University, while Lu Wenjia attended Wuhan University. The bond between them had diminished significantly compared to before. Although they resided in the same city, the difference in their schools made it impossible for them to meet frequently. Previously, Chen Yuan had exhausted all his living expenses to buy a gift for Lin Shudong, leaving him unable even to afford instant noodles. Ultimately, it was Lu Wenjia who came to his aid. Had it not been for Lu Wenjia transferring him several hundred yuan during his time of need, he might have faced starvation. Some friendships do not require verbal affirmation. They are simply held in the heart. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan arrived at the east gate of Hunan University and indeed spotted a disheveled young man, squatting by the roadside with a look of despair. The once diligent student, who had never smoked, now had the ground littered with cigarette butts, almost one after another. By his appearance, it was evident that he had likely been dumped by his girlfriend. Did you break up with Liao Jia? Damn, how did you know? Lu Wenjie was taken aback. He had not intended to reveal this, yet Chen Yuan had guessed it upon their meeting. Your expression gives it away. Half an hour later, Chen Yuan and Lu Wenjie found a barbecue stall, indulging in skewers while sipping on drinks. After a few bottles, Lu Wenjie finally began to pour out his heart. Chen Yuan, I feel so disheartened. I invested so much in Liao Jia. How could she treat me this way? It has been 6 years, 6 whole years. I have liked her since the first year of high school. She was the class monitor, and I was the underachiever. To be worthy of her, I studied relentlessly. And ultimately, I was admitted to Wuhan University, yet she ended up at the University of Finance. Had I known earlier, I should have aimed for a lower score. That way, I could have attended the same university as her. Seriously, do you even speak like a normal person? Chen Yuan shot him a glance, suspecting the lad was putting on airs. Truly, I genuinely believe this. After entering university, I found myself frequenting the finance university almost every other day, hoping Liao Jia would recognize my efforts. Yet, her demeanor towards me grew increasingly frosty. I sent her a dozen messages, and she couldn't even be bothered to reply to a single one. Today, I did not inform her in advance and went to the finance university. But do you know what I witnessed? Liao Jia was actually kissing someone else. She, of all people, was kissing another? Lu Wenjie articulated each word with a tremor of rage, the veins on his arms bulging. I loved her so deeply, and she betrayed me. All because that man drove a Porsche. Observing Lu Wenjie's anguished expression, Chen Yuan patted his shoulder. He had once been similarly humble before Lin Shutong. Don't be like this. It's not worth it for such a woman. You pursued her for 3 years in high school, and she never acquiesced. If it weren't for the news of your acceptance into Wuhan University, she would never have agreed to be with you. This woman does not truly care for you. She merely enjoys the status of having a boyfriend from Wuhan University. You manage your monthly living expenses of 2,000, leaving 800 for food and giving 1,200 to Liao Jia. She revels in bars and KTVs, while you subsist on meager rations. Why do you demean yourself so? Enough. Liao Jia is not that kind of person. She simply cannot evade her obligations to her girlfriends. Is her betrayal merely a social engagement? Lu Wenjie began to explain. Perhaps it is simply because I have not been by her side for an extended period, allowing someone else to take advantage of that gap. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan nearly choked on his drink. The audacity. She betrayed you, and yet you seek to excuse her actions? Chapter 049. Can anyone lend me a car? What do you intend to do now? Chen Yuan inquired. I am at a loss. I am truly in anguish. Lu Wenjie replied, downing a bottle of beer in one swift motion, only to spit it out hastily. Cough, cough. Old Lu, if you trust me, I will arrange something that will make Liao Jia regret her decision. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes. What do you propose? Just follow my lead. Chen Yuan chuckled. With that, he opened the WeChat Emperor group. The discussions within the group remained vibrant and lively. Did you all hear? Just now, Yinzong went to Longya to show off again. You should have seen the spectacle. Yinzong just dropped over 10,000 treasure maps in one go, and now the wealthy circle of Longya is in an uproar. Incredible. Yinzong is truly remarkable. He spent $500 million in one breath. Even Principal Wang might not boast such prowess. The principal is indeed impressive. He once operated a live streaming platform. However, I suspect Yinzong's status is not far behind, being part of the same group as Yinzong. I now have some bragging rights myself, haha. Observing the lively banter within the group, Chen Yuan smiled lightly and swiftly composed a message to send out. Who among you possesses a remarkable vehicle? I would greatly appreciate borrowing one tomorrow in Han City and consider it a favor owed to you. As soon as this message was dispatched, responses flooded in. Yinzong, I own a Maserati, though I doubt it would meet your standards. Yinzong, I have a Porsche 911. Yinzong, I possess a Lamborghini. Yinzong, I have a Bentley. Feel free to take it whenever you wish. Yinzong, although I am not currently in Han City, my friend possesses a Koenigsegg there, valued at a minimum of 26 million, which should be quite impressive. Long Huang personally Chen Yuan, sending him a message. Yinzong, let us converse privately. Chen Yuan promptly replied. He had just amassed $500 million on the Longya live streaming platform, securing a position of considerable stature among the wealthy elite, regarded as one of the most influential figures. Everyone sought to cultivate a rapport with him. However, overt flattery could seem rather abrupt and overly ambitious, often resulting in annoyance. Yet, Now that Yinzong himself had reached out for a vehicle, this presented an invaluable opportunity to connect with the esteemed Yinzong. Naturally, one would not wish to let such an occasion slip away. This is the essence of social standing. Once an individual achieves sufficient fame and status, the act of borrowing not merely a car, but even a plane, a yacht, or even a spouse becomes trivial. Conversely, should one find themselves as a mere pauper, even requesting to borrow a bicycle may be met with reluctance. Chen Yuan commenced discussions with Long Huang regarding the vehicle borrowing arrangements. Lu Wenjie maintained a visage of profound sorrow. After all, with a vast expanse of green grass above him, anyone would feel troubled in such circumstances. Chen Yuan empathized deeply. He and Lu Wenjie can be regarded as kindred spirits, both belonging to the same category of sycophants. In the past, they both humbled themselves to the utmost for the women they adored. Lu Wenjie's sycophantic tendencies even surpassed his own. Otherwise, they would not have found common ground. This exemplifies the adage that like attracts like, as their shared sentiments enable them to comprehend each other's feelings more deeply. Now, Chen Yuan has emerged from this phase and has instigated change. He aims to assist Lu Wenjie in his transformation as well. There is no longer any need to grovel when there is nothing left to crave. Liao Jia's character, marked by a yearning for vanity, is strikingly similar to Lin Shudong's. If she perceives a lack of wealth or capability in you, no amount of effort will suffice. Only a resounding slap in the face will do. Upon reflection, merely lending a vehicle is insufficient. He must also arrange for a partner for Lu. Chapter 050. Favorability reaches 96 points. Lele, are you free tomorrow? Chen Yuan pondered and then sent a message to Su Lele. Yes, brother Chen Yuan. You finally took the initiative to contact me. I thought you would never want to talk to me again after you missed our last date. Su Lele's reply came back instantly. In truth, she had already discerned her position in Chen Yuan's heart when he failed to show up for their previous rendezvous. She bore no grudge against him. Rather, she lamented the unfavorable impression she had initially left on him. She was notorious in school for her materialistic tendencies and had ambiguous relationships with numerous boys. Her acquaintance with Chen Yuan was purely coincidental. How could a woman of such questionable character ever hope to rival the school beauty, Zhao Yuqi? In terms of appearance, demeanor, and reputation, she could not compare. When they first met, she had exhibited a blatant avarice. Even when boys genuinely expressed interest, it was merely a fleeting amusement for her. She has never cared about the opinions of others. After all, it's all just a game. You play with me, and I can play with you. We both indulge in our vices, and neither suffers. When one is young, indulgence is a pursuit of one's desires. Yet now, she finds herself filled with regret. Upon realizing that she has truly fallen for Chen Yuan, a wave of insecurity washes over her. Her body, she believes, has lost its purity. She despises her own youthful ignorance, having offered herself too soon, only to be hurt by a scoundrel. Consequently, she descends into self-destruction, drinking, smoking, getting tattoos, rebelling, dancing the night away in bars, and staying out until dawn. At such a tender age, she has endured far too much. She has changed boyfriends more than a dozen times. How could she dare to hope that Chen Yuan would ever love her? Hatred brews within her heart. She resents the world for its unfairness. Why did she have to face so much pain before encountering someone as perfect as Chen Yuan? Meeting the right person at the wrong time is indeed a tragedy. If only she had met Chen Yuan sooner, she would not have become the person she is today. The sorrow of life lies in the fact that when one genuinely wishes to give their all to another, they find themselves bereft of the right to do so. Lele, I need your help with something. A dear friend of mine has been wronged, and I would like you to assist him in staging a scene. Chen Yuan promptly edited the message and sent it. Of course, brother Chen Yuan, I am more than willing to help. But about that 5 million I borrowed from you last time, you haven't even had me sign a loan contract. Aren't you concerned I might not repay it? Su Lele inquired. It matters not. I never intended for you to pay it back. Chen Yuan replied. The 5 million was originally intended as a means to curry favor with Su Lele. Now, with her affection reaching a remarkable 95 points, Chen Yuan has successfully turned the tables. Whether or not the money is returned has become inconsequential. After all, spending the system's funds holds no weighty consequence. Su Lele, affection 1. Ding. Current target of reversal, Su Lele, has reached an affection level of 96 points. The host is rewarded with 5 enhancement points. Notice, once the host's object of affection attains a level of 95 points, any further increase in affection will yield enhancement attribute points, with each increment granting 5 points. What? Upon seeing the system notification, Chen Yuan was nearly astounded. He had initially believed that merely reaching 95 points in affection would suffice to complete the task, with no further need to maintain the relationship. After all, having accomplished the mission, the tool would naturally become obsolete. Little did he know that further elevation of affection would bring unexpected rewards. Moreover, with each increment in affection, an additional 5 enhancement points would be granted. These rewards are undeniably lavish. Of course, as affection increases, the challenge intensifies. After all, the maximum affection level is merely 100 points. Surpassing 100 points signifies a love that transcends even self-love. In this world, each individual primarily cherishes themselves, and it is rare to find someone who loves another more than they love themselves. If such a phenomenon does occur, it is akin to the tale of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, who were even willing to sacrifice their lives for one another. At this moment, the system interface appeared. Name: Chen Yuan. Age: 21. Height: 180 centimeters. Weight: 67 kilograms. Strength: 19. Constitution: 19. Spirit: 10. Agility: 14. The peak level for adults is 10. Condition: in excellent health. Enhancement points: 5 points. Please select the direction for enhancement. I choose to enhance my spirit. Chen Yuan replied earnestly. Ding. Enhancement successful. The current spirit of the host is now 15 points. As the system's voice faded, Chen Yuan suddenly felt a refreshing sensation surging through his mind. He inexplicably sensed that his thoughts began to crystallize with remarkable clarity. It was as if many previously perplexing questions had been resolved in an instant. A profound realization washed over him, a most delightful feeling. Chapter 051. You are truly beyond help. Old Chen, who are you messaging? Lu Wenjie inquired. I'm arranging an actor for you. Tomorrow, set up a meeting with Liao Jia and have a good talk. I assure you, you will have your moment to shine before her. Chen Yuan declared with conviction. Is that really possible? Absolutely. To help you regain your dignity. I've even borrowed a car for you. Lu Wenjie believed Chen Yuan had merely borrowed an ordinary vehicle and held little hope. However, recognizing his brother's good intentions, he felt no need to decline. Moreover, he himself wished to have a sincere conversation with Liao Jia. After 6 years of relationship, a resolution was imperative. That evening, Chen Yuan did not return to his dormitory. He stayed up drinking with Lu Wenjie until 1 in the morning. Chen Yuan was fine. After enhancing his physical constitution, his tolerance for alcohol had notably increased. Even after consuming half a case of beer, he was merely a touch tipsy. Lu Wenjie had already indulged to the point of vomiting 2 or 3 times. A man, upon experiencing heartbreak, requires a bout of inebriation. Chen Yuan did not intervene. He found a hotel and casually spent the night there. The following morning, at 10 o'clock, an unfamiliar call came through. Hello, is this President Yan? I am a friend of Long Wang, Zhang Haoyan. You may call me Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang, are you here to deliver the car? Chen Yuan inquired with a casual tone. Indeed, President Yan. Your performance during the live stream yesterday on Longya was simply astounding. I was left utterly speechless. It is truly an honor to have the opportunity to meet such a prominent figure as yourself. Zhang Haoyan on the other end of the line sounded like a fan meeting his idol, adopting a very humble demeanor devoid of any airs that a typical wealthy heir might exhibit. Zhang Haotian is indeed one of the top scions of Han City's elite. The Zhang family is a major real estate developer in the area, responsible for high-end properties such as riverside villa complexes. He frequently enjoys watching live streams, and on occasions, when particularly entertained, he might generously bestow gifts worth hundreds of thousands on streamers, donning the guise of a grand emperor for effect. Such amounts are insignificant for someone of his caliber, as he belongs to the Zhang family, capable of spending 2 to 3 million on a Koenigsegg luxury vehicle. However, today, this young heir from the Zhang family was adopting a notably humble stance. He was about to engage with none other than the legendary tycoon, President Yan, a figure renowned for bestowing a staggering 100 million across various livestream platforms. Although the Zhang family boasts considerable wealth, with assets exceeding 50 billion, Zhang Haoyan would never dare to lavish 100 million on gifts for a female streamer. Yet, President Yan had effortlessly achieved such feats. Especially when hearing Long Huang mention it, Yanzhou not only casually racked up a staggering 1 billion on the live streaming platform, but also generously gifted a young lady a villa worth 60 million. This clearly illustrates that this magnate is not merely putting on a facade of wealth, but is indeed a true tycoon, with depths that are unfathomable. Zhang Haoyan is accustomed to being ostentatious, yet in the presence of Yanzhou, he cannot maintain his bravado. Oh, you were also watching the live stream on Longya yesterday? It's all trivial matters, nothing worth mentioning. I'm near the Chen Yuan community on Friendship Avenue. Just drive over. All right, esteemed magnate, I should arrive in about 20 minutes. Just as Chen Yuan hung up the phone, Lu Wenjia's phone rang again. The caller ID displayed Liao Jia. Lu Wenjia hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, and ultimately chose to answer. Hello, Wenjia, there are some matters I've long wished to clarify with you, but I was uncertain how to begin. Do you have time? I would like to discuss this face-to-face. Liao Jia's tone on the phone was exceedingly calm, seemingly devoid of any shame regarding her infidelity. All right, Jia, I have time. In fact, I have things I wish to say to you as well. At noon. At the MyCAF, let us not miss each other. Once Liao Jia confirmed the location, she hung up the phone. Chen Yuan shook his head in exasperation. This fellow, even after being betrayed, still maintains such a good attitude? Have you grown accustomed to being a doormat? Old Chen, I've thought it over, and I truly wish to win Jia back. I cannot afford to lose her. Lu Wenjia declared with unwavering resolve. Damn, you are truly beyond redemption. Chapter 052, Summoning the Brothers. Upon exiting the hotel, Chen Yuan casually purchased 2 bowls of hot dry noodles from a vendor by the roadside. At that moment, a silver streak of lightning whizzed by, resembling a specter. An exceptionally ostentatious supercar came to a halt in front of the hotel. What kind of vehicle is this? It appears incredibly impressive, even more so than the Ferrari 488 I encountered previously. This car must be worth several million, exclaimed a passerby. Huh, you clearly lack knowledge. The 488 pales in comparison. This is a Koenigsegg, a pinnacle of supercars, with a staggering price tag of 26 million. You should look it up. 26 million? My heavens. That is utterly outrageous. For a mere car, it costs more than a villa. I initially thought it was an off-brand sports car. Turns out it is utterly extraordinary. As the crowd marveled in awe, a young man clad in sunglasses emerged from the Koenigsegg. With a toothpick dangling from his lips, a Patek Philippe adorning his wrist, and dressed in Versace, he exuded an air of opulence, as if his face bore the inscription, extravagance. Hey, Boss Yen, I've arrived. Where are you? I'm in the alley 10 meters to your right, wearing a white t-shirt and cargo pants, holding hot dry noodles. Listening to the voice on the phone, Zhang Haoyan followed Chen Yuan's directions and glanced into the alley. There, he spotted 2 seemingly unimpressive young men approaching, dressed in clothes worth less than 200. Savoring 5 yuan hot dry noodles. One of them, wearing a smile, waved and greeted him. Zhang Haoyan was utterly bewildered. Is this the legendary Yen Zong? So young, so unremarkable. He certainly does not resemble a prodigious tycoon capable of casually gifting $500 million to a female streamer. Are you Yen Zong? Yes, I am. Chen Yuan nodded slightly. My apologies, esteemed leader. I failed to react promptly. You are exceedingly low-key. Zhang Haoyan removed his sunglasses. He soon realized that some genuine wealthy magnates do not require ostentation to validate their status. For them, such superficial embellishments hold no significance whatsoever. Those in power act according to their own whims and fancies. Whether subtle or domineering, they effortlessly shift between modes. This epitomizes true mastery. It seems I must learn from Yen Zong in the future and avoid excessive flamboyance. Xiao Zhang, hand me the car keys. I'll return them to you tomorrow. By the way, your watch is quite impressive. I'll borrow it for a friend, and when I have time, I'll treat you to a meal. Although it was their first encounter, Chen Yuan did not bother with pleasantries, exuding an air of authority. After all, such demeanor aligns perfectly with his persona as a wealthy magnate. Zhang Haotian glanced at Lu Wenjia beside Chen Yuan, instantly displaying a look of understanding. It appeared that Yen Zong's friend was merely an ordinary individual who had lost face for some reason, and Yen Zong had decided to assist him in regaining his dignity. Such occurrences are nearly commonplace within the circles of wealthy second-generation heirs. Mr. Yen, here are the car keys and the watch. If you find this insufficient, I could invite a few friends over. Without exaggeration, assembling a convoy of over a dozen vehicles would pose no challenge. Upon hearing Zhang Haoyan's proposition, Chen Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. If you, Xiao Zhang, are willing to assist, that would be splendid. Just a moment, I shall call my friends. Hello, Dogsy. There is an event today. Let me introduce you to someone. Who? Mr. Yin. Wow, Brother Tian, you're not referring to the Mr. Yin who made $500 million yesterday at Longya, are you? Now you see my influence, don't you? Hurry up and gather the brothers. Chapter 053, petrified on the spot at noon, 12 o'clock, in the Konoha CAF, Chen Yuan and Lu Wanja had arrived 10 minutes early. The Canola CAF exudes a charming bohemian vibe, with an ambience rich in artistic flair. It is pristine, orderly, and tranquil, in the midst of a bustling metropolis. Enjoying a cup of coffee while reading a book in such a serene setting is one of the preferred pastimes of many urban white-collar women. However, a simple cup of coffee here costs a couple of hundred yuan, which is considered a high expense for an average student. Visiting occasionally poses no issue, but frequent visits would necessitate a more affluent background. Lu Wenjie felt somewhat uneasy as he sat within the CAF, while Chen Yuan nestled in a distant corner. Concealing himself behind a book, they waited for over half an hour. Around 12:30, a Porsche Cayenne gradually approached the entrance of the CAF. At that moment, a girl, both familiar and unfamiliar to Chen Yuan, emerged from the vehicle. She possessed a certain allure, adorned in a Chanel dress, clutching an LV handbag, and wearing a Swarovski necklace around her neck. The ensemble likely cost around 20 to 30,000 yuan. Although these were all luxury items, they represented merely the more commonplace offerings within that realm. Yet, the expression on her face was as haughty as that of a peacock. Judgia, you have finally arrived. I ordered the Americano you often enjoy. Do let me know if it pleases you. As Liao Judgia settled into her seat, Lu Wenjie instinctively shifted into a mode of servitude. Wenjie, we need to break up, Liao Judgia stated bluntly. Why? I fail to comprehend what I have done wrong. He replied, bewildered. Perhaps it truly is my fault. I should not have sought you out without informing you first. I can pretend that yesterday never occurred, that I saw nothing, as long as you sever ties with that man. I can forgive you. With his eyes reddened, Lu Wenjie grasped Liao Judgia's hand desperately, akin to clinging to a final lifeline. After 6 years of shared emotions, he found it incredibly difficult to let go. In her presence, he had long been stripped of any semblance of dignity. However, Liao Jia forcefully pulled her hand away. Wenjie, you must understand one thing. I do not require your forgiveness. In truth, I have not erred at all. We are not married. I possess the right to make my own choices. Perhaps I should have clarified this sooner. Society is quite pragmatic, and we have merely a year until graduation. Do you realize how meager the salaries of fresh graduates are? You simply cannot provide me with what I desire. Let us part ways. Liao Jia declared with unwavering resolve. Jia, trust me, I will certainly strive to earn a respectable income in the future. Regardless of the circumstances, I am a graduate from a prestigious 985 university, and I will diligently pursue further studies for my master's degree. My salary in the future will undoubtedly be substantial, even if I must single-handedly support our family. I can assure you that you will never have to worry about your basic needs. Lu Wenjie asserted with fervent conviction. Yet, to Liao Jia, such words were nothing short of a farce. Further studies? Does a newly minted graduate even earn a salary of 10,000? Perhaps 2 or 3 at most. And we would have to wait several years for that? A woman's youth is the most precious. I cannot afford to wait for you that long. Moreover, even with a salary of 2 or 3,000, how will you manage to buy a house, a car, or provide the bride price? Each of these requires significant financial resources. Life must be meticulously planned, and this is not the kind of existence I desire. You simply do not understand. At this point, Chen Yuan could no longer contain himself. The value of a woman's youth is undeniable. Does not the youth of a man hold equal worth? If you seek to reap benefits without labor, then state it plainly, rather than cloaking your words in lofty rhetoric. It is utterly hypocritical. You find a salary of 2 or 3,000 unsatisfactory. May I inquire if you can even earn 3,000 a month? Goodness. Jia, are you truly prepared to be so heartless? After so many years of relationship, can you really sever ties so abruptly? Lu Wenjie's eyes blazed with intensity, his tone growing increasingly frigid. It is not my heartlessness. It is your navet. Do you see the burden I carry? LV. It would take an entire year's worth of living expenses to afford such a bag. I have no desire to engage in further trivialities with you. Kai is still waiting for me in the car. I am here today to sever ties cleanly, and I ask that you do not contact me again. Having said this, Liao Jia prepared to turn away. Just then, a man from the Porsche Cayenne strode in. This fellow appeared to be in his late 20s, presenting himself with a rather ostentatious demeanor. On this sweltering day, he donned dress pants, leather shoes, and a red vest, sporting an exaggerated slicked-back hairstyle. Jia, have you finished your conversation? I have made everything clear to him, Kai. Liao Jia replied. Kai, with a disdainful expression, pointed at Lu Wenjie. Listen here, I advise you. If you lack funds, do not indulge in high-end pursuits. You should quickly remove yourself from my girlfriend's life. or I will make you regret it. The man in the vest issued a brazen threat to Lu Wenjie. He then seized Liao Jia's hand and departed. Lu Wenjie, having endured repeated humiliation and mockery, could no longer contain himself. Liao Jia, you will come to regret this. From this day forth, you have lost me, completely lost me, he nearly shouted. Uffed. A poor fool acting like he has something special. The man in the vest sneered contemptuously. Upon hearing this, Liao Jia momentarily fell into a trance. She felt as if she had indeed lost something significant. However, she quickly shook her head, dismissing the childish and absurd notion. Oh, look at that supercar ahead. How dazzling. I wonder who it belongs to. My goodness, this is a Koenigsegg, a top-tier luxury vehicle valued at 26 million. Jia, let us take a photograph. Such an exquisite supercar is a rare sight indeed. The man in the vest is evidently an aficionado of luxury cars, possessing considerable knowledge about the world's finest automobiles. This car, worth over 20 million? How terrifying. I wonder what kind of person could afford such a vehicle. Liao Jia remarked, a hint of trepidation in her voice. After speaking, she began to pose for selfies in front of the car, striking various poses. The man in the vest captured her pictures while simultaneously taking selfies of his own. At that moment, Lu Wenjie approached them. Excuse me, could you please step aside? Lu Wenjie, what are you up to? Haven't I already told you? Beep. Lu Wenjie pressed a button on the car key, and the Koenigsegg scissored doors opened gracefully, reminiscent of butterfly wings. The sleek and imposing design offered a striking visual impact. Liao Jia was left utterly astonished. Her expression, one of sheer disbelief. This is impossible. How could you possibly own such a luxury car? I see now, Lu Wenjie. You must have rented it. I never imagined you would resort to such deceptive tricks. Do you think that by renting a luxury car, you could make me reconsider? Let me tell you, that's not going to happen. Initially, Liao Jia was taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure. She had known Lu Wenjie for quite some time. While they weren't intimately familiar with one another, they certainly understood each other well enough. How could she be unaware of Lu Wenjie's family circumstances? What are you pretending for? Indeed, have I been exposed? I had long warned Xiao Chun that this tactic was futile, yet you insisted I proceed. Lu Wenjie sighed inwardly. He understood that his facade had crumbled, and today he would not only fail to regain his dignity, but would likely suffer a far greater humiliation. His pride would be utterly shattered. So it turns out the car was rented. Be careful not to scratch or dent it, or else you might have to sell a kidney to make amends. Ma Kai scoffed with increasing disdain. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful woman, with an alluring figure and clad in striking red high heels, approached gracefully. Brother Wenjie, didn't you promise to take me for a spin today? Hurry and get in the car, she exclaimed. Humph. Two uncultured bumpkins dare to claim that Brother Wenjie's car is rented? Show me a luxury vehicle worth 26 million that you could rent. Su Lele retorted with her arms crossed. Her acting was remarkably convincing, embodying her role with fervor. She gazed disdainfully at Liao Jia and Ma Kai, her eyes radiating contempt and derision. Moreover, she was correct. While cars worth several million could indeed be rented, those in the 20 million range were beyond reach. Individuals capable of acquiring such luxury vehicles would never consider renting them out. Well done, Lu Wenjie. Not only have you learned to rent a car, but you've also enlisted a talented actress. I presume you spent quite a sum? Let me tell you. Stop with the frivolous antics. They are of no use. No matter how convincingly you pretend, you will never be a second-generation rich kid. Liao Jia continued her mockery, utterly unconvinced that Lu Wenjie, the sycophant, could possibly be the fabled super-rich heir. If you truly possess the means to acquire a supercar worth over 20 million, then why did you hesitate to purchase an Apple phone? You dawdled for months, only deciding to buy when the Double 11 discount event arrived. Just as Liao Jia's sarcastic remarks echoed in the air, a thunderous roar of engines suddenly erupted nearby. The unmistakable sound of supercars tearing through the streets. And not just one, but over 20 luxurious vehicles approached the Konoha CAF in unison. A group of girls by the roadside gasped in astonishment. Oh my goodness, is that a Maserati, a Lamborghini, a Porsche 911, a Ferrari 488, an Aston Martin, a Maybach? Wow, incredible. And a Koenigsegg. Is this a gathering of the elite second-generation wealthy? They exclaimed, hastily capturing the moment to share on social media. The spectacle was simply overwhelming. Wow, that guy driving the Ferrari with one hand is truly handsome, exclaimed a girl with an enviable figure. Handsome? I could drive a Ferrari too. And I would be even more dashing. Her boyfriend retorted defiantly. under the astonished gazes of the crowd. All the luxury cars came to a synchronized stop near the Konoha CAF, effectively blocking the entire street. The atmosphere grew stifling as the scene escalated uncontrollably. At that moment, a young man exuding confidence, with a toothpick in his mouth and clad in dark sunglasses, gracefully exited his vehicle. He then swiftly approached Lu Wenjia with a few brisk strides. "Wenjia, I've heard someone dares to look down on you. I came here to see who possesses the audacity to offend our esteemed Wenjia. They must truly be tired of living. Greetings, young Master Wen." Suddenly, all the wealthy heirs driving their supercars disembarked and respectfully approached Lu Wenjia, addressing him with the title Young Master Wen. In an instant, the entire scene fell into a state of bewilderment. Lu Wenjia's aura surged, exuding an air of superiority that seemed to accompany him like a gentle breeze. Although this young master did not utter a single word throughout, it did not diminish his status as the focal point of the gathering. How imposing! How grand! Liao Jia was utterly stunned, her worldview shattered, and her mindset in turmoil, beginning to question her very existence. Could it be that Lu Wenjia was indeed a super elite? Such an impressive identity, such an astonishing presence. Even this arrogant assembly of wealthy heirs showed him the utmost respect, addressing him as Young Master Wen. How could such a phenomenon occur? At this juncture, Liao Jia had no choice but to accept that the over 20 million supercars might very well belong to him. The evidence lay before her, irrefutable. Engaging one actor is manageable, two actors are also feasible. Yet now, more than 20 wealthy heirs, cruising in their supercars with flamboyance, could not all possibly be actors. Could they? Even if they were, to assemble such a remarkable entourage would certainly indicate one's own exceptional stature. To hell with it. I had thought there was some formidable presence daring to show off before Young Master Wen, but it was merely you, Ma Kai. A wealthy heir with bleached hair seemed to recognize the man in the vest and immediately expressed disdain, saying, "White hair, do you know this fellow?" Zhang Haotian inquired. "Indeed. This fellow may lack various skills, yet he possesses a remarkable talent for charming women," as the silver-haired one derisively remarked. "Packaging design, what is that?" You seem unaware that some individuals, despite their financial constraints, strive to present themselves as affluent heirs, cultivating a social circle to attract attractive women. This group comprises around 20 to 30 individuals. They rent a luxurious car, with 20 people taking turns to snap photographs, each contributing a mere 1 or 200. Thus, they acquire glamorous car selfies. They rent a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, with an average expenditure of 200 per person, resulting in opulent suite photographs. They rent a lavish cruise ship, averaging 500 per individual, producing exquisite cruise images. They rent a plane, a villa, and so forth, with dozens of individuals sharing the costs. After this entire process, each person spends less than 2,000, yet their social media showcases a world of luxury, filled with high-end venues, luxury cars, and villas. These women believe they have encountered their Prince Charming, when in reality, this fellow might barely earn 5,000 a month. I can tell at a glance that the LV bag she carries is counterfeit. The silver-haired one, with a playful grin, pointed at Liao Jia's LV, unabashedly mocking her. At this moment, even Chen Yuan, who was lurking in the shadows, appeared utterly bewildered. Is it truly possible to pursue women in such a manner? Can a few thousand attract attractive women? The sheer talent within our nation is astounding. Solutions are always more abundant than challenges. What a remarkable strategy. Simply astonishing. Impossible. My LV bag cannot possibly be fake. I possess an authentic receipt. Are they all deceivers, Kai? You haven't lied to me, have you? Liao Jia inquired anxiously. A legitimate invoice. I can get you 10 for $100. Would you like that? Chapter 055. Yinzong, can you lend me your support? Liao Jia's gaze at Ma Kai grew increasingly suspicious, for everything had been accurately predicted by the white-haired individual. Ma Kai's social circle was undeniably extravagant. Today at a 5-star hotel, tomorrow on a cruise to witness the sunrise, and the day after at a villa winery, luxury and opulence in abundance. Initially, it was Ma Kai's social media posts that left an indelible impression on her, making her perceive him as her ideal type. Thus, within a mere fortnight, they forged an extraordinary bond. However, in recent days, she noticed that Ma Kai's car was not frequently used. The LV handbag he gifted her seemed to be a premeditated gesture. At the time, she regarded it as a delightful surprise, so she paid little heed to it. Even feeling quite touched, coupled with Ma Kai's sweet talk, she found herself utterly entranced. Now, with someone pointing out the inconsistencies, she suddenly recognized the mounting doubts. Ma Kai, observing Liao Jia's increasingly doubtful expression, chose to abandon pretense. All right, Liao Jia, I'll lay my cards on the table. I am not a rich second generation, but I never claimed to be one, so I haven't truly deceived you. You, do not gaze at me with such disdain. I have encountered countless gold diggers like you. I spent merely 200 on that LV, and you are worth no more than that. The expenses for our hotel room and meals were all borne by me. After 3 dates with you, I have already spent over 1,000. Be content with what you have. Upon hearing these words, Liao Jia was nearly driven to the brink of rage. It dawned on her that she had indeed fallen into a trap. Yet, even with the realization of her deception, she could only resign herself to her misfortune. She lacked even the grounds to file a police report, for throughout their dealings, Ma Kai had not swindled a single cent from her. Legally speaking, no fraudulent activity had occurred. They were merely engaging in a normal courtship. Even their shared accommodations were consensual. One cannot claim fraud simply due to conflicts in a romantic relationship. Such reasoning is untenable. Liao Jia's composure shattered. The thought that she had lost a genuine wealthy heir who drove a sports car worth over 20 million to a scoundrel who sought only her for fleeting pleasures was unbearable. This man had treated her with such kindness, dedicating 6 years of unwavering devotion, always available and attentive. In stark contrast, Lu Wenjia appeared almost angelic. Regret consumed her. She truly lamented her choices. Wenjia, do not address me in such a manner. Since you have declared an irrevocable end to our relationship, I hope you will refrain from contacting me in the future. Let this be the conclusion. For the first time, Lu Wenjia stood firm. The situation had reached a point where further discussion was futile. He turned away and climbed into his Koenigsegg, while Su Lele took her place in the passenger's seat, amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the onlooking women. The luxurious sports car sped away, leaving a trail of admiration in its wake. How impressive it was! How wonderful it would be to have such a boyfriend. You cannot fathom what I witnessed moments ago. I saw that woman breaking up with someone in the CAF. Isn't that foolish? To sacrifice something substantial for a trivial gain, only to end up with nothing at all. Truly astonishing. The current generation of opportunistic individuals fails to grasp their own worth, fixated solely on courting the wealthy, deserving of nothing but scorn. There is no sympathy to be had. A gold digger reaps what she sows. Once Lu Wenjia drove away, Liao Jia found herself the subject of pointed stares. Each cutting remark pierced her heart like a dagger, leaving her bleeding emotionally. Ultimately, she reached her breaking point, collapsing on the ground in a frenzy of tears. Yet, no one extended their sympathy. The wretched often have their own faults. That fellow Ma Kai thought he could simply walk away after undermining Wen Xiao. At that moment, Chen Yuan, who had been quietly observing from a corner, finally stepped forward, blocking Ma Kai's path as he attempted to leave. Lu Wenjia was generally reserved and unlikely to act out, but Chen Yuan would not let this interloper escape unscathed for betraying his friend. As soon as Chen Yuan emerged, Zhang Haoyan promptly followed suit, along with a throng of affluent peers who encircled Ma Kai. The latter was nearly paralyzed with fear. Brothers, I truly had no idea this woman was Wen Xiao's girlfriend. My apologies for my lack of discernment. I will sever ties immediately, even blocking her on WeChat. I promise, I shall never dare again. Can you please let me off this time? Is an apology all it takes? The white-haired provocateur sneered. If I were to strike you, do you think a mere sorry would suffice? Chen Yuan replied with a dispassionate tone. I shall not lay a hand on you. Instead, I will slap myself 100 times. Once I am done, I will leave. Otherwise, do you believe I could make your life and soul unbearable? I will do it. I will do it right now. Ma Kai nodded submissively. He then began to slap his own face with considerable vigor. It was no jest. Any one of the affluent heirs present could easily end him. Not to mention the collective might of the group. If he could merely endure this ordeal today, sacrificing a modicum of dignity, so be it. Those engaged in packaging design are men of substance, capable of both humility and resilience. After completing the 100 slaps, Ma Kai's face was swollen. Impressive. One who can inflict such punishment upon themselves is indeed a character. Zhang Haoyan remarked with a hint of surprise. Leave now, and do not let me see you again. I shall take my leave. I shall take my leave. With that, Ma Kai scurried away in the rented Porsche Cayenne, resembling a dog in retreat. Haha, Yin Zong, was my performance satisfactory? Zhang Haoyan laughed, removing his sunglasses and adopting a more modest demeanor in front of Chen Yuan. Goodness, is this truly Yin Zong? I had thought the gentleman earlier, Wen Xiao, was the true Yin Zong. I even bowed to that fellow. I too believed Wen Xiao to be Yin Zong. After all this commotion, it seems we have been misled. Upon hearing Tian Go call Wen Xiao, I too joined in, referring to him as Wen Xiao. It turns out that Mr. Yin has been watching from the sidelines all along. I wondered how Mr. Yin could possibly be interested in such subpar individuals. Wait a moment, don't you think Mr. Yin's silhouette seems somewhat familiar? It resembles the recently viral figure, the running knight, from Douyin. Indeed, it does. But let us not be absurd. Mr. Yin could never be the running knight. He is undoubtedly the god of wealth instead. A group of affluent second-generation heirs exchanged banter, each taking their turn to speak. Yet their demeanor remained notably humble. Gentlemen, I sincerely appreciate your support today. Lu Wenjia is my brother, and your presence here is a favor to me. How about we head to a CAF? I shall treat you all to coffee. Chen Yuan said courteously. Since they had extended a helping hand, it was only fitting to reciprocate. However, treating this group of wealthy offspring to a meal was beyond Chen Yuan's means. Who could predict whether they would order exorbitantly priced dishes? If it were merely coffee, he could manage that, although spending his own money stung a bit. One's pride must be preserved. All right, I happen to be parched. By the way, Mr. Yin, there is something I'd like to ask for your assistance with. If it's not too much trouble. Suddenly, a white-haired heir interjected. Chen Yuan's heart raced in response. Aren't you being rather forward? Here's the thing, Mr. Yin, I've recently taken a liking to a female streamer. Her looks, figure, and talents are impeccable. She is precisely my type, albeit with low popularity. I would like to invite you to support her, simply stating that you came at the behest of the illustrious white-haired knight. This would greatly enhance my standing. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Supporting a female streamer was certainly within his realm of expertise, wasn't he? Today, let these affluent heirs behold what constitutes a true paragon of wealth. Chapter 056. I'm just stepping out for a moment. White-haired one, do not overstep your bounds. This is our first encounter with Mr. Yin, and you dare to make such a request? Zhang Haoyin admonished. It's nothing, merely a trivial matter. Which platform does this female streamer belong to? Chen Yuan replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. As they conversed, they entered the Konoha CAF. Mr. Yin, the streamer I mentioned is on Longya. I even have a Duke account there, albeit with modest recognition. If you could assist me, I would be immensely grateful. The white-haired individual sought help, but harbored ulterior motives. Up until now, he remained somewhat skeptical about whether this young man before him truly was the affluent Mr. Yin. Chen Yuan appeared far too youthful, and his attire, worth less than 200 yuan, presented an image that starkly contrasted with the aura of a wealthy magnate. Not only was the white-haired individual doubtful, but other scions also shared their reservations. In this era, with an array of cunning schemes proliferating, one must remain vigilant. Since you are indeed the affluent Mr. Yin, it should not be too much to ask for you to support the streamer in front of everyone, right? Of course. If it entails treating everyone to a meal, you might hesitate. But if it involves showering gifts upon the streamer, there would be no reluctance whatsoever. You still have 150 million left to spend on Longya, and the system's abundance of resources seems inexhaustible. If you wish to test me, I shall oblige. Wait staff, bring out 20 cups of coffee. Certainly, sir. In the CAF, a beautiful waitress flashed a sweet smile, fully aware of the nature of the patrons surrounding her. Outside, an impressive fleet of 20 luxury cars was parked. As this group entered, nearly every seat in the CAF became occupied. A handful of professional women present suddenly displayed bashful expressions. It was an uncommon sight to encounter so many affluent heirs at once. Consequently, the business at Konoha CAF experienced a remarkable surge, with the influx of young women multiplying several-fold, including many vibrant and fashionable beauties. After finding a seat, Chen Yuan retrieved the Apple 12 smartphone that Zhao Yuqi had gifted him. He activated the mobile data and opened the Longya Live app, only to discover it was indeed the renowned Yinzong. One affluent heir, recognizing the familiar ID Lonely Cigarette on Chen Yuan's phone, nodded in acknowledgement. Brother, what is the name of the female streamer you admire? Chen Yuan responded nonchalantly to the white-haired youth. The female streamer I like is called Ruashi Classmate. She is a streamer in the Xingqiu district and currently has just over 50,000 subscribers. She is merely a small-time streamer. Chen Yuan nodded thoughtfully and began searching for the name Ruashi Classmate. Although he typically did not follow these smaller streamers, he acknowledged that many of them were quite attractive. Upon searching, he opened Ruashi Classmate's live stream, and by fortunate coincidence, she was not only live but also engaged in a PK battle with another female streamer. A significant portion of female streamers' income on various platforms is derived from PK battles, as these contests stimulate viewer consumption. Moreover, this allows interaction with other streamers, thereby attracting more followers. Consequently, many female streamers engage in competitive broadcasts as soon as they go live. Indeed, their appearances are quite striking. Chen Yuan couldn't help but offer a compliment. He gazed at the beautiful woman streaming on his phone, her beauty nearly deserving a score of 9. Among all the female streamers Chen Yuan had encountered, this classmate Ruo she ranked among the top 3 in terms of looks. Even Zhao Yuqi might not surpass her in beauty. Of course, the truth might differ once the beauty filter is turned off. Bai Mao Ji's aesthetic standards remain as astute as ever. Quite impressive, truly remarkable, simply stunning. Wait, isn't this the campus belle of the music academy, Zhou Ruoxi? She is actually streaming on Lanya? In the crowd, a relatively young wealthy heir seemed to recognize the streamer. The music academy, is it the Han City Music Academy? Indeed, Zhou Ruoxi is quite renowned there. Previously, a friend of mine attempted to court her, but was unsuccessful. Who would have thought Bai Mao Ge had already taken notice of her? Just as several wealthy heirs were engaged in their discussions, it appeared that classmate Ruo, she had finally noticed the arrival of a generous patron in her streaming room. The entrance effect of the super god emperor, activated by Chen Yuan, was indeed quite spectacular, making it nearly impossible to ignore. Moreover, this illustrious super god emperor was none other than Mr. Yen, who had recently spent $500 million on Lanya. Wow. Welcome, Mr. Yen. Good afternoon, esteemed Mr. Yen. What should I do? I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. I never anticipated that Mr. Yen would grace my streaming room. Ruoxi, you've made it big. The female streamers graced by Mr. Yen never failed to soar in popularity. Mr. Yen is amazing. Where are my Yen family troops? The esteemed Mr. Yen is truly generous. I express my gratitude for the 1,000 treasure maps he has bestowed upon us. Perhaps I spoke too soon? The chat room is already ablaze with praises for Mr. Yan's magnificence, even before Chen Yuan has commenced gifting. At this moment, Chen Yuan contributed a comment. The white-haired hero introduced me to this place, claiming there is a captivating lady here, and indeed, I have not been disappointed. Goodness. Do you know Mr. Yen, Whitehair? How impressive. Upon logging in, Whitehair also retrieved his phone to join the festivities. Of course, Mr. Yen is one of my closest friends. You fellows have no idea of my influence. He typed, casually boasting. Chen Yuan, upon reading this message, couldn't help but smile slightly. He opened the gift interface and began to bestow gifts with remarkable finesse. Wow. I am grateful for the treasure maps gifted by Mr. Yen. Thank you, Mr. Yen. Just as Zhou Ruoxi finished her expression of gratitude, she realized that the number of treasure maps had already exceeded 30. Moreover, they were being sent at a staggering pace of 2 per second. This extravagant gift, valued at 5,000 yuan each, seemed to be treated as casually as free glow sticks by Mr. Yen. It has begun. Mr. Yen is at it again. Mr. Yen, how much money do you possess? Could you spare me a little? Even Principal Wang, if he were to gift so liberally every day, would surely go bankrupt. The comments in the live stream soared. The female host, Ruoxi, was left utterly astonished. However, even more astounded were the wealthy heirs who witnessed Chen Yuan's lavish gifting firsthand. While watching others gift in the live stream, one could only marvel at their wealth. In reality, witnessing a wealthy individual generously rewarding a female streamer with gifts via his phone is truly astonishing. Within mere minutes, he had already spent over $1 million. The speed at which he was gifting was relentless, almost as if he could not bring himself to pause. It was utterly extravagant, beyond comprehension. My goodness, please do not gift so excessively. It has only been a few minutes, and you have already spent the equivalent of a luxury sports car. His friend urgently interjected. Initially, it was he who encouraged Chen Yuan to support the streamer. Now that millions had been gifted to the streamer he admired, one must wonder if he should reciprocate this immense favor. However, the weight of such a debt was staggering. Oh, it's just a few treasure maps. Chen Yuan replied with a smile. Does anyone else have a favorite streamer? I will gladly support each one of you today. Unbeknownst to them, the treasure map gifts in the live stream had already reached a staggering 1,000. His friend was nearly brought to his knees. Mr. Yen, it has reached 5 million. Please, no more. I truly cannot afford it. I haven't asked you to repay me, Mr. Yen responded nonchalantly. This streamer seems quite impressive. Let us start with 10,000 treasure maps. By the way, could someone help me out by clicking for me while I step away for a moment? Chapter 057. How could Mr. Yin possibly spare even the cost of a cup of coffee? Shocked, stunned. Has Mr. Yin truly become so extravagantly generous? He has even asked someone to assist him with gifting? His friend, bewildered, took the phone and watched as Chen Yuan indeed went to the restroom. He opened the backhand to check the remaining balance of his dragon tooth coins. Suddenly, he spat out his coffee in disbelief. What on earth is happening? You just sprayed me with coffee, Zhang Haoyan exclaimed, visibly annoyed. I apologize, Tian Ge. I couldn't help but be astonished by the staggering amount of Lanya coins in Yan's backhand. Let me take a look. Aside from Zhang Haoyan, a group of affluent second-generation individuals hurriedly gathered around to check their phones. Can we count how many digits this is? Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions. 10 millions, billions? My goodness, 9 digits, over 14 million Lanya coins. How absurd. Previously, Yen had already spent over 50 million on Lanya, which implies he has invested at least 200 million. The ratio of Lanya coins to RMB is 1:1. Just as the shark fin on Shark Live is also 1:1. 200 million Lanya coins equate to 200 million soft sister coins. This is an unfathomable sum being used to reward female streamers. It is utterly unprecedented. The gathered wealthy youths were left utterly dejected, their self-esteem shattered. They had previously considered themselves elite players, looking down upon commoners. Yet, in the presence of Yen, they felt like mere elementary school students, utterly inexperienced. I am truly in awe. Yan's standing surpasses ours by a considerable margin. Tiangu, should I continue to contribute? My hands feel a bit weak and unresponsive. Bai Mao inquired. Since Yen has asked for your assistance, then by all means, contribute. After all, it is not your own money. Don't you always lament about not having enough to spend? This time, let us indulge in showing off. Zhang Haoyan encouraged. Bai Mao, this is unlike your usual self. Aren't you typically fearless? Why has it come to this? Another wealthier chimed in. Who says I've lost my nerve? Is it merely about spending money? I've never felt anxious about that. Believe me, I shall continue to lavish gifts regardless. The white-haired youth declared with unwavering conviction. In this day and age, one can lose anything, but never face. Brother Bai, you said it yourself. Let us hope you don't end up slapping your own face. The group of affluent young men jested, reveling in the chaos. After all, the esteemed Mr. Yan had already begun his speech. With a determined mindset, Bai Hao commenced an enthusiastic barrage of gift-giving. When his left hand grew weary, he switched to his right. When fatigue overtook his right, he returned to his left. 5 minutes passed, yet Chen Yuan had not returned. 10 minutes elapsed, still no sign of Chen Yuan. 20 minutes later. What on earth is taking Mr. Yen so long? I've already spent nearly 20 million. Bai Hao's forehead began to glisten with sweat. He had never before showered a female streamer with such a substantial sum. Although Mr. Yen had urged him to contribute, the reality of parting with such a fortune still stirred unease within him. It was precisely this audacity that characterized their circle of wealthy heirs. Others would never dare to be so reckless. I just inquired in the restroom. Mr. Yen mentioned he had an upset stomach from last night's barbecue and is currently indisposed. I was taken aback. Did Mr. Yen truly not fear that I would deplete his funds? Brother Bai, you said you wouldn't stop until Mr. Yen returns. If you're feeling anxious, just admit it. There is no shame in feeling uneasy before Mr. Yen. Who says I'm anxious? I'm merely a bit fatigued from tapping the screen. 30 minutes later, Chen Yuan finally returned from the restroom. He had indulged too much in barbecue delights with Lu Wenzhe last night, and the fare was rather unsanitary, leaving him feeling unwell since early morning. Now, after a significant visit to the lavatory, he had managed to expel the impurities from his body, and he felt utterly rejuvenated. However, he had spent quite an extended time there, nearly half an hour. Boss, you're finally back. The white-haired one has already drained 30 million from you. What? Chen Yuan furrowed his brow at the remark. The others assumed he was incensed, as it was only natural to be displeased when one's account had been depleted of over 30 million. This was not merely a matter of being petty. The white-haired fellow had no sense of moderation and lacked restraint. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense and oppressive. At that moment, Chen Yuan shifted his tone. White-haired one. You're quite lacking. It took you half an hour to siphon off 30 million. Your speed is barely half of mine. Pathetic. Chen Yuan's expression was one of disdain. He showed no signs of anger over the 30 million loss. Rather, he criticized the other for not being swift enough. His words were not meant to impress. He genuinely found the white-haired individual's speed inadequate. It was exhausting for him to single-handedly send gifts. And now that someone was finally assisting him, Couldn't they manage to be a bit quicker? Stunned, stiff, bewildered. A group of affluent heirs exchanged glances, their perspective shattered. Previously, they had considered themselves wealthy, basking in a sense of superiority. Now, they realized they were, in fact, impoverished. No, they weren't even worthy of being called poor. Master Yin, may I become your subordinate in the future? I aspire to emulate you. I apologize for returning your phone. Initially, I intended to test your character. But now I am truly in awe. I am utterly convinced by your prowess. So, it turns out that the one known as White Hair is actually called by Chen. Chen Yuan took back his phone and nodded. In the span of a single cup of coffee, 20 affluent young gentlemen were entirely captivated by Chen Yuan's formidable presence. His composure and nonchalance appeared utterly genuine. Having lost 30 million, his mindset remained remarkably unperturbed. It seems that for him, 30 million is perhaps merely a trifling sum. No worries, we are all friends. One must encounter challenges to truly forge connections. Let us create a group for face-to-face gatherings, and we can reconvene at a later time. Chen Yuan suggested. Absolutely, Master Yin. It is an honor for me to become friends with you. You are the leader of our group. I shall boast about this for years to come, haha. You could boast for an entire year. More than a year. I could brag for 50 years. Thus, Chen Yuan established a WeChat group, and all 20 wealthy heirs joined without exception. With their inclusion, Chen Yuan felt his network had expanded significantly. The resources at his disposal would undoubtedly increase. Although these affluent heirs may not wield substantial influence at present, the familial power they represent in Han City is quite prominent. In times of crisis, a simple phone call could resolve matters swiftly. Furthermore, they will gradually rise in stature. In any case, it is beneficial to make their acquaintance. Gentlemen, let us gather again soon. Chen Yuan departed from the Konoha CAF. With the smoke dissipated, the group naturally prepared to disperse. Ladies and gentlemen, who will settle the bill? The beautiful waitress suddenly inquired. Huh? Did Mr. Yin forget to pay? It seemed improbable that someone of his stature would hesitate to part with the cost of a few cups of coffee. Chapter 058. A shot for each little one who could have anticipated that the extravagant Mr. Yin, who had just splurged over 30 million in the live stream without batting an eye, was intentionally evading his tab. Damn it, a cup of coffee costs over 100. 20 cups would amount to more than 2,000. How exorbitant! Chen Yuan exclaimed in exasperation. I can brew 50 cups of hand-poured coffee for just 30 bucks on Taobao. Shortly thereafter, he hailed a taxi, intending to return to school. On the way, a call from Lu Wenjie came through. Hello, Xiaochen. I've just dropped off that actress Su Lele you invited. Liao Jia called me again, weeping sorrowfully. She said she truly regrets her actions. What should I do? Lu Wenjie's voice was filled with inner turmoil. Stop right there. You've fallen back into your old habits. Haven to you? Have you forgotten how she treated you before? Just because she uttered a few kind words, you've gone soft? Chen Yuan retorted. But, there's no but about it. Today, I went to great lengths to support you, and in just a few words, you let her sway you. Don't you feel you've betrayed the efforts of your friends? What exactly is your stance? Chen Yuan concluded the call in a fit of anger. The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. Your excessive flattery is a habit that seems impossible to break. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Hey, where were you last night? Inquired my roommate, Xiong Tao, with a rather lecherous expression. You didn't come back at all. Were you out on a date? Indeed, old Xiao added with a grave tone. Not only did you vanish last night, but you also skipped this morning's class. The counselor even reprimanded you by name, and I had to excuse you. Damn it, I was nearly defeated by Voldemort. Zhou Haiquan exclaimed, clutching his phone with fury. Recently, the group in the dormitory had begun playing League of Legends less frequently. After years of play, they had yet to achieve the coveted diamond rank. Without the possibility of a coordinated 5-man team, solo play became increasingly tedious, making the allure of PUBG more appealing. After all, one could simply play on their phone, avoiding the need for an internet CAF and enjoying the game anywhere and anytime. Let us go. With old 4 back, we can form a full squad and quickly ascend to the Super Ace rank. Xiong Tao called out enthusiastically. Chen Yuan, however, wore an expression of disbelief. He had thought Xiong Tao was suggesting a grand display of skill, only to hear him propose a cautious approach of merely surviving as a team. Chen Yuan had previously played PUBG for over 2 months, reaching the Immortal Star Diamond rank, but had struggled to advance further. He preferred engaging in direct combat rather than hiding, as the latter often resulted in a quick demise and a loss of points, hindering his rank progression. Soon, all four of them retrieved their phones and logged in together. Aside from Chen Yuan, who remains an indomitable star diamond, the trio of Zhou Haiquan, Xiong Tao, and Xiao Jinyan have all ascended to the esteemed Glory Crown. Notably, Zhou Haiquan has reached Glory Crown I and is on the verge of attaining Super Ace. As he entered the gaming interface, operating his Special Forces character, Chen Yuan was suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation. After augmenting his mental attributes by 5 points yesterday, he felt significantly revitalized, yet he had not perceived any substantial changes in his usual demeanor. However, as he concentrated intently on the game, he sensed an unfamiliar transformation within himself. What was once clumsy gameplay had now evolved into a remarkably fluid execution of skills. "Where shall we land?" Xiong Tao inquired. "Let us drop at G-Port. Let us engage in some firefights," Chen Yuan proposed. "Absolutely not. Given this flight path, G-Port will be teeming with players. We'll likely hit the ground and be eliminated instantly." Zhou Haiquan scoffed. "Seriously, why did you jump first, old four? It seems the less skilled you are, the more you crave combat." Zhou Haiquan continued his jest. "Over 30 players just disembarked from the plane. There are certainly 6 or 7 full squads at G-Port. Old four, you're doomed. If you manage to survive, I'll kneel and call you father," Old Chow declared with certainty. Chen Yuan remained silent, his focus sharpening as he swiftly calculated the landing positions of his adversaries the moment he deployed his parachute. Upon landing behind a shipping container, he seized and used EI. Yet, to his surprise, 4 opponents descended simultaneously nearby. With a rapid burst of bullets, he felled 2 of them instantly, but refrained from finishing them off. Aware that 2 more foes were armed, one with an M4 and the other with an AKM, Chen Yuan endured 2 gunshots, promptly dropping to a prone position and leaping down from the container. His health was already half depleted. Reloading his ammunition, he circled the containers twice, discerning the enemy's position by the sound of their footsteps. In an instant, he charged out, taking down an enemy who was assisting a teammate. Swiftly, he retreated back into the container. The foes had already fallen 3, leaving only 1 remaining. Flanking them, a faint smirk graced Chen Yuan's lips. He raised his hand to switch interfaces and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Just as the adversary emerged from behind the container, he was caught off guard by the preemptive strike. "A splendid start with 4 kills. What the hell, you actually predicted that. Are you cheating?" exclaimed the last unfortunate soul as he fell. After vanquishing a fully equipped squad, Chen Yuan promptly scavenged their loot, transforming his modest arsenal into something formidable. With an M4 in his left hand and an AKM in his right, complemented by level 2 armor, a level 2 helmet, and a level 3 backpack, he was well prepared, despite the limited ammunition. Thus began his true journey of slaughter. In his previous encounters, he had always perceived his opponents as formidable, unable to best them in direct confrontations. Yet today, he found the reactions of everyone sluggish, as if they were mere bots, dazed and bewildered. Chen Yuan single-handedly annihilated a fully equipped squad of 4, leaving only 3 bots and 2 lone wolves. Emerging from G-Port, he had astonishingly claimed 21 lives. "Wow, old four, you've slain so many?" Bear Tao exclaimed, astonished as he glanced at the kill count displayed on Chen Yuan's phone. "Are you kidding me? 21 kills? Old four, are you hacking?" Having emerged from G-Port, Chen Yuan was now fully equipped. He set off in search of more foes to eliminate. In a display of remarkable prowess, a lone warrior vanquished an entire squad, comprising 3 solitary fighters and a bot, bringing his total tally of eliminations to an astonishing 29. "Holy smokes. Hurry over, old four. We've been ambushed while driving. And the opposing squad is formidable." Just as Lao Chao uttered these words, he was swiftly eliminated. Xiong Tao and Zhou Haiquan met the same fate shortly after, leaving Chen Yuan as the sole survivor of his team. Chen Yuan, mounted on a motorcycle, halted at a high ridge over 400 meters away from where his teammates had fallen. Armed with an M4 and an AWM, he aimed his sniper rifle and, with the precision of a hawk, dispatched an enemy Special Forces soldier who was scavenging for loot. Even a level 3 helmet could not withstand the might of the AWM. "Watch out. There's a sniper. Take cover behind the vehicle." On the high ground, only one adversary remained, seemingly the last lone wolf. Undeterred, he boasted defiantly, "What is there to fear? Come at me if you dare." But before he could finish his bravado, a bullet found its mark, silencing him. Goodness. A moving target at 500 meters, headshot. This must be some kind of cheat. With a resounding crack, yet another teammate fell. The 4th shot rang out, and the last surviving adversary, driving a Maserati, was also struck down. One shot, one kill. This is undoubtedly cheating. Report him, exclaimed a renowned streamer on the Shark Live platform, his frustration palpable. Chapter 059. Xiaomi arrives in Han City. He activated the spectator mode, only to be met with the shocking revelation that the lone wolf who had decimated their entire squad had already claimed 33 lives. The sheer terror of it all was unfathomable. In the game Peace Elite, a mere 100 special forces are deployed at the outset. By the conclusion of a match, encountering 30 players is not guaranteed. How could you possibly have eliminated 33? This is before even reaching the final circle. Are you a veritable harvester of souls? Streamer, you are utterly incompetent. You can't even defeat a mere bystander. This individual must be cheating. If not, then I am at a loss. This defies logic. After several rigorous crackdowns by the Penguin officials, cheats have become virtually non-existent. The fact that they are hardly visible does not imply their absence. Wait a moment. Let me examine the kill replay. The streamer replayed the footage of Chen Yuan's eliminations more than a dozen times, only to be perplexed by the realization that it appeared to be pre-aiming rather than aim-locking. However, how could one person possess such extraordinary predictive abilities? This defies reason. Could he truly be a master player? At the very least, he must possess the prowess of an invincible warrior. After some contemplation, this Battle Royale streamer opted not to report him, but instead chose to add him as a friend. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Yuan had already entered the final circle. Only 5 players remained on the battlefield. After a fierce exchange, just 2 players were left standing. Armed with an M4, Chen Yuan charged forward, taking down one adversary. However, he was soon assaulted by another player lying in wait. In that moment of dire peril, with his health nearly depleted, Chen Yuan executed an astonishing serpentine maneuver. And with incredible reflexes, he instantly pinpointed the location of the ambusher, delivering 3 precise headshots that felled the foe. With a last-minute counterkill, he achieved victory with an astounding total of 35 eliminations. Shocked, perplexed, bewildered, Xiong Tao, Zhou Hakuan, and Chao Jinyin gazed at Chen Yuan as if he were an extraterrestrial. Impossible. How can you be this formidable? 35 kills. You could compete professionally with that. Have you been secretly honing your skills these past 2 months? It doesn't add up. We rarely see you playing. Chao, increasingly perplexed, inquired. He noted that ever since Chen Yuan's breakup with Lin Shutong, a mere week had passed. Yet Chen had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had he become more popular among the ladies, but he had also significantly improved in combat. Now, he was excelling at gaming as well? Was there no justice in the world? Could a breakup truly lead to such an extraordinary metamorphosis? Or had Chen Yuan always concealed his prowess, and they had never truly understood him? Chao, you lecherous fellow, stop changing the subject. Didn't you promise to call me Dad if I made it out of G Harbor? Now that I've aced chicken dinner, hurry up and say it. Chen Yuan chuckled. Well, we're all brothers here, just a jest, don't take it to heart. Chao protested. That's where you're mistaken, my friend. A true man must stand by his word. How can you not honor your promise? Xiong Tao suddenly sided with Chun, forming an alliance. Yes, hurry up and say it. Zhou Hakuan chimed in. You bunch of scoundrels. I'm off to eat. My stomach feels like it's about to implode. Chao resolutely decided to play the rogue. Chen Yuan found himself at a loss. Let us go. Let us head to the cafeteria together. After dinner, Chen Yuan reclined in his dormitory. Today is Friday. Tomorrow will be Saturday. Chen Yuan opened WeChat and discovered that the streamer, Xiaomi Air, had sent him several messages. Brother Yan, are you there? Brother Yan, I will be traveling to Han City tomorrow, with a flight from 9 to 11 in the morning. Can you come to pick me up? I've been live streaming these past few days, and you haven't come to see me. I'm a little sad. As Chen Yuan glanced over the 3 messages from Xiaomi Air, a realization dawned upon him. She was the first streamer he had ever rewarded. Although Xiaomi Air had mentioned her intention to visit Han City, Chen Yuan had not taken it seriously. After all, how could one believe that a prominent streamer with millions of followers would genuinely wish to engage in flirtation? What if she was merely toying with him? In this day and age, one must tread carefully through such intricate social dynamics. Some conversations are best left as mere banter. Throughout his interactions with streamers, Chen Yuan had maintained a cautious demeanor. His previous flirtation with Xiaomi Air had merely been a light-hearted exchange. Yet, to his surprise, she was indeed coming this Saturday. Having been rather occupied with significant matters these past few days and unable to visit her stream, he found tomorrow to be fortuitous. Let us meet at the airport. Chen Yuan composed his response and sent it to Xiaomi Air. After all, She was the first streamer he had managed to secure a meeting with, and a popular one at that. He felt a flutter of excitement. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel, Xiaomi Air read Chen Yuan's message and felt speechless. Busy? She was well aware that Brother Yin was indeed busy showering gifts on other female streamers. Not only had he lavished gifts on Shark's Eye Shinshin, but he also went to Langya's stream, spending nearly 100 million in just 2 days. Yesterday, the popular singing streamer Langya, Shalalala, graced the stage, while today, the virtually unknown small streamer, Ruo Shi, takes her turn. Yin generously shower gifts upon female streamers, often reaching into the tens of millions. In the entire streaming community, who does not know your name? Were it not for your influence, Xiaomi would not have contemplated a swift journey to Hanqing, for your wealth is truly remarkable. She is fervently eager to secure your support. Shark Live is on the verge of hosting its annual streaming carnival, where all streamers across the platform will strive earnestly to vie for the coveted title of the top 10 peak streamers. This contest is pivotal for their future development and the platform's traffic support initiatives. Holding the title of a top 10 peak streamer guarantees one's fame and viewership will soar. Some streamers, in a bid to elevate their status, have resorted to spending their own money, even taking out loans to enhance their visibility. For once one has attained fame and viewership, earning becomes a much simpler endeavor. Self-funding one's own competitions is merely another strategy of operation. In the past, Xiaomi would have had little opportunity to compete for the title of top 10 peak streamer. Her best bet would have been to secure a spot among the top 10 outstanding streamers in her region. However, this time she sees a glimmer of hope. With your support, who could possibly triumph over her in competition? The top 10 peak streamers might not be beyond her reach. Since she aspires to ascend, she understands that sacrifices must be made. She has resolutely decided to pursue you at all costs. If you were to be swayed by other cunning vixens, regret would come too late. In a world filled with numerous female streamers, who does not yearn for your favor? A potent sense of urgency has surged within Xiaomi. Thus, she eagerly made her way to Seoul to meet Chen Yuan. I knew that Brother Yin was an exceptionally busy man, but one cannot simply disregard someone else. After all, they might think you have forgotten about Mir. Mir responded with a message. How could that be? Mir, you are so beautiful, charming, and alluring that I am the one who fears you. The prominent anchor might be too occupied to pay me any mind. Chapter 060. The game Brother Yin. How could you say such a thing? No matter how busy one is, they would never neglect Brother Yin. Mir swiftly replied, even sending a bashful emoji. Haha, do I possess such an impressive stature? In Mir's eyes, Brother Yin's status is always paramount. This wave of flattery left Chen Yuan feeling immensely comfortable. The thought that a popular anchor with millions of fans would lower herself to please him filled him with a sense of vibrancy in life. The goddess of countless homebodies was now his devoted admirer. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Mir, you are truly considerate, making me eager to see you. The hours of this night seem interminably long. Chen Yuan replied. I too wish to meet the enigmatic Brother Yin soon. I am quite curious. Brother Yin, are you certain you won't send me a photo to gaze upon? Even if you do not possess striking looks, it matters not. What is paramount for a man is not his exterior, but his inner essence. Mir sent 3 consecutive messages, seemingly desperate to uncover Chen Yuan's appearance. The more he withheld, the greater her curiosity grew. However, she surmised that the person behind the smoke was likely rather ordinary in appearance, perhaps even somewhat older, possibly a portly middle-aged man. After all, how could a handsome individual not possess even a single selfie in their social circle? I typically dislike taking selfies, but you shall witness one tomorrow. Chen Yuan engaged in conversation with Xiaomi, and they spoke for 2 hours, delving into interests and hobbies, preferences for food, activities, favorite films, and admired celebrities. They discussed the television dramas they were currently watching, the types of girls they were attracted to, whether cute, lively, innocent, or reserved, and conversely, the qualities they appreciated in boys, be it maturity and stability, a sunny disposition, or scholarly sophistication. As their conversation unfolded over those 2 hours, Chen Yuan felt a notable abundance of shared topics between them. Of course, it could also be a result of mutual cooperation. Thus, with anticipation for their date the next day, Chen Yuan drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, a heavy rain began to fall outside, seemingly heralding an unfavorable weather forecast for the morrow. The following morning, the sky remained shrouded in gray, with the clouds lingering ominously overhead. Although the rain had considerably lessened, venturing outside still posed some inconvenience. Chen Yuan rose early that day. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, and showering, he donned his attire and stepped out. He savored 2 bowls of hot dry noodles and enjoyed 2 cups of soy milk before hailing a cab to the mall. There, he purchased a stylish outfit and shoes, and even visited a barber shop for a new hairstyle. Ultimately, he still harbored a certain underdog mentality. The first meeting with a captivating live-streaming sensation, especially one of considerable renown, inevitably induces a flutter of nerves. He instinctively yearns to present himself in an appealing light, meticulously preparing to avoid leaving a less than favorable impression on their inaugural encounter. This psychological compulsion is beyond his control, akin to how women often feel compelled to adorn themselves with makeup before a date. The less familiar the person, the more they strive for perfection in their appearance. Men are no exception. After a session with the talented Tony, who expertly styled his hair, Chen Yuan gazed into the mirror, pleased to behold a refined and handsome figure, nodding in satisfaction. Recently, his physique had become notably more robust, exuding a heightened sense of masculinity. Although he was never unattractive, he had previously appeared somewhat gaunt, resembling a youth ensnared by internet addiction. Now, he possessed the physique of a model, complete with well-defined abs and a chiseled torso. Once sporting a disheveled hairstyle, he now boasted a professionally crafted look. His former casual attire of shorts and flip-flops had been replaced by a fashionable ensemble of trendy brands. He felt almost unrecognizable, overwhelmed by his own striking transformation. Having perfected his appearance, he noted the time. It was already 10 in the morning. The airport was situated quite a distance from the city center, and a taxi ride would take nearly an hour. The timing was impeccable, as his companion would likely emerge from the airport around 11:20. Chen Yuan had no intention of arriving early to greet her. He preferred to arrive just in time. Even if he were to be slightly late, it mattered little. He would rather have the goddess await him than to be the one waiting. This principle stands as one of the tenets of a rogue's conduct. Reminiscent of Cao Cao's famous declaration, "I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me." It is indeed a similar sentiment. Naturally, while one may act in such a manner, it is prudent to refrain from voicing such thoughts. As soon as Chen Yuan stepped into the taxi, he sent a message to Xiaomi. "I have arrived at the airport." Xiaomi did not reply, perhaps due to the lack of signal on the plane or her phone being turned off. However, it mattered not. When she eventually received the message, it would still reflect the timestamp of 10 o'clock. After sending this message, Chen Yuan commenced a conversation with Zhao Yuqi and Su Lele, adhering to the daily communication habit essential for maintaining and gradually nurturing their rapport. Sometimes, haste leads to stagnation. At that moment, Lin Shutong unexpectedly sent him a message. "Chen Yuan, please respond to me. If you ignore me, I might resort to suicide." Chen Yuan was taken aback, genuinely fearing for her well-being, and hastily replied with a reprimand. In the girls' dormitory, Lin Shutong clutched her phone, her face illuminated with excitement. "Xiao Ruirui." Chen Yuan responded to my message. This tactic truly worked. It shows he still cares about me. As she spoke, she continued typing. "Chen Yuan, you finally replied. You're worried about me, which means you still have feelings for me, right?" "Not at all. I'm merely concerned about the trouble you might cause me. Do not overthink it." Chen Yuan quickly clarified. "You need not deny it. I know you still hold feelings for me. The very fact that you responded and have not blocked me signifies that there is still a chance for reconciliation." Chen Yuan, you spent 3 years proving your love for me, and I shall dedicate 3 years to demonstrating my love for you as well. Chen Yuan gazed at her message, contemplating whether he should simply block Lin Shutong on WeChat. Ding. System alert. The bound dog-licking partner cannot be actively deleted from the contact list, otherwise 20 basic attribute points will be deducted. Suddenly, the voice of the system warning echoed in Chen Yuan's mind, leaving him utterly bewildered. Is there truly such a ridiculous regulation? Once bound to a partner, one is not even permitted to remove their contact details. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yuan reasoned that such a rule, albeit harsh, must hold some validity. Otherwise, if one could simply bind and unbind at will, it would effectively sever the dog-licking relationship, nullifying any previously acquired rewards. Having grasped the cause and effect relationship, Chen Yuan chose not to dwell further on the matter. He resolved to tolerate it. After all, it was merely a friend slot, and he could manage that level of patience. An hour later, he finally arrived at Tianhe International Airport. At that moment, a message from Xiaomi appeared. "Sorry, Brother Yan. I just got off the plane. Have you been waiting for long?" "Not long, just an hour," Chen Yuan replied, having just stepped out of the taxi. It was a tactic. Creating a slight sense of guilt would elicit more affection from her. Chapter 061. Debt collection on the street. Chen Yuan reached the arrival area and waited for about 5 minutes. Finally, a girl wearing oversized sunglasses and a mask emerged slowly. She was accompanied by a female assistant, whose appearance was rather ordinary and whose figure was somewhat plump. Let us not dwell on that. The girl with the sunglasses, however, possessed an exceptionally perfect physique. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters in height, adorned in a pleated skirt, her slender legs were flawless and elegant, exuding a graceful poise with exquisite curves. Indeed, she was a dancer and a streamer of remarkable allure. Her figure was undeniably captivating. Among all the women Chen Yuan had encountered, including renowned actresses, she surely ranked among the elite. Just a glimpse of her silhouette, and Chen Yuan instantly recognized Xiaomi. Xiaomi, over here, he called out with a wave. Taken aback, Xiaomi paused, removing her sunglasses to reveal a visage that was both innocent and tinged with curiosity. Are you, Brother Yin? She inquired. Indeed, it is I. Chen Yuan nodded in affirmation. Goodness, Brother Yin, you are surprisingly youthful and remarkably handsome, Xiaomi exclaimed, her hands covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes gleaming with delight. Initially, she had not anticipated that someone as affluent as the illustrious Yin would possess such striking looks. For it is often said that wealth and beauty do not coexist harmoniously. However, upon their meeting, Chen Yuan's appearance exceeded her expectations by far. Not only was he wealthy, but he was also extraordinarily handsome, with a physique that was both tall and well-defined, resembling the quintessential prince from a fairy tale. While Xiaomi was elated by this revelation, Chen Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. In the streaming realm, she boasted an astonishing beauty rating of nearly 9 out of 10. In reality, however, she perhaps merited around 8.3, slightly less than Zhao Yuqi. Although she remained a striking presence amidst the crowd, she was far from the breathtaking vision she presented in her broadcasts. Who could assert that female streamers appear more enchanting in reality than on screen? Such a notion was utterly implausible. Without the enchantment of beauty filters, she merely reached the level of a campus belle, hardly aspiring to the status of a national goddess. Fortunately, the disparity was not excessively pronounced, proving more acceptable than some streamers who utterly fall short in real life. Xiaomi, it is a delight to finally meet you in person. I must say you are even more captivating than in your live stream, Chen Yuan exclaimed, his expression one of genuine surprise, albeit a mere formality. It is customary for young men to utter such pleasantries when first encountering a lady, often proclaiming her to be more attractive than in her photographs, even if they privately deem otherwise. Yet, some women seem to take these words at face value. Brother Yin, you are far more handsome than I had imagined. Initially, I thought you were a middle-aged man in his 40s. Who knew you were so youthful? Xiaomi spoke candidly, her bashful demeanor suggesting a notably positive first impression of Chen Yuan. System, why have you yet to establish a devoted admirer relationship? Ding. Name, Su Yihan. Stage name, Xiaomi. Age, 23. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Attractiveness, 8. 3 points. Her fondness for the host, 70 points. Ding. Due to the exceptionally high initial fondness from this young woman, the establishment of a devoted admirer relationship has failed. Alert. Should the target's fondness for the host diminish to below 10 points, the relationship may be re-established. My goodness. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Chen Yuan felt utterly disoriented. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, a tumultuous storm of disbelief. He never anticipated that an overwhelmingly positive first impression could culminate in the failure of a sycophantic bond. Had he known, he would have chosen a different attire. To his astonishment, Xiaomi's initial fondness for him soared to an astonishing 70 points, nearly reaching the threshold of infatuation. However, the reason behind Xiaomi's favorable impression of Chen Yuan extended beyond mere aesthetics. It was significantly influenced by his identity as the illustrious Yinzong, which had become quite renowned. Furthermore, he had previously bestowed upon her extravagant gifts. These myriad factors coalesced to yield such a high level of affection upon their first encounter. Nevertheless, at this juncture, binding a sycophantic relationship was out of the question. What good was such high regard? No, the money had already been spent. He needed to devise a way to diminish her affection. With steely resolve, Chen Yuan decided to adopt a contrarian approach. Yinzong, where is your car parked? Xiaomi casually inquired. I don't own a car. I took a taxi here, Chen Yuan replied, shrugging his shoulders in earnest. Surely you jest? With your wealth? How could you possibly not own a vehicle? Xiaomi responded, her skepticism palpable. Gazing into her eyes, Chen Yuan spoke with utmost seriousness. I am not jesting. The gifts I distributed in the live stream were funded by my father's money. His company is on the brink of bankruptcy due to my lavish spending, and he owes the bank millions. I invited you here to discuss whether it would be possible to refund a portion of the gifts I previously bestowed upon you. Upon uttering these words, Xiaomi Air was instantly taken aback. She gazed at Chen Yuan with an expression of disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that this person, who appeared so unremarkable, could utter such shameless remarks. The gifts she had generously bestowed were now being audaciously solicited back? How utterly brazen! Sui Han. Favorability -10 Sui Han. Favorability -10 Sui Han. Favorability -10 Sui Han. Favorability -10. The current favorability rating towards the female protagonist stands at 30 points. Mr. Yen, are you serious? Xiaomi Air's tone began to grow frosty. Even her assistant, who had previously regarded her with admiration, now wore a look of disdain. Of course, I am serious. You see, I previously contributed over 10 million. I understand that your platform takes half, so let us settle for 5 million. You can return the 5 million to me. I want to quibble over the excess. How does that sound? Chen Yuan asserted with an air of entitlement, exuding the demeanor of a petty debtor demanding repayment. Xiaomi Air's composure was on the verge of collapse. Her initial purpose for visiting Han City was to cultivate a closer relationship with the affluent Mr. Yen in hopes of garnering greater support to ascend to the pinnacle of the top 10 hosts on Shark. However, to her astonishment, this wealthy individual was nothing like she had envisioned. He had apparently squandered his resources to the point of bankruptcy and now sought to retrieve funds from her. Was he truly lost in a dream? She had never encountered such an audaciously shameless person. After all, he had willingly bestowed gifts upon her, without any coercion, had he? Now, faced with financial woes, he dared to seek reimbursement? Greetings, you are an adult, are you not? One must take responsibility for their own actions and cease the childish antics. The portly assistant, visibly enraged, rushed forward, positioning herself before Xiaomi, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Yuan and unleashing a torrent of invective. Sui Han's affection level, -10, current affection level, 20 points. Indeed, I willingly gifted those items. But why should I be denied a refund? Platforms like Taobao, JD, and Pinduoduo allow for 7-day, no questions asked refunds. Why cannot you? I declare here and now, you must return my money. Otherwise, I shall take legal action against you. Chen Yuan bellowed. His brazen, rogue demeanor in public utterly tarnished Xiaomi's final vestige of goodwill towards him. Sui Han, affection level -20. Sui Han, affection level -20. Sui Han, affection level -20. Current affection level towards the host, -40 points. Ding. The relationship of the sycophant has been successfully bound. Chapter 062. This is nothing but a prodigal fool. The binding has finally succeeded. Yet, it seems somewhat excessively distasteful. Xiaomi's affection for him plummeted to an astonishing -40 points. Initially, her affection level soared to 70 points. But in a mere span of 5 minutes, a dramatic reversal unfolded. From 70 points, it descended to -40, a staggering difference of 110 points. It is utterly outrageous. When one seeks to garner a woman's affection, it often requires considerable effort to gradually enhance that sentiment. Conversely, instilling disdain in a woman is remarkably effortless. With just a few repugnant words, one can tarnish their image in her eyes, leading to an instantaneous collapse of goodwill. Indeed, it is far easier to play the villain than to embody the hero. At this moment, the admiration that Xiaomi once held has transformed into palpable disdain. Go ahead and report me. Do you think I fear you? She retorted. As an adult, one is expected to bear the consequences of their actions. I have never encountered such a repulsive man, worthless and extravagant, yet pretending to be affluent. If you lack funds, refrain from posturing. Xiaomi scornfully chastised. Her change of heart was swifter than the turning of a page in a book. Just moments ago, she was affectionately calling him Brother Yin, and now, within a mere 5 minutes, she has labeled him a useless spendthrift. Chen Yuan was utterly bewildered. Although he admitted to deliberately uttering some harsh words to diminish her affection, he could not comprehend why she would resort to such vitriol, especially after he had lavished over 10 million on her gifts. Even if a refund was out of the question, was it necessary to speak so disparagingly? What constitutes a waste or a spendthrift? Am I not still your #1 supporter? The moment you heard of my financial struggles, you turned against me. How brutally pragmatic. It appears that for these female streamers, when wealth abounds, one is a god. In its absence, one is scarcely regarded as human. The altercation between Xiaomi and Chen Yuan drew the attention of several onlookers at the airport. I wondered why this beauty possesses such an exquisite figure. Turns out she is a streamer. Did I just hear that this fellow depleted his family's finances on gifts for her, only to attempt reclaiming them now? How absurd. Is there still a scarcity of such individuals? Just a few days ago, there was a report online about a delivery worker earning $3,000 a month. Yet he generously bestowed $5,000 upon a female streamer, all while borrowing $2,000, simply to elicit a $666 from her. This reflects a pitiable mindset. Lacking any real skills in the tangible world, they resort to posturing online in search of validation. How amusing. A throng of onlookers scrutinizes him with disdain, their gazes directed at Chen Yuan as though he were an object of ridicule. Regardless of gender, the looks cast upon him are imbued with profound contempt. If one were truly wealthy and capable, showering a streamer with gifts might be excusable. It could be dismissed as the extravagant whims of a rich individual. Yet, lacking any merit, failing to earn for oneself, and still resorting to pilfering your father's credit card to send gifts to a streamer? Are you out of your mind? Are you a fool? Are you intellectually challenged? A worthless individual, with no abilities, yet reveling in pretentiousness. A quintessential wastrel. Such a person deserves nothing but disdain. At that moment, by the roadside of the airport terminal, a luxurious Bentley came to a halt. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, emerged from the opulent vehicle. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in formal attire, he bore the unmistakable aura of a successful individual. "Mir, I've heard you arrived in Han City today. I specifically came to pick you up." The middle-aged man's gaze unabashedly roamed over Mir. "Ah, you are Xiao Huang. I merely posted a casual moment on WeChat, and I never anticipated you would come to receive me," Mir exclaimed. Seemingly recognizing the man before her from a WeChat photo, her expression brimming with astonishment. Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Unbeknownst to many, this woman had not only invited herself, but also several affluent individuals. Indeed, the presence of numerous admirers across the nation ensured the availability of numerous suitors. This show emperor, whom Chen Yuan vaguely recognized as Heaven and Earth Divine Show, was humorously nicknamed by the audience in the livestream. The show emperor also ranked among the top 10 affluent patrons in Xiaomi Air's livestream, having spent over 2 million, placing 8th. It appears that Xiaomi Air's visit to Han City was not solely for Chen Yuan. She sought to charm multiple wealthy patrons simultaneously. Such a strategy would enhance her competitiveness at the Shark Carnival. Ah, who might this be? The show emperor seemed to have finally noticed Chen Yuan's presence and inquired. "This, my dear, is none other than the renowned tycoon, Mr. Yan." Xiaomi Air introduced dismissively. "Oh, so you are Mr. Yan. My apologies for not recognizing the esteemed individual earlier. Had I known you were personally here to greet me, I would have refrained from making a fool of myself." Despite Chen Yuan's youthful appearance, upon realizing he was the illustrious tycoon, the show emperor immediately adopted a more humble demeanor. It was no jest. In just a few days, he had amassed an astounding 100 million across various platforms. In contrast, after 2 to 3 years of watching live streams, she had only spent slightly over 2 million, with a total asset not exceeding 100 million. Now, faced with the legendary tycoon, how could she not lower her stance? In the realm of business, it is fundamental to adapt one's approach to the audience present. "Oh, show emperor, you need not be so deferential. He is merely a spendthrift, after all. Are you aware of the origins of his wealth? He pilfered his father's money, drove his father's company into bankruptcy, and now owes the bank several tens of millions. Astonishingly, he has the audacity to ask me for a refund. It infuriates me. After 2 years of live streaming, I have never encountered such an individual. How can he even dare to speak? It is utterly repugnant." The more Xiaomi spoke, the more her anger intensified and her disdain grew. Initially, she found Chen Yuan quite charming. However, now, the more she observed him, the more he appeared despicable, revolting. A disgrace, a scoundrel, a worthless being, utterly nauseating. How could she have felt a moment of attraction towards such a wretch? It sends shivers down her spine to think about it. How could this so-called internet tycoon, Yan Zong, be such a person? Xiao Huang was utterly bewildered. He could hardly believe that someone capable of extravagantly spending $1 billion on various live streaming platforms could be a reckless fool who steals from his family to financially support a female streamer. Yet, it seemed Xiaomi had no reason to deceive him. Furthermore, Chen Yuan appeared far too young. He should still be in university. A university student, even from a wealthy family, would not be given $1 billion to lavish on a female streamer, nor could he possibly have control over such a substantial sum of money. Thus, the theft must indeed be true, and the bankruptcy of his family must also be genuine. He is nothing but a fool. Conclusion reached. Having unraveled the situation, Xiao Huang's gaze towards Chen Yuan was now devoid of any respect. He pondered that if this incident were to be exposed, it would likely cause a stir in the wealthy circles and could very well make headlines the following day. He had even concocted an eye-catching headline. Recently, netizens revealed that the newly emerged internet tycoon, Lonely Cigarette, is, in fact, a super prodigal son, having squandered an entire billion in just 3 days to reward a female streamer, leading his entire family to bankruptcy. Xiao Huang had begun his journey in the realm of social media. He believed that this news could fetch a handsome sum. Chapter 063. A contemptuous smile. Chen Yuan's gaze was icy. Amidst the various jeers, he appeared to be in a world of his own. Initially, he had harbored a favorable impression of Xiaomi, as their conversation the previous night had been quite pleasant. However, he had not anticipated that she would feign amiability merely to establish a sycophantic rapport, uttering a few distasteful remarks that revealed her true nature. How could she possess such a duplicitous facade? Chen Yuan had encountered materialistic women before, such as Su Lele. Although she too was driven by wealth, she at least exhibited gratitude. After borrowing 5 million, she constantly contemplated repayment. Yet, Xiaomi's insatiable greed was utterly repugnant to Chen Yuan. When he had earlier requested she return the money, it was merely a rhetorical gesture. He had no genuine intention of demanding the 5 million back. Had she displayed even a hint of hesitation or a conciliatory tone, Chen Yuan would have refrained from further insistence. Understanding the nature of her profession and the underlying principles of camaraderie, however, her attitude shifted far too rapidly. Not only did she turn against him with ruthless disregard, but she also mocked him in front of others. How could he possibly endure such behavior? Xiaomi, regardless of the circumstances, I am still your top supporter. There is no need for you to express yourself so harshly. Chen Yuan inhaled deeply, his tone remarkably calm as he spoke. Those who know him are well aware that this is merely the calm before the storm. The notion of being at the top? Absurd. To have someone like you in that position feels like a stroke of ill fortune. If it were to be revealed that your gifts are funded by ill-gotten gains, I shudder to think how many would turn against me. Have you even considered the repercussions on my reputation? I would be remiss not to demand compensation for the damage to my honor. Furthermore, you have showered gifts not only upon me, but upon others as well. Why do you not seek recompense from Shaoshin or Shala? Why, out of all, do you single me out when I am the least favored recipient of your generosity? Are you attempting to take advantage of an honest person? Xiaomi, with her righteous indignation, was on the verge of unleashing her fury upon Chen Yuan. Mir, do not stoop to the level of this wastrel. Have you not dined yet? I have secured a reservation at a 5-star hotel. Did you not mention your intention to travel? In a few days, I shall take you to witness the grandeur of the Three Gorges and the breathtaking beauty of the Shenangjia primitive forest. What say you? Xiao Huang intentionally disregarded Chen Yuan, discreetly wrapping his arm around Xiao Mir's slender waist. How rude, Xiao Huang. Do you not realize that a girl's waist should not be indiscriminately touched? My apologies, Mir. Your waist is simply too delicate to resist. You scoundrel. Xiao Huang, you are incorrigible. Xiao Mir replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. To her surprise, she was not angered. Could it be that the relationship between a beautiful streamer and a wealthy patron is becoming clearer? Chen Yuan finally grasped the situation. On the surface, Suihan Xiao Mir appeared innocent and charming, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mundane world while in the streaming room. Behind the scenes, she indulges in a life of unrestrained abandon. The relationship she shares with the wealthy tycoon surely harbors secrets that are best left undisclosed. When Xiao Huang made her move, she remained unfazed, engaging in flirtatious banter with an ease that betrays her vast experience. Before such a woman, Chen Yuan found himself devoid of any desire to put on airs. He saw no need to clarify anything. Let the misunderstandings persist. Even though he was bound to this sycophantic partner, he had no intention of spending another penny on her. Thus, Xiao Huang, Suihan, and her assistant made their way toward the luxurious Bentley parked by the roadside. Just then, a silver flash darted through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Halting behind the Bentley, my goodness, a Koenigsegg, a supercar valued at over 26 million, Suihan exclaimed, visibly astonished. To my knowledge, there is but one owner of such a car in Han City, the affluent scion of the Zhang family, Zhang Haoyan. Xiu Huang gazed in awe at the young man who descended from the Koenigsegg, the scion of the Zhang family. Su Yihan was clearly unaware of the formidable influence the Zhang family wielded in Han City, but Xiu Huang was well aware. And it was precisely this knowledge that filled her with reverence. The Zhang family is one of the foremost elite families in Han City, primarily engaged in real estate development, with an extensive network throughout the city. In comparison to such a colossal entity, I am but a mere pawn, Xiu Huang elucidated. Ah, so that is the case. Su Yihan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she regarded Zhang Haotian, her gaze akin to that of a hunter eyeing a grand prize. This young, wealthy heir embodies her ideal type. As for the small, affluent figure, Xiu Huang, she would at most allow the other party to take advantage of her, but would never readily offer everything. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Feng Xiubua. We met at the previous cocktail party. Xiu Huang extended her hand in greeting. Oh, it's you. I have a vague recollection, Zhang Haotian replied absent-mindedly. He had come to the airport to pick someone up, hardly in the mood to engage with a casual acquaintance seeking to forge connections. Hello, Mr. Zhang. My name is Su Yihan, a dancing streamer from Shark Lift. You may also call me Xiaomi. Su Yihan flirtatiously tossed her hair, bashfully beginning her self-introduction. At that moment, Chen Yuan emerged from the airport entrance. Zhang Haotian was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected to encounter Mr. Chen at the airport. Chen Yuan was equally surprised. Sometimes, with an abundance of acquaintances, one finds familiar faces wherever they go. Mr. Zhang, please wait a moment. I have encountered a big shot. I must go greet him. For Zhang Haotian, Mr. Yin was the true affluent figure, leaving aside the powerful family influence behind him. The mere fact that he could spend 200 million on a live streaming platform for entertainment and lavishly gift a 6 million villa to a girl was far beyond Zhang Haotian's reach. After the events of yesterday, this group of second-generation wealthy individuals had been thoroughly impressed by Mr. Yin's formidable presence. They were undeniably in awe. They nearly acknowledged him as their elder brother on the spot. Now that they had encountered him, it was only natural to rush over and extend their greetings. Zhang Haotian hurriedly made his way towards Chen Yuan, exclaiming, Mr. Yin, what a coincidence to meet you here at the airport. Zhang Haotian adopted a remarkably humble demeanor. When greeting Chen Yuan, he even employed the honorific you. Su Yihan appeared somewhat bewildered, as did Feng Xiubua. Young Master Zhang, do you know him as well? Feng Xiubua inquired. Of course, I am well acquainted with him. He is none other than the illustrious Yin Zong, undoubtedly the foremost tycoon across all major live streaming platforms. Who wouldn't recognize him? You mustn't be deceived by him, young Master Zhang. This so-called Yin Zong is no true tycoon. He merely pilfers his father's credit card to lavish gifts upon female streamers. His family is now on the brink of bankruptcy due to this prodigal son, desperately seeking loans from others. Su Yihan added with embellishment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haotian scrutinized Su Yihan for a moment, then glanced at Chen Yuan. Seemingly struck by a thought, and a derisive smile crept across his face. Chapter 064. Yin Zong is coming to you for a refund? You must be jesting. What on earth is going on? Zhang Haotian casually asked. What else could it be? This so-called Yin Zong is merely flaunting wealth online, spending his family's money to maintain a facade, and now that his family is bankrupt, he dares to ask me for a refund? What kind of person is he truly? Su Yihan exclaimed indignantly. No matter whom she encountered, it seemed she was determined to ridicule Chen Yuan thoroughly. The atmosphere suddenly turned peculiar. Zhang Haotian regarded Su Yihan as though she were a fool. Huh? Yin Zong seeking a refund from you? Surely you jest. He casually spent 200 million on Lanya, with over 100 million still unspent. Bankrupt? My dear sister, you clearly have no understanding of Yin Zong's prowess. Chen Yuan dismissed the need for further explanation. However, Zhang Haotian would not indulge her foul temper. How dare you look down upon Mr. Yin? Are you aiming for the heavens? Shock, petrification, dazed. Su Yihan was utterly bewildered. If someone else had uttered such words, she might have dismissed them as untrue. Yet, when the affluent scion of the Zhang family, who drives a supercar worth over 20 million, makes such a statement, she felt there was no need for him to deceive her or to deliberately elevate Chen Yuan's status. Goodness, could it be that Mr. Yin was intentionally testing her? In an instant, Su Yihan came to a realization, nearly slapping herself in disbelief. How heartbreaking to have committed such a naive error. It is said that some super-rich second-generation heirs disdain a woman who associates with them for monetary reasons, believing that such affection lacks authenticity. Thus, they often devise ways to appear impoverished to test their partner's intentions. If one can withstand this trial, they might soar to greatness. Previously, while watching dramas, she always considered those women foolish. Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself in a similar predicament, feeling equally foolish. Regret. Heartache. It felt as though she had missed out on a fortune. Mio, I knew you must have misunderstood Mr. Yen. How could someone capable of casually spending $1 billion on major live streaming platforms ever face bankruptcy? Mr. Yen was merely jesting with you. Little did you know you took it seriously? Feng Xiaobo then pivoted the conversation, unexpectedly chastising Su Yihan as if he had always sided with Chen Yuan. Goodness! The speed at which he turned the tables was astonishing. Even the assistant beside him wore a bewildered expression. Su Huang truly lived up to his name, showcasing remarkable prowess. At that moment, Su Yihan's gaze towards Chen Yuan underwent yet another transformation. Su Yihan, affection 30 Su Yihan, affection 30 Su Yihan, affection 30 current affection, 50 points. Brother Yen, I apologize, I misunderstood you. Can you forgive me? Su Yihan's heart raced as she hastily offered her apology. Chen Yuan smirked inwardly, having completely discerned the true nature of her character. In her eyes, wealth equates to superiority, while poverty relegates one to insignificance. Given this perspective, there was no need for pleasantries. It was time to deliver a resounding blow to her ego, to flaunt superiority before her, and to treat her as nothing more than a mere pawn. With this thought, Chen Yuan felt no anger. There was no reason to be upset about a mere tool. Once he amassed sufficient affection points, he would disregard her entirely. Resolute in his decision, Chen Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly. It's quite all right. I am not bothered. Merely a tad disappointed, he sighed. If an ordinary person were subjected to such ridicule and belittlement, they would likely erupt in fury and seize the opportunity to retaliate. Yet, Chen Yuan remained composed throughout, seemingly unperturbed by even the gravest insults. In this light, it was evident that he possessed the noble demeanor cultivated by an esteemed lineage, distinctly different from others. Su Yihan, affection 10, current affection, 60 points. This woman, Chen Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Her affection could plummet swiftly, only to ascend just as rapidly. It appeared that once the persona of a wealthy heir was established, her regard for him would surge dramatically. However, should that fade crumble, her affection would vanish in an instant. Some young women possess a temperament that requires time to warm up, gradually increasing their affinity. The distinctions among women are indeed profound. Yinzong, I came to the airport to pick up my sister, so I shall take my leave now, Zhang Haotian remarked. Very well. Off you go. Let's meet again when time permits, Chen Yuan replied, gesturing as he intended to hail a taxi back to the city center. Yinzong, if you would not mind, why not join me in my car? We are both heading to the city center, and it would be quite convenient. What transpired earlier was merely a misunderstanding, and I sincerely hope you do not hold it against me. Feng Xiaobo hastily apologized. Although he had not previously uttered any overtly scornful remarks, he had certainly exhibited a dismissive demeanor, and now he felt a twinge of remorse. Why had he allowed himself to be swayed by Xiaomi's one-sided narrative? Had he not done so, he might have secured a favorable connection with Yinzong. The advantages of befriending a super-rich individual far surpassed those of associating with a mere female streamer. No matter how stunning the streamer may be, she merely serves as a source of entertainment that incessantly drains one's finances. In contrast, forming an alliance with a wealthy magnate could yield substantial financial returns. Consumption and profit are worlds apart. Indeed, Yinzong, let us journey together. I truly apologize for my earlier behavior. Perhaps it was due to my recent malaise. My emotions were somewhat askew, and I reacted hastily. I assure you, such behavior is not characteristic of me, Su Yihan earnestly explained, endeavoring to restore her image in Chen Yuan's eyes. Very well, since it is on the way, let us proceed together. There is no need for you to continuously apologize. I truly harbor no ill feelings, he responded graciously. After Chen Yuan finished speaking, he smoothly opened the rear door of the luxurious Bentley and took a seat with an air of nonchalance. Feng Xiaobo let out a sigh of relief. The fact that Mr. Yen was willing to enter his vehicle indicated a thawing of any previous animosities. Su Yihan also smiled faintly. Xiaofeng, please take a seat in the front passenger seat. Mr. Yen and I will sit in the back. All right. With that, Su Yihan and Chen Yuan settled into the back seat, while Feng Xiaobo remained silent. He would not allow a woman to disrupt his rapport with a wealthy individual. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as the four passengers exchanged few words, uncertain of how to initiate conversation. Apologies had already been made. and an incessant stream of them would not guarantee that Mr. Yin had fully relinquished his earlier grievances. At that moment, Chen Yuan retrieved his phone and opened the Longya Live app. Su Yihan, perhaps intentionally, chose to sit uncomfortably close to him despite the ample space in the back seat. Chen Yuan could almost detect the subtle fragrance emanating from her. The perfume she wore was of a rather high-end brand, exuding a natural and refreshing aroma rather than an overpowering scent. However, the more subtle the fragrance, the steeper the price tag. As a popular streamer, it was only fitting that she could afford such luxurious perfume. Mr. Yin, are you watching Longya Live? It seems you haven't been on Shark Live these past few days, Su Yihan remarked, glancing at Chen Yuan's phone and noticing that he had entered a female streamer's live broadcast. Ah, welcome, the esteemed Mr. Yin. Dear esteemed Yin Zong. Why did you leave so abruptly yesterday without a word? I sent you a private message through the back end. If you happen to see it, I would greatly appreciate a reply. Chen Yuan entered the live streaming room, which belonged to the captivating Ruo Shi, a student he had gifted yesterday. Zhou Ruo Shi possesses extraordinary beauty and an enviable figure. In terms of both appearance and demeanor, she rivals, if not surpasses, the enchanting Su Yihan beside her. However, Zhou Ruo Shi is merely a student at present, engaging in live streaming purely at her whim, her schedule akin to fishing for 3 days and sunbathing for 2. She streams only when convenient and refrains when busy. Having streamed on Longya for several months, she has maintained a state of moderate popularity. Yet she has garnered a considerable number of affluent supporters who generously bestow gifts upon her. Each month, she earns over 10,000 yuan, which suffices to cover her daily expenses. Zhou Ruo Shi is quite content with her current way of life, lacking any grand ambitions. However, around 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, on a mere whim, she decided to stream. Little did she anticipate that this would capture the attention of the illustrious Yin Zong. When Yin Zong made his generous contributions, the atmosphere in the room was electrifying. Within a mere half hour, he gifted her over 30 million in presents, leaving her utterly astonished and questioning her reality. Even her competitor, the streamer Big Bunny, was left in a state of shock. By the end of that day, her follower count surged from 50,000 to an astounding 300,000, an increase of 250,000 new fans. Not only that, but her live stream also achieved an unprecedented popularity, surpassing 10 million viewers. Even after the fervor of yesterday had faded, her viewership remained robust, stabilizing above 1 million today, with several hundred new affluent supporters joining her ranks. It seems she is on the cusp of a meteoric rise. Of course, this is not the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is that yesterday Mr. Yin generously gifted her over 30 million in presents. Even after deducting platform fees and personal income tax, she would still receive a staggering sum exceeding 10 million. 10 million. As a student, she had never fathomed the possibility of earning such an astronomical amount in a single day. It was simply astonishing. For the budding streamer Zhou Ruo Shi, Mr. Yin was akin to a deity. After concluding her broadcast yesterday, she took a keen interest in Mr. Yan's remarkable feats. This enigmatic tycoon, despite his lavish generosity, typically refrained from bestowing gifts upon the same female streamer more than once. This was a pattern she had disowned herself. Today, as she commenced her stream, she harbored no expectations of Mr. Yin gracing her virtual space once more. She had recently garnered 250,000 new followers and needed to engage in a few days of consistent streaming to solidify her audience's interest. However, to her astonishment, barely half an hour into her broadcast, Mr. Yin reappeared. Ruo Shi was elated, thrilled. Her blood raced with excitement. She felt as though she had been favored by royalty, as if she were once again the chosen one for the evening. Mr. Yin, what song would you like to hear? Ruo Shi exclaimed. Almost immediately, a treasure map gift materialized. Wow. Thank you, Mr. Yin, for the treasure map. She continued, please, don't overwhelm me with gifts right away. Yesterday's generosity was already so immense that I'm left feeling a tad anxious, as if I'm caught in a dream. If you keep showering me with gifts like this, I might have to offer myself in return. Streamer, I suspect you are being suggestive, but I have no evidence. Ruo Shi, aren't you usually quite aloof? How is it that in front of Mr. Yin, you have been conquered in just 2 days? The barrage of comments surged in the live stream. How dare you set your sights on my esteemed Yin? And are you hoping for something unattainable? Yet, Chen Yuan paid no heed to the rhythm of these remarks. Before Su Yihan, he commenced bestowing gifts upon Zhou Ruo Shi. Each treasure map cost 5,000 yuan. And Chen Yuan seemed to shower them like free glow sticks, effortlessly and without concern. Once he began, he did not pause. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan had lavished a staggering 10 million. Su Yihan's cherubic face suddenly turned exceedingly bashful, her gaze upon Chen Yuan resembling that of one beholding a gold mine. Su Yihan, affection level 10, current affection level 70 points. Half an hour later, Su Yihan began to struggle for breath. In such a brief span, Chen Yuan had already gifted over 30 million to Ruashi. 30 million? Su Yihan had been in the streaming industry for nearly 3 years, and her total earnings over that time barely amounted to 30 million. Yet within this half hour, Chen Yuan had expended her entire 3-year salary. She was a popular streamer, earning 100,000 a month. For an ordinary person, would that not equate to a lifetime's income being spent? An hour later, Su Yihan felt utterly breathless. Receiving gifts in the live stream was one sensation, while witnessing others bestow them was an entirely different experience. For a full hour, yes, a full hour, Chen Yuan had been continuously showering gifts upon Ruashi without interruption. He had already sent over 13,000 treasure maps, adding to the previous rewards. The gifts he presented to Ruashi alone exceeded 100 million. Astonishing, petrifying, stupefying. Her heart was a tempest of emotions, yet Chen Yuan remained remarkably composed. Throughout it all, he maintained an air of nonchalance, as if he had merely spent 6 or 7 yuan rather than tens of millions. It was not until this moment that Su Yihan truly grasped the formidable prowess of Mr. Yin. Beyond imagination, incomprehensible depths. This was undoubtedly not mere bravado, without substantial backing. How could one nonchalantly spend 6 or 7 million in front of others without so much as a change in demeanor? Su Yihan felt an increasing sense of regret. She thought to herself, had she not offended Mr. Yin, had she refrained from uttering such harsh words, and had she passed the test, perhaps today those 6 or 7 million would have been bestowed upon her. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Watching Mr. Yin shower gifts upon other female streamers, she found herself not angry, but rather chastising herself. Mr. Yin, youthful and affluent, strikingly handsome with an extraordinary demeanor, was the very embodiment of her dream prince. How could she have been so blinded to have displayed such a wretched demeanor before her Prince Charming, leaving such a poor impression? It was utterly foolish, a grave misstep. Mr. Yin grew increasingly more handsome in her eyes. Su Yihan, favorability 10. Su Yihan, favorability 10. Current favorability, 90 points. Chen Yuan, witnessing Su Yihan's favorability soar to 90 points, was nearly left speechless. I merely gifted a few tens of millions in front of you. How could that possibly result in such a dramatic increase in favorability? It appears that for some women, possessing wealth renders all actions commendable and imbues an irresistible charm. My goodness, has Brother Yin truly gifted me a staggering 100 million? At this very moment, apart from Su Yihan, who is utterly astounded by Chen Yuan's extravagant generosity, the audience in Ruashi's live streaming room collectively trembles. Chapter 66. A grand scene of tumultuous events. Brother Yin is exceedingly lavish. Has he really spent 100 million in just 2 days? Not merely 100 million. Combined with the tips given to Shalala, he has bestowed 150 million in 3 days. I am flabbergasted. I am genuinely astonished. Some may label me as Brother Yan's sycophant, yet I must assert, what is wrong with being a loyal dog? What woof? The barrage of comments in the live stream soared. Ruashi bowed deeply in gratitude, having expressed her thanks nearly 100 times. The atmosphere in the live stream was electrifying. In a mere 3 days, Chen Yuan had undoubtedly ascended to the status of the supreme benefactor of Longya. His fame within the Longya streaming community eclipsed even that of prominent figures on toadying. All female streamers on Longya eagerly anticipated Brother Yan's presence. They gazed at Ruashi with a profound envy, for amidst the multitude of female streamers, Brother Yin had singularly focused his attention on her, which was truly enviable. An obscure little streamer had astonishingly received 100 million in tips. Merely from the revenue share, she would earn tens of millions. With such wealth, would it not be delightful to become one's own boss? Why continue streaming at all? This was a veritable leap to success. Mr. Yin, we have arrived. I have made a reservation at Zhao's private kitchen ahead. Although Zhao's establishment may not rival a 5-star hotel in scale, securing a table here is undoubtedly more challenging than at any luxurious venue. Feng Xiaobo declared confidently as he drove the Bentley into the parking lot. Gesturing towards Zhao's private kitchen, Chen Yuan had indeed heard of this renowned dining establishment in Han City. It is said that the proprietor, Zhao Zhengguo, was once the head chef for national banquets in Yanjing, having earned numerous gold medals in culinary competitions. His culinary prowess is nothing short of extraordinary, with his apprentices each comparable to Michelin three-star chefs. The popularity of Zhao's private kitchen is overwhelming, and the restaurant prides itself on its relentless pursuit of excellence. Thus, they have instituted a peculiar rule. Only 50 reservations are accepted each day. At times, bookings may even be scheduled a month in advance, such is the demand. For those seeking genuine culinary delights, Zhao's private kitchen is the premier choice in Han City. Impressive, Chen Yuan. I never expected you could secure a reservation here. I've long heard that the delicacies offered are unparalleled. Since you are treating today, I shall not hold back, Chen Yuan remarked, providing Feng Xiaobo a gracious opportunity to mend past grievances. He believed there was no need to dwell on previous conflicts. After all, adversaries can become allies, and friends can turn into foes. As long as there are no significant conflicts of interest, it is always preferable to have an additional friend rather than an enemy. Chen Yuan closed the Longya app, exited the vehicle, and together with Feng Xiaobo, Sui Han, and Xiaofeng, they proceeded towards Zhao's private kitchen. Uncertain whether Sui Han's proximity to Chen Yuan was intentional, she consistently gravitated towards him. Chen Yuan, with his tall stature, handsome visage, and remarkable demeanor, complimented Sui Han, who possessed an elegant figure, captivating curves, and porcelain skin. The pair, a striking combination of beauty and charm, drew the attention of many as they walked together. Upon entering the Zhao's private kitchen, one was met with an exquisitely refined ambience, characterized not by traditional Chinese aesthetics, but by a Nordic minimalist design. The establishment exuded cleanliness and grace, featuring large windows that allowed natural light to flood in, complemented by crystal glass tabletops. Despite the bustling business, the atmosphere remained neither cramped nor cacophonous. As Chen Yuan stepped into the restaurant, he was immediately captivated by a mesmerizing piano melody. There, a stunning woman clad in white, with an ethereal presence and cascading long hair, skillfully played the renowned piece Castle in the Sky. Although the piano composition is deceptively simple, mastering it is a formidable challenge, for it embodies a wealth of emotion. To infuse such feelings into the music and evoke resonance in others is no trivial task. Yet, the woman seated at the piano, her fingers dancing gracefully like butterflies, transported listeners into a state of emotional harmony with her rendition of Castle in the Sky, showcasing her extraordinary talent. Upon witnessing her performance, Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This enchanting pianist was no ordinary performer. She was Zhao Yuqing, the only daughter of Chef Zhao Zhengwo, and the heiress of the Zhao's private kitchen. It was rumored that many affluent suitors sought her affection. Feng Xiaobo cast an appreciative glance at Zhao Yuqi before shifting his gaze to the beautiful anchor beside him, Sui Han. The two young women, not much apart in age, both possessed enviable figures and were similarly attractive. However, when standing side by side, it was evident that Zhao Yuqi exuded a superior aura. Upon noticing a rival whose looks were hardly inferior to her own, Sui Han felt a twinge of discontent. Although she lacked proficiency in playing the piano, she was confident that she could easily outshine the girl before her in dance. As the premier dancer of the Shark Troupe and a popular anchor with a legion of fans, she was accustomed to being the center of attention wherever she went. She would not allow another woman to eclipse her brilliance. In that moment, whether intentional or not, Sui Han subtly looped her arm around Chen Yuan's, seemingly staking her claim. At that precise instant, Zhao Yuqi finished her final note. She gently lifted her head, preparing to bow in gratitude, only to be taken aback by the sight of Chen Yuan. Yet, it was not solely Chen Yuan that captured her attention. A stunningly beautiful woman with fair skin, long legs, and a slender waist was entwined with his arm. The implication of their relationship was unmistakable. In an instant, Zhao Yuqi's complexion drained of color, leaving her pale and shaken. She felt as though she had been struck by an unprecedented betrayal. The man who had gifted her a luxurious villa just days prior, the one who had ensnared her heart and nearly made her succumb entirely, had turned around to engage with another woman? Chen Yuan, you. No, Yuqi. Let me explain. Chen Yuan was equally bewildered. He truly did not expect that Zhao Yuqi was the heiress of the Zhao family's private restaurant. Had he known, he would have refrained from dining with Sui Han and Feng Xiaobo. Initially, dining together was inconsequential. A chance encounter could easily be explained. However, who would have thought that Sui Han, in a moment of utter folly, would brazenly link her arm with his right in front of Zhao Yuqi? This was a situation from which he could not possibly extricate himself. Chen Yuan's composure was on the verge of shattering. Who could have anticipated such a catastrophic blunder? It felt like descending into the depths of a hellish nightmare, heart-wrenching and utterly challenging. Although Chen Yuan may not have genuinely fallen in love with Zhao Yuqi, her standing in his heart was undoubtedly far superior to that of Sui Han. Thus, he decisively shook off Sui Han's grasp and hastened after Zhao Yuqi, intent on offering an explanation. But what could he possibly clarify? Did she not see everything clearly? Chen Yuan, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. What exactly do you take me for? Chapter 067. Chen Yuan's deception. Chen Yuan, do you think that your wealth grants you the liberty to act as you please? Do you believe that because you are affluent, I would become your mistress? Let me be unequivocal. I, Zhao Yuqi, will never share the same man with another woman, regardless of who he may be. Zhao Yuqi's words were resolute. Her gaze upon Chen Yuan was akin to that of someone staring at a thoroughly despicable scoundrel. To play both sides in such a manner had crossed the boundaries of morality, rendering him unworthy of any forgiveness. Any form of explanation would merely serve as an excuse. Chen Yuan's mind raced to devise a strategy. The crux of the matter was, how could he possibly navigate this disastrous situation? Zhao Yuqi, favorability -5. Zhao Yuqi, favorability -5. Chen Yuan fell silent for a moment. Yet Zhao Yuqi's favorability continued to decline. Under such circumstances, any explanation he might offer would be futile, only serving to exacerbate the situation. The sole way to break the impasse was to transform passivity into initiative. Yuqi, might there be some misunderstanding? We are merely ordinary classmates. Why do you suddenly harbor such animosity towards me? Regarding any insinuations of infidelity, are you perhaps overthinking? Chen Yuan inquired, his tone questioning. This query left Zhao Yuqi momentarily bewildered. It dawned on her that she was, in fact, not Chen Yuan's girlfriend. Throughout their interactions, he had never confessed, and they had never formally established a relationship, rendering them far from being romantic partners. If they were not a couple, then the notion of Chen Yuan straddling two relationships was non-existent. He was single and free to choose whom he wished to be with, which was of no concern to her, Zhao Yuqi. However, she reconsidered. But if we are merely classmates, why did you gift me a luxurious villa? Why did you shower me with gifts worth millions during the live stream? Are you not pursuing me? Zhao Yuqi's tone softened slightly, yet she continued to press her inquiries. Yuqi, the matter is rather complex. You must understand that I do not exclusively bestow gifts upon you. During this period, I have spent considerable amounts across various live stream platforms. However, the truth is, I have my own reasons, Chen Yuan began, subtly shifting the topic as he spoke. What troubles you? Chen Yuan inquired, pulling Zhao Yuqi's arm and leading her to an unoccupied stairwell. Zhao Yuqi offered no resistance. Yuqi, have you ever watched The Richest Man in Zidamato? Yes, why do you ask? Since you have seen it, let me be succinct. My circumstances are rather similar. I stand to inherit a staggering 500 billion. However, the stipulation for this immense inheritance is that I must spend 10 billion within a month, leaving no assets behind. Fortunately, my constraints are not as severe as those in the film. The sole condition is that I can only spend on women. Now do you comprehend why I am purchasing a villa for you, showering you with gifts, and similarly bestowing gifts upon other female streamers? I, too, am a victim of circumstance. By the way, the girl you just saw is a streamer from the Shark Life platform. She flew in today from the magical city solely because I tipped her $1 million. She has since become rather clingy, though our relationship is quite tenuous. Chen Yuan spun a tale, inadvertently elucidating his connection with Sui Han. Zhao Yuqi was taken aback by such explosive revelations. You have 500 billion to inherit? The condition is to spend 10 billion within a month? Is this not a plot from a movie? Are you certain you are not merely spinning a yarn? Under normal circumstances, had anyone else recounted such a story, Zhao Yuqi would have dismissed it as a jest. When Chen Yuan uttered those words, a certain credibility emerged, as he had indeed acted in such a manner previously. He had lavishly bestowed gifts upon female streamers across multiple live streaming platforms, at times amounting to several tens of millions. His close friend, Wu Xiaofei, had even playfully criticized Chen Yuan on several occasions, speculating that he might be rather fickle, falling for every attractive female streamer he encountered. However, it now appeared that he had his own burdens to bear. After all, even Principal Wang would not gratuitously shower such exorbitant sums upon female streamers without reason. In this light, Chen Yuan's decision to purchase a luxurious villa worth 60 million was merely to fulfill a familial obligation, ensuring his inheritance of a 500 billion estate. He truly had no romantic intentions towards her, She had mistakenly overestimated her significance. How embarrassing. Zhao Yuqi felt her cheeks flush with shame, wishing to vanish into the ground. Firstly, Chen Yuan was not pursuing her. Secondly, they were not in a romantic relationship. Given these circumstances, the rationale for accusing Chen Yuan of infidelity simply did not stand. He was not a scoundrel. Moreover, Chen Yuan had clarified that the girl who had just linked arms with him was merely a streamer from the Shark platform, who had recently arrived from the bustling metropolis. How could there be any ambiguous connection between them? Reflecting upon this, Zhao Yuqi realized she had no grounds for her indignation. She was not even his girlfriend. What right did she have to point fingers and hurl accusations? Merely witnessing another girl holding his arm was hardly a justification for her moral outrage. It was absurd. Once she untangled the complexities of their relationship, her perspective shifted entirely. Different relationships inherently entail different expectations. It is much easier to consider matters from another's perspective. The crux of the matter is, Chen Yuan unexpectedly has 500 billion in inheritance to claim? What an astonishing fortune this is. If other girls were to discover this, who knows how many alluring vixens would be drawn to entice Chen Yuan. He is young, wealthy, handsome, and possesses an extraordinary demeanor, with hundreds of billions awaiting his inheritance. Such a quintessential golden son-in-law, a modern-day Prince Charming, and yet, Zhao Yuqi may not truly be worthy of him. I apologize, Chen Yuan. I misjudged you. I should not have criticized you so openly in front of so many. Zhao Yuqi murmured her apology, lowering her gaze. It's all right, as long as you can understand me. However, if my actions during this period have led to any misunderstandings on your part, I sincerely apologize. Perhaps I should have clarified things with you sooner. After the incident with Lin Shutong, I have no desire for romance in the near future. I simply wish to complete my tasks and inherit my family's fortune. Chen Yuan reflected with deep emotion. It seems that after experiencing heartbreak, he is reluctant to embark on a new romantic endeavor immediately, which is a way of honoring his past feelings. Of course, Chen Yuan's words serve merely as a precaution. He may continue to reward other female streamers and indulge in flirtations with other girls, leaving him without the need for excuses. Truly impeccable. Chapter 068. A stunning turn of events. Zhao Yuqi. Affection 5. Zhao Yuqi. Affection 5. Zhao Yuqi. Affection 1. Current affection, 91 points through a remarkable display of prowess. Chen Yuan not only managed to restore Zhao Yuqi's previously diminished affection, but also managed to elevate it further, albeit by a mere point. While this increment may seem trivial, it is worth noting that ascending in affection becomes increasingly arduous, particularly after surpassing the 90-point threshold. Each additional point thereafter is a formidable challenge. Upon receiving clarity from Chen Yuan, Zhao Yuqi found herself grappling with an unsettling revelation. He had never genuinely harbored feelings for her from the outset. Nor had he pursued her for any sincere reason. His intentions were solely to fulfill the obligations tied to his inheritance. Yet, amidst her discomfort, her admiration for Chen Yuan's character grew exponentially. This paradox underscored that he was not a man who frivolously flitted from one woman to another. As evidenced by his recent breakup with Lin Shutong, such seamless transitions are often characteristic of a cad. Previously, Zhao Yuqi had maintained a cautious stance towards Chen Yuan due to his unbroken pursuit of her, while simultaneously lavishing gifts upon other female streamers online. To claim that she felt no jealousy or suspicion regarding his character would be utterly disingenuous. A person may possess numerous virtues, yet none can wholly obscure their flaws. However, Chen Yuan's recent elucidation unveiled that his intentions were not merely driven by lust or the wanton squandering of wealth on streamers. Instead, he had expended 10 billion with the prospect of inheriting 500 billion, all in the name of fulfilling the responsibilities of an heir. His motives were, indeed, justified. Moreover, although Chen Yuan spoke of matters lightly, could the task of inheriting a fortune of 500 billion truly be so simple? Naturally not. While he appeared to be calm and composed on the surface, he was undoubtedly bearing an immense burden behind the scenes. In such a world of immense wealth, where fortunes in the hundreds of billions often breed intrigue and rivalry, how could one not engage in subtle machinations? Yet, despite the gravity of this secret, Chen Yuan chose to confide in her. This indicated that her standing in his heart was indeed somewhat unique. After indulging in a wave of self-reflection, Zhao Yuqi began to regard Chen Yuan with increasingly gentle eyes. Chen Yuan, I truly had no idea you were enduring such pressure. In comparison to you, I feel utterly naive and have long misjudged you. I sincerely apologize. What? Am I really shouldering a great deal? How come I wasn't aware of it myself? Where on earth is your mind wandering? Chen Yuan was filled with confusion. He suspected that Zhao Yuqi perhaps indulged a bit too much in melodramatic soap operas, often concocting elaborate narratives in her mind. Otherwise, she would not utter such cryptic statements. Could it be, "You truly understand me?" Chen Yuan was oblivious to her thoughts, yet he felt that claiming to understand him was certainly a compliment. Zhao Yuqi's affection level increased by 1 point, now standing at 92. Is that even possible? Thus, Chen Yuan engaged Zhao Yuqi in conversation for 5 minutes in the stairwell before escorting her back to the dining area. Just before exiting, the entire hall witnessed Zhao Yuqi's furious expression, as if she could devour Chen Yuan whole. Such a scoundrel, caught between two lovers, deserved nothing less than to be utterly obliterated. Otherwise, the resentment in my heart would be difficult to dissipate. Yet, 5 minutes later, Zhao Yuqi returned. Her complexion had returned to normal, adorned with a bashful expression, even following Chen Yuan closely, appearing quite remorseful. What on earth? Feng Xiaobo adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. He was utterly dumbfounded, left speechless and bewildered. He had observed clearly the relationship between Yin Zong and Zhao Yuqi. It was unmistakable. The predicament of being caught red-handed by the legitimate girlfriend was an inescapable disaster in his eyes, one that could only worsen with further elaboration. Zhao Yuqi's reaction did not seem conducive to any form of reconciliation. However, Yin Zong led her to the stairwell. In just 5 minutes, a situation that appeared doomed had unexpectedly turned on its head. Zhao Yuqi was well again. Not only had she completely recovered, but she also wore an expression of guilt, as if the fault lay with her rather than Yin Zong. Incredible. Absolutely remarkable. Such an enigmatic technique of courtship was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Was this not the embodiment of a love guru? The seemingly fatal predicament had been flawlessly resolved? Unfathomable. Truly unfathomable. At the age of 36, Feng Xiaobo felt an overwhelming urge to seek mentorship. If he possessed Yin Zong's prowess in romance, his own wife would have been utterly compliant by now. Why else would he feel like a thief whenever he ventured out? My apologies, everyone. I was in a foul mood earlier, which affected our dining experience. Let me extend my sincere apologies. Zhao Yuqi first extended her apologies to the other diners before turning to Feng Xiaobo and Su Yihan with an air of generosity, saying, "You are friends of Chen Yuan, correct? Since you are his friends, you are mine as well. Allow me to treat you today." "Oh no, Miss Zhao. It was agreed that I would be the one to host today." Feng Xiaobo promptly interjected with polite insistence. "Not at all. Friends of Chen Yuan are friends of mine. We are all at the same family-style restaurant, so please, no need for formality." Zhao Yuqi's words seemed to be directed at Feng Xiaobo, yet they clearly conveyed an underlying message. Her relationship with Chen Yuan was significant. They were akin to kin, not someone who could be easily swayed by others. If one wished to entice a man, they ought to consider whose territory they were in. Su Yihan discerned Zhao Yuqi's implication, yet she remained unfazed. With someone as exceptional as Yin Zong, how could he not have a few captivating companions? There were already 4 or 5 female streamers who showered him with extravagant gifts. She had never begrudged such gestures. Judging by Zhao Yuqi's demeanor, it was likely that she was not Yin Zong's official girlfriend. Otherwise, it would be improbable that she could be appeased so easily with just a few words. Since none of them were Yin Zong's official partners, what was there to be so brazen about? They were all in fair competition, with opportunities for all. When encountering an admirable man, one should take the initiative to seize him. She had no interest in those hapless individuals who lacked female affection. Happiness must be fought for. Su Yihan had toiled in the streaming industry for 3 years, rising from an obscure novice to her current standing. She understood this truth profoundly. If you do not strive and you do not seize opportunities, the only one who suffers will be yourself. Come, sit down and eat. We've been hungry all day. Chen Yuan waved his hand and found a spot in the restaurant to settle down. Zhao Yuqi immediately followed suit, unhesitatingly taking a seat to his left. Su Yihan, not one to be outdone, claimed the seat to Chen Yuan's right. The atmosphere became inexplicably tense, charged with an almost palpable energy. "Smoke, I truly wish to clarify the events from earlier today. 2 years ago, I was merely a budding streamer. At that time, I dated a boyfriend who was my top supporter in the streaming world, generous to a fault. When we finally met in person, I discovered he was not only witty and charming, but also possessed an appealing maturity and a knack for caring for others. We fell in love. I genuinely adored him, investing nearly everything into our relationship. Yet, in the end, he not only left me for my closest friend, but also deceived me financially. The earnings I painstakingly accrued from a year of streaming were borrowed under the pretext of business ventures and due to loopholes in the contract. I could not reclaim my funds. Since that incident, I have become particularly sensitive to friends asking to borrow money. My extreme reaction at the airport was unintentional. Sui Han's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her tone imbued with sincerity. It seemed she was truly recalling a painful chapter from her past. Chapter 69. A brother's great appetite. Chen Yuan felt somewhat speechless. Were it someone else, they might have been genuinely moved by Sui Han's heartfelt demeanor, allowing them to completely overlook the earlier discomfort. Her excuse was so artfully crafted that it could evoke a twinge of sympathy, making it easier to comprehend her pragmatic and materialistic tendencies. However, it seems that Chen Yuan just employed the same tactic to deceive Zhao Yuqi. Are you jesting as you turn around and attempt to ensnare me with the same ruse? The tale you have woven is even more melodramatic than mine. After contemplating for over an hour, this is what you conjured? Chen Yuan scoffed internally. Yet, on the surface, he displayed a hint of sympathy. So, you have endured such a regrettable experience, sigh. We are both wanderers in this world of misfortune. I, too, have faced similar trials in the past. I empathize with you. Chen Yuan nodded, seemingly having completely let go of the unpleasant experience of being mocked at the airport. Sui Han, affection level 1. Current affection level, 91 points. Indeed. It appears that women particularly relish hearing the phrase "I understand you." Regardless of whether you genuinely comprehend, as long as you assert that you do. Aligning with her sentiments and exhibiting an understanding and empathetic demeanor, she will show you favor. No matter your true grasp of the situation, simply proclaim that you understand. Thank you, Brother Yin, for your understanding. By the way, I still do not know your real name. I'm called Chen Yuan. So, it is Brother Chen Yuan. The conversation between Chen Yuan and Sui Han relieved Zhao Yuqi. Unexpectedly, after all this time, she did not even know Chen Yuan's name. It seems that Chen Yuan truly did not deceive her. They had only just met. Humph. Shameless green tea, clinging to a man so soon. If only you knew that Chen Yuan had 500 billion in assets awaiting inheritance, would you not have lunged at him? Zhao Yuqi thought disdainfully. Without further ado. My stomach is practically growling with hunger. Let us hasten to order. Chen Yuan picked up the menu, diverting the conversation. 1 serving of the snowflake beef, please, and a portion of the exquisite braised pork. Additionally, I would like the dry pot spicy chicken, steamed East Star grouper, Australian lobster, boiled small yellow croaker, farmhouse stir-fried pork, and a bowl of bird's nest and lotus seed soup. Let's have one of each. Chen Yuan glanced at the menu, casually selecting 7 or 8 dishes. After all, it wasn't his money being spent. The prices at Zhao's private kitchen were notoriously steep. A simple farmhouse stir-fried pork cost a staggering 108 yuan, while the steamed East Star grouper exceeded 2,000 yuan per fish. The 7 or 8 dishes he had whimsically ordered would likely total over 10,000 yuan. What an outrageous expense. This place was practically a scam. In contrast, other small eateries offered their farmhouse stir-fried pork for merely 20 yuan a serving. Charging 108 was a 5-fold increase. Chen Yuan began to grumble internally. Typically, he dined at the school cafeteria, and even when he ventured out with a few classmates, their combined bill seldom surpassed 500 yuan. If it exceeded 1,000, it was certainly for a gathering of 10 or more people. For Chen Yuan, spending over 10,000 yuan for a meal among a few friends was truly extravagant. Half an hour later. Wow, this is absolutely delectable. The flavors are spot on. Even a simple serving of farmhouse stir-fried pork is crafted from the finest ingredients. It is truly delightful. Indeed, the high prices are justified by the exceptional quality. Yuqi, your restaurant's cuisine is genuinely impressive. Zhao's private kitchen has certainly earned its renowned reputation in Han City. Chen Yuan offered his praise and then began to devour his meal ravenously. His appetite was substantial, and the more he ate, the more he relished it. Is that so? Chen Yuan, if you find it delicious, do come often in the future. I shall arrange for a seat to be reserved just for you. In truth, these dishes are merely prepared by my father's apprentice. If my father were to cook personally, that would be the epitome of exquisite flavor. If you're inclined, next time you visit my home, I shall have my father prepare a meal for you. That might not be appropriate. There's no need to be anxious. I was merely jesting. Haha. Zhao Yuqi chuckled heartily, playfully sticking out her tongue, presenting a charmingly innocent demeanor. This meal left Chen Yuan thoroughly satisfied. Such is the mark of a true master. Smoke, as expected, remains unperturbed even in the face of adversity. Impressive. At that moment, Lu Wenji's call came through unexpectedly. Hello, Xiaochen, Do you have time tomorrow? What for? Well, there's a high school reunion organized by class leader Jean Minjing, and coincidentally, it falls on a Sunday. Are you planning to attend? Not really, it doesn't sound interesting. Oh. However, I heard that this time, the class leader has also invited Xiao Ruiyu. Upon hearing the name Xiao Ruiyu, Chen Yuan's pupils constricted, and his breath caught in his throat. Chapter 070. The Unexplained Surge of Favorability Towards Sakura. Xiao Ruiyu was the goddess of Chen Yuan's high school days, his first love. At 16, he experienced his first flutter of the heart, his first blush, and his first bout of nervousness that rendered him speechless. In her presence, Chen Yuan lacked even the courage to confess his feelings. Throughout high school, he merely gazed at her from afar in silence. She was a radiant girl, while Chen Yuan felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. Upon careful reflection, it was not that he lacked the courage to confess, but rather that he possessed a keen self-awareness. How could Xiao Ruiyu possibly harbor feelings for him? It was utterly inconceivable. If such a possibility was non-existent, why subject oneself to humiliation? A man's capacity for infatuation is limited. Perhaps the tender years of adolescence are when one is most susceptible to such feelings. He might cling to the memory of a girl who made his heart flutter for the first time, an impression that could linger for many years. Yet, as he matured and encountered more women, even the sight of strikingly beautiful girls failed to elicit that youthful exhilaration. Perhaps familiarity breeds indifference. Or perhaps his heart had already been claimed by another, making it difficult to accommodate a second. Over time, he would become increasingly nonchalant, for in his eyes, no one could ever compare to her. Chen Yuan remained silent for a good 10 seconds before finally speaking up. Where shall we gather tomorrow? Tomorrow at 5 in the afternoon, at the Juzhou Hotel. I should also mention that Li Yuntao will be there. After all these years, that rascal still harbors unyielding sentiments. Reminded Lu Wenjia. During high school, Li Yuntao was an exemplary student, a model of diligence and leadership, later gaining admission to Huaxia University of Geosciences, a prestigious 985 institution. His family was well off. His father held a prominent position in the Education Bureau. After the conclusion of the college entrance examination, Li Yuntao publicly confessed to Xiao Ruiyu. And although he faced rejection, he still dared to do what many boys only dreamed of. It's fine. I am free tomorrow. Chen Yuan concluded the call, his heart a whirlpool of complex emotions. At this moment, Su Yihan sent him another message on WeChat. Brother Yen, I will be going live shortly. Will you come to my live stream? Of course. Chen Yuan replied absent-mindedly while typing. In truth, he had already resolved to stop gifting Su Yihan. However, upon reflection, he realized that her fondness for him was merely 4 points shy of a successful turnaround. If he showered her with more gifts now, the returns in the form of affection coins would multiply swiftly. There was absolutely no need to be at odds with money. It was also the opportune moment to solidify the illustrious reputation of the affluent Yin on the Shark platform. Chen Yuan opened the system interface to check Su Yihan's affection progress bar. Name, Su Yihan. Stage name, Xiaomier. Current affection level, 91 points affection coin expenditure, 10, 020. 000 turnaround bonus, 1, 020, 000, unfulfilled, reward enhancement points, 25, unfulfilled, reward skill, dance mastery, unfulfilled. Next, he examined Zhao Yuqi's progress. Name, Zhao Yuqi. Stage name, Chi Cutie. Current affection level, 92 points affection coin expenditure, 65, 000, turnaround bonus, 6, 500. 000, unfulfilled, reward enhancement points, 25, unfulfilled, reward skill, master level piano proficiency, unfulfilled. And then he checked Lin Shudong's status. Name, Lin Shutong. Current affection level, 95 points current status, turnaround successful. Lastly, he looked at Su Leilei's status. Name, Su Leilei. Current affection level, 96 points current status, turnaround successful. Finally, he checked Yi Jiying's progress. Name, Yi Jiying. Current affection level, 76 points. The expenditure limit for the devoted admirer stands at 0, as does the return bonus from the reversal attempt. The points for reward enhancement are a mere 22. And the skill acquired is mastery and dance, both of which remain uncompleted. Currently, there are 5 young ladies tied to this ardent suitor. Among them, Lin Shutong and Su Leilei have successfully turned the tables, earning substantial rewards in the process. Zhao Yuqi and Su Yihan have also reached a commendable affection level exceeding 90 points. The possibility of reversal hinges on one final crucial push. What astonished Chen Yuan was He Jing. To his surprise, he realized he had never spent even a penny on her. Their interactions were limited to 2 conflicts with Li Yong, during which he had merely showcased his luxury vehicle. Yet, he distinctly recalled that He Jing's affection for him was only 25 points at that time. How could it have inexplicably surged to 76 points after just a few days apart? Could it be that affection could ascend so effortlessly without any effort on his part? Chen Yuan was taken aback. Could it be that He Jing had discovered his identity as the illustrious Yin? Or perhaps the recent viral incident involving the running knight had set her heart racing, rendering her unable to contain her emotions? The only explanations Chen Yuan could fathom were these 2 possibilities. Indeed, he was correct in his conjecture. After the viral spread of Chen Yuan's video, He Jing felt an inexplicable sense of regret. It was not regret over her breakup with Li Yong, but rather a lament for not having retained Chen Yuan's WeChat contact. This man, who dominated the athletic arena, exuding unparalleled prowess, was equally extraordinary in his true identity, a wealthy heir driving a Rolls-Royce. Yet in school, he maintained an astonishingly low profile, displaying remarkable strength without the slightest inclination to flaunt or boast. Had it not been for Li Yang's aggressive demeanor, which led to his own humiliation, others would not have bothered to feign superiority in his presence. Reflecting upon this, Chen Yuan seemed to eclipse Li Yong by several magnitudes. Moreover, Li Yang's temperament was far from amiable. Over the past few days, He Jing found herself regretting each time she viewed Chen Yuan's videos. Somehow, she felt an inexplicable fondness for him. Although they had only met twice in reality, those encounters had left an indelible impression on her heart. Consequently, each time she revisited those videos, he appeared increasingly handsome, and her heart fluttered ever more. She found herself yearning to replay them hundreds of times daily. In the female dormitory of Huda University, room 708, Jing was questioned by her roommate, Zhou Qing. It's Saturday, aren't you going out with your boyfriend? You've already watched the Running Hero-s videos hundreds of times. Aren't you tired of it? I broke up with Li Yong. He is nothing but a scoundrel. I have made up my mind. The running hero shall be my next boyfriend. Don't be ridiculous. Do you even know who the running hero is? Of course. The story is rather lengthy. I was watching a match on the school playground when a remarkably handsome boy suddenly approached me to strike up a conversation, even asking for my WeChat. I declined, and he must have felt quite dejected. Later, to prove himself, he dashed onto the competition track. That person is now the sensational running hero on Douyin. He Jing declared with conviction. What? The running hero became famous because of you? Don't exaggerate. Sakura, I am aware of your fondness for the charismatic runner. Your preference leans towards athletic young men. Yet you cannot cast aside your boyfriend merely due to an infatuation with a fleeting internet celebrity, especially one whose visage is scarcely discernible. Zhou Qing urged. Just a moment ago, I witnessed Li Yong downstairs, presenting a bouquet of roses and arranging 999 candles, all in an effort to apologize to you. A recently returned roommate remarked to He Jing. An apology? Only now does he seek to make amends? It is too late. Regardless, you ought to descend and clarify matters. Do you not think? At that moment, Chen Yuan returned to campus. As he stepped through the school gates and passed by the library, he noticed a throng gathered near the girls' dormitory, a veritable sea of people. Many were capturing the moment on their phones, creating quite the commotion. Chen Yuan, driven by curiosity, approached the crowd. Chapter 071, Attracting Girls with Talent. Wow. Is that Li Yong, the captain of the track team? He is rather handsome. Not only is Li Yong the captain, but it is also rumored that his family owns a company with assets in the millions. Do you see that BMW 7 Series beside him? How many third-year students can afford such luxury? With Li Yang's exceptional qualities, one must question He Jing's sanity for considering leaving such a remarkable boyfriend. She seems to believe that her beauty, ample bosom, and long legs grant her some extraordinary status. Among the onlookers, several girls expressed their jealousy, clearly enamored with Li Yong, and thus particularly disdainful of He Jing. When she first entered as a freshman last year, He Jing had already captivated the audience at the New Year's Gala. She attracted many outstanding seniors who sought her affection, leading to discontent among numerous girls. Eventually, Li Yong triumphed over all his rivals in this fierce competition for affection, spending nearly 6 months to win He Jing's heart. Yet, merely a month into their relationship, they were on the verge of breaking up. He Jing was indeed being rather difficult. Contrary to the sentiments of the girls, the boys believed that Li Yong, this fortunate fellow, was truly blessed in love. Among the new female students, He Jing was undoubtedly one of the most beautiful. Not only was she extraordinarily attractive, but she also possessed a captivating S-shaped figure. Li Yong was merely relying on his family's wealth. Otherwise, how could he have pursued such an alluring junior? Such a prized catch seemed to have fallen into the hands of a swine. As He Jing descended, Chen Yuan approached and discovered that it was actually Li Yong apologizing to her. Beneath the girls' dormitory, he had arranged an enormous heart shape with candles, holding 99 roses and kneeling on one knee. Beside him stood a BMW 7 Series. Luxurious cars, fresh flowers, candles, and love combined with a crowd of onlookers. The atmosphere was indeed set. The sincerity was palpable. Under normal circumstances, He Jing should have forgiven him. After all, this was not a confession but an apology. Li Yang's willingness to put in such effort was a testament to his genuine intentions, providing He Jing with the respect she deserved. However, the outcome was often unexpected. As He Jing stepped down, she immediately spotted Chen Yuan among the crowd. "Xiaoying, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you that day. I realize my mistake. Please forgive me." Li Yong approached He Jing, extending the flowers with a sincere tone. "Leave me be." He Jing did not catch his flowers, but instead hurriedly ran to Chen Yuan. "I'm so sorry. That day, actually, How about we exchange WeChat?" He Jing spoke haltingly, her face flushed with embarrassment. To everyone's astonishment, she had taken the initiative to ask Chen Yuan for his WeChat. In an instant, the crowd was left dumbfounded. A group of onlookers was rendered speechless. Li Yang's face turned ashen, feeling as though a green hat had been thrust upon him, nearly causing him to choke with rage. Wasn't He Jing Li Yang's girlfriend? What was she doing flirting with another man right in front of him? Goodness, wasn't that the notorious Chen Yuan, the campus forum's most infamous cad, who had received breakfast from beauties like Lin Shutang, Su Lele, and Zhao Yuqi? Now, even Li Yang's girlfriend was being swept away by him? Why did it seem that he was so remarkable despite his tarnished reputation, attracting women to him so readily? Was He Jing deliberately trying to provoke Li Yong? Or did she genuinely wish to sever ties with him for Chen Yuan? As he observed the crowd whispering and pointing, Li Yong felt utterly humiliated. For a man, there is no greater embarrassment than being publicly cuckolded. Li Yong was furious, truly enraged. He felt a fire igniting within him, obliterating all reason. "Damn you, Chen Yuan. If I don't take you down today, I swear I won't bear the surname Li." Li Yong stormed forward, raising his fist to strike Chen Yuan squarely in the face. He is the captain of the athletics team at the Physical Education Institute, possessing a robust physique and towering stature, with astonishing explosive power. Typically, 2 or 3 men combined would struggle to match his strength. However, today he faces Chen Yuan. Li Yong's speed is impressive, but Chen Yuan's is even swifter. Li Yong's explosive force is formidable, yet Chen Yuan's is even more potent. In a fleeting moment, as Li Yong strikes, Chen Yuan, with the speed of lightning, delivers a kick that sends him flying. Li Yong quickly regains his footing, only to be sent sprawling once more. In less than 2 minutes, Li Yong finds himself overwhelmed by Chen Yuan. How could a muscular man from the Physical Education Institute be utterly outclassed by this frail literature student? What absurdity is this? With such a powerful physique, could it be merely for show? He can't even best Chen Yuan, a supposed weakling from the arts department? It is a disgrace to the institute. This is inconceivable. Why am I unable to defeat him? Doubts about his own abilities begin to plague Li Yong. He recalls 3 years ago when he had slapped Chen Yuan mercilessly while the latter was utterly defenseless. He could strike and humiliate him at will. Yet, 3 years later, not only has Chen Yuan stolen his girlfriend right before his eyes, but he also cannot win a fight against him. He lost in the sprint, lost in the luxury car contest, lost in the pursuit of women, and now he has lost even in a brawl. Li Yang's mental state crumbles. And that wretched woman. How dare you betray me? Chen Yuan, just you wait. This matter will not end here. With a venomous remark, Li Yong swiftly retreats. If he lingers any longer, he would become the subject of ridicule. Am I insane? What have I done to deserve this? Chen Yuan felt utterly speechless. He conceded that his relationship with Li Yong was indeed strained. However, aside from the initial incident during the athletics competition where he deliberately provoked Li Yong, he had not instigated any further confrontations. Rather, it was Li Yong who attempted to show off in front of him, only to be humiliated in return. Today's event was purely coincidental. He merely intended to observe the commotion. Who could have predicted that he would become an innocent bystander in this affair? Your sister initiated the flirtation with me. Should I be blamed for that? If you intend to strike me, it is only natural that I would retaliate, is it not? Am I to be held accountable for this? Chen Yuan shook his head in disbelief. Just as he was about to depart, He Jiying suddenly dashed back to his side. With her fingers intertwined and a bashful demeanor, her large, round eyes sparkled as if filled with pink bubbles. The gaze she directed at Chen Yuan was intensely passionate. Chen Yuan, you are truly remarkable. I never anticipated your skills would be so exceptional. Even Li Yong couldn't match you. Have you trained before? He Jiying, affection level 5, He Jiying, affection level 5, He Jiying, affection level 5, current affection level, 91 points. He Jiying seemed to completely disregard Li Yong. This girl, with her ample bosom and long legs, appeared to have a penchant for violence, perhaps explaining her attraction to athletic men. Chen Yuan was utterly astonished that He Jiying's affection for him had escalated so rapidly. They had only met 3 times. Yet her affection had soared to 91 points. Moreover, he had never spent a single penny on her. Could it be that he had reached a profound level where talent alone could captivate women without the need for financial expenditure? Chapter 072, The Definitive Proof of a Scoundrel. As He Jiying pursued Chen Yuan for his contact information, Zhao Yuqi returned to the girls' dormitory. Upon her arrival, her friend Wu Xiaofei approached her, visibly conflicted. Chi, there's something I am uncertain whether to disclose. If I remain silent, I fear you might fall victim to deceit. Yet, if I speak, I worry it might cause you distress. Wu Xiaofei stammered. Zhao Yuqi's heart sank, fearing the worst. It's all right. Please tell me. Chi. I advise you to sever ties with that scoundrel Chen Yuan. You may not yet grasp the extent of his transgressions. Zhao Yuqi was taken aback, bewildered as to how Chen Yuan had become the topic of conversation. What has he done? Take a look for yourself. This is the trending topic on Weibo from this afternoon. Wu Xiaofei handed her the phone. Zhao Yuqi glanced at the screen, where the Weibo headline read, "The extraordinary tycoon Lonely One Cigarette, in 3 days, amassed 150 million, while the obscure little streamer gained 1 million followers in a single day, becoming the new darling of the live streaming world." This Weibo trend had surfaced merely hours prior, and the comments had already surpassed 20,000. See, Chi? For the past few days, I've been tracking Lonely One Cigarette on your behalf. Who would have thought that Chen Yuan, this rogue, would be so cunning? He has avoided Shark Live and Douyin. Instead, he has taken to Longya Live, a platform I have never followed, and lavished a staggering 150 million on 2 female streamers. That is an astronomical sum, particularly that classmate Ruashi, Chen Yuan's gifts to her alone exceeded 100 million. I initially believed that his purchase of luxurious villas for you indicated his unwavering devotion. However, look at what he has done in just 2 days of absence. This philanderer, this scoundrel, this disgraceful wretch, is merely toying with your affections. He is nothing but a spendthrift, and if he continues this reckless extravagance, even with an abundance of wealth at his disposal, he will squander it all. It infuriates me to no end. He is akin to a stubborn clay that cannot be molded. Wu Xiaofei grew increasingly agitated. Chen Yuan's actions are utterly reprehensible, beyond redemption. He flirts with female streamers online, proving himself to be an unreliable partner. Yet upon hearing this tirade, Zhao Yuqi displayed no signs of shock. Instead, she remained remarkably composed. Xiaofei, please refrain from speaking ill of Chen Yuan in my presence. You do not truly understand him. Furthermore, I am aware of his gifting to female streamers. What? Wu Xiaofei was taken aback, utterly astonished. She could not fathom Zhao Yuqi's thoughts. Since you know Chen Yuan is bestowing gifts upon other female streamers, and substantial ones at that, why are you not the least bit upset? Have you been brainwashed? Any woman would be enraged upon learning such news. Chi, what has happened to you? Have you truly lost your senses to this scoundrel? Chen Yuan is not a good man. Why do you refuse to listen to reason? Wu Xiaofei implored earnestly. Xiaofei, if you continue to speak like this, I will truly be angered. I am well aware of who Chen Yuan is. His gifts to the female streamer are for reasons beyond your comprehension. Do not slander him again, do you hear me? Zhao Yuqi's expression darkened as she earnestly addressed Wu Xiaofei. She seemed genuinely repulsed by her friend's disparagement of Chen Yuan. Are you out of your mind? You are truly insane. Wu Xiaofei's face reflected disbelief. She had never anticipated that her well-meaning attempt to expose a scoundrel for her friend would lead to such a reaction. Instead of gratitude, Zhao Yuqi was fiercely defending Chen Yuan. Was she under some sort of spell? Even with the evidence laid bare, she remained obstinately blind to the truth. Has your mind short-circuited? This incident sparked a fierce argument between Zhao Yuqi and Wu Xiaofei. Should Chen Yuan become aware of this confrontation, He would likely feel grateful for having taken precautions in advance. Otherwise, today could have culminated in a disastrous revelation. Following Wu Xiaofei's bold assertions, Zhao Yuqi's fondness for Chen Yuan would undoubtedly wane, perhaps even turning into aversion. Moreover, if this matter remained unresolved, even if Chen Yuan concocted an excuse later, Zhao Yuqi might not believe him. Conversely, Chen Yuan had already fortified his defenses. Should Wu Xiaofei present further evidence, it would merely paint her as a gossip-monger, sowing discord and maliciously defaming him. The sequence of revelations matters greatly. Their impact is vastly different. Zhao Yuqi, Affection 1 current affection level, 93 points. On his way back to the dormitory, Chen Yuan suddenly realized that Zhao Yuqi's fondness for him had increased once more. What could this mean? What was going on with Zhao Yuqi? Had she perhaps triggered some hidden narrative? Chen Yuan was utterly perplexed. It seemed that recently, many women had become rather infatuated. It was not just Sakura. Inexplicably, her feelings had intensified as well. To his astonishment, Zhao Yuqi was also experiencing this phenomenon. It appeared that his charm had indeed reached an extraordinary level, capable of attracting women without the need for monetary expenditure. This must be the dilemma of a handsome man. Chen Yuan sighed softly as he returned to his dormitory and lay down on his bed. He then opened Shark Live and entered Xiaomier's streaming room, where he began to shower her with rockets. Wow, Smoke Master, you're back. Smoke Master is so generous, truly impressive. Smoke Master has brushed 1 billion on Lanya, and now he's back on Shark flaunting. It feels like Smoke Master alone could outshine all the wealthy patrons. Wow, thank you, Smoke Master brother, for the super rocket. I appreciate it so much. Moi? Xiaomier exclaimed with delight. It seemed that the unpleasant incident had finally passed. Smoke Master had truly forgiven her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have continued showering her with gifts. On the other side, Wu Xiaofei was left feeling unyielding after being reprimanded by Zhao Yuqi. In her mind, she had already labeled Chen Yuan as a scoundrel. She was determined not to allow her close friend to become ensnared in his charms. Wu Xiaofei opened Shark Live, initially harboring little hope, but upon entering, she discovered a streaming room bursting with excitement. On the global screen, a wealthy patron was fervently showering the host, Xiaomier, with super rockets. Who else could this person be but the lonely yet extravagant Smoke? Ah, you scoundrel Chen Yuan. I initially intended to gather evidence to solidify my claims, yet you have presented yourself so conveniently. If I do not bring you to your knees this time, I swear I shall not bear the surname Wu. Chi-Chi, come quickly and take a look at the recent Weibo screenshots. I shall refrain from further comments, but observe what this Chen Yuan fellow is currently up to. Wu Xiaofei pointed emphatically at the computer screen, which displayed the ID Lonely with a cigarette, who had already bestowed over 1,000 super rockets upon the streamer Xiaomi, showing no signs of halting. At that moment, Zhao Yuqi approached slowly. P.S. I recommend a remarkable work titled I Can Imitate the Great Leaders of All Realms, authored by Pinyin Zimu. This book is splendid and comes highly praised by a friend in a group of handsome fellows. For those in search of a good read, you might consider delving into it. Chapter 073. I have already changed my shoes. Do you see? This scoundrel Chen Yuan is now showering other female streamers with rockets. Wu Xiaofei crossed her arms, eager to witness the astonishment on Zhao Yuqi's face. However, to her surprise, there was none. Zhao Yuqi remained composed, even after witnessing Chen Yuan bestowing rockets upon other female streamers. Instead, she remained remarkably unperturbed. I know this female streamer. In fact, I dined with her today. She has been attempting to entice Chen Yuan. Zhao Yuqi remarked with evident distaste. You dined together? Indeed, the three of us, her, Chen Yuan, and I shared a meal. Zhao Yuqi confirmed. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaofei was rendered speechless, her disbelief evident as she stared wide-eyed at Zhao Yuqi. Is this still the most enchanting beauty of the literature college that she once knew? Is this still the proud and lofty campus flower of Hunan University? Have you truly become so humble for Chen Yuan that you no longer mind the presence of other women? Oh my goodness, you are the campus flower, and yet you have transformed into a mere sycophant. Do not overthink it. Chen Yuan is not the person you imagine him to be. The gifts he bestows upon the female streamer stem from different motives, though I cannot disclose them at this moment. In any case, I shall not relinquish my pursuit of Chen Yuan. If I withdraw now, it would only grant those vile individuals an opportunity. Upon hearing Zhao Yuqi's explanation, Wu Xiaofei was nearly driven to the brink of despair. She could not fathom what reasoning could justify Zhao Yuqi's indifference towards Chen Yuan gifting other women. Is there truly such a magnanimous woman in this world? Impossible. Unthinkable. Could it be that Zhao Yuqi does not genuinely harbor feelings for Chen Yuan, but merely views him as an ATM, hence her complete lack of concern? Yet, that does not seem to align with Zhao Yuqi's evident affection for Chen Yuan. It is all too convoluted. I feel as if my worldviews are on the verge of collapse. Chi, do take care of yourself. It has become so blatant. Yet you still seek to speak well of Chen Yuan. Observing Wu Xiaofei in such a state of emotional turmoil, Zhao Yuqi felt equally speechless. You are my dearest confidant. Why must you persist in opposing Chen Yuan? Has he wronged you in any way? Furthermore, you have only scratched the surface of the situation, yet you hastily condemn others. Do you not find that rather rash? Zhao Yuqi was reluctant to delve into lengthy explanations, fully aware of Wu Xiaofei's temperament. This confidant possesses an insatiable curiosity, particularly for gossip, and is utterly incapable of keeping a secret. If she were to learn that Chen Yuan is poised to inherit a staggering 500 billion in assets, it is highly likely that within a few days, the entire school would be privy to this information. At that point, one can only speculate how many alluring individuals would attempt to ensnare Chen Yuan's attention. Wouldn't this be an unnecessary invitation for enmity? Although she exudes confidence, there exists another formidable presence within the school, Qin Bing Xue. What if? An hour later, Chen Yuan generously showered the streamer, Xiaomi, with a spectacular display of 10,000 super rockets. As of now, the audience on the Shark platform, along with the streamers, have become utterly desensitized. The first time they witnessed Yanzong showering gifts in such abundance, they were nearly overwhelmed to the point of disbelief. However, as they grew accustomed to it, they found their hearts more resilient, perceiving millions as mere trifles. If Yanzong can effortlessly bestow 100 million on Lanya, then his current 2 million seems rather restrained, indicating he is holding back. The chat room erupted with an avalanche of comments, celebrating Yanzong's grandeur. Not only was Xiaomi's stream filled with such admiration, the entirety of the Shark platform witnessed a similar phenomenon across all streamers' channels. He is not a streamer, yet his reputation eclipses that of many. Yanzong's name has become legendary within the realm of the affluent. Goodness, showering gifts incessantly has nearly strained his hand. Perhaps it is time to cease and indulge in a bath and slumber. Chen Yuan contemplated whether he should hire someone specifically to shower him with gifts. Someone who need do nothing but sit there and lavish him with offerings every day, every month, a salary of 10,000 yuan. However, upon further reflection, it is better to let it go. Given Yanzong's current identity, it is still inconvenient to expose himself to the public eye. The funds in the system can only be accessed by him alone. Such thoughts are merely a jest. After taking a shower, Chen Yuan retired for the night. That evening, the stars twinkled and the clouds dissipated. The crescent moon hung in the sky, its soft light bathing the earth, seemingly heralding a fine weather for the morrow. The next day dawned bright and cheerful, with golden sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating the desk in his dormitory. Indeed, it was a splendid day. Chen Yuan rose at 10 o'clock in the morning. After getting out of bed, he washed his face, brushed his teeth, and took a shower, even washing his hair, which he typically did only every 2 days. He had already washed it yesterday, so logically it shouldn't require a wash today. Yet, there was a gathering of classmates today, and Xiao Ruoyu would be present. His hair absolutely had to be clean. Without a fresh hairstyle, he felt a lack of confidence. Boys tend to be inexplicably concerned about their hairdos. After washing his hair, Chen Yuan changed his clothes and headed to the cafeteria for a meal. After finishing his lunch, he glanced at the clock. Is it really only noon? For some reason, Chen Yuan felt that time was dragging unusually today. Usually, he found time to fly by. A few rounds of games could easily occupy half the day, but today, he truly lacked the inclination to play. He paced restlessly around the dormitory, irritating his roommates. Hey, what's going on with you today? Lao Si suddenly asked. You seemed a bit distracted while eating just now. Come on, stop dawdling and get online. The special forces are ready, Xiong Tao urged. Feel free to enjoy yourselves, said Zhou Huquan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Just now, Sun Rie messaged me, informing that the 4 girls in her dormitory are quite bored this afternoon and wish to join us for a gathering. It perfectly aligns with our numbers, 4 boys and 4 girls, so why not head to KTV for some singing? Are you interested? As soon as he spoke, Lao Xiong and Lao Chao mirrored his enthusiasm. Wow, a proactive approach from the girls. What a rare opportunity. Apart from Sun Rue and Lin Shutong, that Li Xiaoling seems quite charming as well. What was the name of the other one? Su Tao remarked with a mischievous grin. I'm not sure about the other girl. Perhaps she's a bit plump? I haven't really paid attention, but Li Xiaoling is definitely appealing. Su Tao encouraged, his excitement palpable. Let us do this. Quickly replied his son Rui, saying we agree. However, he seemed to disregard Chen Yuan's objections. Wait a moment, I can't make it today. I have other commitments this afternoon, Chen Yuan interjected. All right then, Zhou Haikuan acknowledged, beginning to draft a response. Dear Rui, Chen Yuan is unable to join us today. But the rest of us are available. Let's head to Joy Space for some karaoke, it's not far. Perhaps we can meet up first and discuss further. Once he completed the message, he promptly sent it. A swift reply came back. Chen Yuan can't make it? Then let us cancel today as plans. Don't be like that. Even if Chen Yuan can't join, we can still have fun. Zhou Haikuan pleaded, but upon reading Sun Rui's response, he felt utterly perplexed. How could things change so abruptly? Old Zhou, what is the situation now? I have already changed my shoes. Chapter 074. What's the big deal about the girl being 20 minutes late? Well, Sun Rui just informed me that the event has been cancelled. Zhou Haikuan said awkwardly. What is going on? Was she the one who initiated the invitation just moments ago? Why the sudden cancellation? Chen Yuan is not going. So the girls in her dormitory have lost their motivation to come out. Zhou Haikuan shrugged his shoulders, feeling somewhat helpless. Life can be as lonely as falling snow. It is painful to watch the girl you admire fall for your brother, and yet you are powerless to change the situation. Can Chen Yuan be blamed for this? Clearly. He never intended to compete with Zhou Haikuan for Sun Rui's affection. Yet, Sun Rui seems to have a preference for Chen Yuan, evidently using Zhou Haikuan as a mere stepping stone to get closer to him. He had contemplated removing Sun Rui from his contacts, but he found himself unable to do so. He felt inexplicably relegated to the role of a backup, perhaps not even worthy of that title. I understand now. With Lin Shutong in their dormitory, it seems Sun Rui also. Lao Chao glanced at Chen Yuan, not fully articulating his thoughts due to his concern for Zhou Haichuan's feelings. Ahem. This gathering was likely orchestrated by Lin Shutong in an attempt to reconcile with Lao Si. If Lao Si does not attend, today's event will surely be cancelled. Lao Chao shook his head, having seen through the situation quite clearly. Yuan Good. Is it not acceptable for me to call you Yuan Gu? For the sake of our brother's happiness, you should make a small sacrifice. Moreover, going out to sing with the girls is not a loss for you. Xiong Tao suddenly switched to calling him Yuan Gu. In pursuit of romance, he was willing to go to great lengths. Calling him Master Yuan was futile. Today, he genuinely had pressing matters to attend to. Chen Yuan waved his hand decisively, his tone resolute, utterly unmoved. Master Yuan, are you truly so heartless? If I end up single for life, you shall bear the responsibility. By the way, what time do you have commitments this afternoon? 5 o'clock. Why the urgency at 5? It's barely past noon. Just agree for now. Once the girls from Sun Rui's dormitory are out, you can transition to your next engagement at 4. Do you not understand the essence of time management? Xiong Tao's words struck a chord, illuminating a new perspective. Effective time management seemed feasible after all. Scheduling 2 appointments in a day appeared quite reasonable. It was rumored that some exceptional individuals could manage 5 or 6 within a single day without issue. Tao was right. It was merely a matter of hopping from one appointment to another. As long as he could get the girls from Sun Rui's dormitory to come out, his task would be accomplished, leaving him free to go wherever he pleased afterward. Brother Yuan, the happiness of our later lives hinges on you. Old Chao chimed in agreement. All right then, at the latest, I shall depart by 4. Chen Yuan contemplated. The Happy Space KTV was not far from the Jiuzhou Hotel. A taxi ride would only take about 20 minutes. The high school reunion was set for 5 in the afternoon. Time was certainly on his side. Okay, Lao Zhou, reach out once more. Without needing further encouragement from Xiong Tao, Zhou Haikuan had already begun messaging Sun Rui. Xiao Rui, Chen Yuan has agreed to join us. Shall we gather at the school gate? What do you think? In the girls' dormitory, Sun Rui clutched her phone, reading the message from Zhou Haikuan. Initially devoid of interest, a spark of enthusiasm suddenly ignited. Shutong, Chen Yuan has agreed to come out. How about that? I must say, I am quite impressive. Since you were unable to coax Chen Yuan out, we shall approach his roommate instead. My reasoning is sound, is it not? As long as he shows up, everything will fall into place. Sun Rui beamed with joy, eager to assist Lin Shutong in winning over Chen Yuan. However, another roommate, Li Xiaoling, sensed something amiss. Why are you so excited about helping Lin Shutong set up a date with Chen Yuan? What is it about Chen Yuan that captivates them so? Has he truly agreed to come? Thank you. Dear Rui, I knew you would always be my greatest ally, to help me win back Chen Yuan. You even sacrificed your own charm to entice Zhou Haiquan. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Lin Shutong expressed her deep gratitude. Though she noticed Sun Rui's excessive enthusiasm for the matter, she chose not to question it. After all, 3 years of sisterhood, surely. Rui would not betray her trust by pursuing Chen Yuan behind her back? Around 1:30, Chen Yuan and his 3 roommates appeared at the school gate. Having waited for a full 20 minutes, Lin Shutong, Sun Rui, Li Shaoling, and Wang Wenwan finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. Chen Yuan could not fathom why girls had such a penchant for tardiness. They had agreed to meet at 1:30, yet they insisted on arriving 20 minutes late. Chen Yuan found this rather distasteful. It wasn't too much to ask for punctuality, was it? Surely arriving on time would not diminish their grace. Apologies, Chen Yuan, for our tardiness. We were just caught up with makeup and changing outfits, which took longer than anticipated. I hope you are not upset, Lin Shutong inquired cautiously. It had been a week since they last met, and she noticed that Chen Yuan seemed to have grown taller, his physique more robust, and he appeared even more handsome. Although he still wore casual attire, his confidence and sunny disposition exuded an extraordinary charm. Lin Shutong's heart raced rapidly, realizing that Chen Yuan increasingly resembled the prince she had long envisioned. Not only was he affluent, but his looks, build, and demeanor were also precisely her preferred type. How had she been so blind to have discarded Chen Yuan for that scoundrel Huang Junkai? Not angry. I've grown accustomed to your lateness. If one day you were to arrive on time, I would be genuinely surprised. Chen Yuan replied coolly, seemingly disinterested in entangling further with Lin Shutong. What is wrong with you? How can you lack such grace? As a gentleman, isn't it customary to wait for a lady? It's only been 20 minutes. Why are you so impatient? I've never encountered such an ungentlemanly man. Li Shaoling chastised him without reservation. She was unfamiliar with Chen Yuan and unaware of his circumstances, save for knowing that he had pursued Lin Shutong for 3 years. It seemed Lin Shutong had wronged him in some way. Yet, regardless of the past, she was a lady, and now that she had extended an olive branch and offered an apology, what more did he desire? In her view, Chen Yuan's behavior was utterly excessive, and despite his slight handsomeness, his attire was nothing more than casual wear, devoid of any remarkable attributes. Shaoling, please don't be like this. It is indeed our fault for being late. Chen Yuan, I apologize on behalf of Shaoling. It was not her intention. Upon hearing these words from Sun Rui, Li Shaoling was taken aback. In her recollection, Sun Rui was not one to reason so sensibly. Previously, when she had kept a gentleman waiting for an hour, she had been unapologetic. Yet now, after being 20 minutes late, she offered an apology? It seemed quite unreasonable to her. The atmosphere grew somewhat delicate, but Li Shaoling remained unconvinced. After all, what prospects could a 3-year admirer possibly have? Was it merely due to his handsome appearance? Could looks alone sustain one? 20 minutes later, the group arrived at the Joy Space KTV. Just as they stepped out of the taxi, a blue Maserati pulled up in front of them, from which emerged a strikingly handsome young man. Wow, how handsome. I wonder when my boyfriend will be able to drive such a luxury car. He only has a Mercedes-Benz 350. Li Shaoling exclaimed, her words seemingly dripping with ostentation. At that moment, Chapter 075, Li Yuntao had completely inflated his ego. The elegant and dapper young man descended from the Maserati, standing at approximately 182 meters tall. With a slightly lean physique, his complexion was notably fair, even fairer than that of many women. He exuded an air of intellectuality, instantly giving the impression of a well-educated youth. He bore a striking resemblance to the current national idol, Kuan, both belonging to the category of youthful heartthrobs. Upon first laying eyes on Chen Yuan, the man paused for a moment, taken aback. It took a full 5 seconds before he approached with measured steps. Chen Yuan, I did not expect to encounter you here. It must have been around 3 years since we last met, hasn't it? Li Shaoling appeared utterly bewildered. How could Chen Yuan possibly know such a wealthy heir who drives a Maserati? Moreover, the young man exuded an air of sophistication and striking handsomeness. Reminiscent of a Korean heartthrob, he truly embodied her ideal image of a Prince Charming. Li Yuntao? Chen Yuan inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Yes, it's me. Li Yuntao nodded affirmatively. To Chen Yuan's surprise, even before the high school reunion had commenced, he had already encountered Li Yuntao. This individual, who outwardly appeared refined and tidy, harbored a rather tumultuous nature beneath the surface. It was rumored that his father held a prominent position in the Education Bureau, while his mother was the founder of an educational institution, resulting in a strict upbringing from a young age. Throughout high school, he had refrained from pursuing romantic relationships, secretly harboring feelings for Xiao Ruiyu for 3 years. However, by the time of graduation, Li Yuntao mustered the courage to confess his feelings for Xiao Ruiyu in front of the entire faculty and student body. In stark contrast, Chen Yuan lacked even the courage to express his affections. It was said that Li Yuntao had endured significant parental repression during high school, but upon entering university, he liberated himself completely. Since then, he had been unable to restrain his indulgences, frequently frequenting the more extravagant locales. Of course, it was also possible that after being rejected by Xiao Ruiyu, he succumbed to self-indulgence as a means of coping. Chen Yuan remained unaware of the precise reasons. Nevertheless, this individual exhibited a facade of charm while concealing a penchant for ostentation. Li Yuntao's initial impression was one of genteel elegance, yet in truth, he reveled in showcasing his achievements. During high school, he would boast about his examination results, and in university, he flaunted his institution, luxurious vehicles, opulent villas, and attractive companions. He frequently posted on social media to display his lifestyle, often traveling abroad and indulging in outings to karaoke bars and nightclubs. At such a young age, he had already immersed himself in a life of excess and hedonism, savoring every moment of his lavish existence. Consequently, Chen Yuan ultimately decided to block him, as he felt uncomfortable upon reading his messages. Who exactly is this handsome gentleman, Chen Yuan? He is Li Yuntao, my former class vice president from the second class of our senior year. Currently, he is enrolled at Huaxia University of Geological Sciences, an esteemed 985 institution. His mother is the founder of an English training organization, and their family fortune is nearing a staggering 100 million, I dare say. Chen Yuan elaborated on Li Yuntao's background, thoroughly catering to his penchant for ostentation and display. Nay, Chen Yuan, your claims are excessively exaggerated. My family possesses merely 5 properties, 2 villas, and 4 vehicles. My mother simply enjoys teaching. Our total assets barely amount to 50 million. Li Yuntao waved his hand dismissively, assuming a facade of modesty. Yet, the subtext of his words was undeniably brimming with blatant pride. It's one thing to flaunt one's wealth. It's another to lack the credentials to do so. Li Yuntao was, without a doubt, a genuine scion of affluence, in stark contrast to the counterfeit wealthy individuals encountered previously by Lin Shutong and Liao Jia. Li Yuntao's lineage was entirely authentic. Indeed, upon hearing Li Yuntao's claims, the eyes of 4 women, Li Shaoling, Sun Rui, Wang Wenwan, and Lin Shutong, sparkled with intrigue. Their gazes towards Li Yuntao were palpably different from how they regarded Chen Yuan as 3 roommates. However, Lin Shutong quickly regained her composure. Despite Li Yuntao's commendable qualities, he could not rival Chen Yuan, who had the capacity to shower millions in gifts during live broadcasts. With Li Yuntao's family fortune merely totaling 50 million, he was utterly incomparable to Chen Yuan. She could no longer waver in her affections, otherwise, Chen Yuan would undoubtedly never forgive her. Her thoughts diverged significantly from those of Lin Shutong. Sun Rui found herself quite intrigued by Li Yuntao. Since she couldn't charm Chen Yuan, Li Yuntao was indeed a commendable alternative. He was a graduate from a prestigious university, handsome, cultured, and hailing from a well-to-do family. Driving a Maserati, was he not 100 times more appealing than the impoverished and unremarkable Zhou Haikuan? Just as men choose women, women too have the agency to select their partners. Upon encountering a man of such admirable qualities, why not seize the opportunity? Li Yuntao, my name is Sun Rui. May I add you on WeChat? It would be convenient for us to hang out in the future, Sun Rui boldly declared. At this declaration, Zhou Haikuan exhibited a look of sheer disbelief. He was taken aback. The girl he had always regarded as reserved, charming, and innocent had audaciously sought a man's contact information. What was happening? His mind was in turmoil. Just because this pretty boy was driving a luxury car, she felt emboldened to act so openly? She was the girl I had invited out. How could she disregard my feelings and approach another man for his WeChat? I too possess my own sense of dignity. How could she treat me in such a manner? Zhou Haichuan's inner voice was in an uproar. Yet, he found himself unable to articulate these thoughts. He was merely a backup option. When Sun Rui encountered a better choice, she would not hesitate to discard him. From the very beginning, he had merely been a tool for her. Li Yuntao smiled faintly, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. The situation brimmed with tension. Chen Yuan, that scoundrel, had arranged to meet this girl, only to have her seek my WeChat? Surely, his embarrassment has reached cosmic proportions. How dare someone of his financial standing entertain thoughts of pursuing Xiao Ruiyu? One should not be so foolish as to overlook their own shortcomings. Ultimately, a loser remains a loser. After all the effort put into inviting a girl, she is effortlessly charmed by me in mere moments. Li Yutao could scarcely contain his laughter within, reveling in the satisfaction of having outshone his peers before the reunion had even commenced. Externally, however, he feigned a troubled expression. This, seems a bit inappropriate. If I add you on WeChat, Chen Yuan won't be upset, will he? I understand the principle of not deceiving a friend's partner. Oh, come on, he is not even Chen Yuan's girlfriend. We're merely acquaintances, Sun Rui clarified. Oh, well, if that's the case, you can add me. Li Yuntao pretended to hesitate for a few seconds before retrieving his phone and opening the WeChat QR code. Ding! The scan was successful. Sun Rui had just added Li Yuntao as a friend when unexpectedly Li Xiaoling approached. I'd like to scan as well. You don't mind, do you, handsome? Not at all. Not at all. We're all classmates and friends, so this classmate can add me too. Li Yuntao gestured towards Lin Shutong, as among the four girls. She appeared to be the most attractive. At that moment, Li Yuntao felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. He regarded Chen Yuan with a look akin to that of a fool. This doesn't seem quite right. Lin Shutong hesitated. In the past, she would have unhesitatingly added Li Yuntao on WeChat without a second thought. However, now, she glanced at Chen Yuan several times, clearly hesitant to engage in any ambiguous interactions with another man in his presence. This attitude is a stark contrast to what it was before. Very well. You may continue your merriment. I have matters to attend to. Li Yuntao nonchalantly tucked his phone into his pocket. While Lin Shutong was passably attractive, she could hardly be deemed exceptional. His primary target today was none other than his first love, Xiao Ruoyu, who had captivated his heart for 3 years since their high school graduation. Such women, casually encountered on the streets, were merely trifles, although they had a modicum of charm. Engaging seriously was unnecessary. He was still capable of discerning priorities. The crux of the matter was that he had successfully put on an act in front of Chen Yuan. Oh, how delightful it was to play that role. Chen Yuan must still be in a daze. And the three fools accompanying him had no retort as he flirted with their crushes right before their eyes. How amusing. With a smug expression, Li Yuntao climbed into his Maserati, revved the engine, and departed with flair. Goodbye, handsome. Farewell, Tao Ge. Sun Rui and Li Xiaoling waved enthusiastically. Damn it. Others are called Tao, and I am too. Why is there such a disparity? Xiong Tao chuckled at himself. Initially, he harbored some fondness for Li Xiaoling. But now he realized that not only did she have a boyfriend, but she was also shamelessly flirting with Li Yuntao. What a promiscuous woman. Satisfied with what she had yet coveting what was not hers. But it mattered little. The more unprincipled a woman, the more he was drawn to her. After all, they were both playing the same game. Xiong Tao was entirely different from Zhou Hakuan. Fundamentally, he was a romantic adventurer. Throughout his 3 years in university, he had already cycled through over 20 girlfriends. At times, one may find themselves simultaneously courting 2 or 3 individuals. Otherwise, mastering the art of time management would be elusive. Although Xiong Tao's family circumstances do not quite align with those of affluent heirs, he possesses a modest sum of money, complemented by his eloquence and audacity. He frequently engages in the pursuit of romantic interests. His fundamental philosophy in this endeavor is to cast a wide net while prioritizing select catches, welcoming all, and embracing abundance. Since quality cannot be attained, he compensates with quantity. During his freshman year, he once navigated 4 romantic relationships simultaneously, but after facing setbacks, he adopted a more subdued approach. Though he presents himself as an ordinary individual, he is, in essence, a master of the craft. He often claims that he was wounded by his first love, which propels him to fervently seek out new acquaintances and engage in flirtation. His extensive experience in romance has imparted many tactics to Chen Yuan, who has learned much from him. Xiong Tao has articulated that courting women is fundamentally a matter of probability. If you pursue one goddess, you become her devoted admirer. Yet if you pursue 100, then those 100 become your admirers. A quantitative increase may indeed lead to qualitative transformation. Once the number of women in your WeChat contacts exceeds 500, you will hardly lack for romantic partners, even if you are financially disadvantaged or perceived as an underachiever. With resilience and a thick skin, one can overcome all obstacles. He has also remarked that a man should pursue several women concurrently to alleviate inner anxiety. Should one focus solely on a single romantic interest, they may become preoccupied with insecurities. If she fails to respond, thoughts of her disinterest or miscommunication will ensue, resulting in relentless messaging akin to that of a devoted admirer. This, in turn, may lead to a growing annoyance on her part. However, if you pursue several women simultaneously, not only does it enhance your chances of success, but it also alleviates psychological anxiety. If one girl ignores you, you can effortlessly charm another, allowing you to remain composed. When a girl does not respond to your messages, you will exude a calm demeanor, appearing gracious, mature, and rational. Consequently, she may develop a greater fondness for you. Thus, pursuing multiple women can indeed relieve mental pressure, freeing you from concerns regarding progress. Your enthusiasm for one particular girl can be sustained for a longer duration, thereby increasing the likelihood of winning her over. Chen Yuan once vehemently disagreed with such callous sentiments, however. He has come to realize that there may be some truth in them. The less you care about a woman's opinion of you, the better you tend to perform. Of course, a rogue ultimately harms both others and himself. No matter how sophisticated your methods may be, they cannot alter the potential for failure. After all, the truth is always bound to surface. The most conventional tactic employed by men involves pursuing several women at once. Should any one of them show affection, you engage with her, subsequently severing ties with the others once you have succeeded. This strategy not only alleviates inner anxiety, but also significantly increases your chances of attracting a partner, all while minimizing the risk of failure. It is entirely reasonable and lawful. This mirrors how women often seek backup options, making selective choices. Such is the reality. Xiong Tao's interest in unscrupulous women stems from the fact that they can engage with one another without any obligations or the burden of guilt following a breakup. 10 minutes later, the group of 8 entered a large KTV room. Xiong Tao seemed to have found his element, enlivening the atmosphere within the KTV suite as he enthusiastically selected songs. From time to time, he would jest with a few young ladies, seemingly unfazed by the events that had just transpired. Yet, Zhou Haikuan remained notably silent. It was evident that he had indeed been hurt by Sun Rui's actions. Old Zhou, do not take it to heart. As a man, one should be magnanimous. If you can manage to take Sun Rui to a hotel today, then all your previous efforts will have been worthwhile. After we finish singing, let us go watch a movie, have a late-night snack, and indulge in a bit of wine. By the end of the day, it should all come together, said Xiong Tao, sidling up to Zhou Hakuan after finishing a song. Can it truly unfold this way? Might it be a tad too swift? Zhou Hakuan inquired. Swift? You have been pursuing Sun Rui for several months now. Is that considered hasty? Do you believe that I could charm Li Xiaoling by tonight? Xiong Tao asserted confidently. Do not boast. She has a boyfriend, and she is quite taken with that wealthy second-generation fellow who drives a Maserati. Do you really think you can win her over in a single day? Zhou Haikuan responded with skepticism. Despite Xiong Tao's previous illustrious conquests, it had been nearly a year since his last successful endeavor. Could he still possess the prowess he once had in courting women? Let us make a wager. If I manage to win her over today, you will bring me breakfast every day for the next month. Do you dare to bet? And if you fail? If I cannot, then I shall bring you breakfast instead. Very well. You have made the wager. Zhou Haikuan felt a surge of confidence. Although Sun Rui had embarrassed him today, he would at least gain a month's worth of breakfast. Could it be that the young man Xiong Tao has discerned the sorrow within my heart, and thus deliberately lost the bet to uplift my spirits? What a true friend. Zhou Haikuan felt profoundly touched, only to soon realize that Xiong Tao had approached Li Xiaoling and was sharing jokes with a rather risky nature. Li Xiaoling was in fits of laughter, and astonishingly, they began to sing love songs together. An hour later, Xiong Tao and Li Xiaoling were embracing one another? Such audacity. Zhou Haikuan was left utterly speechless. Li Xiaoling showed no resistance to Xiong Tao's advances. She neither pushed him away nor protested. What on earth? Chapter 077. Can it be repeatedly slapped in the face? Observing the fervent interaction between Xiong Tao and Li Xiaoling, the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly intimate. At that moment, Sun Rui suddenly raised the microphone and inquired. Chen Yuan, I wish to confirm something with you. What is it? Speak. Chen Yuan replied with an indifferent tone. Are you the affluent figure known as Yin Zong? I previously saw your WeChat profile picture and name. You are indeed lonely as cigarette, although you have since changed your WeChat name. Upon this revelation, the once boisterous KTV room fell into a profound silence. The atmosphere became stifling as all eyes turned toward Chen Yuan. Sun Rui had long suspected that Chen Yuan was the wealthy Yin Zong, yet she could never be entirely certain, as he had never explicitly confirmed it. Without concrete evidence, she felt the need for affirmation. Lin Shutong harbored similar doubts. In recent days, the extraordinary affluent individual, lonely as cigarette, had been showering gifts across various live streaming platforms. amassing an astonishing sum exceeding 2 billion. Initially, it was firmly established that the enigmatic figure known as Cigarette King was none other than Chen Yuan. Yet, uncertainty now clouds that conviction. The primary reason being that the Cigarette King's extravagance seems almost surreal. Even if Chen Yuan were to conceal his true identity and possess the privilege of being a wealthy heir, it is implausible that he could casually expend 200 million. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Li Xiaoling, Wang Wenwan, and even their roommates, Chao Jinyan, Xiong Tao, and Zhou Haiquan, were all rendered speechless, gazing at Chen Yuan with a mixture of confusion and contemplation. Suddenly, it dawned on me. No wonder so many girls have recently shown an interest in the fourth one. No wonder his romantic prospects have skyrocketed. Even the campus beauty, Zhao Yuqi, has been seen in close proximity to him. It turns out the true identity of this young man is. Xiong Tao wore an expression of epiphany. Incredible. Are you truly the Cigarette King fourth? My idol, the illustrious tycoon, is actually my roommate? Old Chao mirrored the shock. Now I comprehend where my defeat lies. If you genuinely are the Cigarette King, then I concede with utmost respect. Zhou Haiquan let out a sigh, having also noticed Chen Yuan's recent peculiar behavior. Cigarette King? The same one who made headlines on Weibo for gifting a female streamer a staggering 100 million? How can this be? Li Xiaoling pushed Xiong Tao's inappropriate hand away and, equally astonished, stared at Chen Yuan. 7 individuals, 7 pairs of eyes, fixated intently upon him. Sun Rui's probing question today was intended to compel Chen Yuan to lay bare the truth. Lin Shutong, too, yearned for a direct confirmation from Chen Yuan. Having been deceived by Huang Junkai once, she was determined to avoid a second instance. Chen Yuan's initial demeanor remained remarkably composed. Suddenly, a look of equal astonishment appeared on his face. Goodness, have you all lost your minds? How could you possibly suspect that I am Yin Zong? Do I seem like someone who could casually bestow 200 million on a female streamer? If I possess such wealth, wouldn't it be far more delightful to indulge in luxury cars and villas? Why on earth would I squander my money on gifts? Am I insane? Just to hear a casual old buddy. 666? Chen Yuan rolled his eyes, unequivocally denying the notion that he was Yin Zong. This identity was rather sensitive. Should a few of his roommates discover his affluence, their future interactions would become quite complicated. It might lead them to expect him to treat them to meals daily. The crux of the matter was that Chen Yuan simply did not have the financial capacity to host extravagant dinners every day. It would appear that he could lavishly spend on online female streamers, yet be stingy towards his brothers, who had shared a dormitory for 3 years. Such disparities might even raise suspicions about his character. Chen Yuan's immediate denial left Lin Shutong in a state of disbelief. You are not Yin Zong? You truly are not Yin Zong? Lin Shutong gazed at Chen Yuan incredulously, her expression gradually shifting to one of disappointment. I assure you, I am not Yin Zong. I am Chen Yuan, an ordinary third-year student. Recently, my family underwent a relocation, which has resulted in a modest sum of money in my possession. However, I must confess, I may have exaggerated a bit. The properties my family received are all in the suburbs, with each unit valued at merely a few $100,000. Collectively, they amount to perhaps 3 to 5 million. Chen Yuan raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, fully revealing his position. I have faith in Xiao Chen's words. Although his recent behavior has been rather peculiar, having shared a room with him for 3 years, I am well acquainted with his character. He typically hesitates to spend even 200 yuan on a meal, let alone lavish 200 million on a female streamer. Haha, I jested, questioning how he suddenly acquired the means to purchase luxury clothing. Turns out his family has undergone a demolition relocation. A second-generation demolisher. How impressive. My 3 roommates and I exchanged banter, seemingly enjoying the moment. However, Lin Shutong and Sun Rui's expressions darkened at the mention. The disparity between a wealthy individual valued in billions and a second-generation demolisher who has merely lost a few million is stark, truly worlds apart with no basis for comparison. When one harbors excessively high expectations of another, the discovery that reality does not align with their imagination can lead to instant disappointment, even aversion. Lin Shutong. Favorability -1 Lin Shutong. Favorability -1 Lin Shutong. Favorability -1 Thus, Chen Yuan noticed that Lin Shutong's fondness for him began to plummet. In a mere few minutes, her favorability had already fallen to 70 points, with a seemingly ongoing decline. Ding. The affection of the target, Lin Shutong, towards the host has decreased to 70 points. Should the favorability drop to 0, the binding may be automatically, allowing the host to choose to rebind or to cease binding altogether. Is this truly how it works? Chen Yuan was somewhat bewildered. The object of his aspirations could indeed sever their bond, and there was even a possibility of a second binding? Was this a scheme designed to torment him relentlessly? Could it truly be played this way? Disappointment, despair, resurgence. Disappointment, despair, resurgence. Can one truly indulge in the art of pretense and face-slapping repeatedly? I am exasperated. The system is rather malevolent. Nonetheless, Lin Shudong's reaction has indeed left him utterly disheartened. Previously, Chen Yuan exhibited indifference towards her, yet Lin Shudong's fondness for him remained unscathed. However, upon discovering that Chen Yuan was not the affluent and influential figure she had presumed him to be, her demeanor underwent a drastic transformation. This shift is perplexing. Is it truly the case that one's identity and status hold such paramount importance? To rephrase, if Chen Yuan genuinely belonged to that esteemed echelon, does Lin Shutong truly believe herself worthy of such a match? Do the wealthy not also adhere to the principle of social compatibility? Why must one aspire to lofty heights? Has she been overly influenced by idle dramas or fairy tales? Shutong, I have been observing your behavior during this period, and I sense your sincere remorse. You once claimed you would pursue me for 3 years, and that sentiment genuinely touched me. I believe. Chen Yuan's words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Shutong. Chen Yuan, I am still uncertain. My thoughts are rather muddled. Could you grant me some time? Chapter 078. Mr. Yan, the supercar you ordered has been delivered. Lin Shutong. Affection -1 Lin Shutong. Affection -1 Lin Shutong. Affection -1 current affection, 62 points. A self-deprecating smile played at the corners of Chen Yuan's mouth. His earlier statement was merely a test, yet he had not anticipated Lin Shudong's unwavering realism. Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. The values and character of an individual cannot be altered in merely a day or two, nor even in a month or two. Time heals wounds only for one to forget the pain. Such is human nature. Previously, I observed Lin Shuyong's pitiful demeanor, and a flicker of compassion stirred within me. I pondered whether my actions had been excessively harsh and devoid of warmth. Yet now, to hell with love. Did you not yearn for a chance? I have already bestowed it upon you, yet you have failed to cherish it. Do not dare to claim that I never granted you an opportunity. Chen Yuan let out a cold snort, rose, and strode away, casually closing the door to the KTV room behind him, leaving only a solitary figure. Lin Shuyong, Sun Rui, Li Xiaoling, Wang Wuwan, Chao Jinyan, Zhou Hequan, and Xiong Tao exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Xiao Rui, did I just make a mistake? I fought hard to arrange this meeting with Chen Yuan, yet, why did I utter such words? My heart is truly in disarray. Lin Shuyong exclaimed in frustration. She felt a deep internal conflict. Having previously sought every means to salvage the situation, she hesitated when the opportunity finally presented itself. This was rather perplexing. To doubt one's own resolve? Shuyong, you did not err. Fortunately, I sought clarity today. Otherwise, you would have truly found yourself ensnared. Reflect carefully during this time. Your mind has been consumed by thoughts of Chen Yuan. You text him, yet he does not respond. You call him, yet he does not answer. You continue to bring him breakfast, circling around him like a devoted servant, and in doing so, you have lost your sense of self. Reduced to a state of abject humility devoid of dignity. This is not the Lin Shutong I once knew. Where has your pride vanished? How is it that you have become a sycophant for Chen Yuan? Sun Rui bombarded her with a series of piercing questions, each one digging deeper into Lin Shutong's already unsettled heart. The thought of Chen Yuan's indifference tormented her. Despite lowering herself and shedding the modesty of a woman to please him, he still treated her with disdain. It was utterly intolerable. As this realization dawned upon her, her temper flared. Little Rui, you are absolutely right. It is Chen Yuan who is ungrateful, thinking that just because his family has come into money, he can look down on others? If he does not value me, then I certainly do not value him. Just because his family has lost a few million. Does he really believe he has become a wealthy heir? Lin Shutong exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation. Now you understand. This is the Lin Shutong I know. Sun Rui responded, pleased. Thank you for uncovering the truth about Chen Yuan. Otherwise, I would still be in the dark. Lin Shutong expressed her gratitude, convinced that all men were scoundrels and that true friendship with her best friend was to be cherished. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Sun Rui was not inquiring on her behalf, but rather for her own curiosity, eager to ascertain whether the mysterious wealthy figure, Yin Zong, was indeed Chen Yuan. Should her suspicions be confirmed, who would care about friendship? She would pursue Chen Yuan at any cost. Beneath the facade of friendship lay a brittle alliance. who genuinely considers your feelings. Surely, you cannot believe that just because you possess a modicum of beauty, you deserve to be the center of attention? After Chen Yuan exited the KTV, he perceived that Lin Shudong's affection for him continued to dwindle, albeit at a rather gradual pace. Every few minutes, it diminished slightly. However, if this trend persisted, the 60 points of goodwill seemed unlikely to endure for much longer. Yet, he remained indifferent. Having successfully turned the tables on a previously unattainable object of affection, even if the goodwill were to evaporate entirely, the rewards would not be rescinded. With no penalties to fear, he was unconcerned about the decline. Once the goodwill plummeted below zero, he would sever all ties, ensuring they would never meet again. This time, Chen Yuan's resolve was as unyielding as iron. He would harbor not a shred of sympathy for Lin Shutong any longer. As he stepped out of the joyous realm of KTV, he checked the time on his phone. It was already 4 o'clock. At that moment, Xiong Tao sent him a message. Yuan Go, are you alright? Don't take it too hard. Even if Lin Shutong rejects you, there are still Su Lele and Zhao Yuqi. Right? A man should embrace the world. How could one forsake an entire forest for a single tree? It's fine. I just happen to be attending a high school reunion today, so I don't need to concoct another excuse to leave. It's perfect. Chen Yuan composed a reply and sent it. Just as he dispatched the message, the car emperor, with whom he had not been in touch for several days, unexpectedly sent a voice message. Mr. Yan, the Ferrari you ordered has been transported and is just off the highway. It will arrive in Han City in 2 hours. Upon hearing this voice message, Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the car emperor would operate with such remarkable efficiency. In just a few days, he had managed to transport a supercar worth over 20 million. Originally, this supercar was intended as a birthday gift for Zhao Yuqi. However, with only a few days remaining until her birthday, if Zhao Yuqi declines to accept it, to whom shall it be gifted? Plans often fail to keep pace with unforeseen changes. Without the recipient's acceptance, the gift remains unutilized, and he cannot access the funds allocated for such gestures. Yet, considering Yan's esteemed reputation, a slight delay in payment should pose no significant issue. Very well, have it delivered, and I shall send you my location shortly. Chen Yuan meticulously composed the message and sent it to the car emperor. All right, I shall provide you with the phone number of the transport master. You may relay any instructions directly to him. The car emperor responded with great enthusiasm, entirely neglecting the matter of payment. This premier supercar was ordered without the expenditure of a single cent as a deposit. However, Yan's stature far exceeds a mere billion. How could he possibly be concerned about such a trifling amount? After all, individuals lavish gifts worth hundreds of millions on online streamers. Acquiring a luxury car priced at over 20 million seems trivial by comparison. For such affluent magnates, the highest level of service is imperative. Leaving a favorable impression on these titans is of utmost importance. Given Yan's standing, purchasing vehicles is not a singular endeavor. To him, luxury cars are akin to toys. Cultivating a robust relationship promises a continuous stream of business opportunities. Adopting a forward-thinking approach in commerce is indeed the path to success. As Chen Yuan continued to communicate with the car emperor, he casually hailed a taxi. Driver, to the Jojo Hotel, please. Certainly, please fasten your seatbelt. Today, the traffic conditions in the city were rather unfavorable. The journey from the Happy Space KTV to the Jojo Hotel, which typically requires a mere 20 minutes by taxi, extended to nearly 40 to 50 minutes due to congestion in the city center. At that moment, Lu Wenjia placed a call to Chen Yuan. Hello, Xiao Chen. Have you arrived yet? I'm already at the Jojo Hotel. I'm almost there. I just got out of the taxi. Chapter 79. Class Reunion. Chen Yuan ended the call and stepped out of the taxi. At that instant, a striking blue Maserati pulled up elegantly in front of the Jojo Hotel. A refined-looking gentleman, exuding an air of sophistication, nonchalantly tossed his car keys to the security guard at the entrance. Could you kindly park my car? Here is a little something for you. Li Yuntao tossed a set of keys while simultaneously offering a 100 yuan note. The security guard, upon receiving the cash, instantly wore a delighted expression. Such generosity, boss. Li Yuntao radiated confidence. Just then, he spotted an acquaintance at the entrance and seized the opportunity to flaunt a bit. Lu Wenjia, why are you still standing here? I've already reserved a table. Just follow the front desk attendant to room 520. Li Yuntao said with a familiar tone. I'm waiting for Chen Yuan to arrive. He should be here shortly, Lu Wenjia replied in a measured tone. In the past, seeing Li Yuntao drive a Maserati would have filled him with envy. However, Now he had experience driving a Koenigsegg worth 26 million. In comparison, this Maserati, priced at approximately 1.4 million, seemed rather unremarkable. It was just ordinary, commonplace, and nothing to boast about. Chen Yuan? When it comes to Chen Yuan, Li Yuntao cannot help but chuckle. This underachiever remains, as ever, a complete failure. Encountering him at noon, Li was amused to see that the girl he had invited had taken the initiative to add him on WeChat. It was utterly ridiculous. An underachiever will always be an underachiever, oblivious to his own limitations, perpetually dreaming of winning over high-caliber beauties. What nonsense. If he doesn't play the sycophant, who will? Wow, Tao, you're actually driving a Maserati. That's impressive, exclaimed a girl who had also arrived by taxi. Wang Xiaowei, is that you? It's been a year, and you seem to have become more beautiful. What beauty? It's merely a result of makeup and styling, nothing compared to your goddess, Xiaoruoyu. Wang Xiaowei teased. At that moment, the security guard parked the Maserati in the hotel's designated area and returned the keys to Li Yuntao. Hey, who is that? He looks strangely familiar. Wang Xiaowei remarked, pointing at a man wearing a counterfeit t-shirt. Isn't that Chen Yuan? Don't you recognize him? Wow, he is Chen Yuan. He seems to have become quite handsome and has grown taller. It's been 3 years since high school graduation. And he has attended a single-class reunion. Who would have thought he would show up this time? Wang Xiaowei exclaimed in astonishment. In no time, Chen Yuan approached them. Xiao Chen, your outfit today is a bit casual, don't you think? Why did you come in a t-shirt and shorts? Lu Wenjie inquired. It's no big deal. It's just a class reunion, not a meeting with some important leader. It's fine to be a bit casual, Chen Yuan replied, patting Lu Wenjie on the shoulder. The two individuals walked side by side, appearing as if they were the closest of friends. Did you not know that Xiaoruoyu was coming today? Could you not have made it a bit more intriguing? Lu Wenjie whispered to Chen Yuan. I believe this is quite intriguing as it is. It doesn't matter. If one is handsome, Xiaoruoyu would surely take a liking to him. Wouldn't Li Yuntao have already captured her heart? Chen Yuan shook his head. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Li Yuntao was indeed slightly more attractive than him. Chen Yuan could at best be classified as a class heartthrob, while Li Yuntao's looks elevated him to the status of a campus idol in the eyes of many girls. He was cultured, had fair skin, and exuded an air of elegance. Clad in a white shirt, he embodied the essence of a charming senior. Perhaps it was the influence of Korean pop culture and idol dramas, but nowadays, most girls favored fair and delicate-looking boys. Li Yuntao perfectly fit this description. If they were cast in a drama, Chen Yuan would resemble the supporting male lead, while Li Yuntao would undoubtedly be the main character. That was the distinction. Although the supporting male lead was also quite handsome, the first impression was that he lacked the popularity of Li Yuntao, which was quite frustrating. Furthermore, considering Li Yuntao's background, family, and the prestigious school he attended, Chen Yuan felt even more overshadowed in comparison. However, he was not anxious. This was merely the beginning. Let him bask in his moment of pride. Did he not relish being the center of attention? Chen Yuan was determined to give him that opportunity, hoping he would not disappoint him. Soon enough, Li Yuntao, Wang Xiaowei, Chen Yuan, and Lu Wenjie entered the hotel private room, almost in a single file. The room was spacious and luxurious, capable of accommodating 20 to 30 people. Although their high school class comprised 50 to 60 individuals, it was a rarity for a gathering to assemble more than a dozen attendees. Some have ventured to different cities, while others have simply abandoned their studies altogether. A few have even enrolled in vocational colleges. Each has embarked on their own distinct path in life, scattering in various directions. Some individuals have become so elusive that their contact information is lost, as if they have entirely vanished from your world. This time, upon hearing that Xiaoruoyu would attend, a gathering of over 20 individuals was organized, with males comprising 60% and females 40%. When Chen Yuan entered the private room, he discovered that 13 people were already present, faces both familiar and unfamiliar. The familiarity stemmed from the fact that these were his classmates from 3 years of high school, evoking an instinctive warmth upon their reunion. Conversely, the unfamiliarity arose from the significant changes in appearance over the years. There were a few whom he could no longer name. The nameless were those who had held little presence in class. Wow, Vice Class Monitor, you finally made it. I've heard that you're now driving a Maserati. Impressive, exclaimed a lanky boy with sharp features upon spotting Li Yuntao. Chen Yuan recalled that his name was Wang Wei, one of the boys who had a penchant for exploring artistic films from the island nation during their school days. Come on, it's not my own money. There's nothing to boast about. Li Yuntao modestly waved his hand. After saying this, he tossed the Maserati car keys onto the dining table, making a bold statement. He then produced a box of Zhonghua cigarettes and began to distribute them. Some classmates indulged in smoking, while others abstained. The boys engaged in boastful banter, while the girls conversed about cosmetics, clothing, handbags, lipsticks, hairstyles, and manicures, among other topics. Whether reminiscing about the past or recounting tales of yore, one might recall the amusing incidents that transpired in our school days. For instance, there was that time when someone mischievously sprinkled chalk dust into the homeroom teacher's cup, or when another individual let the air out of the mathematics teacher's bicycle tires. There were sleepless nights spent sneaking out over the courtyard wall to indulge in all-night gaming at an internet CAF, only to be bitten by a dog. Such vivid memories evoke a sense of nostalgia, yet, in truth, they serve little purpose. Following the customary trajectory of conversation, the dialogue shifts from the past to the present. In discussing the current circumstances, certain individuals seize the opportunity to flaunt their pretentiousness. Although graduation is still on the horizon, discussions inevitably turn to future career paths. What is your field of study? How's the job market faring these days? The aspirations of owning a home and a car loom large. What strategies will enable one to establish a foothold in a bustling metropolis? Should one pursue further studies or plunge into the workforce? Is it preferable to be employed by a company or to embark on an entrepreneurial venture? As we approach our senior year, a palpable anxiety settles over many students. In this context, the one who garners the most envy is undoubtedly Li Yuntao. His family possesses a villa and luxury cars, while his mother runs an educational institution that continues to flourish year after year. It is anticipated that within a couple of years, their assets will exceed 100 million. His father boasts an extensive network, having served as a leader in the Education Bureau and previously held the position of principal, thus cultivating a legacy of success. With such a prominent background, Li Yuntao finds himself at the finish line that many toil a lifetime to reach, without lifting a finger. During our high school years, we lacked the awareness that one's family background could afford them preferential treatment. However, the tides have turned. Now, as we approach our 20s and prepare to enter society, the significance of networking becomes abundantly clear. Consequently, Li Yuntao is surrounded by admirers, all eager to sing his praises. Flattery abounds, and sycophancy reigns. The mere thought evokes feelings of embarrassment and insincerity. Certainly, there are those who stand apart, scattered in the corners of the private room, engrossed in their phones. For instance, Chen Yuan and Lu Wenjia. Xiao Chen, I've noticed that Li Yuntao is becoming increasingly arrogant. So what if he drives a mere Maserati? It's nothing extraordinary. If he really wants to impress, he should borrow a Koenigsegg and show off. Lu Wenjia proposed. There's no need for that. Continuously borrowing someone else's car loses its charm. Once we earn some money, we'll purchase our own vehicle. Chen Yuan shook his head. Borrowing a car for the sake of pretense felt rather lowly to him, unbefitting of Yan's stature and identity. By the way, I haven't had the chance to clarify last time. How do you know so many wealthy second-generation heirs? Are you hiding something from me? Lu Wenjia inquired suspiciously. Although their time together had dwindled since entering university, Lu Wenjia made it a point to invite Chen Yuan for drinks every couple of months, during which they would discuss life, dreams, and romantic interests. However, ever since Chen Yuan had revealed his extensive network of connections, Lu Wenjia was left astonished. It's true, I am indeed from a wealthy background. No more pretense. I'm laying my cards on the table and choosing not to remain low-key any longer. Chen Yuan jested. Go on and boast. Lu Wenjia replied, clearly skeptical and preparing to press further when, at that moment, several classmates entered the room. Among them were 4 young women, the first being Liao Jia. Upon her first encounter with Lu Wenjia, she immediately lowered her gaze, her demeanor remarkably awkward. Lu Wenjia mirrored her complexity of emotions. The second to enter was the class monitor, Jean Minjing. She was a vivacious girl, her laughter infectious, though not conventionally beautiful. Her boisterous personality and warm smile endeared her to her classmates. This gathering was her initiative. The third girl, Chen Yuan, could scarcely recall her name. She was equally attractive. Adorned in fashionable attire, her beauty rivaling that of Liao Jia. Chen Yuan had no recollection of her, but felt she might have undergone cosmetic enhancements. Class monitor. Who is this enchanting lady? She doesn't seem to belong to our class, inquired the sharp-featured Wang Wei, the first to voice his curiosity. Who says she is not from our class? It's Lu Wen. Haven't you all recognized her? Pfft. Lu Wen? Is she really Lu Wen? Wasn't she a 200-pound behemoth? Good heavens. You are indeed Lu Wan. The tank has transformed into a pretty maiden. My titanium alloy eyes are blinded," exclaimed one of the boys in the room, his astonishment palpable. "Lu Wan even pursued me back then. I feel somewhat cheated." The boys in the private room were utterly taken aback, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Even the other girls wore expressions of bewilderment. It seemed no one had anticipated that the once most despised chubby girl, Lu Wan, could blossom into a beauty after her successful weight loss, her appearance now nearly reaching an 8 out of 10 standard. The transformation was astonishing, even leaving Chen Yuan nearly speechless. At that moment, the final girl finally pushed open the door to room 520. As she made her entrance, all the boys in the class collectively held their breath. The atmosphere inexplicably grew tense. Originally, Liao Jia and Lu Wan were already considered beauties. Yet, in the presence of this girl, their allure seemed to pale in comparison. She possessed brows that resembled distant mountains, exuding an ethereal elegance, as though she had stepped out from an ancient legend. Her eyes, akin to autumn waters, radiated a celestial grace, embodying a harmonious blend of intelligence and beauty. She was distinct from the typical internet celebrity visage. Upon the first glimpse, she indelibly etched herself into one's memory. Before encountering Xiao Ruyu, one might have remained oblivious to the existence of such stunning women in reality. In tranquil moments, she resembled a delicate flower mirrored in water. In motion, she appeared like a slender willow swaying in the breeze, akin to a soft cloud veiling the moon, gracefully drifting like snowflakes carried by the wind. Perhaps only such poetic expressions could encapsulate Xiao Ruiyu's exquisite demeanor. Chen Yuan had never awarded a woman a score exceeding 9. Not even for the campus belle Zhao Yuqi or the popular streamer Sui Han, who barely received scores in the 8 range. However, Xiao Ruyu truly deserved an evaluation surpassing 9. It is no exaggeration to say that out of the 30 boys in their high school class, it seemed as though 29 harbored secret affections for Xiao Ruyu. The remaining 1 might have questionable inclinations. Even back then, Xiao Ruyu was strikingly beautiful, effortlessly captivating the entire school without makeup or adornment. And now, she appeared even more enchanting. The moment she stepped onto the scene, she eclipsed everyone around her. All the girls present felt ordinary under the radiant glow of Xiao Ruyu, as if a solitary swan had entered a gathering of ugly ducklings. Without comparison, there is no pain. How frustrating. Ruoyu, you have finally arrived. It has been years, and you are even more beautiful, exclaimed the ever-confident and graceful Li Yuntao, the esteemed young master. The moment Zhou Woyu appeared, a rare hint of tension flickered across her face. Indeed, I had previously lost access to my Penguin account and regrettably failed to retain anyone's contact information. My sincere apologies. Zhao Ruoyu responded courteously. At that moment, amidst the crowd, Chen Yuan, who had gone unnoticed by most, unexpectedly stood up. With unwavering determination, he strode towards Zhao Ruoyu. Zhao Ruoyu, it has been 3 years since we last met, and I've nearly lost all contact with you. Let us exchange WeChat so that we can avoid losing touch again. Chen Yuan boldly requested her contact information, seemingly disregarding Li Yuntao entirely. Ding. The dogged pursuit commences. Name, Zhou Woyu. Age, 21 years. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Attractiveness, 9. 210. Current affection level towards the host, 0 points. When the affection level surpasses 95 points, a reversal of fortunes will occur, transforming identities. The other party will become the host's devoted admirer. Upon successful reversal, a reward of 10 of the devoted admirer's expenditure will be granted. Strengthening points, 35 points. These points can enhance the host's physical attributes, including constitution, strength, agility, and spirit. Reward skills, English, French, Russian, Korean, for languages. Ding. System binding successful. Prior to the system binding, Chen Yuan harbored a flicker of hope within. He yearned for Zhao Ruoyu to develop a favorable impression of him. Although he had never confessed his feelings back then, he had at least made an effort. He had fought for her and secretly followed her home along the way, ensuring her safety. To be candid, he truly wished for Zhou Woyu to notice all he had done. Yet, it was evident that reality was harsh. Xiao Ruyu gazed at him, as if he were nothing more than a mere passerby in her eyes. The reality of it struck him. He was simply a background character in her narrative. Chapter 081. A rebuke from Liao Jia. Who are you, classmate? Chen Yuan, don't you remember? I used to sit behind you. Ah, Chen Yuan, it's you. Now I recall. Xiao Ruyu exhibited a look of sudden realization, seemingly having remembered Chen Yuan. However, Whether she truly did or not remained uncertain. A pang of discomfort washed over Chen Yuan, accompanied by a bittersweet ache. It dawned on him that he had never truly registered in Xiao Ruoyu's consciousness. Despite his silent efforts and contributions, what significance did they hold to her? She was an exceptionally outstanding girl. Why should she concern herself with an ordinary boy? Countless classmates had pursued her, harbored crushes, and penned love letters. What was he, Chen Yuan, in comparison? Having come to terms with this truth, Chen Yuan swiftly adjusted his mindset. Once a mere shadow, he resolved to become the most radiant figure in the crowd. Go ahead and scan my code. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan produced his phone and opened the WeChat QR code. All right. Xiao Ruoyu nodded, retrieving her phone to scan it. She didn't decline, as it would be unreasonable to refuse a high school classmate's request. Li Yuntao watched in dismay as Xiao Ryu genuinely added Chen Yuan on WeChat. His mood soured. You are nothing but a background character. A pathetic, love-struck fool. Why linger in the periphery, striving to capture the attention of the goddess? How audacious, to harbor such insatiable desires. Inwardly, Li Yuntao seethed with curses, yet outwardly maintained an air of grace and refinement. Chen Yuan, kindly summon the waiter to serve the dishes, and while you're at it, procure a few decks of playing cards from outside. We could engage in a game to alleviate our boredom. Li Yuntao commanded with a sweeping gesture, as if addressing a subordinate. Isn't there a deck of cards right here? Chen Yuan pointed to a pristine set on the table. If you want to buy more, just do it without all this chatter. With so many of us, how can we play with just one deck? We didn't come here to play cards. Chen Yuan remained unperturbed. Do you truly consider yourself of such importance? How dare you order me, your elder, around? Am I not deserving of respect? Chen Yuan retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. Why have you become such a nitpicker? Our esteemed Yutao merely asked you to fetch 2 decks of cards. Just do it. Unless you're short on cash. If that's the case, I can lend you 20 yuan. Why all the fuss? Wang Wei interjected suddenly. Oh, so you're Chen Yuan. I didn't recognize you earlier. A friend from Huda mentioned that you're somewhat renowned at your school. Is Chen Yuan truly that impressive? Heh. It is merely the case of someone gaining notoriety for being a sycophant. You are unaware that this fellow has been pursuing a girl since his freshman year. For 3 long years without success. In his misguided devotion, he has bought her an iPhone and designer handbags, all while struggling to make ends meet himself. Frequently borrowing money from Lu Wenjia. Over this matter, I cannot count the number of times Lu Wenjia and I have quarreled. If it weren't for Chen Yuan, perhaps Wenjia and I would never have parted ways. Liao Jia suddenly spoke, her eyes reddening. She, having succumbed to her own vanity, was deceived and took the initiative to end the relationship. Now, she dares not blame Lu Wenjia, instead directing her ire towards Chen Yuan. Goodness. Sister. Can you not apply reason? Your breakup with Lu Wenjia has absolutely no bearing on my occasional borrowing from him. Moreover, when have I borrowed frequently? It amounts to merely 3 instances. Lu Wenjia's monthly allowance is 2,000. He lent you 1,200 and only failed to return it for 3 months. Yet this is etched in your memory? Chen Yuan, too, was taken aback. Liao Jia's words instantly stirred a considerable reaction. All the old classmates present exchanged glances. Both male and female, their gazes towards Chen Yuan laced with disdain. Xiao Ruoyu, affection -5. Xiao Ruoyu, affection -5. Current affection, -10 points. Liao Jia, what are you doing? Why speak so ill of Chen Yuan? He has wronged you not. Our breakup is our own affair. Please do not perpetually blame others. Are you not aware of your own actions? Lu Wenjia immediately stepped forward to clarify, yet it seemed that others were unwilling to listen, particularly the female attendees. Lu Wenjia, how have you changed so drastically? I recall the fervent pursuit you displayed when you were courting Jia. Your attentiveness and consideration were remarkable. Yet now, following your breakup, you exhibit such an indifferent demeanor. Is this the nature of men, to cherish nothing once attained? It appears you too are a scoundrel, exclaimed a girl clad in a floral dress. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjia nearly choked on his own indignation. How could this be my fault? Liao Jia initiated the breakup. Is it my responsibility? CC, do not speak ill of Wenjia. He has been quite good to me. It is my own shortcomings that have caused him heartbreak. Last month, when Chen Yuan asked Wenjia for a loan, I opposed it, leading to a quarrel. Liao Jia's words trailed off, leaving much unsaid. She genuinely believed that the entire affair was Chen Yuan's fault. Had he not sought financial assistance from Lu Wenjia, they would not have argued. Had there been no argument, she would not have hastily considered ending things with Lu Wenjia. If that thought had never crossed her mind, she would not have encountered the deceitful scoundrel, Ma Kai. Thus, Lu Wenjie would have continued to cater to her every whim. Ultimately, the blame lay squarely on Chen Yuan. Lu Wenjie was merely unfortunate in his choice of friends. Liao Jia's remarks only intensified the misunderstandings. Chen Yuan, I understand you have a close relationship with Lu Wenjie, but you cannot allow that bond to disrupt the romantic connection between him and his girlfriend, Wang Wei interjected. Damn it. The type of person I despise most in this life is one who borrows money from a brother to pursue women and then fails miserably at it. If you lack the means, why expend such effort? If you cannot afford extravagant gifts, do not pretend to be someone you are not. To be a sycophant is one thing, but to involve one's companions is quite another. Enough said. Such individuals have clearly lost all sense of shame. Waves of ridicule and gossip rendered the atmosphere palpably awkward. The most scathing mockery came from several flatterers who had just extolled Li Yuntao. They openly derided Chen Yuan, showing no regard for their camaraderie. Chen Yuan, I must say, if you are truly in financial distress, you could have approached me for assistance. Why must you complicate Lu Wenjie's life, causing discord between him and his partner? Li Yuntao feigned loyalty, appearing genuinely willing to assist classmates in need. Observing Chen Yuan being chastised by Liao Jia, ridiculed by peers, and scorned by the girls, Li Yuntao felt an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. This display of arrogance and subsequent humiliation was nothing short of exquisite. He exploited Chen Yuan's degradation to elevate his own status as the noble scion of the Li family, particularly in the presence of Xiao Ruiyu. How delightful. You, my friend, seem utterly oblivious to the concept of consequence. Chapter 82. The general manager has spoken. At this moment, Lu Wenjie, who had endured the situation quietly for far too long, could no longer contain himself. Liao Jia, enough is enough. Why do you never reflect upon your own faults, but instead persist in shifting blame? In the past, I indulged you, showered you with affection. Even when you were in the wrong, I refrained from confronting you. You claim to dislike grandiloquent reasoning? Very well. I shall forego such discourse. I willingly apologize and strive to placate you, regardless of fault, as I am a man. I had hoped you would appreciate my magnanimity, that you would recognize my efforts to accommodate you. But in the end, do you truly believe that I am at fault? It is your relentless pressure that has stripped me of a man's principles and boundaries. I admit, I have been foolish. Yet, it was you who initially proposed the breakup. And it was you who betrayed me first. Xiaochen borrowing money from me is not a valid reason for our quarrel, and he is not refusing to repay it. It is your insatiable greed and your heart clouded by desire that have led to this. On what grounds do you speak ill of my friend? Who do you think you are? The last statement was nearly a shout from Lu Wenjie. During this period, he has lived in profound depression. During our last breakup, he uttered not a word, merely departing silently in his Koenigsegg. Yet, within him, there remained a lingering frustration that demanded expression. This time, Lu Wenjie finally voiced the truths he had kept bottled up. The capacity for human endurance is finite. Must the honest be subjected to bullying? You truly overestimate your own importance. Lu Wenjie. Liao Jia was taken aback. Lu Wenjie had never raised his voice at her. Never before. And now, to belittle her for a Chen Yuan? She sensed that the Lu Wenjie who had once been so obedient to her had vanished, seemingly irretrievable. The old Lu was not of such temperament. He was typically quite gentle. Could it be that Liao Jia had indeed committed some offense against him? Lu Wenjie was a man of honor, willing to forsake a woman for the sake of his brotherhood. Yet, is Chen Yuan truly worthy of being regarded as a brother? Chen Yuan, equally surprised, glanced at Lu Wenjie. He had not anticipated that this fellow would display such fortitude today, confronting Liao Jia so openly. Truly, a testament to their years of brotherhood. The united front is indeed commendable. This bond of camaraderie is duly noted. Let us set aside our grievances for today. It is not the time to delve into personal matters. After all, it is a rare occasion for us to gather. And we should not allow the atmosphere to become so tense. The class monitor, Jin Minjing, stepped forward to address the group. She possesses a high emotional intelligence and can easily connect with each student. Her presence slightly alleviated the tension in the private room. Yin Tao, I've heard you've been doing quite well lately. Are you involved in creating short videos? Jin Minjing inquired suddenly. It's been all right. Li Yuntao replied with a smile, casting a glance at Xiao Ruiyu. He instinctively entered his show-off mode. Typically, he would hesitate to boast about such matters, as it might come across as forced arrogance. However, since Jin Minjing had posed the question, he felt it was only natural to accept the opportunity to showcase his achievements. You have amassed quite a following. I assumed you were just starting out. With so many fans, you must be earning a fair amount, no? Jean Minjian continued to probe. Not much, really. I earn around 100,000 each month, just pocket money. Although my family supports me, as a man, I can't solely rely on them, can I? Besides, I have no genuine interest in the education sector. In the future, I plan to establish my own media studio and gradually develop it into a larger media company, producing films and television dramas. Li Yuntao began to expound grandly, reveling in his moment of self-promotion. He candidly disclosed his income, leaving most of his classmates wide-eyed, particularly the female students. Several of them gazed at Li Yuntao with unmistakable admiration, including Liao Jia. Among the old classmates present, many were engulfed in uncertainty about their futures. After graduation, some might not even secure a job that pays 5,000 yuan a month. Yet, look at Li Yuntao. He's not only a scion of wealth, but also earns tens of thousands each month through short videos and live streaming. And he is only in his junior year. The disparity is infuriating. Tao, enough said. From now on, I'll stick with you. When you start your company, don't forget your little brother. Wang Wei said eagerly. Of course. We're all classmates, and I will certainly lend a helping hand. Li Yuntao replied, exuding confidence. He sensed that Xiao Ruoyu regarded him with newfound respect. Indeed, only men who achieve success in their careers can easily capture the attention of goddesses. Merely bearing the title of a wealthy heir is insufficient. One must possess their own enterprise. A wealthy heir who merely squanders family money is nothing more than a prodigal. Conversely, a wealthy heir with his own business embodies the true essence of a sophisticated and talented youth. The impression they leave is entirely different. Soon, the waiter began serving dishes. 20 or so classmates gathered around a long rectangular table measuring 10 meters in length and 6 meters in width. Dining together did not feel cramped at all. Chen Yuan maintained a positive attitude and had quite an appetite. He appeared utterly unfazed. Even after being subjected to ridicule moments ago, now indulging in a lavish feast as if nothing were amiss. This is utterly disgraceful. One would think they would possess a modicum of dignity, yet it seems impossible for some. As for Chen Yuan, he remained impervious to the contempt and ridicule directed at him, displaying a brazen shamelessness that is almost astonishing. Xiao Chen, are you all right? If you're feeling unwell, we can leave, Lu Wenjia inquired softly, drawing closer. I'm fine. I just need to send a message, Chen Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. He opened the WeChat group for the second-generation elites of Hanqing. Over the past few days, it appeared that quite a few new members had joined, brought in by friends. The group had expanded to 34 members, with each individual belonging to different social circles. When they sought to flaunt their status, they would boast about being in the same group as the illustrious Yin Zong, claiming that the group was led by none other than Yin Zong himself. Naturally, this piqued the interest of many who wished to join. Yin Zong's reputation and standing are indisputable. In his capacity as group leader, Chen Yuan tagged everyone and sent out a message. I'm feeling ostentatious. Let us gather at the Jiuzhou Grand Hotel. As soon as the message was dispatched, the second-generation group erupted with excitement. Wow, Yin Zong has summoned us. Who is the fool who dared to offend Yin Zong? The Jiuzhou Grand Hotel? Hold on. I'm nearby and can be there in 20 minutes. Let us go, brothers. Show your worth. It's time to respond to Yin Zong's call. Chapter 083. A sweet smile after sending the message, Chen Yuan continued to enjoy his meal. Li Yutao sat in the central seat, gesturing assertively as he passionately articulated his views, already presenting himself with the demeanor of a leader. Mr. Tao, come, I raise a glass to you. Among our class, you have developed the most splendidly. Even before graduation, your monthly income surpasses 100,000. Only you possess such remarkable prowess. Yun Tao was once the heartthrob of our school, and his charisma remains undiminished to this day. Truly impressive. Mr. Tao is handsome, comes from a prestigious family, possesses immense capability, and is a graduate of a top-tier university, making him exceptionally well-rounded. Liao Jiao's close friend, Gu Cixi, remarked with a bashful expression. If she weren't aware that Li Yuntao had affections for Xiao Ruoyu, she would have long succumbed to his charm. Considering Li Yuntao's current stature, everyone's gaze inevitably turned to Xiao Ruoyu. After all, she had once declined his advances. One wonders if she now harbors any regrets. Yet, Xiao Ruoyu remained composed throughout, unfazed by Li Yuntao's impressive income. Her tranquility is genuine. Having encountered individuals earning millions or even billions, one naturally perceives a monthly income of merely tens of thousands as rather ordinary. Perspective shapes one's ambitions and aspirations. When one traverses different circles, The people they engage with also vary. Xiao Ruoyu's background is far from ordinary. She is proficient in 5 languages and has mingled with exceptionally accomplished individuals. During her sophomore year, she spent a year as an exchange student in the UK, participating in gatherings of elite alumni from prestigious global institutions. Li Yuntao can only display bravado in front of classmates. If a competition were to ensue, the number of outstanding young individuals in Han City alone would exceed the 4-digit mark. Thus, Xiao Ruoyu sees no reason to regard him with any particular esteem. After consuming a bit of alcohol, Li Yuntao felt a sense of elation. Ruoyu, truth be told, throughout these years, I have never forgotten you. I was about to embark on a heartfelt confession. However, unexpectedly, a bespectacled young man seated in the corner exclaimed with excitement, "Oh my! Xiaomi is dining at the Jiuzhou restaurant, and she is even live streaming." The young man, Zhang Chao, a rather reclusive individual, could hardly contain his obsession with his phone while eating, fixated on the female streamer. Xiaomi? The top dancer of the Shark Group? She has truly come to Han City? One boy marveled. Indeed, you have no idea how popular Xiaomi is right now. Just last night, Yin sent her over 10,000 gifts. Her fame has skyrocketed. And even today, her popularity remains unabated with over 5 million followers. Let us go, we must catch a glimpse. I'm also a fan of Xiaomi. Perhaps I could snag a photo with her. Another boy urged. I am not a fan of Xiaomi, I'm a devotee of Yin. Yin is the real deal. You might not know this, but Yin is currently in Han City, and he is the leader of a group of elite second-generation rich kids. Just yesterday, a friend mentioned that there might be a chance for me to join that group. Who knows, I might even get to dine with Yin. Li Yuntao continued to boast, desperately trying to elevate his own status. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan nearly choked on his food. For heaven's sake, are you seriously borrowing my name to show off? Yin himself is sitting right in front of you. Don't you feel embarrassed? Chen Yuan cast a bemused glance at Li Yuntao. However, he truly did not anticipate that Xiaomi would choose to dine at the Jiuzhou Hotel and even host an outdoor live stream. Tao, you're remarkable. If you truly managed to dine with Master Yin, you would have infiltrated the realm of the affluent, taking a significant step into high society. Wang Wei remarked with envy. Master Yin is known to bestow gifts worth 200 to 300 million across various live streaming platforms. It is likely that this magnate's fortune is at least in the 100 billion range. A flurry of discussions erupted among the classmates. Li Yuntao felt that his social standing had been elevated yet again. Chen Yuan pondered. Is dining with me truly a gateway into high society? Is this the benchmark for entering the upper echelons? He had previously contemplated how to integrate into the legendary elite society. It turns out that, in the eyes of others, I am already part of high society. No issue there. Let me share another piece of news with you all. I actually know the streamer Xiaomi. We crossed paths at an event in Modu. We are from the same circle, so you could say we are colleagues. Li Yuntao revealed with a charming, confident smile. Today is indeed fortuitous. His acquaintances among prominent streamers on the Shark platform were rather limited, yet Xiaomi happened to be one of them. Now, encountering the leading dancer on Shark platform presents a splendid opportunity to showcase my connections. Today, let you all see just how formidable my network truly is, and how impressive the individuals I know are. With that, a throng of boys and girls rushed out of the 520 private room, eager to witness the spectacle in the hotel lobby. They indeed spotted a fashionably dressed young woman, exuding a captivating elegance, approximately around 1.70 meters tall. In her hand, she held a selfie stick. She was undeniably stunning. Although she stood slightly taller than Xiao Ruoyu, her beauty and charm were a tad less pronounced. Yet she still qualified as a top-tier beauty. Additionally, her status as a highly popular female streamer on the Shark platform added to her allure, boasting millions of devoted fans. Following several rounds of substantial monetary gifts from her supporters, her follower count was nearing 10 million, marking her ascent as a phenomenon in the streaming world. Previously, prominent figures like Feng Xiaoma and Xiao Anshuan held the spotlight, highlighting how swiftly her popularity had surged. Xiaomi, may I take a photo with you? I am your fan, and I possess your level 7 fan badge. Zhang Chao exclaimed excitedly as he approached her, his demeanor a mix of eagerness and nervousness. Of course, Xiaomi replied with a gentle smile, graciously acquiescing. It was commonplace for high-profile streamers to encounter requests for photos during outdoor broadcasts. She was accustomed to it. Thank you. Xiaomi, I will continue to support you, and I will send you a plane right away. Zhang Chao declared earnestly. Then I am grateful for your generous plane. Xiaomi laughed heartily, displaying a charmingly approachable demeanor. A positive attitude towards fans during live broadcasts is imperative, otherwise, one risks facing backlash. Xiaomi, I am also your fan. Although I do not possess your fan badge, I will certainly apply for one later. May I take a photo with you? Certainly. A group of male classmates excitedly surrounded Xiaomi, capturing her image in photographs. Li Yuntao smiled faintly, hands tucked into his pockets, confidently striding towards her. He was just about to greet her when Xiaomi spotted a man who left her utterly astonished. Instantly, a sweet and bashful smile graced her lips. Li Yuntao mistakenly believed she was looking at him. Chapter 084. Oh my, is that a LaFerrari? Hello, Xiaomi. Li Yuntao extended his hand in greeting, wearing a self-satisfied smile. However, Xiaomi merely brushed past him, as if he were invisible. Ignored. Utterly disregarded. Li Yuntao's expression stiffened, feeling a flush of embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had boasted before all his classmates, claiming to know Xiaomi, yet now she treated him like Mir. This was indeed awkward. He promptly turned to follow her, striving to salvage his dignity, only to realize that Xiaomi had approached Chen Yuan. With a charmingly shy demeanor, she exclaimed, "Brother Chen Yuan, I had hoped to invite you out for a meal today, but I feared you might be busy. I never expected to run into you here. It truly feels like fate." Her tone was sweet and endearing, clearly teasing. The way she gazed at Chen Yuan was reminiscent of a devoted admirer, her eyes sparkling with admiration and respect, an expression that was anything but feigned. Li Yuntao was left utterly bewildered, feeling as though he had turned into a fool. What was Xiaomi? A colossal internet sensation with millions of followers. Regarded as the goddess of homebodies, she is the dream lover for countless admirers, including the infatuated and the socially awkward. Yet, Chen Yuan is merely a worthless individual, a failure who even borrows money from friends to pursue romantic interests, and still fails to succeed. How could such a wretch elicit such shyness from the renowned Shark's first dancer, the goddess of homebodies, Xiaomi? What on earth is happening? The bewilderment is not limited to Li Yuntao. Others, including Li Wei, Liao Jia, Gu Sisi, Jin Minjing, and Lu Wen, share in this astonishment. Even Xiao Ruiyu, who initially appeared indifferent, revealed a hint of intrigue in her gaze. Does Chen Yuan possess some extraordinary quality? It is indeed quite a coincidence that a high school classmate of mine is gathering here today. I never expected you to come here for a live broadcast. Chen Yuan smiled and shrugged. Are these all your high school classmates? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Chen Yuan, how did you come to know Xiaomi? Li Yuntao interjected suddenly. I am also a fan of hers. When she visited Han City yesterday, I happened to be at the airport. By chance, we engaged in conversation and even shared a meal. Chen Yuan spoke in a straightforward manner, devoid of any emotional inflection, as if recounting an ordinary occurrence. In his eyes, such an event was indeed commonplace and worthy of no embellishment. However, to Li Yuntao, it sounded like Chen Yuan was boasting. Just a mere nobody who happened to dine with a popular streamer, and he believed himself to be of significance? Does he truly fail to recognize his own limitations? Indeed. It was quite the revelation, Mir. We have previously crossed paths in the vibrant metropolis during that anime convention. Oh, the memory has surfaced. You seem somewhat familiar. What was your name again? Huh. Upon hearing this, Li Yuntao nearly choked on his drink. He had intended to showcase his extensive network, only to discover that the lovely Mir did not recall his name at all. How utterly embarrassing. And with so many classmates watching, couldn't she spare him a modicum of dignity? Haha, Mir, you truly possess a delightful sense of humor. Li Yuntao cleverly diffused the awkwardness of the moment, easing the tension in the air. Now that we've finished our meal and the night is still young, why not indulge in some karaoke? Li Wei suddenly suggested. This is typically the flow of a gathering among classmates, dining followed by singing, belting out tunes until the early hours of the morning, drinking, conversing, and enjoying sunflower seeds. Under the dim, enchanting lights, the once familiar atmosphere swiftly rekindles warmth. A couple of pairs may find themselves exchanging glances, or perhaps reigniting old flames. Following that, passion ignites, leading to moments that are best left unspoken. Such is the rhythm we eagerly anticipate. It is not just the boys who entertain such thoughts. Some of the girls might share the same sentiment. After all, youth is fleeting. If we do not embrace our wild side now, when we grow older, what indulgence will remain for us? All right then, let us proceed. It is merely a 20-minute journey to the joy space. Let us convene at the entrance shortly. I drove here and can accommodate 3 or 4 people. Ruoyu, would you care to join me in my car? Li Yuntao turned to Xiao Ruiyu and inquired. Indeed, Xiao Ruiyu did not refuse and gently nodded. Class monitor, Gusisi, Liao Jia, why don't you join me in my car? It should not be too cramped for 3 people in the back. Li Yuntao was driving a Maserati, which was not merely a 2-seater sports car, but a luxurious sedan with 4 seats. While sports cars exude flair, sedans are typically more practical. A slight squeeze in the back seat would indeed accommodate 3 individuals without much trouble. Xiaomi quietly observed behind Chen Yuan, and she could easily discern that this group seemed entirely oblivious to Chen Yuan's true identity. Otherwise, how could someone as inconsequential as Li Yuntao command authority here? However, since Chen Yuan chose not to expose the truth, Xiaomi refrained from saying much. President Yan remained as understated as ever. Before long, the group exited the Jiuzhou Grand Hotel. Beep. Li Yuntao pressed the car key, and a rather striking Maserati Quattroport's lights flashed twice. Wow, President Tao, you drive a Maserati Quattroport? This high-end model starts at over 1.6 million, and even the base model begins at 1.4 million. Damn. I had planned to buy a Civic within the next decade, while President Tao is already behind the wheel of a Maserati. I really have nothing to say. Why isn't my father Ma Yun? Forget Ma Yun. If President Yin could be my father, I would immediately change my surname to Yan. Although some classmates had already glimpsed the trident key in Li Yuntao's hand, witnessing him driving the Maserati still left them somewhat astonished. In my high school days, I never regarded Li Yuntao as particularly remarkable. He was merely handsome, had commendable academic performance, and possessed a bit more pocket money. However, 3 years have elapsed, and they have finally come to realize that, from the very beginning, they were at a disadvantage, perhaps destined to see their disparities grow ever wider, ultimately dividing them into 2 entirely different worlds. How lamentable. The world is, at times, inherently unfair. Li Yuntao observed the envious and jealous gazes of his classmates. The facade he had just shed seemed to have been partially restored. A smile once again graced his lips. With utmost courtesy, he opened the front passenger door for Xiao Ruiyu, placing a hand above her head to shield her from any accidental bumps. This small gesture, in the eyes of the girls, was nothing short of elegant and striking. How attentive Yuntao is. How enviable for Xiao Ruiyu. Why have I never encountered a boy who treats me this way? Is it true that lacking beauty precludes one from experiencing love? Pondered a plain-looking female classmate with a sigh. Just as Xiao Ruiyu was about to enter the vehicle, suddenly, a tow truck came to a halt at the entrance of the Jiuzhou Grand Hotel. 2 tow truck workers disembarked from the vehicle. Of course, the tow truck itself was not the focal point. Rather, it was what the truck was transporting, a Ferrari supercar. What an impressive Ferrari. Surely it must be worth around 4 to 5 million, right? Wait a moment, this is no ordinary Ferrari. It is, in fact, the Ferrari LaFerrari. A super luxury car valued at over 20 million. Goodness, is that truly a LaFerrari? I can hardly believe it. What kind of extraordinary individual could possibly afford such a vehicle? Chapter 085. This car is mine. The staff responsible for towing and delivery took out his phone and made a call. Beep, beep, beep. Unfortunately, at that moment, Chen Yuan's phone rang. Hello, boss. Where are you? I have delivered the car to the address you specified. Please come and sign for it. All right. Chen Yuan nodded. In the next moment, he calmly approached the towing staff, under the watchful gaze of all his classmates, and nonchalantly stated, This car is mine. Please have the 2 gentlemen unload it. Certainly, boss. Please sign here, and we would also require you to confirm receipt for our records, as a mistaken delivery could lead to dire consequences. The middle-aged tow truck driver spoke with utmost respect. Okay. Chen Yuan gestured, pulling out his phone to send a message to the car dealer. The car has been received. I will test it for 2 days, and then I will transfer the payment. Understood. You may test it at your leisure. Should any quality issues arise, feel free to contact me. The dealer replied promptly. In less than 10 seconds, the tow truck staff's phone rang. Hello? Yes, understood, Mr. Chen. Yes, Mr. Chen. Rest assured, we will follow this gentleman's instructions to the letter. After hanging up, the 2 towing staff looked at Chen Yuan with increasing respect. They then proceeded to unload the vehicle. How could this be possible? Is the Ferrari LaFerrari, valued at over 20 million, purchased by Chen Yuan? Boom. As soon as a bespectacled girl finished her sentence, the entire venue was stunned into silence. 20-odd classmates stood frozen, wide-eyed and gaping in astonishment, as if their mouths could accommodate an ostrich egg. No one anticipated that Chen Yuan, the so-called underdog, could possibly afford such an extravagant supercar. What kind of international joke is this? What has become of the world? Chen Yuan can actually afford a supercar? Regardless of the myriad of questions swirling in their minds, the unfolding reality seemed undeniable. Hadn't the staff already confirmed Chen Yuan's identity? The expression on Li Yuntao's face suddenly morphed into one of utter dismay, akin to having bitten into something distasteful. He had arrived at the reunion in a Maserati, intending to flaunt and impress, especially with the goddess Xiaoryu seemingly about to join him in his car. Yet at this crucial moment, Chen Yuan, unexpectedly, executed a stunning comeback, turning the tables. The Maserati Quattroporte, worth over 160,000, paled in comparison to the LaFerrari, which was valued at over 22 million. A mere fraction of the latter's cost surpassed the total worth of his vehicle. How could this comparison even stand? Yet he simply could not comprehend how Chen Yuan could afford such a luxurious car. When did this perceived underdog transform into someone so formidable? I finally understand. I truly do. Chen Yuan, must you resort to the same ruse once more? Do you truly believe everyone is a fool? One performance suffices. Two would be far too contrived. Liao Jia suddenly scoffed. What? Jia, what are you talking about? Chen Yuan is merely acting? The class monitor, Jean Minjing, asked with a perplexed expression. Indeed, just a few days ago, I ended my relationship with Lu Wenjia, who employed the same ruse. Though the spectacle was grand and the luxury cars were indeed real, I absolutely refused to believe that he could afford a vehicle worth over 20 million. Subsequently, I had a friend specifically inquire in Lu Wenjia's hometown, and it turns out he is far from being a super-rich second generation. It was all a deception. Do you think that by putting on a grand display, you are actually wealthy? Wake up. Why deceive yourself? Liao Jia spoke with evident disdain. Everyone knows that Lu Wenjia and Chen Yuan share a close bond. Lu Wenjia is honest and lacks any ulterior motives. He would never resort to flaunting luxury cars to embarrass Liao Jia. Thus, this cunning idea must have originated from Chen Yuan. Since Chen Yuan could orchestrate such a charade with Lu Wenjia, it stands to reason that he could concoct a similar scheme for himself. Therefore, everything is merely a ploy. In an attempt to leave a profound impression on Xiaoryu, he is willing to spend exorbitant amounts to feign wealth through borrowed luxury cars. One must commend the effort. But the fabricated is ultimately just that, fabricated, incapable of withstanding scrutiny. Once exposed, what distinguishes him from a morally bankrupt con artist? It's downright contemptible. It turns out it was like this. I nearly fell for this scoundrel's trick. To flaunt a car worth over 20 million. I can only imagine the rental cost is substantial. If he can barely afford meals, could Chen Yuan be resorting to high-interest loans? This foolish individual must have had his mind trapped in a door. The crowd transitioned from shock to disdain. Liao Jia's words convinced the majority of the students without a doubt. In their eyes, Chen Yuan had always been a loser. After knowing him for so many years, he had never changed. One could comprehend if a person pretended for a month or two, but if he maintained such a facade for 5 or 6 years, that would be utterly absurd. In light of Chen Yuan's astonishing identity as someone capable of purchasing a luxury car worth over 20 million, they preferred to believe Liao Jia's narrative. People are reluctant to accept that a bandit is named Zhang Muji. They would rather believe that this bandit goes by the name Zhang Matzi. Lu Wenjia, did you really borrow a luxury car to show off a few days ago? Suddenly inquired Liao Jia's close friend, Gu Sisi. Indeed, I admit that it was Xiaochen who helped me borrow the luxury car that day, but, all right. I understand now. No need to explain. It turns out Chen Yuan has been playing this trick more than once or twice. Thankfully, it was exposed by Jia. Since the ruse has been unveiled, there is no point in continuing the charade. With a supercar worth over 20 million, should anything happen, you certainly cannot afford the damages. Such foolishness. If one wishes to show off, at least come up with something innovative. Borrowing luxury cars every day is a stale trick. As events unfolded, Chen Yuan had almost become the target of collective ridicule. Li Yuntao was nearly beside himself with laughter. He truly did not anticipate that Chen Yuan would operate in such a lowly manner. Instead of impressing, he was met with mockery. To his astonishment, even Lu Wenjia admitted the truth of Chen Yuan borrowing the vehicle. There was no justification left. Indeed, showing off requires a discerning touch. It is only those with genuine ability who can do so with aplomb. Those lacking in true capability, when they feign superiority, inevitably render themselves foolish. Let us refrain from excessive remarks, for after all, we are merely old classmates. It is prudent to extend mutual courtesy, striking not the face but the spirit. Chen Yuan's antics, albeit amusing, are not without their challenges, haha. Suddenly, Li Yuntao turned to commend Chen Yuan. Yet, whether this praise is genuine or laced with sarcasm is evident to the discerning. Xiaoryu, favorability -5 Xiaoryu, favorability -5 current favorability, -20 points. Chen Yuan glanced at the diminishing favorability above Xiao Ryu's head, now reduced by 10 points, and he could only shake his head in resignation. It appears even a goddess can succumb to the sway of public opinion. She is, after all, merely an ordinary individual, not as astute as one might envision. At that moment, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the street. Chapter 086, A Stupefying Revelation. The first to grace the scene was a Lamborghini Aventador, swiftly followed by a Lamborghini Huracan. Subsequently, an array of luxury vehicles paraded forth, a Porsche 911, a Ferrari 488, an Aston Martin, a Maybach, a McLaren, a Bentley, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom, among others. Remarkably, there was even a Koenigsegg. All these opulent cars, with a singular purpose, barreled towards the Jiuzhou Grand Hotel, exuding an imposing and unyielding presence. Onlookers along the roadside gasped in astonishment. A mere glance revealed over 30 luxury vehicles, each rivaling Li Yuntao's Maserati Quattroporte in grandeur. The visual spectacle was nothing short of explosive. The atmosphere was stifling, rendering the surroundings eerily silent. Every staff member of the Jiuzhou Grand Hotel quaked in trepidation. The display was nothing short of intimidating. Before long, more than 30 luxury cars were parked in front of the Jiuzhou Grand Hotel, encircling the entire parking lot. A young man wearing sunglasses was the first to alight from a Koenigsegg. Following him was a white-haired man who stepped out of a Lamborghini Aventador. A group of affluent young heirs subsequently exited their vehicles, all heading towards Chen Yuan in unison. How amusing. It is still the same crowd. They merely changed the scenery without introducing new faces. How utterly perfunctory. I recognize that young man with the sunglasses and toothpick. He was the one who borrowed the Koenigsegg from Lu Wenzhou last time. Liao Jia continued to mock, her face contorted with disdain. Although she had not encountered much in her life, the spectacle before her did leave her momentarily astonished. Nevertheless, she had already concluded that these were merely actors. No matter how grand the display, it was all a fade. Shut your mouth, you foolish creature. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? That is Zhang Haoyan, the young master of the Zhang family, owner of Longjiang Real Estate. Li Yuntao immediately turned hostile, reprimanding Liao Jia. This was indeed the young master of the Zhang family. He had long dreamt of ingratiating himself with the elite circles of the wealthy. Alas, they had no intention of including him in their social sphere. Furthermore, there was also young master Bai Qilan of the Bai family, who was no ordinary individual either. His father was a shareholder in the renowned Mi Mobile. Truly remarkable. What stature Zhang Xiao holds. Could such an imposing presence be merely portrayed by actors? Are you completely devoid of sense? Longjiang Real Estate? Liao Jia was left utterly speechless. Who in Han City does not recognize the name Longjiang Real Estate? Not only in Han City, but throughout the entire province. It is a well-known enterprise. Liao Jia had certainly heard of the esteemed reputation of Longjiang Real Estate. She had even contemplated purchasing a property under its banner once she had earned sufficient wealth. However, at this moment, Li Yuntao informed her that the man in sunglasses was actually the young heir of Longjiang Real Estate. What on earth? Liao Jia was utterly bewildered. There was no reason for Li Yuntao to deceive her, which meant these individuals were not mere actors. But why would such a prominent heir lend a vehicle to Lu Wenzhou? Did Lu Wenzhou possess the qualifications to enter such an elite circle? Just as Liao Jia stood there in a daze, her mind in disarray, the legendary Zhang family's young master approached Chen Yuan with the demeanor of a subordinate, respectfully exclaiming, "Young Master Yuan, greetings. Young Master Yuan, greetings." In unison, over 30 affluent second-generation heirs echoed his salutation. At that moment, the entire venue was frozen in disbelief. Everyone held their breath, nearly gasping in shock. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. Li Yuntao was astonished. Gu Sisi was astonished. Jin Minjing was astonished. All of their former classmates were collectively astounded. Even the onlookers at Jiuzhou Hotel trembled in disbelief. It was surreal. Over 30 wealthy heirs, including the young heir of Longjiang Real Estate, the son of a significant shareholder in the rice industry, and a myriad of other remarkably influential second-generation elites, united in greeting Chen Yuan. Good heavens, a chill ran down their spines. At this moment, even the typically unruffled Xiao Ryu displayed a hint of astonishment on her face. She had encountered the young heir of Longjiang Real Estate at a high-end gala before. His notorious rebellious temperament was well known. Such an elite figure was someone she could not confidently aspire to associate with. Moreover, Zhang Haoyan is already in a relationship, his partner being the heiress of the Xianghua Group, a company valued at nearly 10 billion. In this context, the Zhang family and the Xiang family are indeed well matched. This elite young man, notorious for his foul temper, would actually extend greetings to Chen Yuan? What could Chen Yuan's true identity possibly be? It is unfathomable. The notion is simply beyond imagination. Young Master Yuan? Chen Yuan is, indeed, remarkably impressive. The class monitor, Jean Minjing, spoke with a tremor in her voice. Those classmates who had just mocked Chen Yuan, such as Li Wei and others, now desperately wished to find a crack in the ground to hide themselves. How embarrassing. Moments ago, they had derided Chen Yuan as a worthless sycophant, a loser. If that is what constitutes a sycophant or a loser, then what does that make them? Pray tell, what are you? Li Yuntao's face turned a deep shade of green. He truly did not anticipate that Chen Yuan possessed such formidable capabilities. Capable of earning the respect of the young Master Zhang. The mere thought of his earlier bravado in the private room, boasting before Chen Yuan about earning tens of thousands a month, left him feeling mortified. Having pretended to be impressive, he now realized that, in the eyes of others, he was nothing but a fool. Liao Jia, what is the meaning of your actions? Why have you persistently slandered Chen Yuan, leading us to harbor misunderstandings about him? Her close friend, Gu Sisi, exclaimed in righteous indignation, her eyes wide with realization. It was only now that Gu Sisi recognized that the most remarkable individual among their high school classmates was, in fact, Chen Yuan. The prowess exhibited by Chen Yuan surpassed that of Li Yuntao by 100-fold, if not more, had it not been for Liao Jia's misguided influence. Leveraging their shared history as classmates, they might have cultivated a relationship with Chen Yuan that transcended mere friendship, though not quite romantic. At the very least, one could leverage connections to secure a prestigious job or meet other affluent heirs. However, it appears that this web of connections may soon unravel, resulting in an incalculable loss. How can you blame me for this? I truly did not foresee it. CC, how could you say such a thing about me? Liao Jia expressed, a hint of grievance in her voice. Facing greetings from a group of wealthy heirs, Chen Yuan merely waved and smiled. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence today is a great honor for me. I shall remember this camaraderie. Haha, summoned by the esteemed group leader, how could we possibly decline? You are too kind. Yenda, I am indeed your admirer. In the presence of Chen Yuan, this assembly of affluent young men displayed a remarkable level of humility. Yet, at that moment, Li Yuntao unexpectedly recognized a familiar face among them. One of the wealthy heirs, a young man named Yang Huanyu, shared a cordial relationship with Li Yuntao. Previously, at a dinner gathering, Li Yuntao had boasted about knowing an influential figure who could introduce him to the elite circle of Han City's top heirs, with the group leader being none other than the illustrious Yinda himself. Now that Yang Huanyu was present, along with many other remarkable heirs, Li Yuntao felt a sense of foreboding. Could it truly be this serendipitous that I, of all people, had been posturing before the illustrious Yinda? Good heavens. Chapter 087. Do not accuse a brother of disloyalty. Li Yuntao, what are you doing here? Just as Li Yuntao recognized Yang Huanyu too spotted him. This fellow was a second-generation rich kid, driving a Porsche 911, with family assets just exceeding 100 million, slightly surpassing Li Yuntao's own family circumstances. With great difficulty, he managed to infiltrate the upper echelons of the second-generation elite. Among the 30 or so wealthy heirs, only 3 or 5 truly distinguished themselves. Figures such as Zhang Haoyin and Bai Qilan stood at the pinnacle of this exclusive circle. In the presence of Li Yuntao, Yang Huanyu appeared formidable. However, before the young masters of the Zhang and Bai families, he was merely a subordinate. The moment he laid eyes on Li Yuntao, an ominous feeling washed over him. Brother Yang, could it be that Chen Yuan's true identity is that enigmatic figure? Li Yuntao's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he hesitated to inquire further. Could it be? Was it you, the one who so audaciously flaunted before President Yin? Yang Huanyu was taken aback. He had presumed that such a bold presence was someone of great renown, capable of posturing before President Yin, a person even the young masters of the Zhang and Bai families held in high regard. Who could have imagined it was Li Yuntao? Are you out of your mind? How could you possibly think you belong here? The entirety of your family's wealth wouldn't even suffice to cover a day's worth of gifts for President Yin. Have you lost your senses? Is it truly President Yin? Upon hearing this, Li Yuntao's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. Losing face was inconsequential. At worst, he would sever ties with these classmates. However, offending President Yin was a grave matter. Who would have thought that his seemingly unremarkable classmate was the illustrious President Yin? This was utterly absurd. You're finished, truly finished. Don't expect me to stand by you. Don't ever claim to know me again. Yang Huanyu hastily sought to distance himself. No, Brother Yang, I realize my mistake now. How was I to know he was President Yan? Li Yuntao exclaimed in a panic, as Yang Huanyu endeavored to extricate himself from the situation. If others in the circle were to learn of this matter, would they not also distance themselves from him? How on earth could he navigate this situation? Do not tell me you were in the wrong. You ought to go and apologize to Mr. Yin directly, humbling yourself and uttering a few kind words, suggested Yang Huanyu. Must I truly apologize? Yet, it seems I have not erred in any significant way. Li Yutao found it difficult to voice his thoughts. He felt a profound reluctance to lower his pride. Were Mr. Yin a stranger, an influential figure he did not know, he would likely rush to offer his apologies without hesitation. However, this individual happened to be Chen Yuan, which posed a considerable psychological hurdle for him. In Li Yuntao's eyes, Chen Yuan had always been perceived as a sycophantic loser, a mere waste of space. To apologize to such a person? That felt more unbearable than consuming excrement. How did matters devolve into this state? With Xiao Ruoyu observing from the side, if he were to scurry over and fawn over Chen Yuan now, would he not lose all semblance of dignity? It was excruciating. Truly, it was unbearable. I swear I shall never act pretentiously again. Li Yuntao wrestled internally with his turmoil. Given Mr. Yan's esteemed status, it could indeed jeopardize his standing in Han City. Yet, to grovel before Chen Yuan in front of Xiao Ryu was equally unacceptable. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. The distance between Xiao Ruoyu and Li Yuntao was less than 5 steps, allowing her to overhear the conversation between Yang Huanyu and Li Yuntao. Mr. Yin, is Chen Yuan truly the extravagant magnate known for lavishing over 2 billion on various live streaming platforms? No wonder so many wealthy heirs are so respectful towards him. And no wonder that the streamer, Xiaomier, gazes at Chen Yuan as if he were a deity. It turns out this individual has concealed himself so profoundly. In light of this, Liao Jia's previous slanderous remarks about Chen Yuan are indeed baseless. With these realizations, Xiao Ruoyu's impression of Chen Yuan has undergone a significant transformation. Now, with Chen Yuan basking in the limelight, surrounded by admirers, he truly appears quite dashing. Moreover, Chen Yuan is distinctly different from Li Yuntao. He embodies a low-key, reserved demeanor, exuding maturity and composure. Though remarkably accomplished, he never boasts, choosing instead to let his actions speak for him. This epitomizes the true essence of a formidable figure. Among my former classmates, to think there exists such an exceptional person. Why do I have so little recollection of him? Xiao Ruoyu reflects intently on her high school memories. Yet she genuinely struggles to recall anything. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan remains oblivious to Xiao Ruoyu's thoughts. He only perceives that her favorability towards him is soaring. Xiao Ruoyu, favorability 20 Xiao Ryu, favorability 20 Xiao Ryu, favorability 20 current favorability 40 points. This remarkable turnaround has seen Xiao Ruoyu's favorability rise from -20 to a striking 40 points. Chen Yuan feels that today's endeavors have been worthwhile. His gaze drifts towards the direction where Xiao Ruoyu stands, and their eyes meet. For 3 full seconds, they lock eyes. Xiao Ruoyu blinks her large eyes, refusing to back down as she holds his gaze. There is no hint of retreat in her expression. This look, could it be promising? For the first time, the goddess of his high school, whom Chen Yuan held in high esteem, scrutinized him with such importance, igniting a flicker of excitement within him. However, he quickly regained his composure. He was no longer a novice fresh on the scene. He had acquired the ability to rationally approach various matters, resisting the urge to be swept away by impulsive emotions. Even though Xiao Ryu was his former first love, her actions today left Chen Yuan feeling somewhat disheartened and dissatisfied. Previously, her affinity towards him was marked at a dismal -20 points, yet following a remarkable turnaround, it soared to a commendable 40 points. Throughout this transformation, Chen Yuan had never exchanged a single word with Xiao Ruoyu. Yet, the stark reality remained. Despite her striking beauty, rated at an impressive 9. 2. She was not above the mundane influences that govern human nature. Perhaps it is simply the essence of humanity. Her allure did not render her extraordinary. She was but an ordinary person amidst the throngs of humanity. How many truly ethereal beings exist, untouched by the world? Nevertheless, one must still show admiration where it is due. Chen Yuan adjusted his mindset, and from that moment, he began to comprehend that the so-called goddesses in this world are merely mortals. It is solely because one elevates them to such heights that they seem unattainable. When viewed with a sense of normalcy, they are simply ordinary individuals. As Chen Yuan reflected deeply, Two staff members responsible for delivering the car had already descended the Ferrari LaFerrari from the tow truck. The earlier spectacle had been rather astonishing, momentarily leaving them bewildered. It took them a full 10 minutes to regain their composure. "Sir, the car has been successfully unloaded for you. For payment matters, please liaise directly with our superiors. Here are your car keys." The staff member respectfully handed the keys to Chen Yuan. This time, I truly witnessed what it means to have genuine grandeur. One cannot help but admire the remarkable presence of an individual capable of acquiring a supercar worth over 20 million. Chen Yuan took the car keys. At this moment, after much internal struggle, Li Yuntao ultimately resolved to set aside his pride. With labored steps, he finally approached Chen Yuan. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuntao bent down and bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Chen Yuan, He wished to utter some flattering words, but they stuck in his throat. Unable to escape. "Li Yuntao, what are you doing? We're old classmates. No need for such formality." Chen Yuan patted his shoulder, clearly unfazed by the pretentious display he had just witnessed. He had long since dismissed the previous mockery and sarcasm, likely having developed a certain immunity to such jibes over time. There was truly no reason for him to harbor resentment towards Li Yuntao. Goodness! How could the defiant Li Yuntao bow to Chen Yuan? Is Chen Yuan's status truly that impressive? Li Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Is it not evident? "This spectacle transcends mere impressiveness," another classmate remarked. "Our old classmate has been incredibly low-key. For 5 or 6 years, no one has discerned his true identity." While the classmates felt a profound sense of shock, they also found Li Yuntao somewhat amusing, having initially perceived him as arrogant. Who knows if he is a younger brother? Just now, he was ostentatiously commanding Chen Yuan as if he were giving orders to a subordinate, instructing him to do this and that. Yet now, is he not bowing down and fawning? Nevertheless, this fellow ultimately possesses the wisdom of the times. He knows when to rise and when to yield. Lao Lu. Let us depart. Classmates, today's gathering shall conclude here for the moment. I have matters to attend to and will take my leave. You all enjoy yourselves. Chen Yuan gestured to Lu Wenjia, inviting him to take the passenger seat of the Ferrari LaFerrari. Subsequently, he settled into the driver's seat. To be honest, driving such a supercar for the first time made Chen Yuan a tad anxious. Moreover, he had only recently acquired his driver's license and seemed somewhat unaccustomed to driving. However, after his mental prowess increased to 15 points, his capacity for learning and comprehension became remarkably formidable. Within a couple of attempts, he had mastered the vehicle. The entire process took no more than 5 minutes. In truth, driving a supercar does not appear to differ significantly from operating a learner-esque car. The sole distinction is that this car in his possession could purchase 200 learner vehicles. Class monitor, are we still going to karaoke tonight? Gu Cece inquired with a hint of disinterest, addressing Jean Minjing. Why not consult everyone's opinions? I, too, find it somewhat lackluster. Jean Minjing shook her head. Having witnessed such an extravagant spectacle today, who still has the desire to sing? Furthermore, with Chen Yuan not attending, their inclination to go diminished even further. At that moment, Li Yuntao stepped back. "Ruoyu, let us get in the car." "I'm sorry, Yuntao. I'm feeling a bit unwell today, so I want to go singing." It seems everyone else lacks much enthusiasm as well. Perhaps we should disperse. Xiao Ruyu shook her head, seemingly unwilling to ride in Li Yuntao's vehicle. Even though Chen Yuan had not invited her to join, she certainly did not wish to create any unnecessary misunderstandings. "In that case, Ruoyu, where do you live? Allow me to escort you home." Li Yuntao persisted with a hint of eagerness. "Really, there's no need. My family driver has come to pick me up." Xiao Ruoyu replied just as a luxurious Bentley approached. The driver turned out to be a woman. "Miss, please get in." "All right, Meijia. Classmates, let us gather again when we have the chance." Xiao Ryu waved goodbye and then entered the Bentley, which Meijia promptly started, driving away with elegance. A group of classmates exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Xiao Ruoyu's family drives a Bentley? Goodness, I always thought her family was quite well off. But I had no idea they were this wealthy, owning a Bentley. This revelation suggested that Xiao Ruoyu might indeed be a young heiress, possibly even more affluent than Li Yuntao's family. Li Wei, Gu Cece, Liao Jia, Zhang Chao, Jin Minjing, and others were utterly speechless. What on earth was happening today? Why had so many affluent second-generation heirs suddenly emerged among their classmates, each more impressive than the last? After Xiao Ruoyu departed, this group of observing wealthy peers finally took notice of the stunningly attractive girl. They glanced at the Ferrari LaFerrari, seemingly coming to a realization. It appeared that today's display was not merely aimed at undermining Li Yuntao. The primary intention was likely to impress this extraordinarily beautiful young lady. Zhang Haoyan had scrutinized her several times as she entered the vehicle. The young lady appeared somewhat familiar. She seemed to be the daughter of the Xiao family. I had encountered her once at a gala, and indeed, she possessed both beauty and elegance, leaving a lasting impression. However, it seems the Xiao family has recently encountered difficulties. Zhang Haoyan nodded and then shook his head, expressing a sense of regret. His sorrow was not for the Xiao family's plight, but rather for the fact that such a stunning young woman was beyond his reach. Being a wealthy second-generation individual felt rather constraining. After all, the daughter of the tomato group was quite formidable, and he dared not engage in flirtations outside. Though spoken without intent, the listener took heed. Upon hearing Zhang Haotian mention the troubles of Xiao Ruoyu's family, Chen Yuan's interest was immediately piqued. He leaned closer to the car window and inquired, "What sort of difficulties is Xiao Ruoyu's family facing? Mr. Yan, do you know what business the Xiao family is involved in?" "I do not," replied Chen Yuan, shaking his head. "They're engaged in import and export trade." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan needed no further explanation. He understood the nature of their troubles. Import and export trade is typically a highly lucrative industry with substantial profits. However, due to the global pandemic that struck last year, the economy suffered immensely. With many countries adopting isolationist policies, various sectors faced unprecedented challenges, including tourism, hospitality, and internet cafes. Import and export trade, in particular, was among the severely impacted industries, suffering a thorough decline. Given that the Xiao family was involved in this line of work, the outcome was all too predictable. It was likely that this calamity would lead many affluent families to face bankruptcy. Regarding the affairs of the Xiao family, I am not particularly well informed. However, I have heard that they amassed a significant stockpile of goods just before the end of last year, yet now these goods are stuck and cannot be sold, effectively weighing heavily upon them. The bank loans taken by the Xiao family have also reached their maturity. It is said that they are now preparing to sell their properties and vehicles to repay their debts. And even Xiao Hanjun has been scouring for potential marriages among prominent families, attempting to promote his daughter. Nevertheless, everyone understands this is a bottomless pit. The overall market situation is rather bleak. Who possesses enough funds to invest in such a venture? Zhang Haoyan shook his head. Brother Tian, one cannot put it that way. I had not seen Xiao Ruoyu before, but after this encounter, I must say she is indeed stunning. Had it not been for Yan's prior engagement, I might have found it difficult to restrain myself. Bai Mao jested. The conversation between Zhang Haoyan and Bai Mao left Chen Yuan in deep contemplation. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Chapter 089. Xiaomi's triumph. Chen Yuan's gaze had been solely fixed on Xiao Ruoyu, yet he seemed to have overlooked another individual, the streamer Xiaomi. She had been quietly observing throughout, and she had also initiated a live broadcast. Although it was already past 7 o'clock and the sky had darkened, she was positioned several meters away from Chen Yuan, making the visuals somewhat unclear. Nevertheless, she had captured the stunning spectacle of over 30 luxury cars parading through the streets, broadcasting it live to her audience. Millions of fans collectively trembled with excitement. Wow, the rich second generation flaunting wealth, the effect of the show is explosive. Xiaomi. Was that person just now Yan? Yan appears so young and handsome. The grandeur of Yan Zong is truly astonishing and remarkably impressive. The viewers in the live stream chat erupted with excitement, urging, "Host, could you please zoom in a bit? We can hardly see what Yan Zong looks like. Xiaomi Air. We want to see Yan Zong. Show us quickly." Yet, Xiaomi Air was oblivious to the barrage of comments. Her gaze was entranced by Chen Yuan, who effortlessly gripped the Ferrari steering wheel with one hand. Her heart raced wildly. It turned out that a man driving a Ferrari with one hand was indeed breathtakingly handsome. Yan Zong was exceptionally talented, his presence was astounding, and he exuded an irresistible charm. Xiaomi Air displayed an infatuated expression. Sometimes, a person's charisma requires a fitting backdrop. When observed in isolation, he may merely appear somewhat handsome, but in the company of over 30 affluent heirs arriving in luxury cars, Yan Zong radiated a formidable aura that captivated the entire scene, making him undeniably attractive. Xiaomi Air was instantly smitten. Her admiration for Chen Yuan was already significant, but now it spiraled beyond control. Su Yihan. Favorability 1 Su Yihan. Favorability 1 Su Yihan. Favorability 1 Su Yihan. Favorability 1 current target favorability, 95 points. Ding. Detected that the fifth admirer, Su Yihan, stage name, Xiaomi Air, has successfully surpassed a favorability of 95 points towards the host. Congratulations to the host for achieving a triumphant reversal. Ding. The fifth admirer has spent a total of 31.2 million in admiration, rewarding the host with 3.12 million. Ding. Su Yihan has successfully transformed into the host's devoted admirer, granting an additional 25 enhancement points. Ding. Reward skill, mastery of dance. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Strength, 19. Constitution, 19. Spirit, 15. Agility, 14. Adult peak levels are set at 10. Status. In excellent health enhancement points, 25. Please choose the direction of enhancement. Just as Chen Yuan and Zhang Haoyin were discussing matters concerning the Xiao family, a sudden series of system prompts reverberated in his mind, leaving Chen Yuan utterly bewildered. He glanced back and noticed a female streamer at the entrance of the Jiuzhou Hotel, gazing at him with an infatuated expression. He truly did not anticipate such an unforeseen delight. Could it be that while one earnestly cultivates flowers, they fail to bloom, yet inadvertently nurtures willows that thrive in abundance? All of Chen Yuan's arrangements for the day were intended to garner the admiration of Xiao Ruoyu. This endeavor was not merely to increase his favorability. It was also an attempt to rectify the regrets of his high school years. He was no longer willing to be a submissive admirer nor to harbor secret affections for someone. He aspired to be the most dashing figure on this street. Yet, who would have thought that his efforts did not earn him the high regard of Xiao Ruoyu, but instead resulted in an unexpected triumph for Xiaomi? The rewards for besting Xiaomi were exceedingly generous. The rebate alone amounted to over 3 million. Furthermore, he received an additional 25 enhancement points. Ding dong. The construction bank alerts you. Your account ending in 7687 has received a deposit of 3,120,000 yuan. Current balance, 3,621,410 yuan. Gazing at the substantial sum credited to his account, Chen Yuan was elated beyond measure. At long last, he had money. The sensation of receiving over 3 million feels even more exhilarating than when he spent 200 million. Giving gifts to a female streamer was thrilling at first, but soon, Chen Yuan had grown rather indifferent. Spending over 200 million felt as trivial as distributing free glow sticks, and his hand ached from the effort. However, this 3 million is different. It has entered his personal account, representing his own money, allowing him to acquire anything his heart desires. Perhaps he could purchase a new computer, the most high-end model, or buy an apartment near the university for convenience when bringing a girl over. Surely, he should consider getting a new car as well. The LaFerrari beneath him would eventually have to be given away. Chen Yuan holds modest aspirations, requiring no extravagant vehicles. A simple SUV worth 200,000 to 300,000 would suffice. Around 8 in the evening, over 30 luxury cars gradually departed from the Jiuzhou Grand Hotel. A few who had not yet dined took the opportunity to have a meal there. Chen Yuan drove, preparing to return Lu Wenjie to Wuhan University. On the road, Lu Wenjie's curiosity reached its peak, his mind brimming with questions. Xiao Chen, do you truly consider me a brother? After all these years, I only now discover your remarkable identity. Don't think I knew either. Chen Yuan replied with a resigned sigh. What do you mean? To be frank, one day I suddenly acquired a system that grants me endless money, and then... All right, Xiao Chen, I'm not joking. After all these years as brothers, could you refrain from being so dismissive? For over a decade, my brother, I have opened my heart to you. Yet you refuse to share your true family circumstances with me? This truly wounds me. Lu Wenjie's expression darkened, seemingly genuinely irked. Consider this from my perspective. You confide in a brother, treating him as your closest friend, sharing everything, even your experiences of betrayal. Yet, he conceals the truth from you for years on end. How would you feel? Would your heart not ache? Such behavior is disheartening. Chen Yuan was at a loss for words. You expect me to fabricate a tale when I speak the truth and you doubt it? Very well. The truth is, I was unaware of my status as a second-generation wealthy individual until recently when my father unexpectedly revealed to me that we are quite affluent, handing me a bank card with billions, allowing me to spend it at will. Chen Yuan fabricated this absurd excuse. Even he found it somewhat implausible. Yet, to his surprise, Lu Wenjie believed him. So that's how it is. I heard that when Principal Wang was studying abroad, he had no idea of his family's wealth. It was only upon returning home that he discovered his father was a tycoon, and he began frequenting internet celebrities. It seems your situation might be quite similar. Lu Wenjie nodded in understanding. If Chen Yuan were indeed in such circumstances, then he could not be blamed, as he was unaware of his family's situation. It was not a deliberate concealment. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. When I speak the truth, you doubt me, but when I tell a story, you accept it. With your level of intelligence, how on earth did you gain admission to Wuhan University? Ding dong. As Chen Yuan's mind began to spiral into a frenzy of internal commentary, a sudden message popped up on his WeChat. Lao Lu, I'm driving. Could you please reply to this message for me? Lu Wenjie took the phone, glanced at the WeChat notification, and was instantly taken aback. Xiao Chen, Xiao Ruyu has reached out to you. What did she say? Chapter 090. Chen Yuan's unexpected erudition. She simply wrote, Hello, Chen Yuan classmate. A total of 6 characters. Lu Wenjie stated with utmost seriousness and meticulousness. The message was incredibly mundane, brief, and commonplace, devoid of any deeper significance. It seemed merely a polite greeting. Yet, Chen Yuan felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. Clearly, the content of the message mattered little. What truly held weight was the sender. This message had come from Xiao Ruyu, and it was initiated by her. Such a fact imbued it with a distinct significance. Please reply for me, Chen Yuan said, his gaze fixed intently ahead as he drove. Internally, he was quite animated, though he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. After all, he bore the identity of a figure of authority. It would not do to appear overly unsophisticated. Where would his gravitas lie? Where would his commanding presence be? That would hardly be appropriate. I'm not particularly skilled at conversing with girls. Liao Jia previously remarked that my emotional intelligence is low and that I am a steadfast ironclad man, often leading conversations to a standstill, Lu Wenjie admitted, a hint of self-doubt creeping into his tone. That's quite all right, just chat casually. If it goes awry, I won't hold it against you, Chen Yuan reassured him. For he too was at a loss for what to discuss with Xiao Ruyu. It felt as though he had a plethora of words bottled up inside. Yet in the end, not a single one could find its way out. Is it really just casual chat? Is it acceptable for me to reply with, Royal, you look truly stunning today. Feel free. Securing Chen Yuan's approval, Lu Wenjie swiftly typed a response to Xiao Ruyu. Before long, within mere seconds of sending the message, a reply from Xiao Ruyu appeared. Did I not look good before? Who said that? You were always beautiful. It's just that each day you grow more radiant. One wonders what transgression you committed in your past life to be cast down to this realm. Lu Wenjie mused aloud as he typed. Hey, aren't you quite the charmer? Why does Liao Jia label you as a straight man? Chen Yuan inquired, astonished. I learned those cheesy pickup lines online, but Liao Jia remarked that my messages come off as somewhat nauseating and greasy. She feels like throwing up upon reading them. Well, perhaps it depends on the person. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement, and just as he finished speaking, a notification chimed on his phone. Chen Yuan, are you flirting with me? Indeed. Thus, Lu Wenjie engaged in conversation, casually wielding his phone with abandon. Since it wasn't his own account, he felt free to chat without restraint. He effortlessly shared a plethora of anecdotes, drawing from his familiarity with Wuhan University, where both he and Xiao Ruyu were students. He delved into the school's rich heritage, illustrious alumni, and amusing tales that transpired within its walls. His vast knowledge captivated Xiao Ruyu, who happened to be an academic achiever herself. In that moment, Xiao Ruyu's perception of Chen Yuan underwent a remarkable transformation. It turns out that this young man is not only multifaceted and handsome, but he is also profoundly knowledgeable, possessing a wealth of information. Even regarding institutions that are not his alma mater, he exhibits an impressive understanding, perhaps even more so than those who are alumni. Such mastery undoubtedly reflects considerable effort on his part. In that moment, Xiao Ruyu's admiration for her high school classmate Chen Yuan grew exponentially. Xiao Ruyu. Affection level 5 Xiao Ruyu. Affection level 5 Xiao Ruyu. Affection level 5 current affection level, 55 points. Wow, Lao Lu, you truly excel. Who claimed you lacked conversational skills? Who asserted that you were a stereotypical Iron Man? Your ability to charm women surpasses mine by leaps and bounds. Is it really possible? I merely engaged in casual conversation, yet I discovered that Xiao Ruyu is not as aloof as I had imagined. She is quite talkative. Many young men believe that the more beautiful a woman is, the more distant and difficult she is to pursue. However, this notion appears to be misguided. Numerous attractive women are, in fact, quite amiable and respond to messages promptly. When pursuing women, boys often prefer those who possess a hint of beauty but are not exceptionally stunning, as they feel they stand a better chance of winning them over. They are also less concerned about a strikingly beautiful woman attracting unwanted attention. In reality, such women can be the hardest to pursue due to fierce competition. Conversely, those whose beauty reaches a certain threshold often attract fewer suitors. This creates a rather peculiar social phenomenon. Women with average looks tend to develop inflated egos, while those with near-perfect beauty are surprisingly approachable. Of course, there are no absolutes in life. One cannot solely rely on appearance to determine a woman's accessibility. Lu Wenjie received Chen Yuan's affirmation. I have begun to embrace my true self. Xiao Chen, it seems your phone is inundated with unread messages. Goodness. Su Lele has sent you over a dozen. Lin Shitong has reached out 3 times. Zhao Yuqi has messaged you 5 times. He Jiying has sent you 2. The streamer Xiaomier has sent 6 messages. The streamer Shalala has reached out 4 times. Classmate Ruashi has sent you 7 messages. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Plus the messages from Xiao Ruyu, Xiao Chun. That makes 9 girls who have taken the initiative to message you. You seem rather fickle lately. I can't help but feel you've transformed into a cad. Lu Wenjie's tone was laced with skepticism, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of envy. Indeed, wealthy men possess a certain allure. If one were to refrain from peering into his phone, one would remain oblivious to how eager the ladies can be. The thought of himself yearning for Liao Jia, who barely acknowledges his messages, contrasted sharply with the multitude of girls vying for Chen Yuan's attention. It stung. How am I a cat? Is it merely because of my handsome appearance that some girls are drawn to me, seeking to pursue me and covet my looks, thus labeling me a rogue? Very well, perhaps I should restrain this irresistible charm. Leave me be. Lu Wenjie rolled his eyes, having never encountered such an infuriating individual. Although he had retorted, the sight of Chen Yuan's numerous unread messages from so many girls tugged at his heartstrings. After all, he was someone who struggled with obsessive tendencies. Chapter 91. You might not understand the meaning of despair, Xiao Chun. I feel quite uneasy seeing your message go unanswered, so I took the liberty of replying for you. Lu Wenjie's obsessive-compulsive tendencies have flared up. He has grown accustomed to being the ever-attentive suitor. Each time he messages Liao Jia, it is imperative that the male is the last to respond. If the girl sends a message and the boy fails to reply, his instinct drives him to ponder whether the girl, upon seeing the message, feels discomfort, disappointment, or perhaps harbors some minor grievances. He is profoundly attuned to the feelings of women, even to the point of sensitivity. Yet, he has never contemplated why it is considered acceptable for women to ignore messages from men while men are expected to respond without fail. We are all novices in this realm of human interaction. Why should one party always concede to the other? It is entirely up to you. Respond if you wish. Chen Yuan paid no heed to Lu Wenjie, fully focused on the task of driving. To be candid, this was his inaugural venture onto the road since obtaining his driver's license. As a novice driver piloting a Ferrari LaFerrari worth over 20 million, he dared not let his concentration wane, nor could he afford the distraction of his phone while navigating. This is the nature of new drivers, cautious and fully engaged. Fearing a misstep, half an hour later, he delivered Lu Wenjie back to Wuhan University and then drove back to his own school. During this time, Chen Yuan's WeChat notifications incessantly chimed, but he paid them no mind. After nearly another 40 minutes, he finally returned to Hunan University. He parked the sports car in an underground parking facility near the campus and then walked back to his dormitory. The clock had already struck 9:30 in the evening. The western back gate of Hunan University is a frequented location for many students who gather there to dine, enjoy late-night snacks, purchase fruits and snacks, and partake in online activities or street shopping. Countless students traverse this path daily. Chen Yuan often finds himself walking this route as well. As usual, after parking his Ferrari in the underground garage, he strolled past the university's western back gate, appearing like an ordinary student. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A group of young men, brandishing steel pipes and wooden sticks, with cigarettes dangling from their lips, advanced menacingly towards Chen Yuan. Among them were students from the physical education department and some local ruffians, numbering over 20. Chen Yuan's expression darkened as he spotted a familiar figure within the crowd. Li Yong. He never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Li Yong harbored resentment towards Chen Yuan ever since the incident involving He Jiying. Having been humiliated in front of others, he found it unbearable to swallow his pride. Young individuals often act impulsively, especially a man brimming with youthful vigor. He no longer wished to contemplate the consequences. If he didn't confront Chen Yuan, deliver a sound thrashing, or break his legs, he felt he would be forever humiliated. Today, he had been waiting for Chen Yuan for a full 3 hours. Chen Yuan. You dog, you finally show up. Aren't you supposed to be tough? Aren't you invincible? Today, I've gathered my brothers. Do you dare to take on 20 of us? Li Yang bellowed, pointing his steel pipe at Chen Yuan as the group encircled him. To be frank, given Chen Yuan's current physical condition, taking on 5 or 6 adversaries should pose little challenge. Facing 10 would be exceedingly strenuous, with the possibility of defeat looming. Confronting 20, however, would leave him utterly without hope. Moreover, this group is not unarmed. They brandish steel pipes and wooden clubs. Ignoring the terrain, Chen Yuan stands alone, destined only for a sound thrashing. Just a few days prior, he might have genuinely panicked. Yet now, he remains entirely unfazed, even finding the situation somewhat amusing. Having recently acquired 25 enhancement points, he hardly had the chance to utilize them before they arrived at his doorstep. Quite audacious. You may be unaware that yesterday, my combat prowess was merely at 30%. Today, it has risen to 40%. 20 individuals seem formidable? You have yet to grasp the essence of despair. With a nonchalant smirk, Chen Yuan stands with one hand behind his back. System, I wish to enhance my physical constitution by 10 points, my strength by 10 points, and my agility by 5 points. He silently intones. Ding. System enhancement in progress. Enhancement complete. In that instant, Chen Yuan felt a familiar warmth surging throughout his body. It was as if an explosive power had been awakened within him once more. His muscles became increasingly robust, emanating an unparalleled strength from within. Name, Chen Yuan. Age, 21 years. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 68 kilograms. Strength, 29. Constitution, 29. Mentality, 15. Agility, 19. Peak adult levels, 10. Condition, extremely robust. Enhancement points, 0. What's this? Lost your tongue? Feeling timid? Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Try being arrogant one more time, Li Yang bellowed with increasing audacity. The group of young delinquents surrounding Chen Yuan revealed disdainful smirks, each one swaggering as if they were invincible. The steel pipes in their hands seemed to yearn for action, as though they had long since devised a plan to unleash violence. Once Li Yang initiated the conflict, a brutal beating would undoubtedly ensue. In the face of Li Yang's threats and roars, Chen Yuan exhibited no signs of panic or trepidation. Instead, he let out a leisurely sigh, carelessly discarding the fried rice he had just purchased onto the ground. He then raised his gaze to the heavens, as if the resplendent starry sky held his true aspirations. Li Yang, it's time to relent. You can still reconsider your choices, Chen Yuan spoke in a calm tone. Yet his words exuded an air of contempt that belittled the entire scene, as if he regarded the collective strength of over 20 individuals as inconsequential. What the hell? Are you seeking death? Li Yang, what are you doing? Just as Li Yang prepared to strike, He Jiying burst forth from the crowd. She had just received a call from her roommate, informing her that Li Yang had gathered a group at the back gate of the school with the intent to confront Chen Yuan. Without hesitation, she rushed over, only to be met with a tense standoff. Li Yang, oblivious to He Jiying's presence, found his fury ignited the moment he laid eyes on her. His gaze turned crimson, akin to an enraged bull. Stay aside. A man's affairs do not require a woman's intervention. He Jiying shouted. Do you understand the consequences of gathering to fight? This could lead to expulsion from school. Do not frighten me. Even now you still defend that wretched Chen Yuan. You treacherous harlot. Today, I shall render that dog useless before your very eyes. Li Yang's face contorted with rage as he lifted the steel pipe and swung it violently towards Chen Yuan. Bang! Just as the moment seemed dire, Chen Yuan, with remarkable agility, evaded the heavy blow and counterattacked, kicking Li Yang with such force that he was sent sprawling. The sheer power of the kick nearly rendered Li Yang unconscious. Had it not been for his exceptional physical condition, he might have even suffered broken ribs. How dare you retaliate, you insolent wretch? It is a common inquiry among the foolish. When a throng assaults a solitary individual, they assume that the latter would never dare to fight back, feeling their dignity affronted. Enraged, all 20 of them surged forth. Chapter 092, 1 against 20, destroy him. With steel pipes and wooden clubs in hand, they charged at Chen Yuan from all directions. Yet, instead of retreating, he advanced as if a war chariot trampling through the crowd. With a powerful grasp, he seized a young man weighing 140 pounds, using him as a human projectile, hurling him into the throng, toppling many in an instant. The enhancement of his physique bestowed upon him greater resilience against blows. Increased strength augmented his offensive capabilities, and heightened agility allowed for swifter reactions. A combination of brawn and finesse, This was far beyond a mere sum of parts. In the next moment, Chen Yuan plunged into the fray, embodying a formidable spirit that defied the odds, resolute in his advance against the multitude. In a remarkable showdown, a solitary figure faced off against 20 adversaries, igniting a chaotic brawl reminiscent of Zhao Yun's valiant exploits on the battlefield of Changban. He maneuvered through the fray with unparalleled prowess, unstoppable and fierce, sweeping through the crowd with ease. This was no mere instance of 1 against 20. It was as though one was overwhelming 20. 10 minutes later, several young men lay strewn across the ground, writhing in pain and lamentation. A few, paralyzed by fear, fled the scene in terror. At that moment, Chen Yuan nonchalantly picked up the remnants of a trampled fried rice dish and tossed it into a nearby trash bin, presenting himself as a model citizen, polite, cultured, and committed to cleanliness. The onlooking students stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They were utterly captivated, witnessing the extraordinary spectacle of a single individual triumphing over 20. Was this not Chen Yuan, the infamous scoundrel? It suddenly dawned on them why Zhao Yuqi held such admiration for him. From this day forth, Chen Yuan had ascended to the status of their idol. One girl, concealing her face, succumbed to infatuation, pondering the inexplicable transformation. Meanwhile, Li Yong clutched his stomach in agony, grappling with the shocking reality before him. 3 years prior, Chen Yuan had been a mere nobody, someone he could easily belittle. Yet now, Chen Yuan had outperformed him in a sprint, humiliated him with ostentatious displays of wealth, and even bested him in direct confrontation. Today, he had summoned 20 of his peers for revenge, only to find that not a single one could stand against Chen Yuan. What sorcery was this? How could one individual possess such strength? Why, in just 3 short years, could he transform from a mere sycophant into an extraordinarily impressive man? He found it hard to believe, almost scientifically implausible. At that moment, Chen Yuan approached Li Yong with an indifferent gaze, crouching down to pat him on the shoulder. Please refrain from causing me any more trouble. We were once classmates. There is no need to make things so absolute. You may not realize it, but when I kicked you earlier, I held back a considerable amount of strength. Otherwise, you would have ended up in the hospital. Chen Yuan spoke the truth. He had intentionally refrained from exerting his full strength, fearing he might inflict serious injury that would lead to unnecessary complications. You. Li Yang's face turned ashen, his body trembling in disbelief. Could it be that Chen Yuan had become so formidable, yet still chose to hold back? Chen Yuan departed. He arrived quietly and left just as softly, waving his sleeve without taking a single cloud with him. Throughout the encounter, he uttered not a single boastful or confrontational word, nor did he mock Li Yong with the demeanor of a victor, for it was unnecessary. His prowess was already ingrained within him, and his commanding presence had already left an indelible mark on the scene. Excessive words would only tarnish the image of his cool and composed demeanor. From this day forth, perhaps the ordinary yet unremarkable name of Chen Yuan would become a legend at Lake University. He could only gaze dreamily at Chen Yuan's receding figure, her eyes filled with longing and desire. She felt as though her heart had been stolen by this carefree and audacious man. From that moment on, it seemed she would never be able to forget his presence. Who could have predicted that the outcome would unfold in such a manner? She rushed over in a flurry to mediate the conflict. Though she failed to quell the altercation, she was nonetheless a witness to a truly breathtaking scene. This man was far more formidable than she had ever imagined. Is it really possible for one individual to take on 20? Absolutely magnificent. Truly magnificent. He Jiying. Affection 1 He Jiying. Affection 1 He Jiying. Affection 1 Current affection level, 94 points. As Chen Yuan departed from the back gate of Hu University, he noticed that He Jiying's affection had surged to a level perilously close to a breakthrough. Chen Yuan finally began to take her seriously. Has it really reached 94 points? This tool could be on the verge of a remarkable turnabout. Yet thus far, I seem to have spent not a single penny on her. If a reversal were to occur, there would be no rewards. What a loss. Perhaps I should seek an opportunity to impress her, or perhaps present a valuable gift. Chen Yuan contemplated the Ferrari LaFerrari. This car would not be suitable for Xiao Ruoyu, primarily because she may not even desire it. Their relationship had not reached that stage. To recklessly bestow such an extravagant gift could inadvertently yield negative consequences. Sometimes, a gift's value is not as important as the timing and context. Xiao Ruoyu's birthday isn't approaching. Neither is the Qixi festival. It seems there are no appropriate excuses. Presenting it to Zhao Yuqi might also be an option, yet Chen Yuan had already given her villa, which was ostensibly just a temporary arrangement. If a woman genuinely harbors feelings for a man, The more extravagant the gift, the less likely she is to accept it. After all, she too wishes to maintain a positive image in his eyes. In hopes of garnering your favorable impression, Zhao Yuqi currently harbors a profound affection for Chen Yuan, and it is quite possible that she might genuinely not wish to part ways. Not to mention Ing, who also appears to be a commendable choice. Regardless of whom the supercar is bestowed upon, the crucial aspect is merely that it finds a recipient. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Yuan was taken aback to discover that none of his 3 roommates had yet returned. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Could it be that their social gathering was still ongoing? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and resolved to take a shower and retire for the night. Chen Yuan felt somewhat fatigued today. It was not his body that was weary, but rather his spirit. He had commenced his preparations at 10 in the morning, and due to unforeseen circumstances at noon, he found himself participating in a social event with 4 girls from Lin Shutong's dormitory. However, this experience left him feeling quite disheartened, and he might have disappointed Lin Shutong in return. At 4 in the afternoon, he transitioned to a reunion with high school classmates, where he unexpectedly achieved a moment of triumph that caught Xiao Ruoyu's attention. To his astonishment, he managed to turn the tables on Xiaomi. He had thought that things would settle down after that. Yet, upon returning to campus, he was unexpectedly confronted yet again. Initially, he merely aspired to lead a low-profile life on campus, masquerading as an admirer, while seeking potential companions to whom he could attach himself. Little did he know that a series of events would render such discretion impossible, for his capabilities simply would not allow it. Chapter 093. A conversation with Xiao Ryu's mother at 11:30 in the evening. Roommates Lao Chao and Lao Zhou stumbled back into the dormitory, supporting one another as they did so, both visibly intoxicated. Their conversation revolved incessantly around women, yet there was no sign of Xiong Tao. This fellow had a history of returning late at night, and after a tumultuous episode a year ago involving romantic entanglements, he had since become considerably more restrained. It seems that she intends to turn over a new leaf and start anew. One wonders if she has recently been affected by Chen Yuan's actions, as she has unexpectedly re-emerged into the social scene. Chen Yuan, however, paid little heed to such matters, for he was already fatigued from the day's endeavors and lacked the inclination to concern himself with others' affairs. His phone still bore a multitude of unread WeChat messages. Opening the app, he sent a collective goodnight to all the ladies in his contacts, including Xiao Ruoyu. After all, sending one more message made little difference. In times past, as a devoted admirer, he would have agonized over sending a simple goodnight to his beloved goddess, but now he approached it with casual ease. With an abundance of beautiful women among his WeChat friends, his confidence flourished. Indeed, as a man encounters more high-quality beauties, his self-assurance seems to blossom. For women possess an extraordinary ability to bestow confidence upon men. Meanwhile, in the Water's Edge International Townhouse community, within a chamber reminiscent of a young girl's pink sanctuary, Xiao Ryu gazed at the words goodnight sent by Chen Yuan on her phone, falling into a deep reverie. At that moment, her mother, Yu Fangxia, entered the room. A woman of approximately 40, she exuded grace and charm, though her figure and beauty may have declined with age. The contours of her face hinted at a time when Yu Fangxia was undoubtedly a celebrated beauty. Like mother, like daughter, a beautiful mother begets an even more exquisite daughter. Yu Fangxia possessed a gentle and generous demeanor, yet she was resolute in her opinions, a trait that Xiao Ruoyu had inherited. "Mother, why are you still awake at this late hour?" said Yu Fangxia gently. "I came to see you. You rarely come home in a month. And since you're here today, shall we have a heart-to-heart talk?" Despite being her daughter, she never spoke with an authoritative tone, but instead sought her daughter's consent. "Of course, Mom." Xiao Ruoyu nodded in agreement. "I heard you attended a class reunion today. How was it? Did you have fun?" In truth, it wasn't that enjoyable. There was just one classmate who surprised her, someone she felt she had never truly understood before. Xiao Ruoyu recalled Chen Yuan, basking in the adoration of the affluent crowd, radiating brilliance. He was not only knowledgeable, but also possessed a depth of understanding, making him seem genuinely intriguing. "Oh, if he could surprise my daughter, then this classmate must be quite exceptional. Mom, do you have something specific you wish to discuss? Please feel free to speak openly." Xiao Ryu sensed her mother's underlying motive for the conversation and inquired. "Well, nothing escapes your perception. You are aware that your father has recently faced setbacks in his career. The CF family's holding company, Yuanhang Trading Group, is teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. It has been nearly 6 months since any business transactions occurred, and the substantial funds invested earlier remain unrecoverable. The company's operations are dwindling, creating an atmosphere of unease. Many junior employees have resigned, and even several mid-level executives have departed. Currently, Yuan Hang is merely maintaining appearances, ensuring that employee salaries are not in arrears. The company's accounts are nearly depleted, and it may soon be unable to disburse next month's wages. Bank loans are on the verge of maturity, and failure to repay them could result in the loss of our home. At this point, Yu Fangsha's tears flowed. The once glorious past has now faded into oblivion. A person accustomed to a life of affluence finds returning to poverty unbearable. Xiao Ryu also comprehended the dire straits the Xiao family faced, yet she had not anticipated the extent of the crisis. Mother, has Yuan Hang truly reached such a critical juncture? It's even more severe than you imagine. Your father has lost a significant amount of hair due to the stress surrounding the company. However, in the face of calamity and misfortune, who could have foreseen this? Yet, a crisis also brings opportunities. The situation domestically has already been brought under control, and I believe it will not be long before the pandemic abroad is similarly contained. At that time, with the economy in dire need of revival, the nation will undoubtedly support related industries. If we can endure this hardship, not only can the Xiao family avert bankruptcy, but we may even achieve greater prosperity than before. Having shared so much, Yu Fangxia noticed that Xiao Ruoyu seemed to grasp a portion of the situation. In her mother's words lay unspoken implications. The late-night conversation hinted that the focal point revolved around her. Could she rescue the Far Horizon Trade Group? Naturally, that was implausible, unless she sensed a vague understanding of something, yet was reluctant to fully believe it. Mother, has father devised any plans? Xiao Ruiyu inquired with a calm gaze. Indeed, the sole glimmer of hope now rests solely upon you. Me? At present, in Han City. The only entity with the capability and willingness to invest in Far Horizon was the Han family. Their sole heir, Han Xiaojing, whom you should have encountered, harbors a fondness for you. I believe you two could explore a potential partnership. Yu Fengxia's words were couched in delicacy, yet it was evident that Xiao Ryu comprehended her underlying message. The notion of exploring a partnership was merely a euphemism for a marriage alliance. The Han family would provide the funding, while the Xiao family would offer their daughter. If it were merely a casual relationship, the Han family would hardly be inclined to invest such a substantial sum, after all. They were not naive. Only with a solidified bond could such financial support be secured. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruiyu's complexion turned ghastly pale. She had never anticipated that her usually open-minded mother would utter such words. How could she not know Han Xiaojing? He had previously been embroiled in a scandal involving illicit dealings with women at a certain club, resulting in his arrest. Although he was swiftly bailed out, the gossip had already circulated throughout the elite circles of Han City. Among the wealthy young men, many indulged in hedonistic pursuits. Yet being caught in a police raid was undeniably lowly. To engage in such escapades and then face public humiliation was truly disgraceful. Xiao Ryu found it utterly impossible to accept. Mom, do you even know what kind of person Han Xiaojing is? She asked incredulously. Xiao Yu, her mother replied gently. There are some rumors that you cannot take at face value. You have not had sufficient contact with him. How can you be certain he is truly that sort of person? Your father has already arranged everything for you. Tomorrow, you shall meet the son of the Han family. I do not wish to force you, but please do not outright refuse without even meeting him. Do you have any idea how many people your father has sought out for this opportunity? Chapter 094. Has it truly been achieved in a day? Yu Fangxia's tone was tactful, laced with a hint of pleading. Xiao Ruoyu was genuinely at a loss as to how to decline. After all, she was her mother. It is often the case that one can firmly reject a commanding order, yet find it exceedingly difficult to refuse a gentle supplication. The more amiable the approach, the harder it becomes to say no. Though her heart was reluctant, the words of refusal remained lodged in her throat. A soft entreaty can be the most perplexing of dilemmas. Mom, please stop. I agree to meet Han Xiaojing. I knew you would be understanding, Xiao Yu. It has not been in vain that your father and I have nurtured you all these years. Your younger brother is about to enter university. And if the Xiao family were to face bankruptcy, he might struggle to find a girlfriend in the future. Yu Fangxia sighed. Both children were born of the same parents. The elder sister, Xiao Ryu, consistently ranked first in her class, requiring no concern from her parents. Meanwhile, her younger brother, Xiao Ruhan, had been tutored by countless instructors. Yet his academic performance remained lackluster. To their dismay, he had even befriended some unsavory characters from the streets, a true waste of potential. The college entrance examination has just concluded this year, and the score thresholds have yet to be announced. Given Xiao Ruhan's performance, It is unlikely he will gain admission to even a second-tier university, let alone a first-tier one. In the past, the Xiao family, enjoying affluence, could have simply sent him abroad to an obscure institution to bide his time, returning as a so-called overseas returnee with a degree. However, the current circumstances render such options impractical. The international landscape is fraught with chaos. Sending him abroad might even jeopardize his safety. Xiao Ruhan's lack of ambition only exacerbates the family's predicament. They must ensure he inherits some semblance of family legacy. After all, Xiao Ruoyu, upon hearing this, fell into a contemplative silence. She is truly weary of discussing that troublesome boy. In an effort to elevate his academic performance, she enlisted the help of a university friend to tutor him. Yet, to her dismay, he behaved inappropriately towards her friend, even resorting to unwelcome advances. This incident led to a rift between them, forcing her to vacate her dormitory and seek external accommodation. Every family grapples with their own burdens. To outsiders, the Xiao family appears to bask in splendor, but who can fathom the depths of their struggles? Life is inherently unjust, yet paradoxically fair, whether rich or poor. Virtuous or villainous, everyone carries their own burdens, none are exempted. Mom, I'm going to bed. You should rest early too. All right, I won't keep you any longer. I'll check on Xiao Han. Once her mother departed, Xiao Ruoyu retrieved her phone and opened the chat window with Chen Yuan. She contemplated what to express but hesitated, ultimately sending a simple message, "Good night." She wondered if Chen Yuan would respond. However, after waiting for 10 minutes, there was no reply. She set her phone aside, extinguished the lights, and closed her eyes, uncertain if she would find slumber this night. The moon shone brightly amidst the sparse stars. The calendar was nearing July, and the heat was intensifying. It wouldn't be long before summer vacation commenced. Zhao Yuqi's birthday fell on June 25th, and today was already the 23rd. When Chen Yuan awoke in the morning, he was drenched in sweat, his face slick with oil. He wondered which of his roommates had turned off the air conditioning during the night. Was this a plot to suffocate him? Such occurrences were commonplace in a dormitory. While there were moments of joy shared among friends, petty conflicts inevitably arose. For instance, some preferred to sleep with the air conditioning off, fearing the chill, while others were sensitive to the heat. They had argued over the air conditioning issue several times already. Chen Yuan wished to avoid such trivial disputes. Instead, he aimed to find a place of his own as soon as possible. Of course, one might inquire why Chen Yuan did not simply reside in his villa. Although it was registered in Zhao Yuqi's name, he could still stay there. Indeed, the villa was his purchase, and he had every right to live there. However, the Jiangjing Villa community was a considerable distance from Hubei University, requiring at least a 40-minute drive. Public transport, involving transfers, could take over an hour. The round trip consumed 2 hours, which was rather inconvenient. Adjacent to Hubei University was the newly developed Chen Yuan community, comprising brand-new residences. It was situated right next to the university, allowing a mere 10-minute walk to campus. The nearby metro and bus services offered exceptional convenience, marking it as a quintessential school district property, indeed the very heart of the academic enclave. If only he could purchase a house here, Chen Yuan mused. It would be quite splendid. He had previously researched the property prices near the school, which hovered around 30,000 per square meter. The prices in the Chen Yuan community might reach between 32,000 to 35,000. Essentially, there were no new properties available for sale within that complex. They had likely been sold out when the development was first established. Currently, most transactions were for second-hand homes. The secondary housing market in the country is significantly larger than that of new homes, primarily because second-hand properties seldom depreciate and often appreciate in value. A house that cost 500,000 a decade ago could now be worth 1 million, or even 2 million. In prime locations, new properties hardly face any difficulty in selling. Some developments are even completely sold out before construction is finished. Second-hand homes have become the mainstream market. Chen Yuan had around 3 million in hand, just enough to acquire a property of over 100 square meters. However, he was still undecided on whether to buy or rent. Holding his phone, he searched for listings in the real estate market. At that moment, Xiong Tao, dragging his weary frame, finally returned to the dormitory. His eyes were shadowed with dark circles, and he appeared particularly haggard. "What happened to you, old Xiong?" Chen Yuan exclaimed. "Don't even mention it. Li Xiaoling's desires are terrifying. I couldn't withstand it. Old Xiao, I accepted the bet. And you promised to treat me to breakfast for a month." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan was nearly astounded. In just one day, this fellow had actually managed to win over Li Xiaoling? Goodness, are girls nowadays too open-minded? Or am I just too conservative? Why have I flirted with so many girls, yet remain only in the ambiguous stage with all of them? In just a day, you managed to establish a substantial relationship? Impressive. With Bear returning to the scene, his momentum is indeed unstoppable. Zhou Hequan wore a pained expression, nearly on the verge of an emotional breakdown. He had assumed that Xiong Tao's wager was a gesture of brotherhood, an attempt to uplift his spirits amidst the disheartening reality of being treated as a mere backup by Sun Rue. Little did he know, that was not the intention at all. Yesterday, he had helplessly watched as Xiong Tao and Li Shaoling checked into a City Express hotel. He had made a request, only to be reprimanded by Sun Rue, ultimately reducing himself to a mere sycophant, escorting her back to the girls' dormitory. He was already battered and bruised emotionally. Yet, Xiong Tao still brought up the bet? How could one lack such basic compassion? Was it too much to ask to avoid adding insult to injury? It was utterly infuriating. Chapter 095. Are you interested in joining our company? Old Xiong, Li Shaoling is not an innocent girl. She has a boyfriend. Don't you care? Zhao Jinyan inquired. What is there to care about? I never considered her my girlfriend. We merely had a congenial conversation yesterday and found a quiet place to reflect on life and aspirations. I was merely gauging her depth while she was assessing my breadth. Our relationship is purely one of friendship. Xiong Tao replied earnestly. Goodness, you beast. The three in the dormitory collectively raised their middle fingers. Zhou Haichuan's doubts about life grew ever more profound. Taozi, I find it utterly perplexing. Just yesterday, I confessed my feelings to Sun Rue, pledging to cherish her for a lifetime, yet she declined to be with me. Meanwhile, you, a scoundrel, seem to be merely toying with Li Shaoling, who is undoubtedly aware of your intentions. Why is it that you have succeeded while I have failed? Do you truly understand anything? Do you believe that contemporary women still place their faith in such unreliable verbal promises? Even if your intentions were genuine, it does not guarantee their interest. What is this notion of a lifetime? Nonsense. Do you think that only men desire to seek adventures outside? Women too yearn for novelty. They have their own desires. Life craves embellishment, and as long as both parties remain unencumbered by each other, what harm is there in occasionally exploring the intricacies of life together? Xiong Tao asserted with unwavering confidence. How outrageous. You are a despicable man. You are mistaken. This is not depravity, but rather a mutual willingness, he replied. Hequan, you should recognize that Sun Rue and Li Shaoling are cut from the same cloth. Both harbor restless spirits eager to pursue exhilarating lives, while you wish to offer them a life of restraint. This is evidently not what they seek. Moreover, to be candid, merely pursuing women is insufficient in today's world. One must strive for self-improvement. Xiong Tao's words held considerable wisdom, prompting Chen Yuan to nod in agreement. The essence of winning a woman's affection lies fundamentally in self-enhancement. If one's own attributes are lacking, no amount of learned tactics will suffice. When you bloom, the gentle breeze will naturally follow. Chen Yuan exemplified this truth, yet he still found himself unable to embody Xiong Tao's carefree spirit. Yet, his heart remains insufficiently hardened, exhibiting a touch of male chauvinism, believing that any girl who engages with him must inevitably bear his responsibility. Little does he realize that the girl may not even desire such accountability from him. One might dismiss his thoughts as fanciful. After indulging in fleeting pleasure, does he expect to maintain that euphoria indefinitely? The deeply ingrained mindset of Chen Yuan, a quintessential straight man, cannot be altered in a mere fortnight. He requires further experiences to catalyze any transformation. Having washed his face and brushed his teeth, he hastily tidies himself. Dressed in slippers, shorts, and a tank top, Chen Yuan sets forth to the school cafeteria for breakfast. Along the way, numerous students whisper and point. Is that Chen Yuan? My idol. Incredibly handsome, truly handsome. Even in a tank top and shorts, his confidence and nonchalance shine through. His physique is remarkable, with well-defined muscles that are strong yet not bulky. My ideal type. Is he truly Chen Yuan? It seems like everyone on social media was buzzing about him last night, claiming he single-handedly took down 20 individuals at the back gate of the school. Is that true? Recently, there has indeed been much chatter about him. Rumors circulate that the campus belle, Zhao Yuqi, delivered breakfast to him, while others assert that he has stolen Li Yang's girlfriend. And some even proclaim him the viral running hero. And now, they claim he can defeat 20 opponents alone? This increasingly sounds implausible. Is it merely an influencer's hype? Chen Yuan is perplexed by the attention he garners today. The moment he steps outside, he feels as though everyone in the school recognizes him. He cannot comprehend how he has inexplicably become a figure of prominence within the institution. At that moment, a fashionable beauty. Seemingly in her late 20s and standing at approximately 172 meters tall, suddenly intercepted Chen Yuan's path. This woman arrived in a luxurious Range Rover, accompanied by a petite assistant. "Hello, are you Chen Yuan?" "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Chen Yuan was somewhat bewildered. He had rarely been approached by unfamiliar women, especially one exuding such mature femininity. He found himself at a loss, as he didn't even know anyone of her type. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Shui, the founder of Dream Media under the Xianghua Collective. I believe you possess considerable potential to become an internet celebrity, and I would like to offer you a contract with my company with an annual salary of 3 million. Would you be interested in considering this opportunity?" "What?" Chen Yuan was taken aback once more. He never anticipated that a talent agency would approach him specifically to sign him as an internet influencer, especially with such a lucrative offer. This situation seemed both unexpected and yet entirely plausible. After all, his videos as the running hero had been explosively popular on the Douyin platform lately. He had undeniably become an internet sensation, albeit an anonymous one. Given his rising fame, it was only natural for someone to seek him out. Following a period of investigation and revelations from the original video creator, a talent agency had finally set its sights on Chen Yuan. Thanks to the original creator's disclosures, many had discovered that the running hero was, in fact, a student at Hoda University, making it relatively easy to pinpoint Chen Yuan's identity after obtaining his specific address. After a period of anticipation, the moment had arrived. Chen Yuan's identity has ultimately been exposed. It seems that he can no longer remain inconspicuous at school. Chen Yuan shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I have other matters to attend to. I have little interest in becoming an internet celebrity." His response left Chen Shui somewhat astonished. He was merely an ordinary student, yet he so decisively rejected the allure of an annual salary of 3 million. This defies logic. In this day and age, securing employment after graduation is challenging. A fresh graduate earning 10,000 a month is indeed a rarity. An annual salary of 3 million translates to at least 20,000 a month. How could one turn that down? "Chen Yuan, I believe you should reconsider. Our company is entirely legitimate, not one of those unscrupulous economic firms that engage in deception. We will not have you sign any contracts riddled with loopholes. Our company has successfully elevated numerous internet personalities to fame, such as the recently emerged Chi, who has garnered 1 million in gifts shortly after her debut. If you join our company, I assure you, your achievements will rival those of Chi. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan appeared contemplative. "Are you referring to Zhao Yuqi, the charming flower of your school?" "I have indeed heard of her, and I am familiar with the esteemed Yan Zong," he replied. "Yes, Zhao Yuqi is quite well known at your institution. It is only natural that you have heard of her. Moreover, let me inform you that our company has formidable backing and collaborates with the affluent Yan Zong. Otherwise, he would not have so generously gifted Chi 1 million. Should you choose to join us, your future would be exceptionally bright," Chen Shui stated earnestly. Chapter 096. Silencing you is merely a matter of words. Chen Yuan rolled his eyes. "This is truly preposterous. Seeing your serious demeanor almost led me to believe you. Why must you resort to the banner of Smoke General? Are you here to amuse me? I apologize, but I have no intentions of becoming an internet celebrity. I suggest you seek someone else." Chen Yuan nodded politely in refusal, having gleaned an understanding of the nature of these talent agencies. They are not to be feared for their bluster, but rather for the inadequacy of their boasts. The objective is to draw individuals in first, much like those rental agencies. The online images are all deceptively alluring, yet upon inquiry, one finds them all rented out, with none being genuine. You must either settle for something lesser or spend more to secure something of higher quality. It is all a fade. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's response, Chen Shui was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a resolute rejection at this juncture. "Chen Yuan, are you dissatisfied with the salary? Or do you have other concerns?" she inquired. "Feel free to express anything. If it is a salary issue, I can offer you an annual signing fee of 350,000. Additionally, you may contemplate a contract with a revenue-sharing model. The company will impose no restrictions on you, and you will enjoy company benefits, including reasonable tax avoidance and a myriad of other advantages." Chen Shui continued her enticement. If Chen Yuan were merely an ordinary college student, he might find it challenging to resist such a sugary trap. "Unfortunately, I truly have pressing matters to attend to. Let us discuss this another time." Chen Yuan's patience was wearing thin. He turned and walked away. Although this woman possessed an extraordinary beauty and exuded the noble aura of a CEO, her commanding presence was undeniable. Her speech was coherent, her logic impeccable, and she could weave lies with a steady countenance. However, Chen Yuan harbored no fondness for her. Chen Shui did not relent, continuing to trail behind him. She initially believed he might have pressing matters to attend to, but to her surprise, he made his way to the school cafeteria. There, he ordered 2 servings of soup dumplings, a bowl of hot dry noodles, a bowl of black rice porridge, 2 pieces of fried dough, a scallion pancake, and an additional bowl of rice noodles. His table was filled to the brim, and he began to eat leisurely, showing no signs of urgency whatsoever. Chen Yuan, did you rush here just to have breakfast? Chen Shui asked, struggling to contain her frustration. Naturally, one is made of iron and meals are of steel. Missing a meal leaves one anxious. Is there anything more important than eating? Chen Yuan replied nonchalantly, swallowing a dumpling while dismissively answering her. You. Chen Shui was truly angry. She had never encountered a young man like him. As a company president who had risen from nothing at the age of 20, amassing a fortune of tens of millions over 8 years, she had relied on her striking appearance, noble demeanor, and persuasive abilities to navigate the business world with ease. She had met many individuals, successful entrepreneurs, affluent second-generation heirs, naive youths, and the most ordinary students. In her understanding, Chen Yuan was a young man who had recently gained sudden fame online. Yet she still harbored a mindset of inferiority. With a signing fee of 3 million, she should have effortlessly secured his agreement. However, the outcome was far from her expectations. What infuriated her the most was the fact that this young man seemed to entirely overlook her beauty. Typically, such young males are enamored with alluring older women. Are they not? A mere exchange of a few words in close proximity would usually leave them blushing. Why was this individual so markedly different? Was he a staunchly masculine man, or perhaps one afflicted with a severe case of male chauvinism? Or could he simply be suffering from prosopagnosia? It was utterly exasperating. Chen Yuan was certainly not afflicted with facial blindness. He had merely encountered too many beautiful women recently, leading to a certain degree of aesthetic fatigue. In fact, Chen Shui's beauty paled in comparison to that of Xiao Ruoyu and Zhao Yuqi, thus failing to leave him in awe. After all, would one still marvel at the height of K2 after having gazed upon Mount Everest? Chen Yuan, don't you think your behavior is somewhat disrespectful? I have sincerely offered over 3 million to invite you to join our company. If you find this price unsatisfactory, you could simply say so. Why adopt such a dismissive attitude? Chen Shui questioned from her elevated stance. Is my attitude dismissive? I believe I have been quite courteous. Chen Yuan chuckled lightly. You parade around under the guise of General Yin, deceiving others at will? I have refrained from exposing you, which is already quite generous of me. Yet you persist? What do you mean by that? Do you think that just because you possess a modicum of beauty, I would hesitate to confront you? What nonsense is this? Ding. The devoted admirer operation has commenced. Name, Chen Shui. Age, 28. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Beauty score, 8.0. The woman's favorability towards the host stands at a dismal -60 points. A dog-like relationship is established. Should her favorability exceed 95 points, a successful reversal occurs, leading to an identity shift where she becomes the host's devoted admirer. Upon completion of the reversal, a reward of 10 in dog-like currency is granted, along with 20 enhancement points, which may be utilized to augment the host's physical attributes, including strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Additionally, a skill entitled Masterful Deception is awarded. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Chen Yuan found himself perplexed. Is it truly possible to form a dog-like bond in such a manner? He had never considered the prospect of pursuing Chen Shui. Could it be that the system's binding mechanism is random? Or perhaps, whenever he encounters a woman possessing a beauty score of 7, 6, or above, and engages in any form of interaction, the system will automatically establish a connection? In truth, whether or not this bond is formed matters little, as there is no real loss involved. Chen Yuan's concern lies in the possibility of inadvertently binding himself to a brother's partner, leading to an unintentional reversal. Wouldn't that be quite unscrupulous? Or should he simply advise his friends to refrain from seeking out excessively attractive girlfriends? Why am I entertaining such bizarre thoughts? Just as Chen Yuan's musings began to drift far afield, Chen Shui's assistant could no longer contain herself. What makes you so special, really? Do you genuinely believe you hold any significance? Do you not realize that with your current level of fame, without the backing of your company, you would fade into obscurity within a month? Our general manager has come personally to recruit you as a courtesy. Do not overestimate your worth. The assistant is a young man in his 20s, standing approximately 6 feet tall, possessing an air of refined elegance. He has secretly harbored feelings for his stunning boss for quite some time. He holds great admiration for Chen Yuan's eloquence and capabilities. Although she often speaks in a manner that may seem deceptive in their line of work, who does not employ a bit of persuasion? How else could one earn a living? Enough of this trivial talk, let us proceed. He declares, "You, young man, are utterly oblivious to the extent of our general manager Shen's network and influence. Even the foremost tycoon, Mr. Yan, must show her some respect. You truly lack discernment. A mere word is all it takes to have you silenced." Chapter 097. Face the storm, Chen Yuan boasts arrogantly. Chen Yuan immediately chuckles. "Splendid. Your pretentious demeanor has successfully captured my attention. Face the storm. Your company is named Dream Building Media, correct? May I make a call?" Chen Yuan, with an expression devoid of emotion, retrieves his phone and dials Zhang Haoyan. This is significant since Zhang Haoyan's girlfriend is the daughter of the esteemed Xianghua Group. Dream Building Media is merely a talent agency affiliated with Xianghua Group. "Hello, Mr. Yin. I was just about to contact you, and lo and behold, your call has come through first." Zhang Haoyan remarks in surprise. "What brings you to call? Today, that brat Han Xiaojing has been boasting everywhere, claiming he intends to win over Xiao Ruoyu. I was under the impression that this young lady was someone you had your eye on, Mr. Yin. So I thought it prudent to inform you." "Han Xiaojing?" Chen Yuan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected news he received while calling Zhang Haoyan. A sudden feeling of betrayal washed over him. Indeed, the Han family was among the prominent clans of Hansheng, not much inferior to the Zhang family. They were also engaged in real estate, positioning them as rivals to the Zhangs. Chen had always held a disdain for this young man and had little affinity with him. He had heard that the Xiao and Han families had orchestrated a matchmaking event today, where both sets of parents would be present, ostensibly a blind date, yet in reality, it was an engagement ceremony. Zhang Haoyan's motives remained unclear, whether he was acting out of friendship or intentionally divulging this information. Regardless, Chen Yuan felt a surge of irritation. How dare they undermine my foundation? They must be courting disaster. Even if Zhang Haoyan were indeed provoking him, Chen could not remain passive. "By the way, Mr. Yin, what prompted your call?" "Oh, it's nothing serious. Today, a Mr. Shen from Dream Media mentioned he intends to blacklist me. And I hear he is affiliated with the Xianghua Group." "Ah, I see. I have no involvement with the Xianghua Group, as my family is not engaged in the new media sector. However, you might consider approaching Long Huang directly. He holds a senior position on the board of the Xianghua Group and commands considerable influence in both traditional film and television as well as the internet live streaming and short video industries." "Understood," Chen Yuan replied, nodding before ending the call. He then opened WeChat and initiated a voice call to Long Huang, observing Chen Yuan as he scoured for contacts. Attempting one call after another, Chen Shui and Chen Xian nearly burst into laughter. This fellow truly believes himself to be a significant figure. Who cannot make a phone call? Engaging in pretentious theatrics, brandishing bravado like a swordsman before Guangong? Such antics have long since grown stale. What folly is it to display such trivial tricks before one's forebear? Who are you trying to impress? A mere student yet to mature. This behavior is undeniably juvenile. In the conference room of Xianghua, a middle-aged man in his 40s was conducting a meeting. Suddenly, his phone rang. Typically, he would refrain from answering calls during such gatherings. However, upon seeing General Yin displayed on his WeChat, he hesitated little, stepping aside to answer the call. "Hello, General Yin. You, a busy man. How is it that you have the time to call me?" "Well, Dragon Emperor, today a talent agency under the Xianghua Group, Dream Builders Media, has threatened to blacklist me. I find myself rather anxious and wish to ascertain just how formidable this company truly is." Upon hearing this, Dragon Emperor's expression stiffened. General Yin's words were neither casual banter among friends nor mere business collaboration. The subtext was unmistakably an inquiry for accountability. Through recent interactions, he had come to regard General Yin as an individual of equal standing, if not superior. Let us not overlook the fact that he had generously showered over 200 million in gifts upon female streamers during live broadcasts. In real life, he exhibited similar opulence, gifting a 6 million villa and recently purchasing a luxury vehicle worth over 20 million from Car Emperor. This was merely the surface of what he had witnessed. What lay beneath, beyond his sight? General Yin was a man of profound depth, revealing only fragments of his true nature. Such was Dragon Emperor's assessment of him. Such a wealthy and influential figure must prioritize forging connections, as one never knows when a significant business deal may arise. Currently, Mr. Yin is a prominent and charismatic member within the Emperor's circle. His presence has recently attracted several other notable individuals to this elite group. At this moment, as Mr. Yin comes to confront the situation, the Dragon Emperor is filled with uncontrollable rage. It is baffling to consider which fool had the audacity to challenge Mr. Yin, especially one affiliated with the Xianghua Group. What on earth? Have you all lost your senses? Rest assured, Mr. Yin, I will promptly investigate this matter. After hanging up the phone, the Dragon Emperor, with a dark expression, inquired, "Who among you is familiar with dream building media?" "I am." A young man in his 30s, wearing glasses, stood up. Dream Building Media has been collaborating with Xianghua Group for 2 years. While it is not a large agency, it is reasonably respectable. Their guild comprises over 200 streamers, albeit most are relatively unknown, with only 2 or 3 enjoying any notable popularity. From this day forth, this agency shall be placed on the blacklist of Xianghua Group, and an announcement will be made across the entire network. Upon hearing the Dragon Emperor's decree, the senior executives in the meeting room were collectively taken aback. It was utterly perplexing to understand why the Dragon Emperor was so enraged after receiving a mere phone call. What heinous act could Dream Building Media have committed to provoke such wrath? Dragon Emperor, this may not be advisable. After all, we have maintained a 2-year partnership with Dream Building Media. A sudden ban might incite dissatisfaction among our other partners. Dream Media has offended Mr. Yin. Just now, it was Mr. Yin himself who made the call. Are you suggesting that I should anger a tycoon with assets in the hundreds of billions for the sake of an obscure small agency? The moment those words were uttered, the room fell into stunned silence. Meanwhile, Chen Shuyi and Chen Xian observed as Chen Yuan finished making 2 phone calls and resumed his breakfast. She found the situation somewhat amusing, while Chen Xian's expression was one of disdain. What is the matter? No more calls. Have you clarified things with our dream media? If you're having second thoughts now, it's not too late. Mr. Shin is magnanimous and may not hold a grudge against you. If you bow your head and admit your mistake, signing this contract would still grant you an annual salary of 3 million. You would remain a sensational figure on the internet. With our company's branding, you could achieve even greater fame. Earning 100,000 a month is within reach. On one side, there's success and glory. On the other, complete ostracism from the online world. The choice is yours. Chen Xian looked down at Chen Yuan from a lofty perspective, as if surveying the world from a divine vantage point. His words, mere hot air, could only deceive the uninformed. A small agency had inflated its own significance to the heavens? If you truly possess such prowess, why are you scouring for talent everywhere? At that moment, Shen Shuyi's phone rang. Chapter 098. Shen Shuyi's alarm. Hello, Mr. Shun. There's been a serious problem. Didn't I already advise you all to remain calm in the face of minor issues? There is no problem in this world that cannot be resolved. No, Mr. Shun. This is serious. The Xianghua Group intends to blacklist our company and announce it across the internet. They have already posted an official statement on Weibo. The voice on the phone had barely faded when Shen Shuyi was left utterly stunned. Xiao Yuan, please do not jest. The Xianghua Group has been collaborating with us seamlessly. It is indeed true, Mr. Shun. Director Sun has already called us. Have you offended someone? From what Director Sun implies, it appears you have truly angered a significant figure, and even he cannot protect you. She was bewildered, completely and utterly lost. This was nothing short of catastrophic news. What stature does the Xianghua Group hold within the industry? How could her modest media company possibly wield such influence? If this blacklist is not rescinded, it is likely that no platform within the industry will choose to collaborate with them again. The most critical concern lies with her contracted streamers, who would undoubtedly raise a considerable uproar. 8 years of arduous entrepreneurship could very well be obliterated in an instant. Why has this transpired? Shen Shuyi felt as though she might collapse at any moment. Mr. Shun, are you all right? Is something wrong with your health? Chen Xian, observing Shen Shuyi's pallid complexion, rushed to support her. Just moments ago, everything seemed fine. Why did a single phone call appear to deal such a devastating blow? Could it be that the company is truly in dire straits? Quickly, call Director Sun. We must act swiftly. Shen Shuyi urged. All right. Mr. Shun, do not panic. I will call him right away. Chen Xian's forehead began to bead with sweat. He had never before witnessed Shen Shuyi in such a state of disarray. Hello. Is this the office of Director Sun? I am Xiao Qian, the assistant of General Shin from Dream Building Media. No need to elaborate. Director Sun has already instructed that your General Shin has offended the wealthy Mr. Yen. Just now, the senior management of the group has personally issued an order. Dream Building Media will henceforth be placed on the blacklist of Xianghua Group. You may handle it as you see fit. Beep beep beep. Hello? What the? Chen Xian was bewildered. He could not comprehend how dream-building media had managed to offend Mr. Yan. Was it possible that their recent pretentious behavior, leveraging Mr. Yan's name, had come to his attention? Unthinkable. They had no prior acquaintance with him. They had only begun to exploit his name in the past couple of days. How could word have spread so swiftly? This was truly unfortunate, indeed. Could it be that Mr. Yin possessed extraordinary senses, with informants scattered throughout the entire nation, able to discern even the slightest disturbance? Even the CIA could not be this formidable, could they? General Shin, have we truly offended Mr. Yin? But who exactly is Mr. Yin? Could it be? Chen Xin turned to glance behind him. The only person who had made the call was Chen Yuan. They had not offended anyone else today. By process of elimination, the truth was becoming increasingly evident. Suddenly, Chen Xin's eyes widened in disbelief as an absurd yet terrifying conjecture took root in his mind. Shen Shui was equally stunned, her gaze fixed on Chen Yuan with incredulity. This individual, who had recently surged to fame on the internet as the running hero, could he possibly be? Goodness! A shiver ran down Chen Xin's spine. Shen Shui trembled as well. Yunzong, are you? Yunzong? Shen Shui stammered. Indeed, are you not planning to blacklist me? I heard that Yunzong has a partnership with your company, and I couldn't help but wonder. When exactly have I ever collaborated with you? Was it merely in a dream? Chen Yuan's expression remained calm and unruffled. The breakfast on the table had been devoured entirely, leaving him only moderately satiated. Recently, as he was in a growth phase, his appetite had increased significantly. As he munched on his food, he spoke with an unremarkable tone about extraordinary matters, resembling a legendary tycoon from a film. His aura was striking, even clad in slippers, shorts, and a tank top. He exuded an undeniable air of dominance, reminiscent of the flamboyant characters in Stephen Chow's films. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's response, Chen Xin's legs felt weak. It was said that Yunzong was not merely a legendary figure online, but also a leading heir among the affluent in Hanqing. His connections and influence were formidable, and his power was unfathomable. A mere assistant like him had just brazenly pointed a finger at Yunzong, threatening to blacklist him. Terrifying. At this moment, Chen Xin was no longer concerned about losing face. Rather, he was gripped by fear. For someone of Yunzong's caliber, eliminating a small assistant would be as effortless as child's play. Yunzong, this is all a misunderstanding. I truly did not recognize you as. Please, as a person of your stature, let this matter rest. Chen Xin is a newly hired assistant of mine. He is inexperienced and somewhat naive. I take full responsibility for this situation and am willing to offer my sincere apologies. How about I invite you to dinner this evening? You may ask anything of me. Dream-building media is my life's work, and I truly do not wish to lose it. At this moment, Shen Shui exuded none of her former nobility. Resembling a deflated balloon, stripped of her royal attire, left only with humility and desperation. This matter leaves no room for redemption. Consider it a lesson. Cease the deceit. For one must bear the consequences of their actions. Chen Yuan exhibited no trace of compassion. He strode away from the cafeteria, while Shen Shui sank to her knees. Mr. Shun, this individual has gone too far. He is utterly oppressive. He seeks to drive us to the brink. We cannot remain passive. Instead, let us find someone to expose him. Does he not desire to remain inconspicuous, to conceal himself while playing the fool? I shall not allow him to have his way. Chen Xin, have you lost your senses? Do you dare retaliate against Mr. Yin? Do you have any notion of his influence? Offending him once is perilous enough. Would you be foolish enough to offend him again? Do you wish for your own demise? Do you believe your strength can surpass that of a giant? Moreover, even if we were to expose him, what loss would he suffer? He would merely become another Wang principal. Mr. Shen, you are correct. But what course of action should we take now? We cannot simply stand by and watch the company collapse, can we? Desperation. This is our only recourse. If one attempt fails, we shall make 2. If 2 fail, we shall make 3. If 3 fail, we shall make 10. Through persistence, if he is indeed a man, I refuse to believe he will remain unmoved. With unwavering resolve, Shen Shui set her determination. She embarked on her journey at the tender age of 20, establishing her own media company, her greatest asset being an unwavering resolve. Fear of failure never deterred her. At times, she could even forsake her integrity and dignity in pursuit of success. This is a woman willing to pay any price for triumph. Chen Yuan showed little concern for Shen Shui. His thoughts were far removed from her. How could Xiao Ruyu be compelled to go on a blind date? Was this tolerable? Chapter 099. This blind date is more than just a formality upon exiting the school cafeteria. Chen Yuan retrieved his phone and sent a message to Xiao Ruyu. "Where are you?" Meanwhile, Xiao Ruyu found herself seated in an opulent Bentley, with her father, Xiao Hanjun, at the wheel. She and Yu Fangxia occupied the back seat, the atmosphere within the vehicle somewhat oppressive. Xiao Hanjun, a man in his 40s with a buzz cut, stood at approximately 175 meters. Though his physique was slightly portly, he was not overweight. His features were sharply defined, with thick eyebrows, a prominent nose, and keen eyes that suggested he must have been quite handsome in his youth, with such a striking father and a beautiful mother. Xiao Ruyu undoubtedly inherited the remarkable genes of the previous generation, endowing her with her striking beauty. After a conversation with her mother, Yu Fangxia, the previous day, Xiao Ruyu had intended to meet Han Xiaojing on her own today. The two young individuals planned to sit in a CAF, engaging in conversation merely to fulfill the elders' expectations, treating it as a formality. After a brief chat lasting a mere 10 minutes, they could politely declare their incompatibility and express their apologies. Each returns to their own home, each seeks their own mother. The matchmaking routines often unfold in such a manner in films. Yet, Xiao Ruyu has evidently miscalculated. She underestimated the significance that Xiao Hanjun and his mother, Yu Fangxia, placed on this union. She also failed to grasp the profound psychological strain that the impending bankruptcy crisis imposed on Xiao Hanjun. At midlife, plummeting from the pinnacle to the abyss, Xiao Hanjun managed to maintain the composure befitting a father before his children during a prolonged period of professional decline spanning over 6 months, which attests to his formidable mental fortitude. However, this was merely a fade of resilience. Witnessing the departure of long-time employees with whom he once toiled in the company, one after another, and having to forcibly dismiss the high-caliber talent he had painstakingly recruited, was a tormenting experience. The company's operations were withering daily, losses accruing by the hour. The liquidity in his accounts had completely evaporated, compelling him to borrow money merely to pay his employees. He was left with no choice but to rob Peter to pay Paul, maintaining an illusion of prosperity. Each day was a harrowing ordeal. For months on end, he sought investors tirelessly, exhausting every connection in his network. However, amidst a global economic crisis, unemployment was rampant. He was not the sole individual grappling with adversity. Those who possessed capital, if they possessed even a modicum of rationality, would never allocate their funds to sustain the foreign trade sector. Was this not akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, with no expectation of return? Yet, Xiao Hanjun refused to concede. He was resolute in his determination to persevere until the market rebounded. He firmly believed that those who could endure until the market's revival would ultimately emerge victorious. The reasoning was sound, but alas, he found himself on the verge of collapse. Without a fresh infusion of funds into the company's account, bankruptcy is an inevitable outcome. Just as he found himself at a dead end, the Han family extended an olive branch. Their demands were quite simple. If Xiao Ruyu agreed to marry, the Han family was willing to invest 100 million to acquire 20% of the shares in the Xiao family's Yuanhang trading group. This price, if it had been 2 years prior, would have been unthinkable. Not only would he have refused to marry off his daughter, but he would also not have considered selling 20% of Yuanhang at such a low valuation. However, times have changed. Nowadays, even if one were to offer 50 million for that 20% stake, there might not be any takers. Of course, the Han family's requirements were far from straightforward. The 100 million would not be dispersed in a lump sum but rather in installments, secured through an internal agreement. First, upon the successful engagement of Xiao Ruyu and Han Xiaojing, the Han family would remit an initial payment of 10 million to assist the Xiao family in repaying a portion of their bank loans, thereby providing the company with a few million in working capital to sustain operations for a while. Second, once Xiao Ruyu and Han Xiaojing obtained their marriage certificate and held their wedding, the Han family would contribute 40 million. Third, the remaining 50 million would be dispersed once Xiao Ruyu conceived the Han family's first grandson. If things went well, she could be pregnant within 2 months. It is also crucial to clarify that this sum is not a betrothal gift from the Han family to the Xiao family, but rather the payment for the acquisition of 20% of the shares in Yuanhang Trading Group. Indeed, such were the harsh terms, and Xiao Hanjun found himself compelled to accept them, for the Han family was not lacking in shrewdness. The notion of achieving one's ambitions without any tangible investment, especially in the context of marriage followed by a swift divorce, is utterly implausible. In the realm of commerce, transactions demand the safeguarding of mutual interests. The Han family's insistence on such conditions is, therefore, quite reasonable. Unbeknownst to Xiao Ruoyu, she could nonetheless perceive the subtle atmosphere within the vehicle, along with the significance her parents attached to this union. Xiao Hanjun and Yu Fangxia had personally accompanied her, signifying that this matchmaking encounter was destined to be far from a mere formality. A sense of regret began to envelop her. Had she known, she would not have acquiesced so readily to her mother's request. Now, reconsideration seemed futile, leaving her with the impression of having been ensnared. At that moment, her phone vibrated abruptly. It was a WeChat message from Chen Yuan. The content was succinct. "Where are you?" Xiao Ryu quickly typed a response. "I am on my way to the Dihao International Hotel. My family has arranged a few matters today." She refrained from detailing the specifics, as her relationship with Chen Yuan had yet to reach a level of intimacy, barely transcending the bounds of old high school acquaintanceship. "I understand. Wait for me," came Chen Yuan's swift reply, exuding a simple yet commanding aura. He did not inquire about the reasons or circumstances. He merely requested a location. A faint ripple of anxiety stirred within Xiao Ruoyu. Could it be that Chen Yuan had already learned of her situation? With his connections, it would not be implausible for him to uncover such information. Her heart began to race. She was oblivious to what might transpire after Chen Yuan's arrival at the Dihao International Hotel, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered. Chen Yuan was not her boyfriend, and he had no legitimate reason to come to her aid. Yet, inexplicably, a flicker of anticipation blossomed within her heart. Perhaps, when compared to Han Xiaojing, she harbored a deeper affection for Chen Yuan. After sending out his message, Chen Yuan turned and made his way to the underground parking lot near the school. Without even changing his clothes, he prepared to drive to the Dihao Hotel. Upon reaching the parking lot, he noticed two girls, clad in JK uniforms and sporting influencer looks, squatting beside a Ferrari LaFerrari, snapping pictures. "Could you please move aside? Who are you telling to move? You, a loser, are blocking the entire walkway on such a wide road, right? Dressed in shorts and a tank top, it's obvious you're a single dog with no girlfriend. At this rate, you'll be single for 20 years. Do you even know what car this is? It's a Ferrari LaFerrari, worth over 22 million. With your situation, you'd need to work 100 years to afford it." The two girls crossed their arms, exchanging cutting remarks with merciless derision. "You are blocking my car." Chen Yuan retrieved his car keys and pressed the button, causing the vehicle to respond with a beep. In that instant, the two girls were rendered speechless. Just moments before, they had been hurling insults, belittling him as a loser. Who could have anticipated that the tables would turn so swiftly? Before they could finish their taunts, reality hit them hard. "Wait a moment. Handsome, is this car yours? Could it possibly belong to you?" Chen Yuan asked with a bemused smile. "Hey, handsome. How about adding WeChat? We could hang out sometime." "I'm not interested." Chen Yuan disregarded the two internet celebrities, getting into his car and driving away, leaving only a cloud of exhaust in his wake. TCH, what kind of person is this? Just because he has money, he thinks he's impressive? Driving a Ferrari has inflated his ego. Who knows? He might even be renting it. A steel-hearted man. He can go to hell. The two girls stood with hands on their hips, venting their frustrations in the underground parking lot. It seemed that, after being embarrassed, they were left feeling humiliated and had no outlet for their anger. Chen Yuan was unsure whether he was truly being foolish. After all, he had no interest in the girls who approached him. It was only the women he pursued that sparked any interest in him. Perhaps a manifestation of a man's innate desire for conquest. However, under normal circumstances, more assertive women often appeared less attractive. Beautiful women typically do not take the initiative. Of course, this is a generalization. There are always men who lament why the women they admire are already taken while the ones who are interested in them are far from desirable. Such men often lack a clear understanding of themselves and have not genuinely put in the effort. Although Chen Yuan often played the role of the infatuated suitor, he had once humbled himself to an undignified extent in his pursuit of Lin Shutong. Yet, he was inherently a determined individual, perhaps even a bit stubborn. He was willing to take action for the one he loved and strive for that love. Otherwise, he would not have persisted in his pursuit of Lin Shutong for a full 3 years. Though he faced failure, his proactive nature surpassed that of many others. Numerous men, even upon graduating from university, still hesitate to approach the women they admire. Such young men may be even more pitiable than mere sycophants. For while the latter have at least made an attempt, these individuals lack even the courage to try. It is only upon entering society that they come to realize the multitude of opportunities they once had, which they failed to cherish, leaving them with a lifetime of regret. If you do not take a chance, how will you ever know your capabilities? Even in the face of rejection, simply move on to the next opportunity. The more you attempt, the more adept you will become at navigating the intricacies of relationships. Do not shy away from personal growth. Chen Yuan disapproves of the label scumbag, believing it to be merely a phase in which a normal man learns to weigh the pros and cons. As one matures, one should no longer be willing to sacrifice everything for another person. Excessive love can suffocate rather than nurture. Retain a measure of dignity for yourself, and others will naturally regard you with greater esteem. Meanwhile, at this moment, Xiao Rui's family had arrived at the Dihao International Hotel. A young man clad in a white shirt approached them. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Xiao? President Han is waiting for you in conference room 305. Please follow me." "Certainly." Xiao Hanju nodded, clutching a briefcase in one hand as he, accompanied by his wife Yu Fengxia and daughter Xiao Ruoyu, followed the young man into the hotel. The young man occasionally cast furtive glances at Xiao Ruoyu, his gaze laced with admiration and a hint of melancholy. Such a beautiful blossom, destined to be placed amidst unsightly refuse. That scoundrel Han Xiaojiang, is it not merely the fortune of having a good father? It is one thing to prey upon those gold-digging women, but to subject a goddess of such refined elegance to a similar fate is truly lamentable. A group of individuals followed the man in the shirt to conference room 305. Xiao Ruoyu was left utterly perplexed. Wasn't this supposed to be a matchmaking event? What were they doing in a conference room? What was the meaning of her father's briefcase in hand? Confused, she merely took out her phone and sent a message to Chen Yuan. "I am in conference room 305. With that, the man in the shirt opened the door to the meeting room. Inside, it was quite spacious. The Han father and son were present, along with Han Xiaojiang's mother, Hua Chunmei, and members of the legal department of the Han Group. Surprisingly, there were more than 10 people seated within. Xiao Ruoyu's gaze immediately fell upon Han Xiaojiang, who was lounging in a chair, crossing his legs and chatting with a female secretary. Han Xiaojiang was of stocky build, standing approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighing around 180 pounds. His face was round, his skin a deep shade of tan, and a dragon tattoo adorned his neck. Though in his 20s, he appeared more like a middle-aged man. If one were to apply the same grading standards for attractiveness to men as to women, Han Xiaojiang would barely score a 3. While many women do not place great importance on a man's appearance, Han Xiaojiang's looks were undeniably hard to accept. Consequently, none of the affluent young women in his social circle found him appealing, which led him to cultivate a penchant for playing the field. "Xiao Zong, you've finally arrived. Come. Have a seat. Lu secretary, quickly bring the tea." "Certainly, Han Zong." The first to speak was Han Zong, who was similarly portly. He bore a resemblance to Han Xiaojiang, but the aura he exuded was entirely different. His countenance radiated warmth and approachability, reminiscent of a genial, portly uncle. Yet, concurrently, he exuded the imposing demeanor of one who has long occupied a position of power, evoking an air of respect that was not to be trifled with. He was Han Sanshui, the chairman of the Han Group. Beside him sat a distinguished lady, his wife, and the financial director of the Han Group, Hua Chunmei. Xiao Ruoyu observed quietly from the side, sensing that this gathering felt less like a matchmaking event and more akin to a business negotiation. "Ruoyu, I am so pleased to see you again. Ever since our last encounter at the banquet, my heart has been unable to accommodate any other woman but you. I find myself dreaming of you frequently, to the point where I feel I have lost weight. Rest assured, I am aware of the difficulties your family faces, and I will ensure that my father provides full support to your household." Han Xiaojiang exclaimed, leaping from his chair and eagerly approaching Xiao Ruoyu, his eyes gleaming with a mix of obsession and greed, making her uncomfortable, as if she were being scrutinized by a famished wolf. "Thank you," Xiao Ruoyu replied, stifling her discomfort and responding with polite restraint. "Not at all. After all, we will soon be one family. What is mine is yours." Han Xiaojiang chuckled, seemingly convinced that Xiao Ruoyu was destined to be his partner. "One family? I believe Mr. Han's assertions may be somewhat premature," she retorted. "Ruoyu, how can you speak to Mr. Han in such a manner?" Xiao Hanjun wore a stern expression as he reprimanded Xiao Ruoyu, then turned to Han Sanshui, saying, "I apologize. Mr. Han, my daughter has been rather spoiled by me and is somewhat unfamiliar with proper decorum. I hope you can be understanding." Not at all. It's quite normal for the youth to exhibit a bit of temper. May I inquire if Brother Xiao has brought the contract?" Chapter 101. Are you truly indifferent? Han Sanshui waved his hand dismissively, presenting an air of nonchalance, his eyes crinkled in a smile, resembling a man of great magnanimity. However, Those who knew Han Sanshui understood that he was a smiling Buddha, having begun his journey at the age of 20 through pig farming, later establishing a pig farm that eventually led him to the real estate sector, to carve out a niche in the real estate industry of Han City. He was far from the amiable figure he appeared to be. Countless business partners had suffered ruin at his hands. Han Sanshui was undoubtedly a ravenous wolf, merciless in his pursuits. Take, for instance, today's arranged marriage. He intended not only to have the beautiful daughter of the Shao family enhance the genetic prospects of his son, but also to gradually encroach upon the assets of the Yuanhang Group. Currently, Yuanhang may not be profitable, but with his financial backing, it would weather the market's recovery. At that juncture, he would covertly acquire shares in Yuanhang and subsequently oust Shao Hanjun from the company. This strategy would not only satisfy his son's infatuation with Xiao Ruoyu, but also fulfill the Han Group's ambition of annexing Yuanhang, achieving two objectives with a single stroke. Xiao Hanjun was aware that such actions could invite peril into their midst, yet he felt he had no choice. When one is cornered, one must choose the lesser of two evils. At the very least, by acquiescing to the conditions set forth by the Han family, one can safeguard the interests of Yuanhang. Correct? If all else fails, it would still allow for a substantial asset to be bequeathed to Xiao Ruhan. Mr. Han, I have already drafted the share transfer contract. Please take a moment to review it. Xiao Hanjun set down his briefcase and extracted a stack of documents. A member of the legal department of the Han Group promptly took possession of the document, commencing a meticulous examination. After scrutinizing the contents for approximately half an hour, a bespectacled young man respectfully remarked, "Mr. Han, this share transfer contract appears sound, and the assets and liabilities of Yuanhang Group are clearly delineated. However, an additional clause must be appended. Upon the execution of the agreement, 20% of the shares of the Shao family's Yuanhang Group shall rightfully belong to the Han Group, which shall, in turn, provide an immediate liquidity infusion of 10 million. This is uncontroversial. Yet, within the subsequent concealed provisions, should the Shao family fail to fulfill the stipulated obligations within the designated time frame, the Han Group shall withhold the remaining payment of 90 million, thereby retaining ownership of the 20% shares of Yuanhang Group." Lawyer He from the legal department stated with utmost seriousness, "What exactly is this concealed clause?" "It merely stipulates that Xiao Ruoyu must marry Han Xiaojiang within a month and conceive within a year, with a prohibition on divorce for 3 years. Following the signing of the agreement, should the Shao family fail to comply with these conditions, it would equate to the Han Group acquiring 20% of Yuanhang shares for a mere 10 million. At the zenith of its success, Yuanhang Group's market valuation surpassed 1 billion. Even in the current market downturn, a frail camel is still larger than a horse. Purchasing 20% of a company's shares for 10 million is akin to an act of theft. The crux of the matter lies in effectively persuading Xiao Ruoyu. For only then can the funds be secured." Xiao Hanjun felt an overwhelming sense of despair, yet he found himself devoid of any alternatives. The choices were stark: either face bankruptcy and destitution or take a gamble, believing that with 2 years and the financial infusion from the Han family, he could turn the tide and even expand the scale of Yuanhai beyond its previous limits. As for Xiao Ruoyu, in truth, Han Xiaojiang also presented a commendable option. He hailed from a wealthy and influential family and harbored a deep affection for Xiao Ruoyu. Marrying into such a family would likely spare her from hardship. Although his appearance might be somewhat lackluster, he surely possessed numerous merits. This was the only form of self-soothing that Xiao Hanjun could muster. "What hidden clauses?" Xiao Ruoyu inquired, her brow furrowed. She stepped forward and seized the stack of contractual documents, perusing them without anyone attempting to stop her. Ultimately, the truth would be revealed, and given the current predicament, there was no longer any need for concealment. The share transfer agreement appeared quite standard at first. However, upon reaching the additional hidden clauses, she was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. The wording of these hidden provisions seemed grandiloquent on the surface, yet could be succinctly summarized in 3 words: sell daughter. Xiao Ruoyu was compelled to accept a series of outrageous conditions for the Han family to consider transferring 100 million in funds to the account of Yuanhai Trade Group. It was utterly appalling that both Xiao Hanjun and Yu Fangxia had consented to such a reprehensible contract. Xiao Ruoyu's mental state crumbled in that moment. Her complexion drained of color, engulfed by a sense of utter hopelessness, as tears began to flow unbidden from her eyes. "Xiao Yu, please do not act this way. In truth, your mother should have clarified these matters with you sooner, yet I find myself at a loss for words. I hope you can empathize with your father and me." The burden your father has been carrying during this period has been overwhelmingly heavy. He is utterly exhausted from his efforts to sustain this family. There have even been moments when he contemplated drastic measures. Xiaoyu, you have always been so understanding since childhood. Surely you can comprehend our plight, can't you? Yu Fangxia gently patted Xiao Ruoyu's back, speaking in a soft, soothing tone. I cannot understand. I truly cannot. Xiao Ruoyu exclaimed. You have faced a business failure. What does it matter? We can start anew. If you cannot earn money in the future, I will take care of you. I, Xiao Ruoyu, will support this family. But why do you make decisions on my behalf without consulting me? I am a person, not a mere beast of burden. How could you treat me this way? Mother, please cease calling me understanding. In truth, I wish to cast aside such expectations. I long to be a rebellious girl, one whose mistakes are defended by her parents. Tears streamed down Xiao Ruoyu's face as she spoke. She yearned to scream, yet years of upbringing restrained her from such an overt display of emotion. She did not wish to be this way. She had always suppressed her feelings, for as the elder sister, she was expected to set an example for Xiao Ruhan. Xiao Ruhan could err, but she could not. She had always been her mother's pride, the epitome of the ideal child. She felt compelled to uphold that image in her mother's heart, unable to allow herself any slack. But she was truly weary. Since childhood, all her classmates had envied her. How she wished to be able to envy others in turn. Xiaoyu, please do not act this way. Mother understands that this matter should not be concealed from you. Yet you must consider the Xiao family and your brother. The Xiao family cannot falter if we face bankruptcy. Do you not realize how our relatives and friends will perceive us? Can you imagine how your aunts will ridicule our family? Xiaoyu, you have grown up. It is time for you to learn to share the burdens of the family. One cannot merely take without giving back. Selfishness is not the way to live. You have been nurtured by your father for so many years, and you must contribute to the family. Only you have the power to salvage the situation of Yuan Hang from bankruptcy. Are you truly heartless enough to let the Xiao family fall, leaving your father, mother, and brother destitute on the streets? Are you utterly unmoved? Xiao Hanjun spoke with a grave tone. Chapter 102, Arrogance Beyond Reason. Father, it is not that I am unwilling to share the family's burdens or to bear responsibility, but why must it be done in this manner? Is Yuan Hang truly more important than my lifelong happiness? You ungrateful child, how could I have given birth to such a disloyal daughter? For all these years, I have provided for you, given you the finest education. When have I ever wronged you? Now that the Xiao family is in distress, you only think of yourself? Must the Xiao family face ruin before you feel satisfied? Xiao Hanjun's fury erupted, his reprimand unrelenting. At that moment, Yu Fangxia suddenly bent her knees and knelt before Xiao Ruoyu. The room fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed intently on Xiao Ruoyu, who stood there in bewilderment. She never anticipated that her mother, Yu Fangxia, would kneel before her. In this world, it is children who kneel to their parents. How could parents kneel to their offspring? If one truly demands such a gesture from their parents, they are undeniably unfilial. Not only would societal condemnation ensue, but one's conscience would also be tormented. Mom, what? What are you doing? Please, get up. Xiao Ruoyu hurriedly crouched down to assist Yu Fangxia. Yet, Yu Fangxia refused to rise. Darling, I have no other choice. Your father is at his wit's end, and the entire family's hope rests upon you. Please, just agree. Xiaojing has assured me he will treat you well. He genuinely cares for you. Tears welled in Yu Fangxia's eyes as she wept and implored. Together with Xiao Hanjun, they employed a dual approach, one soft, one tough, with remarkable cunning and an utter lack of shame. How could Xiao Ruyu's own scheming possibly outmatch theirs? She found herself ensnared in a predicament, unable to extricate herself. Could she truly refuse Yu Fangxia? Her mother had already knelt before her. Could she bear to turn her back? Ruoyu, Annie is right. I genuinely like you. If you agree to marry me, I will provide you with anything you desire, a new villa, any type of car you wish for. It's just a matter of saying the word. Even if you want a plane or a cruise ship, I will procure it for you. Han Xiaojang patted his chest, speaking with fervent assurance, seemingly sincere. Yet, in truth, all these promises were merely reflections of his own desires, for he had long wished to live independently. Just in time to request a villa from the old man, a new car would naturally follow suit. As for the ownership of these possessions, they will undoubtedly be registered under my name. After all, in the union of marriage, the distinction of ownership becomes irrelevant. As long as Xia Ruoyu does not seek a divorce, residing here for a lifetime poses no issue. Many affluent individuals seem to become increasingly frugal as their wealth grows. The Han family does not lack money. Yet their calculations grow ever more meticulous. Xiaoyu's gaze became vacant, her voice silenced. She understood that she could not refuse her mother's desperate pleas. She lacked the courage and dared not defy the societal norms. The shackles of fate are exceedingly firm. How many in this world can truly break free? Life is fraught with circumstances beyond one's control. Perhaps being born into such a family, enjoying material comforts that others lack from a young age, necessitates a price to pay. Xiaoyu closed her eyes, tears cascading onto the carpet. Taking a deep breath, she coldly uttered, "Mother, please rise. Whatever you say shall be accepted. I have no objections. Nor do I dare to have any. Good daughter, this is what I expect from my understanding child." Yu Fanxiao stood up, exhaling deeply. "Xiaoyu, your father did not mean to utter those words. He apologizes. You will always be my beloved daughter." Xiaoyun's tone softened as well. He did not wish to speak such harsh words, but at times, they were the only means to achieve his ends. He understood Xiaoyu's character. She would not easily agree to marry into the Han family. Thus, he could only enlist his wife's cooperation to stage a performance. The couple joined forces, and Xiao Ruyu's low standing rendered her utterly incapable of handling such a situation. She had no choice but to comply. Han Sanshue narrowed his eyes, discerning the Xiao couple's theatrical performance. However, using such tactics on their own daughter seemed rather beneath them. Nonetheless, he chose to remain silent, merely observing with a cold gaze. Now that they had successfully persuaded her, it was time to proceed with the matter at hand. "Mr. Xiao, since your daughter has consented to marry my son, we are now family. Family members do not speak as strangers. Please sign the share transfer agreement. Next week, there happens to be an auspicious date. I will host a grand banquet at the Dihao Hotel. Let Xiao Gang and Ruyu hurry to obtain their marriage certificate. After all, the sooner they wed, the sooner the Han family's funds would be available. I believe Mr. Xiao understands this quite well," Han Sanshue remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "Understood." Xiao Hanjun nodded in agreement. As he sat in his chair, preparing to sign the contract, a sudden exclamation pierced the tension in the room. "Father, do you truly intend to sign this contract? Indeed, this is the only way to save Yuanhang. Yuanhang is the culmination of my life's work. I cannot abandon it." Xiao Hanjuan's words implied that he was willing to sacrifice his daughter for the sake of Yuanhang. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the conference room was abruptly kicked open. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where a young man stormed in, clad in flip-flops, tank top, and shorts. His face a mask of fury. "Who dares to disturb my territory? Which audacious fool has the gall to undermine my authority? Is it not Chen Yuan standing there, clad in a rather unremarkable guise, yet exuding an astonishing arrogance? What madness possesses this individual, as if he has grown weary of life?" Han Xiaojiang, incensed, rushed forward with the intent of seizing Chen Yuan by the collar and casting him out. Yet, before he could grasp his target, Chen Yuan retaliated with a swift strike, sending him sprawling. "What is this? You, a rotund figure resembling a ball, dare to challenge me? Impudent wretch! Do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? You dare to lay a hand on young Master Han? Are you aware of the esteemed individuals present in this gathering?" Two burly bodyguards charged forth, issuing stern reprimands while threatening Chen Yuan with force, preparing to subdue him. "Dare to lay a finger on me, and I shall ensure the Han family ceases to exist in Hanqing with but a word." Chen Yuan bellowed with reckless abandon. His audacity transcended mere arrogance. It bordered on the outrageous. Yet a palpable tension washed over the assembly. How could this man possess knowledge of the identities of Mr. Han and Mr. Xiao? Ignorance breeds fearlessness, but to act thusly with awareness suggests a formidable background. Han Sashue's gaze sharpened.